All right. Let's see. What was I trying to do? Um, Interesting. Get these things. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the live in Florida, in Detroit. All right. Let me see some now. Get this going. Get these shares out. Start it up. All right. All right. All right. Girl ain't been in here any since. Start unfollowing some people in a minute.
Kev, my man, how you feeling, boss?
What's the deal, man? You all right?
Hey, I'm peaceful, man. I ain't
He
got no
said
complaints.
before the troublemakers, so I just looked at.
You already know, man.
That's
I got an unconventional way of thinking. The troublemakers are gonna come.
funny. I'm over here sending these invites out now. I'm still trying to get the
Okay.
party started. I'm starting early now.
Now I like this topic though.
Oh yeah, man. It's been on my mind for a couple days and stuff. I said, let me see how I'm gonna reword these things, man.
Yeah, because accountability is lacking in our community.
Boy, swear. Let's see. Get them. I'm gonna try to get all my peoples in, even though they might be asleep, but I'll catch them later. This will be in a
Mm.
color.
Yeah, I
Get
like
them
that.
in.
Is being loyal over honesty a big problem? Mm.
Yep. Observation, man. That's something I noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Like family, man. Some people so loyal to their family, they can't be honest with them.
You let
They
them
let
get
them
away
do
with
anything. Well,
murder.
that's just my cousin. That's just my mama. That's
Right.
like, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
when
that's
there's a
enough.
time shame is necessary. Yeah, you should shame bad behavior.
Hmm. I look at it as maybe a last resort because I actually was reading up on this thing, which made me look deep into because I see everybody got their own definition of like holding accountable and stuff. And when I read up on this, it kind of make even more sense when I'm looking at it. Because it did say
So,
you can hold people accountable without shame. But it's just like the wording. And then I think it's like an automatic reaction or a human reaction when you do hold someone accountable because they feel like, or they feel some type of shame because, and what I really looked at it as holding somebody accountable is basically just calling somebody out. That's another form.
but
Just
that's what I
calling
was gonna
somebody out.
say. I think it's
Hmm.
automatically shame. If someone's
Yep.
doing something and they think it's right or they think that it's the way to go, and you telling them, "Hey, check that out. That's wrong. You're doing that wrong." They're gonna automatically feel shame. But that's what
Exactly.
comes
Right.
with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm.
They're supposed to take that shame and then turn it into something positive and go a different
Hmm.
route.
Yep. Yep. For the most part, people be caring about people, but I think it's just it be a lot of projection and stuff. They thinking like, okay, well, if they checking me, that's how I feel if I do them or something like that. So it's just, and people don't
Exactly.
like
They
being
get
wrong. That's
that.
another thing. So. Charles, what's the deal, man?
Yeah, I think there's a difference between calling someone out and just telling people that that type of behavior is unattractive, right? So I notice when I say that certain behaviors are unattractive among women, women hate that with a passion. They really hate it because I'm telling men, hey, you should not go for these type of women. They hate that because they're worried about their image, right? And so it does more damage. It hurts them more to just tell men, hey, that's unattractive, right? And the same thing for women. It hurts men for women to say this behavior is unattractive because one thing men do not want to be is unattractive. You know, they don't want women to tell other women to avoid those type of men, right? From my personal experience, even on TikTok, what really makes them pissed off is when I say don't date high body count women. They hate it with the passion. To them, I just physically attack their mother. Just as simple. Or if I say something like don't date American women or don't date masculine women, that's what they hate. That's what they're trying to stop. They don't want to be. They don't want people to talk in a way to where it decreases their options. And so
Mhm.
calling out people's bad behavior, as long as they're getting rewarded for those bad behaviors, they're going to continue. But if their reward is in jeopardy, that's when they have a problem with it. See, you jeopardize the reward, right? Whatever they're doing, jeopardize their reward, then they'll change. For example, if single moms are okay as long as you start telling men, as long as you don't tell men to not date single moms and men actually start listening, now the reward is in jeopardy. That's when they have a problem with it. Jeopardize the reward. The first thing they're going to do is put up a fight. They're going to try to keep the reward. They're going to try to persuade people, no, you should date single moms. Body count is okay. You should accept women with high body count. First, they're going to put up a fight. That's how you know you're on the right track. They're putting up a fight because they're trying to hold on to their reward they're getting for the bad behavior. But remove their reward, that's when they got a problem.
I feel you. I feel you to a certain extent, though. And what you're getting to is probably talking about enabling. Because if a person don't feel like what they're doing is wrong, and everybody keep being accepting of it, it's not gonna make them want to change. So I get you in a way. I be saying that too, but that's why I feel like man play a major part in that too. You know, if you say you don't like these behaviors and you continue to sleep with them and stuff, I really believe I ain't gonna lie. I feel like that man started that stuff too, because they not. I mean, as us being leaders, right? Um, like if we keep talking or claiming these certain people, we ain't supposed to mess with the 304. Like they're getting these bodies from somewhere though. So it's like the lack of they self control, and then we get mad at them later, like, oh, why you a 304? We can't accept you and stuff like that or whatever. You know, it's like, dang, it's like you can't really blame that situation. So I feel like yeah, everybody play a part in the situation. But
Hey,
I mean,
Kev, you hit
hmm
it right on the head, bro. I was about to say it. I'm like, as men, We're supposed to lead by example.
Exactly.
When we run around here trying to tell somebody what they should and not be doing, but at the same time, the man next to you or your brothers or the people you hang around are doing these things, they're not going to listen to you. They're not going to listen to you because you don't have a direct interaction or relationship with this person in the first place. But as a man, you got to lead by your steps. They got to be seeing you be that example. If you're not being an example by showing, it's a waste of time. You got to fix yourself
Exactly.
and those around you.
As long as they're being rewarded, you can talk till you're blue in the face. They're being rewarded. You think they're gonna stop something that they're being rewarded for? You can talk to you blue in the face. You can tell these guys, get a job, do this, act right. They're getting the poom poom. You know, she's sleeping with him knowing he doesn't have his own place. Matter of fact, he's moving in with her. He's getting the poom poom. Stop for what? He's being rewarded. We can talk to it blue in the face. That's why when they tell us to tell men to stop doing that, to stop doing this, he's being rewarded. You're rewarding him for doing you can't reward him for doing the behavior and then tell us we're wrong for not telling him to change. Your fellow sisters are rewarding him, ma'am. That's why he's not going to change, because he's being rewarded. We can talk to be blue in the face. The women are rewarding him. The Pookie and Ray, the women, you're rewarding him. It's not going to do us any good to talk. What's going to make him change is when he stopped being rewarded.
You know what I would like is from the men and the women, right? We have conversations about the bad behavior that men show and women show. The people that are having these conversations, speaking about the bad that others do, why don't they just get together and do it the right way? Yeah, y'all got the example of way, but no one ever gets together and say, "Hey, well, let's do it the right way." They just say we're just gonna talk all way all day. Like, when are we gonna actually make it happen?
The right way. First of all, your right is different from their right. A lot of people don't even think about what's right. They think about what their agenda. What's right to you is not right to them. They have a whole their value system is not the same as yours. You know, just because you think it's right doesn't mean in their minds, you know how many women don't mind being a single mom? You know, we sitting there saying, this is going to decrease your single. They sitting there thinking, what is he talking about? I'm okay with being a single mom. See, they're thinking I'm fine with being a single mom, but if you got a problem with it, tell your man to stop coming to me. But me personally, it's okay for me. But if you got a problem with it, tell him stop coming. They're thinking like this. I'm perfectly fine with being a single mom, right? Right? And then the men is coming in them, and then other men complain. Then the women are basically saying, "Sir, if you don't want me to be a single mom, tell the men to watch what they do." Do you know why they say that? Because they're saying that I don't give a shit. But if you got a problem with it, you need to talk to your man. But me personally, I don't need a man anyway. You got to understand the mindset of these women. These women are not saying it's the man's fault because they don't want him to do it. They're saying that if you're complaining, if you got a problem with it, talk to the man. Because me personally, I don't give a shit. I wanted a baby anyway. And we have no idea what these women are thinking. You think if they really didn't want, they know how to stop being a single mom. They know how to prevent it. They don't want to, because in their mind, I don't need a man. I can do it without a man anyway. So it's okay for me. But if you're complaining,
what up, Opie?
Talk to the men.
No, I'm thinking that we're looking at it wrong, Charles. I'm thinking that if she's a single mother and saying she don't need a man, that's because she's been around bad men. So if a man came around that she thought was the right man, she gonna run and jump on his shoulder as quick as possible. I don't think she wants to be that. I just think that she doesn't feel she has the options. But I think that's because all we do is promote bad behavior. I don't hear
So,
anybody coming over here saying, man, I met this guy and he does great things
so
and he has the community and he's making money and he's doing all of these no one, I've never been in a live where they promote a man or a woman doing great things.
they are
Ever.
raised
Every
to
live I
not.
go to, it's about bad behavior.
They are raised to not need a man. They're raised before they even have a boyfriend. Their parents, if they have a culture of not needing a man. As a matter of fact, they get a badge of honor for not needing a man. If they can prove that they can do without a man, they get a badge of honor. As a matter of fact, if they say they need a man, they're stigmatized. And this is before they even have a boyfriend. So you don't understand the mindset of these women. I'm telling you, they are okay with being a single mom. And we're thinking that, oh, I know you're trying to prevent being a single mom. And they're thinking that, and they're thinking to themselves, talk to the men. You know what they're saying? Talk to the men because they're saying, I don't give a shit. I wanted a baby with or without him. So if you got a problem with it, talk to the man because us over here, we're okay with being a single mom. You don't understand what these women are thinking. They're thinking
No.
this
See,
shit.
that's the thing. I think you're basing it on this media outlook. Single ladies, single ladies. That's a song, bruh. Beyonce
Brother, brother,
married, bruh.
brother,
You know what I'm saying? Like you got to
brother,
understand in real life,
brother,
people
you
want
are mind reading.
companionship.
Brother,
And you
you
know that
don't tell me,
because how is she a single mother? She had to be with a man in the first place to get the kid.
but
So you
she
can't
did
say that
not
she just don't
care.
want
She
to
did
be.
not
She
care.
just picked bad.
So
She did
even
not
though you
care.
saying that,
She
right,
didn't
that she
care.
don't care, even if you saying that, right, why focus on a person that don't care, and what can you do about it?
I know she does not care. She listen.
I'm
You
saying,
think
like, okay, we understand that part about she don't care, but like, what's the point? Like, why talk to a person or speak on a person that don't care?
that's my point. So why speak on them if they don't care, right? And so when we're telling them that they need to choose better, right? We're talking to somebody who doesn't give a shit. No, and I'm not
Right.
just hold on. I'm not just imagining things. I have videos of catching these women in their live streams when they're talking amongst each other. I'm video record. I have the evidence. They don't care. They tell you all the time, I don't need a man. I don't need a man. I can
Right.
do it without a man. They don't care. And
So
so
why do you
this,
care that they don't care?
I don't care. No, that's why I don't care. I'm telling you, avoid them. That's what I'm saying. Avoid them.
Of
That's
course, I
what they
think
want.
it's gonna get to a certain point that
They,
everybody's gonna realize that if you talking to a brick wall, you're gonna avoid them. I mean, I think that's the kind of obvious. Eventually, some
right.
people, like,
That's
it's
what,
even
you know
people
what
within
I
our
hate to
family,
say.
like, we try to talk to them as much as we can.
I know
They
these
don't
guys.
care, so we just move on to the next. I mean, that's to keep your own peace. We can only talk to the people that they're actually trying to have some type of understanding
That's my
or
point.
actually care.
But notice, no, listen closely when you talk to them, right? If as soon as you start saying you need to choose better, right? They say talk to the men. You know why? Because it's a silent statement. They're saying that I'm okay with it, but if you have a problem with it, talk to the men. But me personally, I don't. You know what? They're doing nothing to avoid it. That should tell you right there. Listen, if they know how to prevent it, they know that they should marry before they carry. They know this. They know they should marry before they carry. They know if the men really want to be a father and really want to be a family, they know that he would marry her. But they're getting pregnant by guys that are homeless and didn't even they don't care. They just want a baby. As a matter of fact, if you go on some of these live streams, these women are telling women, why do you want the baby more than you want the man? And they'll even admit it. I wanted a baby. I wanted a baby. I don't care about the man. I just wanted a baby. I just wanted a baby. So a lot of men are misled. We're thinking that these women are trying so hard to be a single mom. They don't give a shit. So it's like we're talking to some people that don't care. They're okay. Listen,
Exactly. I think you were.
they're
I've
okay.
been let them go a long time
They're
ago. I'm not
okay
about to
with
talk to
being.
somebody that don't care.
They'll say they're okay with being a single mom. They just want that extra check from the man and whoever gets them pregnant.
Have you? So when you gonna start talking to people that do care?
Look, you know what? I would say that the avoid women that the men who care. Why are you talking to women who are trying to be a single mom? Why are you talking to women? That's why I promote traditional women, because traditional women, pick me, and traditional women actually care. They care. But these feminists don't give a shit. So
Been
why are you even
around a
talking to
Yeah,
them?
woman.
talk to
I've
them,
never
man.
been around
You
a
must be
woman that
missing the whole
cares.
point.
Good
Have you
morning,
ever had a
Tim. How are
conversation
you?
with a woman
What's
that
what's
cares?
the deal, J Love in the building, bruh?
No,
Nene, I see you up there. What's up?
I had to come up here and answer your question. Hey, Nene.
Okay.
Should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable only? Why or why not? First of all, holding people accountable only comes from people that you truly trust. A person that I don't know, that I don't trust, that I don't have any kind of faith and facts in, they can't hold me accountable. I'ma laugh at them. Who are you? Who are you talking to? Because what you say is gonna go in one ear and out the other, right? So that's the first thing on this accountability piece. The second thing is the reason why men should hold men accountable and women should hold women accountable is because we always talk about how women don't know how to be men, but men for some reason have this idea and notion that they know how to tell women what to do. They are not women. So if it's good to say I'm a man and only a man can talk to me, then why is it not good to say that I'm a woman and only a woman can talk to me? Because all women don't have bad behaviors. Some of us are decent people. Some of us like to talk to other women to try to get them to see the other side of the coin. But we, the women that are decent people and that can talk to other people, and talk to other women, we're combated with the men who think they know everything. So that's why we stop talking. Because if you're talking to me as a man who has um, gotten a woman pregnant and didn't marry her, you can't talk to me. If you're a man that's telling me that what I'm supposed to do as a woman, but you're divorced, you can't talk to me because you don't have the credentials nor the backing to be able to talk to me. So when I say things like that, everybody gets in an upheaval, but it's the truth.
Can I?
Men, men need to hold men accountable because men, good men, should be able to talk to other men. Now, however, comma, if that man doesn't trust that man, then he's not going to be able to hold him accountable. Accountability is something that a person truly starts with self. You have to hold yourself accountable before anybody else can. That's just reality. And if you're not a person that's willing to be accountable to yourself, no one in this world, I don't care if it's man, dog, woman, cat, child, they can't hold you accountable. They can only tell you what they like or what they don't like. But holding you accountable is not something that another person can do. Only you truly can hold yourself accountable. You just have to trust that person that you're talking to.
Okay, so can I say, because you kind of came to my point,
What's
right?
the deal, Moses?
Right? Self can only hold us accountable, right? So it really doesn't matter who the messenger is. It doesn't matter if you trust them. It's what
It
is the
does.
message.
No, it matters. Because
A
if I don't
random
know you,
person on the
because if
street
I
that you
don't know
never
you,
met can
sir,
say something
if
to
I
you and
don't
can
know
give you
you,
the right
sir,
message.
sir, if I don't know you, I'm not listening to you. I don't
That's not what
want
we're
to.
saying.
No,
That's
this is
you
why I'm
making a
telling you,
conscious
this is
decision
why
to say
I'm
you're not
telling
listening
you
to a
that it
person you
doesn't
don't trust.
matter.
What I'm
It
saying
has
to
to
you is
be
the person
someone
that
that
you
I
don't
trust.
trust can give you the right message.
They can't, because I don't trust you.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's about self. You're
But
supposed to look at yourself and say, did
you're
this
not
person
hearing
give me
me.
the right
You
message
want
or
to
not?
argue the point and be right. What I'm trying to tell you is that if a person does not trust another individual, have faith in another individual, believe what that individual is saying to them, they're not going to hear them. Therefore, because I don't know you, I'm not listening to you. You can't bring something to me.
I have a
You can
question.
bring it all you want to,
I
but
have a
talking
question.
to me is a non-issue.
I have a
Period.
question.
Oh, can
Which
I
is more
speak
like?
though?
I have a question.
Can
Which
I
is more
finish what I
likely
was
to
saying though?
trigger? Which is more likely to trigger true change? Take the reward away for the bad behavior, or simply telling them to just be accountable? If they're being rewarded, you think they give a damn about accountability? What's going to make them change is if you take the reward away and their behavior begin to get stigmatized. I know this for a fact because you can tell them to take accountability all day, but when you tell men to avoid them, that's when they're going to get pissed off. That's what they don't like. Now they're being punished. When they can't get the men they want, that's when they change. Okay, that causes simply telling someone to be accountable. People are way too selfish for that. Do you think they give a damn about accountability if they're being rewarded? Take away the men that they want. That's when they change. And same thing for the men. If they can't get the women, then they'll change. As long as they're being rewarded, that accountability doesn't mean a damn thing. They're being rewarded. You have to stop rewarding bad behavior. That's going to trigger true change, and that is why that's why they're debating about high body count, because they know it's a real threat. They know when men around the world start avoiding women, start avoiding single moms, now that's a threat because they're actually taking away the reward. Now they have a problem with that. That's why they all on TikTok debating, because they want men to want them. That's the reward. This is why passport bros are a true threat, because we're saying avoid them. Avoid them. Oh no, hell no. You're telling the men to avoid us? Now that's a problem. As long as they're being rewarded, that accountability talk doesn't mean a damn thing.
All right. So 20. Okay, I think I did skip over you on that part. We was talking about something else when you first came in here. So, but the first question, because I'm just listening to everybody's point of view. Everybody gonna be different with their kind of what they believe about the first question, though. So, what you got on the first one then? Should man and man hold accountable, woman and woman? Why and why not?
Like I was saying, accountability is an individual act. It's responsibility for yourself and your own actions. So someone else trying to hold you accountable, they could give you information. They can give you a message, but you have to embrace it. You have to add it to your repertoire. And I just feel that can come from anybody if the information is valid. And we limit ourselves when we say, oh, it can only come from my inner circle. That means you don't have people to bounce ideas off of that are different from the people that you say you're compatible with. And that's where you limit yourself. So we got to be able to take right and add it to our lives and embrace it wherever it comes from. That's a person being accountable for what they do.
Okay. Monique, welcome to the live. For the first question, you see it or do you want me to read it for you?
Oh, no, I can see it. Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
I kind of agree with J Love and the guy at the top, kind of like a mix. You do have, I feel like it's better to receive information for someone that you have a relationship with, because you know their history, you know how they're moving, how they live in their life, and you have a respect for their intellect and maybe things that they say. But just a general person on the panel, on anyone's panel, blanketing, well, all women need to do this, all women need to do that. You're really talking about what, 25% of the females that are walking around out here? What about the women that were there for their husbands and then got left and just ended up being single mothers. You don't talk about that aspect of it. Why are y'all set on blaming any gender, either the female or the male? Why are you not focusing on the problem and making solutions for it instead of every day y'all want to discuss who's more wrong, who's responsible for the seed? What can I do to punish this person if I don't get what I want? Because that's still not helping these kids out here that y'all claim that y'all care about. It that's selfish to me, that you would take opportunities like these lives right here and just blame men versus women, women versus men, instead of, hey, let's get together, you in my area, or bounce ideas
Hey, 1 second, real quick,
on how to help the kids out here instead of
Monique.
yourself.
Monique, 1 second. To clear the lie that you just spoke on, right? There's only one person in here that's talking like that.
I
But
so I don't know what everyone else has said.
you're right. So you got to kind of pay attention to how everybody's talking, because I think two other people wasn't talking about the same thing. It was only one guy in here that was talking about that.
Sir, I wasn't just talking about your life.
You said live like this, so I took that out. What you said, though. So yeah,
Like a forum like this platform that people are able to get on now easily to share ideas, and these are the ideas that people have. It's weird to me.
got you.
So
You
let
good?
me say this on Kev's platform. This is one of the platforms that you will come on. It's going to be very different than what um, other platforms. His platform is like everybody else's platform. Um, I think you may have caught someone repeating what you've heard on other platforms, but generally, this platform is not that platform. So I'm going to speak up for Kev because Kev has thought provoking platforms where he really is trying to come to a solution. And I don't know what part of the conversation you walked in on, but he's really trying to come to a solution. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy. I think I've been following him for a while. I support all my people on this platform. That's what I do. I may not be in your lives every day, but when I do come through, even though I may not stay, I'll give some love, I'll give some hearts and whatnot, trying to help you achieve whatever goal it is that you're trying to do. It costs me nothing. That's why I'm saying there's these platforms that we could be doing so much better on as a whole, not yours in per se, but there are people that are in here that have their own platforms that maybe need to hear this.
True.
That's just coming from an older person, I don't know.
I got you. And just
When
like
you're
he said, it's
getting
just some people that you can't talk to. So I mean, I understand and I feel you on that. So I try to avoid people that's like that or stay out of platforms that's like that. So I don't have to focus my energy on those type of platforms. So yeah, we all choose what platforms we go on and see and want to watch and stuff. So
you you coming
uh,
to a solution when
Charles, you
you
already had your turn, my brother. I'm be on your side in a minute. I got a few more people. So Nene, let me get you too. I want to get you first. 'Cause you was up here before.
You want me to ask
Yeah, for the first
for
question.
the, okay. I think it says, should men, it's kind of little for me, but I think it says, should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable only? Why not? Honestly, I agree with J Love on this one, in that you really can only hold accountable the people who are in your circle. But really, at the end of the day, if the individual isn't even holding themselves accountable or even owning what they do, there's only so much as a human being you can say. Because to her point, you will only listen to the people who you trust, to a certain extent, let me say that. You will only listen to people who you trust and who you know are living that, because there's a saying, sweep what is it, sweep behind your own back door before you try to sweep behind mine. If you got a bunch of skeletons sitting in your closet over there that you have not buried or taken care of, or you still just even living in the graveyard with them right now, I'm not going to listen to you. You're speaking folly to me. And if everything that you have to say is something that's going to be negative about something, I'm not going to listen to you, because you have a one-sided way of thinking. You don't see anything other than negative. So there's a root there that I can't fix for you. So I'm not going to listen to you, because I don't want your folly on me. And I don't want your negativity on me. While I may need to go fix something, I'm not going to listen to you. So I'm going to go fix me and let you go do you. So should men do it? If that's your homeboy, yes, you should. If that's not your homeboy, you can try, maybe, but it just depends on if that person's going to trust you. Because people watch you, they watch your behaviors more than what you think they do. And I have a group of friends that we all hold each other accountable for what we do in our behaviors. But outside of that, I don't know that I would trust anyone telling me anything, because, like I said, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know your lifestyle. Now, there are a few occasions that I've had someone, if I'm somewhere, come up and probably give me a warning about something. Not necessarily anything that I'm doing, but they probably come up and give me a warning about something that I've listened to them on, because, I felt as though that was something that I needed to hear. And it was, probably an angel above sent to come help me do something. I'll listen to that. But just a random person coming out speaking folly, I'm not going to listen to you all the time on that one, because it's not coming from a good place. If you can only see bad and you don't even know me, I'm not going to listen to you. So yes, you should, if you know the people, or even if you can. But at the end of the day, no one's going to do anything but hold themselves accountable first. If you don't even see your own folly, there is no way that you can even give someone else advice on that, or that even someone's going to take your advice. And I'll land my plan.
Okay. VO, what you got, my brother? Welcome, welcome.
What up? Thank you for having me. Um, I think I disagree. I think women should hold men accountable, and men should hold women accountable. The reason why I say that, I feel like everything men do is for like a woman's validation. Everything a woman do is for a man's validation. So, if somebody is messing up, well, it's up to the woman to be like, all right, well, if you ain't gonna move a certain type of way, well, we not giving you access. Men could be the same way. Oh, well, if you're not gonna move a certain type of way, we're not proposing. So it's up to each other to hold the opposite gender accountable, since we're the one who date each other. That's my take.
Okay. All right. We on the next one. Why do people believe you can't hold others accountable? You can go ahead, 24.
You can't hold others accountable because you don't control anybody else.
Mm.
Once you let it out your mouth and they hear it, it's what they do with it. And that's why I'm saying it just depends on if they take the information and decide this is good for me. And that's an individual decision.
Okay. Dad, love you next.
My bad, Kev.
I know you.
I think that the only people, I think accountability starts with self, but I also believe that the only person that can hold somebody else accountable is somebody that, like I said before, you got to trust them. There ain't but a teaspoonful of people in my life that can hold me accountable for something, and that's just what it is. I think a lot of the times on this app in particularly, and on social media in general, I think a lot of people aren't heard, and so they get on social media to be heard, And that's where all of this, oh well, I'm gonna hold so and so. No, nobody on social media can hold you accountable. Who are y'all? If you shut this app off tomorrow, how you holding me accountable for something? Because when you hold somebody accountable, generally you're a part of that person's life, and a lot of the times you tend to follow up on that thing you talked to them about. Hey, yo, you said you was gonna lose 10 pounds. You been working out? You still eating better? Like, what we doing? You know what I'm saying? But if I shut this app off, then how you still holding me accountable? Because I don't even talk to you. And so that's what I mean. I personally believe that it starts with self. But to say that I'm holding you accountable for losing 15 pounds, and then I get off this app and you never hear from me again. How am I holding you accountable? Where's the accountability at? Like, at the end of the day, you have to have a trusted, invested, and it doesn't even have to be full trust. You just have to, most of the time, like that person in some instances. But I mean, that's just like right here on this app. I know that if I say something out of pocket, Kev, and you think it's out of pocket, you're gonna be like, J Love, come on now. All right, Kev can say that to me because me and Kev have that relationship. But somebody else say that to me, and I'm be like, fuck you, kiss my ass and go to hell. And that's gonna be the end of that conversation. There you go. So yeah, the idea of this holding people accountable stuff is weird to me. But hey, whatever. I land.
Okay. Charles, what you got for the second question? Why do people believe you can't hold others accountable?
Well, I think it's because they are aware that people don't care what other people think if they're being rewarded. What they care about when their reward is taken away. If you want true solutions, hit home. The real solutions are deliberately being avoided because it means they have to change. They don't want to change. If you really listen to the debates on TikTok, the feminists are fighting to keep things the same. They're fighting. They're defending high body count. Why they're defending high body count? Because they like the way things are. They like the whole phase. They're defending the whole phase. When they're defending high body count, they're defending the whole phase. They like the way things are. So if you want solutions, you focus on what they hate because they hate change. Right? They like the whole single mom thing. They like the fact that you can be a single mom and still get the man you want. They have a problem with change. They're afraid of change. That's why they hate the red pillars and the passport bros. They hate the people who are for real change, real consequences. They like the way things are. They like the women empowerment and the boss bitch. They like that. But when they are defending the way things are. They're trying their best to keep things exactly the way they are. The whole phase, the ran throughs, the high single parent rates, they like all that. You know why? Because in their minds, it's women empowerment. They don't give a damn about nothing else. If the world crashes down, as long as they feel empowered, they feel that they're on the right track. So I would say, don't even talk to them. Just take away the reward. They're gonna bitch a fit and complain, but keep the reward away, and they will change. You don't even have to tell them to take. All you gotta do is tell other men to avoid them. That's enough to piss them the hell off. They're gonna be so mad if you tell the men they want to avoid them. That's all you need. They're gonna pitch a fit, name call and shame and break down and cry and change. But before they break down and cry, they're going to shame, they're going to throw insults, they're going to say everything they can to stop the change, and then they're going to break down and cry and say, I need the change. That's what's going to happen. I land.
Okay. Charles, you funny, man. Your stuff's so one sided, man. I don't even know if you noticed that. I think the problem is on both ends, though. But hey, guys, that's a form of holding accountable. He don't trust me or not. You know what I'm saying? I had to throw that in there. But go ahead, Nene.
Can you read number 2 to me? I'm sorry.
Number 2. Why do people believe you can't hold others accountable?
Well, I will say because they're just not in your circle. I mean, and not only that, even if they're in your circle, like you, honestly, a person's going to listen to you or they're not going to listen to you.
Exactly.
And that's up to that individual to listen to you. I mean, like you just held Charles accountable, right? Is he going to listen to you? More than likely not.
I still called it out.
I'm just saying, like that was a
Telling the
perfect
truth.
example of what he's probably not going to do.
I ain't telling the
But
truth. It's
it's
just your perception of accountability only sounds like it's
right.
on one side.
Yeah. It just depends
Explain.
on what that individual
Explain.
decides they want to do.
I mean, if you don't realize it, you don't realize it. Otherwise, I'm just talking to a wall, like you
If you
said. You
can't
be talking
support
to
your
walls.
claim, if
Exact.
you can't support,
Absolutely. That's it.
if you
Hey, Mr.
can't
Charles, I'm
support your
talking.
claim, then
Mr. Charles, I'm talking. Can you mute up? Thank you. And I just used you as an example because he had said that to you. I'm sorry, sir. It wasn't anything you had to reply back to. But it was, but to that point, is the individual has to want to see their folly. They have to want to see it, and a lot of
True.
times people just don't see it in what they're doing, and it takes a level of awareness and self-awareness to see what you do and to understand, oh, this person means good by me, and I am looking foolish out here, you know, and I am looking this kind of way. If you don't see that yourself first, at some level, it doesn't matter whether I say it to you or not. It and I just don't feed my pearls to swine. Period. I'm not going to do it. There's a few people who I will give a level of accountability to, a very few people, but more by and large, if I see that you just don't listen, I don't even give you I don't even tell you. And more than likely, you're not in my circle. 100 times out of 100, you're not in my circle because I just can't deal with people who do not listen and not
Hmm.
self-aware. And I'm gonna drop my anchor and dock my boat. I'm done.
So since I got the from the few, right? Even if it's in our circle, right? And I use everybody because I hear this. I'm listening to you, and you saying that a person don't have to receive it or not. I don't think a person have to receive anything to be held accountable. Just like you could say that you can hold the children probably accountable, right? But that don't mean they gonna that they gonna receive it or accept it. You know what I'm saying? They in your circle, and you could trust them too, right? That's the key word I've been hearing for probably about 3 people already. So even with that, it's they don't mean they're gonna accept it. I don't think accepting something mean that they're held accountable. I think it's just and this I read up on this stuff. It's the reason why I'm doing it. I did it because I had to make sure I read up on what really holding accountable is, and I realized that's why I let everybody talk and get their own definition of how they feel about it. But I'm just saying based on I'm using all on things bringing it to awareness of what y'all use, right? So even with that, like it wouldn't even work with our kids if only holding them accountable is them accepting the accountability or whatever that you call out. You see what I'm saying? But I get on the other end of why is being said is like the receptive part, what somebody just said earlier. Of course you could choose who you want to hold you or not really want you to call gotta call to receive information from or not. But I think the overall thing is that's the reason why the topic is if you don't call it out, you're giving it a pass. It's just simply calling something out. That's something I learned. And it's
Okay,
another
so
part too. It's many parts to holding accountable. It's just not one way. I think we only look at it from one way, and we think, and it's a lot to it. I think we think about the part about the responsibility part. Now, everybody responsibility to take another person to be responsible for what they got held accountable for. You know what I'm saying? You can't make nobody be responsible, or I mean, as in they can't. You can't. they can't take responsibility, or be responsible, right? Because you called it out. You know what I'm saying? It's up to them from that part. You know what I'm saying? All I can say is, oh, just like I did with Charles, or you talking one sided from him. That's be up to him if he want to be able to speak on the other end or something like that. But that don't mean, me calling it out. That's still me a form of addressing a certain observation about him. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean I didn't hold him accountable. From him, from that point, it's just up to him if he want to change his, whatever the situation is, if he want to be accepting of what I said. You know what I'm saying? But they don't take the fact that I didn't call it out. You know what I'm saying? I think every person
Yeah.
could call anybody out, low key. You know what I'm saying? Being receptive of it is a whole nother thing. That's mean them being responsible. We can't make nobody be responsible. That's one thing. That's
So
up to them.
so pretty much what you're saying is that you can hold a person accountable by calling out what they're doing, but their
Yep. That's what I
actions,
read up on.
if they decide to change their actions, that's up to them.
Up to
And
them.
and
Yes.
even though they will continue the behavior, right?
Mhm.
You did your part by calling them out.
Calling it out. Yes.
Gotcha. Now, do you still
Exactly.
view
And it's
that?
another part to it. We about to get to it though. It's the reason why I put
Okay,
these rest of these
gotcha.
questions like that
Okay,
too.
cool,
But
cool,
it's more
cool.
parts to just to hold them accountable. I think we only think about it from
Gotcha.
one way or something like that, one or two ways. But I think it's a lot to holding somebody accountable.
Gotcha.
And I actually I got a lot of screenshots and different things of how you can do it. Different ways you could do it. But we gonna get there though, because we gonna learn something today. Because I hear this so much on the app. I hear it too much, and I feel like that is why our community is like that. And it got a lot to do with that loyalty thing too. It got a lot to do of us restricting ourselves for the most part. We do that a lot too. Like, okay, I can't talk to this person because of that, or it's whatever. I don't know, but we gonna get to it though. Reason why. So Vio, and I only said it right before Vio because I seen where he was kind of going in a way, in a little bit. So go ahead, Vio.
Why do people believe you can't hold others accountable? They believe that either because they thinking too small or they thinking too big. Pause.
Mm.
Me personally, I can't save nobody who don't want to be saved, right?
True.
So if I could hold them accountable. It's up to them to want to change, right? But also,
True.
I don't condone certain shit. So what people need to do is not condone certain shit in your group. Like if you don't wanna, perception is reality, right? So if you condone certain behavior and this person is always in your group, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, this person's cool with this type of shit because they cool with this person. So if I know somebody's on some fuck shit, I don't want them around me. I don't condone it. I call them out. Even if they're in my circle, I'm roasting them about it. Like, oh yeah, this, that, and third, just so it could be known I don't rock with that shit. There's truth to jokes, so I will clown that person if they move a certain way that I don't like. How you?
Okay. All right. On to the next one. This one I just let me see. All right, let's get it now. Let's see how this gonna go. Is being loyal over honesty a big problem? Go ahead, J Love.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think people will stand by loyalty. Oh, that's my girl, that's my boy. But no, they lying. No, they need to get somewhere and sit down and rest their nerves. Yeah, absolutely. Um, you would think that honesty would be a part of loyalty, but in
Right.
today's time, no. We got the Kev. You be looking up definitions and getting understandings to things, and just like you said, and I think that's commendable. But the reality is that most of these people don't even they didn't gave new definitions to everything. Everything got a new definition now. Nothing is what is written in Webster's, Oxford. They even argue what dictionary is a factual dictionary. And if my background is loud, it's because I'm up cooking my husband something to eat. But
No,
anyway,
you good.
but they literally will argue with you which dictionary is the correct dictionary. Well, if it comes from Webster's, then it could be anything, because that's the book that the alphabet community uses, and it's made for them. That dictionary done been out forever and ever and ever, but it's made for that community. So at the end of the day, I listen. Yeah, I'm laying right there because I can't. I can't.
Oh, I got. Oh my! I looked up and good one, man. 3 times this year. 3 times this year. What's up? What's up, Patty? Man, welcome. Got me. Man, why my heart start beating when I'm about to? He already got his stuff pre. Cause I feel like he about to go left with it. Go ahead, Charles. Man, you know it's on you, man. Is being loyal over honesty a big problem?
Well, I wanted to commend you first by saying that you're right. I am one sided. I'm on the good side. I'm one sided. I'm on the good side. I'm on the good side. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't embrace the bad side. I'm on the good side. If you on both sides, then how are you going to come to a solution? If you embracing the high body count, but then you're also embracing the either you embrace pure women or you embrace ran throughs. I get it. If you're trying to get some poom poom, then you would tell the women that it's okay. But if you don't care about them, you just gonna, if you stand on your morals, you stay on one side, and that's the good side. I'm on the good side. But
Mm,
but anyway, I want to say that true loyalty comes with honesty. If it's not honest, if you're not being honest, then you're not being completely loyal. So I think you can't have true loyalty without honesty. See, that's the good side. That's it. I land.
yeah, that's good. That's good. Uh, Nene, what's up, man?
I
Being
think,
too loyal
um,
over honesty a big problem.
um, I'm thinking on that one. I think it's a problem. I don't know if it's a big problem, but I think it's a problem. I think what ends up happening is it seems like it becomes it it seems like when people choose the loyalty over being honest, and the many times it's not that they're choosing the loyalty over being honest, because sometimes we may confront our friends behind closed doors, not necessarily in public, right? So it looks like we're not being honest with our friend and we're being more loyal, but we're actually taking care of it behind closed doors, right? So I don't know it's a big problem that I don't know that it's a big problem. Now, would people prefer to see the chastisement done publicly? Yes. But I think that's going to the fact that people want to see it. But if J Love comes behind closed doors and says, hey, Nene, what you did was wrong, right? And I fix it, does it matter? Is she still being loyal to me? Just because she didn't do it out here in the world, it doesn't mean that she was being dishonest. It just means that she was not going to confront me in the public. She did it behind closed doors. Is that a problem? Is, does that appear to be not loyal, or not being honest, when she really was? No one just knew that she did it. So I don't look at it as being a big problem. I just look at it as if you are not confronting your friend, whether it's behind closed doors or in the public, then yes, at that point you're not being honest. But and I don't even know that you're being loyal. I think you're being destructive, honestly. I don't think the two. I can't be loyal and not be honest to my friend. That's that you can't live in the same place. If I'm loyal to you, I'm honest. Otherwise, I'm destructive to you. And I'm gonna dock my boat again.
All right. Theo, man, what you got for us, man? Is being too loyal over honesty a big problem?
It's a big problem, but it's a bigger problem for the relationship. But when it comes to friends, like I know people betraying you, it's snaking you is like inevitable, so you don't really put too much trust in them. But when it comes to your partner, I think honesty is the biggest thing. Without honesty, I can't trust you worth a damn. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck? We hear that too, right?
Bro, it's not even let me mute. Hey, mute Mark. Charles.
Charleston.
Nigga jacking off or something? What the freak is that noise?
What you doing, Grandpa? I'm trying to speak here.
Oh, sorry about that. I was actually lifting weights.
Man,
Damn, what the heck you doing, man? That's not crazy. That's what you call it.
I lost my train of thought. Being loyal over honesty a big problem.
My boy trying to get two things out of his system at one time.
Hey yo, you can't have no honesty. You can't have no loyalty without that honesty, right? Because like also, I believe withholding holding secrets from your partner or like or somebody is disloyalty, right? Because like how you loyal to me, but I ask you for some information, but because you have loyalty to somebody else, whether or not they're my enemy or not, you don't want to tell me. That's a sign of disloyalty to me. Like, oh, so now you're withholding information on behalf of somebody else. So now you're putting them over me. I see where your loyalty really rise with. You feel me? So that's just how I take it.
Okay. So this, I'm gonna use some examples then of being too loyal over honesty from lately. So one thing I mentioned is how people do with their families, family over everything. Oh, here goes someone that's about to shake the room. Pro-black, pro-women, pro-men. I think I heard pro-women before. Pro-anything, right? That's another example of being too loyal over honesty. And the reason, and what I mean by that, and I think for the most part, I think Jay Love was already getting on that part. Is people would, and this kind of tied to the accountability thing. The reason why I come up with this, people be, they feel like, and I can understand. I'm gonna put it this way: I can understand, like maybe like being in the army and all that stuff. No matter what the situation is, they're gonna be loyal to one another. Okay, that's a situation to get a mission done. So they don't care what type of person it is. It can be a liar or something. Well, they could be, something that's harm somebody, but they own that mission. So no matter what, they brothers or I'm not they mixed in, so brothers and sisters, whatever, to get that mission done. So I can understand why that loyalty it got to be like that, because people are not gonna understand one another. But for the most part, 99% facts, exactly. But for the most part, people be so loyal to certain situation. Well, that's my brother. That's my kid. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and then when it comes to the kid having somehow everybody's kid not bad, but everybody else's is. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no, that's just how they is. That's how they brought up. That's just them. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Oh, that's just being a man. That's just being a woman, right? When we say things like that, it's like, what the heck? That's the reason why they shouldn't be held accountable for their behaviors or something like that. So, like I said, overall, I think when we be so loyal to, blood is thicker than water. I don't care, ride or unalive. We heard of that before, right? We're not, it's like we so loyal to that situation, but we not honest with one another because we don't want to hurt each other's feelings. We feel like if we disagree um, or even try to hold them accountable, then they gonna take offense to it. You know what I'm saying? They gonna feel shame. That's gonna be is now we gonna blend into the next question. They gonna feel something, so they feel like, oh no, now you either with me or against me. That's where that mentality comes from. After that, even though it's obviously with me against me, but I think they're using it wrong nowadays. What's the deal, bags? But yeah, some people be so deep in the loyalty, right, that they're not honest with one another. So they let people do what they do because like I said, because that's their circle or that's what they take up for, you know.
But Kevin,
So,
isn't that destructive behavior though?
huh?
Isn't that destructive though?
That's
Isn't
the
that
reason why I'm saying it's a big problem.
okay? Okay, because I agree with you. You just said it better than what I said it, but I was saying what you're saying, which leads to destructiveness. It's not healthy. It's not a relationship to me.
Right.
That's
Yeah. I mean, that's the reason why I let everybody. That's why I'm saying I get everybody to say how they feel about it, and then I just say my point of view, where I'm coming from with it. I mean, nobody right or wrong, but I'm just saying how I view it and stuff. That's why I let everybody say because everybody different. Everybody got their mind or they come with it from a different angle. So, yeah. So all right. Before we get to this next one, I guess I get this Simone caught up. Yes. What's up? What's up? What's up? You could do like the first three, Simone, to get caught up.
I'm sorry, I heard my name. I was distracted. What'd you say?
That's it. You can do the first three. You got to get caught up because everybody we about to be on the fourth one.
Okay. If you don't call it out, you're giving it a pass. Yes and no. Sometimes calling it out could mean somebody like I don't know how to explain this honestly because I've actually been dealing with this. I don't call a lot of things out because I sometimes feel like the person that's doing it might take it too personal or take it the wrong way. So I myself have to work on the first part actually. So I can't even answer that because I have to work on it. So I'm gonna skip that one. Should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable? Only men and women should hold each other accountable. Men should definitely hold men accountable, and women should hold women accountable because whenever when you're with your homeboys, you know, you talk about, I would hope that you have friends that will give you good advice and tell you, hey, bro, what you're doing, it's not okay. Like, you know, you're being insensitive or you're taking this too far. Somebody needs to call you out. It might not be your lady, so you might need your homeboys to call you out. I might need somebody in my family or my friends to say, hey, what you're doing is not okay. I actually have friends that will literally tell me, hey, I love you, but you're in the wrong. And I'm like, okay, please elaborate to me so I can change what I'm doing wrong. And they'll tell me, and I'm like, okay, I see your perspective. I will apologize, or I will actually take accountability and go change it instead of because you know sorry can go so far. Okay, why do people believe you can hold others accountable? I don't know if people believe you can hold us accountable. I think people are scared to hold other people accountable because some people take it the wrong way. They get too defensive. They might take something that you're saying in a harsh way. So you might like say, okay, well, I know Kev responds this way, so I'm not gonna hold him accountable on this one because he's gonna take what I'm gonna say to him in a very disrespectful way. Even though I don't mean disrespect by it, I'm just calling him out. But he's gonna think that I'm saying that I don't have his back at the end of the day. Is being loyal over honesty a big problem? Yes, that's a big problem. When is the time shame?
Hold up.
When
Yeah, we about to
when
start
is
that with
the
well, I guess you could start that part, and then we gonna get on J Love after that.
when is the time when is the term shame is necessary?
So when is the time shame is necessary?
That's time. I said time
Yeah.
first. I was like, that didn't make sense. When is the time shame is necessary? Are you sure that you meant time?
Yes. When is the right time shame is necessary?
Okay. When is the right time to shame somebody? I will use example of parents. When you as a parent are not doing right by your kids, like, you know, if you as co-parenting and you're barely seeing your child, you should get shamed for not being a cooperative parent with your other co-parent. So instead of putting all the blame or responsibility on one parent, you should also take accountability of the fact that you also are the parent. So your friends or your family should acknowledge that you are not being a good parent and shame you. That's the only time I think shame is necessary. Or if you're being disrespectful to people, like, you know, just regular, if you're just rude, like let's say we got to a restaurant and you're just being ugly to the waitress, I'm gonna call you out because why? There's no reason or need to be disrespectful to any ordinary person that you see on a day-to-day basis or, you know, see whenever you get out of the house. I did not know I was going to answer that many questions. Usually I like to jump in whenever somebody's talking.
Yeah, that's
Geez,
when you come
Kev.
in late. So, all right,
I'll be
J
annoying when
Love, you
somebody else
next.
answers.
Um, the question is when is it time to shame somebody? I mean, I guess it's like Simone said, if you're in a situation where that person is just being rude for no reason in a restaurant to a waitress or somebody like that, I can see that kind of shame. But what form of shame are we talking about, right? Are we talking about person to person relationship? You know what I'm saying? Because to me, shame just doesn't work anymore. Shame fell on deaf ears a long time ago. Um, because I don't think you can shame anybody. I think shame is a lot like accountability. I just don't think that it works anymore. Shaming somebody for what? That person has to trust what you're saying in order for it to be shameful. And I think a lot of people, again, I will say, especially on social media, I think a lot of people think they hold more weight in people's lives than they really do. And they don't understand that these tactics that they're using really don't matter to them. Because when they shut this app off, they go and do the same thing. And I don't care if they send you an inbox going, oh, I just really appreciate your words. And, oh, I just heard everything you said and it was just so true and it was so, so good. And no, player, listen, I don't roll like that. And if it does work, great. But I don't see it being a thing because, again, it's a trust thing. I have to trust you in order to believe what you're saying. Because everything that you're saying is not correct. And I can read. But that's me. And I yield.
Okay.
Okay.
What you got, Nene?
Hmm. So I'll start off by saying I can only shame a person who knows that I care about them and that they care about me, right? Because if you just around here shaming people, I can give 10 flying monkeys what you say. And I could be wrong, but I guarantee you cannot shame me in the public if I don't give 10 flying monkeys about you and what you are saying. So here's how I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to take your previous questions and kind of answer it. In order for me to shame the person, right, I need to have said that I've held them accountable, right? And I'm going to say it's my girlfriend. It's going to be Simone. I held Simone accountable for something. And then after that, she did something else, and I kind of let that one slide because I'm like, you know what, mishap. But then she does it again, and this is where my little loyalty come in. I'm gonna have to say, like, pull her to the side. Hey, Simone, we've talked about this before. You're doing it again. Hey, you gotta quit that, sis. And we're behind closed doors doing that. Now she does it the fourth time. This is when the public shame is going to come in. I'm going to have to do it in the public because obviously the previous iterations of what I tried to do with her, she did not capture that. So now I'm going to have to go public on her and publicly shame her, or wherever we are and just say it out front and do it. It is at that moment because if you just do it outright in the beginning, I don't know that it's going to work. I think it's going to be more hurtful. But if there's an issue that me and Simone's been working on over and over and over again, and she continues to do it, I think at that moment, I can say something in a respectful way. It doesn't have to be disrespectful. It can be respectful. And I think that is when it's necessary, when it's something that I have seen her work on, but it's still becoming a shortcoming to her. Sometimes you need that jolt to say, oh, shucks, okay, you're right. I keep doing it. Let me stop because I don't want this to happen again. So I think that is the kind of moment that you would do it. But if you don't have rapport with that person, it doesn't matter what I say to Simone. She is not going to listen to me, period. And I think that, to J Love's point, I think a lot of times on this app when people think that they're doing some type of public shaming, I don't give a doggone because y'all don't know me. So why would I care? I think there are caveats to that public shaming. that there has to be a level of rapport in order for it to even work. You can publicly shame someone, but you're wasting your hot air. Give it to somebody else that cares. And I dock my boat.
Okay. Yeah, what you got for us? And I'm gonna tell my point of view of that.
Hey, good morning. I'm sorry. I had jumped in the box earlier, then I had to jump off because of work.
Oh,
And I wanted to address a couple of things that just was expressed on your platform, in which the
okay.
gentleman, his name was Charles, was expressing how women who are single mothers have no value in the community, and now, those type of things that was being expressed on this platform that is not a part of how you, as the host, carry your platforms. Because I've been watching for a while. I just wanted to say that in terms of solutions, as a single African American woman who has a decent income that doesn't have a lot of responsibilities, meaning children, and my job is pretty good and, that type of stuff, I find myself supporting those mothers. And in terms of just whose responsibility it is, I will just be glad when we all look at, we are now held accountable as a community as a result of two people being irresponsible. I'm just going to say that again so it can land really well for those who actually have listening skills. There are two people who were being irresponsible when they had sex. However, I want the community to be accountable. And what I mean by that is the child is here as a result of two people having sex. That child is a living, breathing human being. I hold myself accountable for teaching what I can to a young lady who may fall short. I teach what I can to a young man that may be falling short. Whether or not they receive it or not does not neglect my responsibility to just give accountability where it can land. And I think that's the problem. Whether or not I know you or not, I hope everybody increases their discernment to be able to give accountability where it fits. Because I might not even know you and you might be in a 7-Eleven. However, I might say, hey, young lady, it's really not good that you're touching all the lids because infection control is important while you're in the public. COVID is going around. So next time, just try to just put your hand on your lid so that the person who comes after you won't get sick or whatever. Now, if they got an attitude, I'll use my discernment and move away. But I still held myself accountable for my community and the things that I see that go on around with me. And as far as the men who feel like they want to be passport bros, fine, you are not a part of my community and you're not a part of my solution. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm willing to give you a solution. Just give me your cash app because I can afford for you to go get your passport. And how about buy you a house while you over there because they cost nothing so you can stay and not come back and make women feel bad about the things that they may or may not be aware of as they try to find a solution in their own lives.
Okay. So I guess my point of view on the shame, and I'm gonna go back to that one with the one before two before that too. So I feel like when is the time shame is necessary? I would say the time I feel like it was necessary is when some people be oblivious to certain things when they know wrong and they do it anyways. And it affect other people. Uh, and I would do it because hold on, what the heck? I would do it because this thing called making an example out of somebody. And I feel like that's case by case. I don't think every situation need to be made an example out of because everybody be thinking they got the but and it depends on how they look at it. And I know a lot of people know what that term is, but that's still a form of it's a form of a shame when you try to make a shame example out of somebody. So, if I got a shame situation to save many other people and it might not help them, I would do it. I would do it to make sure another person don't fall into the same thing. No different if we shaming baby dad what they call it, deadbeat baby daddies or drunks and all that stuff. A person that's just purposely, doing things like how y'all be shaming. Don't we shame pedos, right? All them, right? With like I look at it, if we not some behaviors or some situations just gotta be a shame to know that it's not wrong. People gonna still do it things anyways, but we gotta know, it's gotta be known that it's a serious matter for for people that even think twice of doing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure, with some children, right? If they see it as that, because they don't like that feeling either, they might try to avoid it. I think it's just some cases. So I think, if we make an example out of, making an example out of somebody, I look at it like that's just like how we do, like I was mentioning yesterday, R. Kelly or people that always want to, I mean, it might not save them, but it get other people like, don't be like this guy or don't be like this person. So
Yeah, I
that's the
definitely
time I
agree
think
with you.
shame is necessary.
I
What's the
don't
deal,
think
Mary?
even as you talk about and give examples in our communities of men who may be alcoholics or struggling with addiction, I still find value in those men. Because let me tell you something. In my community, yes, Washington, D.C. is so vast. You can pay $600,000 for a house, you know what I'm saying, that's in the middle of the hood, because that's just gentrification, right? So at the end of the day, I still find value in those men, because as a single woman who's coming in the community by myself, guess who's watching me at night when I go home? And not necessarily to do harm, but just based on their lifestyle. Who out in the street at 2:00 in the morning? They in the street. But they say, hey, Mom, you good? I just want to make sure you make it in the house safe. We can find value in every person in our communities, even when our community isn't doing their best. And I think that even as I encourage these men that I see that are outside in front of the stores asking for money, I'll just say, hey, they're having a job fair next week. Do you have a suit? Do you have a tie? I know at a place that you can go to and go get a free suit and tie. Look like you may need a hot meal, brother. Are you going to be here on Thursday? Because I can bring you a sandwich on my way to work. Those are how the things that we can do to take accountability. And I'm going to say that we can take accountability for the outcomes of our individual communities. I don't know what everybody else's community is like. I want to do the difference in my community. And for those who, like I said, if you have anything contradictory that just want to talk about how people's circumstances are horrible, then this definitely not their platform. But brothers like yourself who are giving people the opportunity to talk about solutions in a healthy way, there's everything that we can do to uplift each other. Whether or not I'm addicted, whether or not I got 10 kids out of wedlock, whether or not I'm a single woman and don't know how to keep a man, whatever other narrative that is on this platform, how can you bring a solution to that? Somebody told me the other day, oh, well, work on your facial expressions because sometimes you have this rest and be face. And I was like, dang, I wasn't even aware of that. I'm always in thought mode. You understand what I mean? So I could definitely do that too. I can work on things for myself. Everybody deserves the opportunity to look at themselves from an outside lens and take what you can and put the rest away. And I'm going to drop down so that I can go back to work, you guys. So I hope everybody has a pleasant morning. And I know that
Yeah, for sure.
platform to learn. I appreciate you because this is definitely something that I could utilize as I'm trying to just get tools as I try to save my own community.
I feel you. Appreciate you.
I'll be back though if you're still alive. But I'm still alive. But I have to do this whole school thing this morning right now, and I'll be back. Just give me a little bit to get it done, and once I get in the car, I can come back up and join you live.
All right.
I'm still here. I was just eating hot Cheetos.
Wow, not the Cheetos. So the one I wanted to go back to is also why do people believe you can't hold others accountable? From my observation, that's where all my information usually comes from is observation. I would recommend that for a lot of people.
Where's
you know what
the
I'm saying?
accent?
Figure things out on your own. But what I see, what I've been, what I be seeing is a lot of people. I think that we don't really understand what it is. I don't think we really understand what holding others accountable, and we look at it from one way. Also, we also put ourselves into it, like, hey, nobody ain't doing it for me, doing it to me, so I'm not doing it to them, because I can see it that way. I also would say a lot of pride and ego is behind that, why we feel like we can't hold other people accountable, because like I said, we throw ourselves in it because you're not going to hold me accountable. Nobody ain't making me do anything. And yeah, we do. The thing is, a lot of us unintentionally don't notice we are holding people accountable. We dang near do it naturally, especially when somebody treat us wrong, do one of our people's wrong or something like that, or anything that we, even at a job, we unintentionally hold people accountable. So like I said, it's a lot to that.
Okay.
So
What about
with the bonus, even though we didn't even get to that though all the way, but it's a reason why I had put that one down. And matter of fact, you can answer too before, and I explain it since there's not really many people up here
well no, I
till
was I
later
was
because I'm
gonna
gonna stretch
go
this
I
out.
was gonna go off on what the lady just said. I forgot her name. Or the one that just dropped. Not the one that dropped, the one that dropped before that lady. About what did she say? Something. And I was gonna say what if somebody she said somebody could tell me that she has a rest in B face. What if somebody's telling you I have met people in my life that would tell me or that will assure me that they know themselves. I am a human being. I know myself to the best of my abilities, but I do not know myself 100% because I don't see myself from other people's perspective. I see myself from my own perspective. What do you think about people that say, that you cannot tell them about themselves because they quote unquote know themselves?
I don't think everybody. That's why I say people be saying that though. I can admit that I don't know myself all the way. I know more about myself, but I will never totally know myself because everything's situational. Like I said, I even, daily, I think a lot of us lie to ourselves, tell us just like I said about trust. I'll be saying I got on the tattoo on my neck is only God I trust. 'Cause I believe you can't put 100% trust in anything. And I'm like, dang, if it ain't 100%, is it really real? Is it really trust? Like, you can say I trust the person, but I don't trust that they're not going to take my car to the destination. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Like, dang. So you don't trust them.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
yeah,
what do you
that's
think
what I
about
would
people
say.
that
I don't
say,
think a
what
lot
do
of
you
us
think?
really know ourselves or know
Well,
enough about
there are people
ourselves.
that are very quote unquote self-aware to the point where they think that they know themselves to the full extent of who they are. And in my opinion, that's
That's limiting.
impossible.
That's limiting yourself then, because if we can always change for the better and say that you know yourself, and then you change to somebody else or change for the better, then did you really know yourself? I think as long as we got information and we can always better our life, we'll never truly know ourselves. We will never.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I said, I'm still growing, so I'll never fully know myself. Yeah. I will never fully know myself. I know myself to a certain extent, but in 2 years I'm gonna be a whole different version of myself.
Yeah.
And then
And
within
if
the
you
next
move to
year,
another whole
I'm gonna
country and
be a
adapt to that
whole
area, that's more you know
exactly.
about yourself.
I'm gonna be a whole different version of myself every month.
Hmm.
Next week, I'm gonna learn something new about myself. So
Hmm.
whenever I don't agree with people that say they know themselves because there's no way that you know yourself.
Nope.
Because when you are, I'm 28 right now. When I'm 48, I'm not gonna be this. If I say I know myself, that means I'm gonna be the same person I am right now when
Exactly.
I'm 48.
Exactly. That's
So
why I say I pay attention to wording and realize I have to change a lot of my wording though. But a lot of people are not gonna want to change it. Ego and pride, you know what I'm saying? Lack of open mindedness or being stubborn. Some people like I've
and
been
not,
living my life
mm-hmm.
speaking the way, talking the way. I'm not gonna change that. But at the end of the day, like I tell people, we only limit ourselves. Just like I can go back to the first question about men holding. I believe everybody can hold each other accountable, and I don't think it's just man and man. Just like I think I looked in the comments. What she say? Nene said, "I'm holding my homeboy accountable. He
For
leaving his
leaving her
kids with
his
me or
kids.
something like that." But she just hold another man accountable, right? So that's a prime
Yeah,
example of that. A
exactly.
woman can hold men accountable.
Like the other
So
night,
that's
you
just
held me
that's a
accountable
little
for
thing,
not going to sleep.
huh?
The other night, you held me accountable for not going to sleep.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? exactly, to look out for you. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, we be saying things, but I think we only think about it one way, and that's the reason why I said um about why people believe you can't do it because we limit it. I mean, we don't. I think a lot of people really don't know what holding accountable is, or they or even read up on it, or what it could be. You know, so that's the reason why. And like I said, a lot of pride and ego when we say that, hey, nobody gonna do me like that, and me and mine like that. So I'm gonna let them mind their business or something like that. I do feel like things is case by case. You do got to be selective of who you talk to, but for the most part, like, when it comes to the biggest, when you really see somebody hold somebody accountable, is when they get mad at somebody. You know, when they oh, you did this to my fam or something. You'll hold a person accountable if they do something to you and your family, right? I mean that's why I said so many different forms. You don't have to know them. You can hold strangers accountable, all that stuff. That is like, and that's why I said we limit because we don't know what really holding accountable is. We only just stick to, and that's my biggest observation is we only stick to. Well, ain't nobody gonna do anything to hold me accountable. But who says that? How do you know nobody can't hold you accountable? A police can pull you over. That's another form of holding you accountable. You nothing you can do about it unless you try to fight them and be unalive. But it's just like I think it's that it's ego and pride. It's us feeling like we're
Hmm.
untouchable. It's us feeling like
It's not even that. It's not about untouchable. I think it's mainly ego and not even
I
ego.
just said that ego and pride.
No, no, not even ego. I would say sometimes people might think that they know themselves better than anybody can know them. But that's only from the
And
self
why is that?
perspective. Yeah, you're right. Ego and pride.
I'm like, no, she trying to,
I don't know. I
she
was
trying
trying to
to say
like
it so
elaborate on
bad.
that because people will say, "Well, I know myself." Okay, that's great. Good for you. But do you know yourself from an outside perspective?
Right.
Can you see yourself from my perspective? No, it's impossible because you're not me. You're not me looking at you. You're just.
Exactly. That's
Mm-hmm.
another good one too. Other people, outsiders can tell you a lot about yourself too that you ain't know about. Like everybody that think that nobody can talk to them, that's why I say they limit themselves. That's why they stuck where they at. You know what I'm saying? You got to sometimes take other people's advices or observations of you sometimes because you might not know. You're so used to being you. You know what I'm saying that you can't see that anything you got to change about you. So that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's why people. That's funny. But yeah, exactly.
That's why I tell people tone of voice really doesn't matter because you could be like Kev, you could be talking to me in your version, you talking to me very calmly, but I'm seeing you and I'm hearing your voice, and your voice could sound aggressive towards me. It could sound aggressive to me. So I could tell you, hey Kev, you sound a little aggressive right now. And you're like, oh, I wasn't being aggressive. I'm talking to you calmly. I'm like, yeah, but your tone of voice. That's why tone of voice matters because only the receiving party can actually really hear your tone of voice, not yourself. Because sometimes I know I talk fast. I don't know I'm talking fast until somebody tells me, hey, you're talking a little fast right now. And I'm like, oh yeah, I am
And
talking fast
you
because I like no come to reality again, and it kicks my brain that my brain is moving like 20 miles an hour while my mouth is moving like 50 miles an hour. Actually, no, my mouth is trying to catch up my brain, but that's when it comes to hold on. It says being you in your eyes and not in the eyes of others. Yeah,
right. That's what I was about to get on that. I wonder
I can
what you
only
mean by
be
the being you in your eyes. It's not in the eyes of others. Yeah, that's true.
like I can only perceive myself in a version of me that I know, and the version of me that I know might not be the version that other people see me as. Hey, big mama.
Exactly. But even that, right? That's what I'm trying to see what angle she going with. But that's true though. But like what we was talking about at the beginning, that people, what is being you? What is that?
Well,
Because
being you
it
could
changes, and
be.
if you stuck at saying that you being
Mm,
you is only it, you limit yourself. That's all you doing. If you said this is just me, this is my character or something like that. You say it like people say things like we can't change it, like we can't identify ourselves as something else. You know, I could be like, well, I'm just a negative person. That's just me
Oh
being
yeah.
me.
Or whenever somebody says, "Well, I'm this way because I'm this way."
Exactly.
No, you can change
You
that.
choose to be
Somebody
that
could
way.
say, "Well, I react like this because you triggered me." Well, explain how I triggered you. Or somebody could say, I am negative, or no, I'm more passive aggressive because I saw my parents being passive aggressive. Okay, well, change it. Do better. What can we do to grow from that? Because you can't be like that forever.
You know, funny thing
And
is,
what's the funny thing?
the funny thing is people like that trigger thing, right? A person can blame another person about, oh, you made me trigger, or you made me mad, right? But then in the other breath, be like, you can't make me accountable. So I'm like, what the?
See?
This don't make
How
sense.
does that make
People
no
be funny. They be
sense?
selective on what they say a person can make them do or not. You know, it's like
Like
you got
if
to
you,
stand on what you stand on.
mm-hmm,
If you believe a person can't make you do that, then a person can't make you do the other thing either. So you can't
like
say that
Kev,
somebody
if
made me
you
mad or
are,
made me triggered, and then be
mm-hmm,
like, well, but you can't hold me accountable, or you can't make me accountable. So
like
that's gonna be so funny to me.
if you can hold me accountable, that means I should be able to hold you accountable as well.
True.
It's not a one-way street. If you feel comfortable enough, if I made you feel comfortable enough to hold me accountable, that means that I should be able to tell you about yourself when you need to be held accountable. And you cannot respond with, well, that's not who I am. I'm just this way.
Right.
Like, excuse me, ma'am, sir. What? So don't hold me accountable then. If you don't want to accept what I have to say about you, do not tell me about anything about myself. Yeah, Big Mama.
Hi, baby.
That was fast.
How y'all doing?
I'm
Good.
good.
I'm blessed. Blessed. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, rejuvenized, woke up, about to make some breakfast and
What do you have to make?
oatmeal.
That's a hearty breakfast.
It's warm because it's cold out. So, and then run Monday's
I usually
errands.
make an egg sandwich.
What's up, Malika?
That's what the little one asked for. She wanted oatmeal this morning, so I'm gonna make some oatmeal. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I kind of came in out the bed. How ya? Well, am I answering the question?
When I came in,
If you
Kevin
want to.
answered all that crap at once.
Where you at with it? Where you at with it? Number.
Where you want to start? What's catching your eye?
I was reading them all. Let's see. Should men hold men accountable? Women hold women accountable? Why do people believe you can't hold others accountable? Is being too loyal over honesty a big problem? Wait, is being too loyal over honesty a big problem? Explain that.
Um,
I don't understand that question.
so you don't understand it?
Is
Mm. Well, you know what loyalty is, right?
Yeah. Are you asking is being loyal over honesty? Like, is loyalty bigger than honesty or?
Mm. I'm trying to find a way to say it without giving my perception on it. But so I can see where you coming from with it. But I guess basically our people is so loyal that they don't hold each other accountable in a way.
Oh, okay. Okay. Say less. Okay. Okay. I got it. When is the time shame is necessary? Ooh, these are good questions. Okay. I'll just run it down.
So much. Last
If you
night
don't
was really
call it
good.
out, you're giving it a pass.
I guess so. Okay. I can see why if you don't
Can
call
you,
certain things
Big
out, you
Mama,
give
can
it
you elaborate that for me?
Can I what?
Can you elaborate on that for me? Because I said I cannot answer that because I'm still learning how to deal with that. The first one, if you don't call it out, you're giving it a pass.
All right. Simple things. If somebody calls me a name or calls me out my name and I don't like it, they'll think it's okay. And they do it again. A lot of times people
Nice.
will wait until it's too much. Like I notice non-confrontational people. Matter of fact, we did it the other day in the live. I think our brother is very non-confrontational. So you kind of just brush it off like, oh, it's no big deal, no big deal, until one day it does become a big deal. So sometimes you want to handle those things while they're small before you allow it to just blow it up, you know. That's what I'm getting from that.
Nice.
And that's why I think with that because I build up until it's a big deal and then why I'm all of a sudden blowing up. So that's why I said I need to work. I actually do need to work on that. If you don't call it out, you're giving it a pass. Yeah, mirror. Life's too short. But I also I just feel guilty a lot. That's why I don't do it.
I feel like things is case by case though. Some people are just, huh?
You said change the battery in your smoke detector. Big Mama. I know it's not me.
She talking about you.
It's not me. I know it's not me.
That's not mine. I don't have a beat.
Oh, it's definitely not me. It is not me.
I don't have a beat. Yeah, that's what I think. And then the first question. But see, people think like, okay, and I guess they'll go to the first will go to this first question. Should men call men out and should women call women out or hold each other accountable? Why or why not? Before it's a man versus man thing and a women versus woman thing, I'm gonna tie that first question to the statement above it. A lot of people worry about how they'll respond. You had a good example again. I mean, the same one. Hey, Mirror. Matter of fact, it was Mirror. The way that somebody responded, it's like, oh, that wasn't the reason for it. So if somebody responds aggressively or is not receiving the quote unquote calling out, then it's like, wait, that wasn't the intention. I'm not trying to make you mad. And that's a defense mechanism sometimes when a person responds very, defensively or aggressively and not receiving it. So for whatever reason they don't want to receive it. So, that people don't want to go through that. So they'll sometimes, you know what, it's not my place. I'm not saying nothing to nobody. I don't got time for the back and forth. But then there are those who don't mind how a person will react or respond and will say what they need to say, however they need to say it. The best way is just be assertive. Keep your feelings out of it, say what you need to say and be done with it. Set healthy boundaries, whatever. So, can men hold men accountable? Women hold women accountable? Why not? I think men should hold other men accountable as women should hold other women, because we know first before what's going on with them before the other sex. And when you become an adult, before when you're underage, your parents were the ones who held you accountable. And when you become an adult, you're like, can't nobody tell me what to do. True. But there is a level of learning. There is a level of balance that still takes place in life. And usually it's with your peers, your friends, people that you look up to, respect, pastors, whatever. And they'll be the ones, counselors, to tell you, put your shoes on. You falling short or you need to step it up, whatever. You're doing this wrong because we're not perfect. And we're going to make mistakes. And if somebody cares
enough. And that's the thing I think we need to learn to decipher. Sometimes people are checking people because there's a God complex thing going on. And then sometimes
Right.
somebody really cares. So you have to be the receiver to learn how to discern that. But 9 times out of 10, if it hurts or if we don't like the message, we gonna kind of attack the messenger. So you just gotta like be in a place, and even to the person giving the advice, like see where that person's at if you don't mind the backlash, to see if they're gonna be in a place to receive it or not, because you don't want to cast your pearls among swine. And I mean, I think I answered the why or why not in that statement. I feel I did. I feel I did.
Okay.
But I'm gonna
We go ahead and get Malika in this a
I'm
little
gonna
bit
pause.
real
Go
quick.
ahead and do the first question, Malik. So I gotta get this oatmeal started.
Um, I think it's not really about calling something out. I think it's how you do it. I think that's the important thing. And that is the first one, right? Um,
You know. Oh, why you said that? Expand on that then. Why you
well,
said that?
because everybody do calling out every day. The problem is how we talk to people. It's not never what you say, it's always how you say it. I will always stand by that. So it's not necessarily the call out in itself. It's how this thing that's a problem is being brought up and talked about. I think that's the best way I can explain that.
Mm.
But if I just wanted to answer the question without all of that, then I would think just in general, silence is agreement.
Mm.
Should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable? I think that is the craziest thing ever. I think people should hold people accountable. Miss
Nice.
Simone
Somebody
made
said
a
it.
statement. She said when you were a kid, most of the time it's your parents telling you what to do. Well, your parents are comprised of a man and a woman. You have a man and a woman telling you what to do. So I don't get the concept of only women and only men. That's weird to me. I think
Right.
people should hold people accountable, because when you shame something, it's being shamed by the peers which make up of men and women. So that's crazy to me. Why do people believe you can't hold others accountable? Because their belief is weird. Is being too loyal over honesty a problem? I think not being honest is a problem within itself. So absolutely. I think honesty is way more important than loyalty.
Mm-hmm.
And when is it time to shame? When is the time shame is necessary? When people do shameful things.
Mm.
And a bonus, how do you hold someone to their word? You don't. What is wrong? You don't hold nobody to their word. That person's word is their word. It's something they have to hold to you, not the other way around. So that's how I would answer those questions. And thank you very much, Kev.
For sure. For sure. Okay. Um, Cormiga, my brother. What's up, man? And what's up, Britt? Cormiga, you muted too, cause your
Britt,
Oh, my bad. Good morning, rise and shine. Hello to everybody in the panel, the host, Kevin,
good
and
morning. Good
everybody
what's
else.
up,
morning,
my
sir.
brother?
How are you today?
Oh, I feel better than I did yesterday.
There we go. That's what I'd like to hear.
So, yeah, this is a very interesting topic. I like what the gentleman just said and the person before that. I like to touch on this topic if
Lady,
possible.
sir. You gotta look at the picture. My name is Malika. That's the feminine version of Malik. Y'all killing me.
I didn't read. My apologies, but regardless, I love your energy and you made a good point that it comes from both men and women. Okay, let me breathe in. Again, my apologies for this. I should have read and I didn't. So again, not to take away from your
I'm just
props,
picking.
Got
but
Hey,
held
I'm just picking with
accountable.
you. I'm just picking with you, man. It's okay. People get my name weird and my picture weird all the time. I've been
Malika,
dealing with this
well,
my
the
whole
way you
life.
said
I'm glad you have a sense of humor, because without it,
the way you
we
said
all
that,
be,
Malika,
know.
you were fed up.
I just remembered the song.
You
My
were
name's Malik,
over
the
it.
5 foot freak. You know what I'm saying? So that's all it is. But
Oh,
yeah,
that's a good laugh. Thank you, Malika. That was a good laugh.
so yeah, I do appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the topic. I like to touch a little bit on it. I like what was said. I like to add a little bit to it. Um, Communication is very important. Not the most important thing, but one of the vital um, logistics of life. And there's a lot of components to communication. First being the listening part, which I feel is the most important of communication. We all talk about the same thing, the echo in the room, listening to understand, not to respond. That's getting old already. Um, but it's also about vocabulary, grammar. Well, that's where confidence comes from. Enunciation, making sure that you put the right tense in what you're saying, making sure you're asking the right questions so you can get the right answers. And sometimes you don't have to say anything, because if you let people speak, they'll show you who they are. So, with that being said, the more you know, the more you grow. The more options you have, the more confident. Some people are under the impression that the more you know, the more confusing. No, discernment comes from a variety of things, and the more information you have to work with, the better chance that you'll make the right decision, because you're not thinking linearly or the same way for everything that you do. So, Kevin, could you help me out with the question, please? Because I need glasses and I can't read it.
So for the first one,
What's the
for the
first one?
first one, should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable only?
Impossible.
Why or why
Impossible.
not?
Impossible. This accountability is a human thing. It is not a role for men or women. And people need to stop making the discord between men and women and what the roles are. That role belongs to both men and women, because, like it was stated a few seconds ago, parents are both men and women. Sometimes two men, sometimes two women. We're in 2024. It is what it is. But there is no barrier to who can hold you accountable. But there's nothing better than self accountability. What's the next one?
Uh, why do people believe you can't hold others accountable?
Because that's what the buzzword is. You have these sessions and some of these rooms and some of this social media that's telling you what to do and what not to do, and it's taking you away from your independent thought process, which is critical thinking. So they get in your feelings by pushing you in a certain direction, and when emotions and feelings are involved with decisions and you lead with emotions, chances are it won't go right.
Okay. So I'm gonna split it up a little bit so I get everybody in for a minute. So you did the first two. I'm gonna get Britt to do the first two, then go back to you. If Big Mom back, I'll let her do the other one. So Big Britt, what you got for us on the topic? If
Good
you don't
morning.
call it out, you're giving it a pass.
Um, yeah, so that's 100% truthful, right? But I feel like there needs to be some level of like interpersonal relationship to be calling people out. Um, and this is the reason I say that. People in America right now are very much agitated, right? But at the same time, desensitized. So, like, desensitized to what's right versus what's wrong, but very agitated at other people's opinions or also holding each other accountable. Um, and I think it comes, like what the gentleman said before me, it comes around the fact that self accountability is the most important. And we're desensitizing even the young kids so much that they don't really know a lot of times what they're doing is wrong. They're just kind of doing what they're seeing everybody else do, right? And and for me, holding someone accountable now in 2024 looks different than what it looked like 15 years ago. When I would hold somebody accountable 15 years ago, it was an easy conversation just to, hey, can I talk to you for a second? Or hey, that's not right. Do you need any help? Now you can't even say something to somebody in the store if their kid's acting completely fucking crazy because they want to fight you. You know what I'm saying? Or they want to, everyone wants to mind their own business, which is cool. I mean, I'm down. I'm down for people I don't know minding their own business. But if like I said, if you have an interpersonal relationship with somebody and you're just letting shit fly that is not right, and you're not holding them accountable, you are absolutely giving them a pass,
Right.
and you are enabling that behavior. Well, I'm not saying you should go
Facts.
out and be telling strangers what the fuck to do because you're putting yourself in a precarious situation. It would depend on the situation and how urgent it was to speak up for me.
Mm.
But
Okay.
I think with people you need to get down on some accountability, or you're just aiding into the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
That's facts. That's facts.
and I know I know the response I'm gonna get. What if you are too cautious about holding that person accountable you are in a relationship with because
Yeah.
of what they could respond with and how they could take it? I already know the answer. I just want to hear somebody say it out loud.
The answer most of the time is that's not the right person for you then, right?
Well,
mm,
well, I was going
Because
to
you
say,
can't your communication is just so important. I mean, you really can't have a relationship without communicating on a very
right.
base level where you can at least go to each other with concerns if you need to hold them accountable. And if you're scared of somebody's reaction, if you can't even go to somebody to say something because you're scared of their reaction, like, I don't really know how to fix that, you know?
I would say that that's a personal problem.
Mm-hmm.
Believe it or
Yeah.
not, it's not the
Yeah.
person that you're talking to. It's you. You're the one that's afraid. I would definitely say
Yeah.
that's a personal problem, and maybe the person, and I don't
Hear
mean
out
you
loud.
as in the people I'm talking to. I mean you as in everyone but me. The person that's having that problem, they need to figure out what's wrong with them that they can't communicate the way that they need to,
Yeah.
because
Both
you're the
sides.
person that's talking. So if you're trying to communicate something to somebody, then the person that's the
Mm.
actual communicator need to be able to communicate it in the way that the person they're talking to understands it. So
Malika,
if
I
that
love you.
person is
You
having an
always come
issue,
from the other side. I love your
then
perspective.
that's a personal problem. I don't think that's the problem of the other
I
person at all.
I think in my defense, I think my problem is, like I said, the whole pass and calling out. I just don't know how to not step over people's feelings, if that makes sense. Like, I'm always afraid that someone might take me wrong because
So you need
it's
help with
it's,
like
it's a,
delivery of the message. Like, that's the
no,
part that you
I
struggle
need
with.
to get over how people feel, not delivery. My
Mm.
delivery is very good. I need to get over how people feel.
Well, can I say something real quick? Maybe going into the situation knowing that there is potential for someone to get hurt will help you, because you can't avoid how people are going to feel if you are saying the truth. If you state your truth
Mm-hmm.
and you stay poised on the truth, that is not your problem. Your problem is that if you're going to walk around sugarcoating things and walking on eggshells, how productive can you actually be?
Yeah, brace yourself. That's what he's saying. Brace yourself for whatever type of reaction you're about to get. That's another good piece
The,
of
the
advice.
thing
Yeah.
is, a
And
lot
pick
of
it.
times, I think it could be from childhood trauma that I'm afraid that people might take me the wrong way and react. Even though, like I said, it's a me problem. It is definitely a me problem that I need to work out and figure out myself.
I
True.
would say just like with that, you still want to even me, right? You gotta pick and choose your battles though, because some situations could be dangerous. You can't just walk up to a dude that's rolling the dice and be like, "Hey, y'all ain't supposed to be doing that." You might go to, you know what I'm saying, like this mess, you kind of mess yourself up. So it's what I would just say: pick and choose who you choose to, I guess, call out,
Yeah.
and be safe with it.
You got to read the room too.
Like the worst thing
Gotta,
is,
yeah,
like, if I'm
You
in a
got to read the
relationship.
room. You can't jump into things without at least having some background information. If you wanna be objective and not subjective to things, you need more facts. Objectivity is about facts, and the more facts that you have, the better you are at what you're doing. But if you go half cocked or half assed, chances are that it's going to be interpreted, perceived in the wrong way because you didn't do your due diligence.
I will say
Yep.
a lot of times, it's not about like I will take
Kev, I'm running. Sorry, I don't mean to
anybody.
cut you. I'm running the baby into the daycare. I'll just be 2 minutes. I'll be back. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
for sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah.
A lot of times I don't mind people calling me out because I take it as like, for me to grow. But I think sometimes if maybe it could be abandonment issues. It really could be abandonment issues where I feel like if I call somebody out, they will take the
You leave
wrong
your
way
pewter
and
here, and then you can have it when you come back. Okay?
they will take it and be like, oh, they don't be my friend anymore or they don't be with me anymore. It could be abandonment issues.
The best way to get through abandonment issues is therapy.
Like I said, I'm very aware of this. I'm very aware. I just need to figure out how to overcome it, which is therapy. Yes, I am
Therapy.
therapy.
It might take a while. I am a I am a I am a big pusher of therapy. I like to consider myself a therapy baby. I think I've been to all of them. And I think that people assume that their problems are supposed to vanish quickly. And I think what people fail to realize is that whatever issues that we have, those things took years to make. It take about that much time to get rid of.
if not more.
Right, if not more. So I'm always a pusher of therapy. So I think that everybody need it.
That's funny. And
So
that
real quick
and
before
I
everybody
also
get
go,
big
go ahead,
advocate
Kev.
for therapy and
yeah,
counseling.
hold
A
up
lot
real
of
quick.
times,
Hold up, hold up, real quick before everybody go. If y'all can, everybody in the box, y'all can tap two in the box too, because I think they changed it up. If y'all can give me the 15K real quick, share it about 10 people for people in the comments and in the box, and a couple hashtag FYP just to keep me on the page and stuff. So y'all can go ahead.
um, with me, I'm a big advocate for therapy and counseling and things that bother you. But even if you do that, I'm a big believer on I don't want to be the reason why somebody
Tap and talk. I can see the names down there. Y'all can't trick me no more.
somebody unalives or somebody I ruin somebody's day. That's my biggest fear. And like I said, I mean, therapy can only do so much for me. I can talk about this all I want to, but I still in my heart like I have a in my opinion I'm a big crybaby. I'm a big crybaby.
I'm about to cry if you don't start tapping. I don't see your name down there. You ain't tricking me.
I give you like over 2K likes.
I just want
I
to
don't
say
care.
that therapy doesn't give you cures. Therapy gives you tools.
Yeah.
And
Right.
you are supposed to then use those tools and incorporate those tools in your life to make your life better. I think people got the wrong idea that they think going to talk to somebody is just what it is. And it's way more than that. Actually, it's 5 different forms of therapy. And you can use them. You can use them. I don't know if this is the right word. Interject. No. You can combine
Interchangeable.
all 5 of them depending on what you need to give you the tools you need. But people really don't.
Interchangeably or
Yes, thank you. Yes.
You just stole my word. I said it quietly. No,
yeah,
anybody take
well
my
you
credit.
said
You gonna
yeah,
say that?
you
I said
first of all
But
you didn't say the
but
whole
they
word, you
I'm
but
said
they
salty now. You know.
they
interchangeably.
use
No,
them they use
no,
them in
That's
Kev,
different
what you get for
forms.
calling me out for not tapping. I was tapping. That's what
Yep,
you
yep.
get,
I'm
you
man.
holding
you
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 accountable.
you don't
No, I
get
was
credit.
tapping though.
You don't get
Hey.
credit for your thoughts, Kevin. You
To
gotta say
teach you
it.
the
Sorry,
tools
Charlie.
to get it together. So it's actually more than just talking. That's all I wanted to say. It's a
For
lot
And you
more
know
sure,
than
what?
for
talking.
sure.
And you know what? It is something that I actually working on with myself, and I'm teaching my daughter to not be like that because it is a childhood thing. But as I get older, I actually stop. I mean, I don't want to get to the point where I don't care anymore. And that's what I'm afraid of. I don't want to get to the point where I don't care and I just like, just call people out. I don't want to get to that point.
But you still have to pick and choose responsibly. It's not about not caring, it's what you do and not care about. You see, you can't never stop caring. If you're a caring person and you don't care, then you're gonna have a void. There are people that naturally like to be nurturers. There are people that want the best for other people rather than themselves, that they're extroverts. You understand? So look, when it comes to therapy, this is what I will
Mm-hmm.
say. Do never rely on one source of therapy. You know what I'm saying? Read, write, exercise. You know what I'm saying? Learn more. put yourself in a better position. Hang around with people that support what you're doing, that have been there, that can give you some type of discernment and experience. But at the end of the day, the more you search, for to better yourself, the better you will be. Just don't be linear and go one direction. Look at all the available things that are out here.
I will say I do have one friend that I can actually call out and not worry about our friendship ending because we've had our own differences. That's only like I said, that's one friend that actually no, I have 3 friends and 2 of them are like decade long friends. But with people like in a relationship, that's the thing I need to work on is in the relationship part. Like when I'm in a relationship with somebody, I don't know how to call them out when something's going on until I wait till I get fed up and then we end up getting a big argument.
Now, can I suggest something, if that's okay? And listen, I'm not no doctor or nothing. This is just
I'm open to
okay.
all ideas.
How about this? Don't address it when you fed up. Address it when it's uncomfortable. And then that way, instead of walking up saying that you're fed up, you can say, hey, that's uncomfortable. Or that made me feel uncomfortable. Or what you did,
Example of what
I
we're saying.
didn't like. And that's beforehand.
Okay. Well, let me
Which is one of them tools I learned in therapy.
A lot of times I actually do say, hey, I didn't like that you did this. And the other person will say, well, I didn't like that you did this. And I'm like, this is my time. You're using my time to tell me what you didn't like about what I did a week or 2 ago. I'm using my time right now. Don't use my time.
To me, that just sound like 2 people that need therapy.
I am in therapy actually. This happens to me like with a lot of relationships.
Since you
like,
did it, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, it sounds like
That's all
children. Like
childish.
you did it, well, you did it, so I'm gonna do. Yeah, I don't like that, and it's honestly very, very frustrating.
A person that do that really don't want to change though. Once we better play that competition thing, they really don't want to change. So they feel like, oh, let me say something back because you're doing it.
Or what if they don't know how to communicate that? See, everybody that I've ever heard on this TikTok, everybody jumped to a conclusion of how they feel about something. But we all know that it's a lot of hurt people out here. Like 89% of America is on meds.
Mm-hmm.
So I would more so take that as someone that I'm talking to that don't quite know how to have this conversation. Listening is just not something you do. It's actually something that has to be taught. It's a skill. A lot of people don't know how. So if you keep that in mind, like I say, it's not never what you say, it's always how you say it. Like, for instance, if I was like, hey, Kev, man, you crazy. Or I turn around and be like, Kev, you crazy.
Tone of
That's different. You know what I'm saying? So hypothetically, if I know I'm speaking to somebody that might not understand or know how to communicate effectively, not correctively, because I'm still learning how to do it effectively. It might be somebody who I'm talking to that can't communicate with me effectively.
True.
So I wouldn't automatically jump to you not wanting to do. You probably don't know how to do. And not many people are willing to jump out and say that they can't do something that they know they can't do. We know this.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of walking up saying, Kev, you crazy, I'll be like, hey, bro, man, you, hey, man, you crazy. Hey, that little thing you did, man, that was a little crazy. That was a little too much for me. See, then you wouldn't look at that in a disrespectful way. You would be like, oh, okay, well, man, my bad, Malika. You know what I'm saying? It's not what you do. It's how you do it.
It's how you deliver it. How you deliver it.
Tone and delivery, same thing.
So, with that being said, don't make me hungry, Big Mama.
I ain't gonna come in here smashing on people. I just ate. I think I gotta be hungry again now. What's over? I was just about to ask was she ready, but I'm gonna wait till she eat a little bit.
She's so beautiful. Hi, Hobo.
I was. And Miss Malika, you are so on point. You are so on point. My pushback, I'm that delivery girl. Why? Why? If we could
Why?
just, why do, and Malika, I'm playing devil's advocate. This ain't me. This is just for conversation purposes. Because I completely am 100% agreeing with you. But I'm playing devil's advocate right now. Why do I have to worry about everybody and how they receive when it comes to delivery? Now, you used a beautiful example of the Kevin, you crazy thing. But if we are we concerned about the person's feelings and how they're going to receive it first? Or are we concerned about the topic that we're discussing first? Both of you guys do
The
come hand in
feeling
hand.
first.
Both
What
do.
topic are we discussing?
So to answer your, oh, I'm sorry.
The first one, if you don't call out, you're giving it a pass.
I ain't got to worry about that. Nobody come up here and then ask the question if you ain't paying attention. That makes sense. But go ahead, Big Mama.
To answer your question,
Oh,
it's always how the person is going to receive what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
It's no point of talking if
Yes.
they can't receive what you're saying and understand what you're saying. See, I had a problem with that, right? I'm a very I have now become a person with a glass half full versus a half glass empty person. Okay. I'm very factual when I speak. I've been with my husband for 13 years, going on 14 this year. So I had to learn this really big with him. The person that I'm talking to, I want them to understand what the problem is. I need you to receive and understand what I'm saying, and that I'm not being harmful or hurtful, but I want to explain that you're harming and hurting me without you being defensive, because we understand that once somebody get defensive, the conversation is already over. So it will always, in my opinion, matters on how this person receives my message before it's even the message that I'm trying to get this person to understand. And I love your devil's advocate.
No, I ain't done with it. We ain't done. Do you believe that people receive information the same or differently?
I think people receive information different. I think people receive information differently on a superficial level.
Okay.
I think subconsciously we all receive information the same because our brains work the way our brains work, but that's a different story. But on the surface, everybody receives information different, like everybody learns information different.
If my intentions when I, as the deliver, I don't intend to hurt your feelings. I want to stick on topic, but my character / personality gives it some tone. My character and personality might have
that noise.
my child getting on her bumper car.
Oh, you good?
And she does it all the time. Let's make this question quick because she's about to ride all around me. This thing right here, child.
Do it.
How old is she?
Okay. So.
How old is she?
She's 2. She'll be 3 at the end of the month.
Mine too. Wait. What's the birthday?
January 28th. 29th.
Mine is 25th. My daughter's gonna be 3 on the 25th.
Yeah, these Aquariuses, they something else. But
my goodness.
We just stopped nursing in September, so she's extremely attached.
Woo! Congratulations.
I gotta run away again. Okay, so if my intentions are good, and my intentions are to, make sure that they're receiving the message, but maybe I went high pitch and now they got defensive. Is that my responsibility?
I'm sorry. Last question.
I'm sorry for all of that. You heard what I said?
It's just the last part that I didn't hear.
Is it my responsibility because my authenticity of my personality or my character put it in a different tone, and they now got defensive because my tone changed it up, what made them offensive? Like, how am I supposed to know who the millions of people in the world, when they receive information, that they're not going to be triggered? especially if my intentions are good. And I'm not trying to hurt or, go no type of way, stay on topic. Like, I find it difficult because I'm to like make it stay pretty so that we can stay on topic and nobody get their feelings hurt or triggered or, because even if you make it sound so nice and pretty, sometimes they're still not gonna. So who's responsible?
Um,
Is it really my responsibility as the delivery, or is it the person's responsibility as the receiver? Like, yo, get your feelings in check. I
Okay.
understand we're just talking.
I got two things I want to say to that. One, yes, it will always and continue to be your responsibility because you're the person that's talking. Simple. And two, good intentions always pave your roads to hell. Look at good intentions.
So I got something for that now.
Look
Nah,
at
I'm
good
glad you went.
intentions. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of good intentions. That don't mean that just because you started off with a good intention that the end result was fabulous. So that's to that part of your statement. And like I said to the first part, it will always be to the person that's talking. Just think about it. I like to use ads, right? When these people get out here and post ads for products that they want us to buy, do they make the ad shitty? Absolutely not, because they want us to buy it. They want us to buy into the idea. They want us to buy into the feeling that we need that product. And they want us to understand that we need to buy it. It's always the person that's talking.
I disagree, but I'm about to explain it. But both of y'all are right, though. I don't think it's just a one-sided thing because the communication take two people, right? So it's about recepting and sending it. So both of them are responsible in a way, right? But I think if a person really wants to understand something, that's why I had a topic about that. If you want to understand it, it's about you adjusting the way or trying to be or try to be receptive of it, because anybody can come with 100 different tones, and just like why she asked that question, do everybody receive certain different the same way? Is it's not true, because everybody think different. Everybody, some people are more emotional than others, or something like that. But even with tone, that got a lot to do with emotions and how we receive or how we receive it from, because it's all a personal thing. And I would say, like, even with this, some people you just like ain't meant for other people sometimes. So sometimes you got to go get a message from somebody else. I literally have it happen before, even in my own life. Sometimes I say something a certain way, and then somebody else said the same exact thing, but they was more receptive to the next person, because it's like it's really case by case. Because I understand that everybody is, everybody different and stuff, but you can't say it's the person that delivered the problem, because only, right? Because the other person wasn't receptive of what it is, because there's no perfect tone or perfect delivery for nobody. You know what I'm saying? Some people you do have to talk a little bit extra for them to really seep in or something like that. 'Cause that's why there's so many different groups out here, and it's nobody is right or wrong. So it can't be just the person that's giving out the message for it, because it's like if the other person that really want help, maybe they got to adjust something about their life why they can't be receptive of it. That's just how it is. So it's communication work two ways. So it can't be one person.
I definitely understand where you're coming from. I just want to make it clear that, mind you, we were speaking on someone who doesn't know how to receive. So what I mean is this, right? Just because you read a book don't mean you comprehended it.
No.
We know. Well, I don't want to say we know, right? But
well, blame the book though.
Right, I don't want to say we know, right? So I'll just give you guys this quick little fun fact, right? About 827 million people in America are illiterate. That number jump up to the billions when it comes to financial literacy. So if we know that's many, well, not we know, but I've done that research. I know that's how many illiterate people that is in America.
So sad.
Then that means that comprehension is a problem. So even though it's not a book and it's me talking to you, it's almost the same thing. You just not reading it. That don't mean that you're comprehending what I'm saying, though.
Right.
And I choose, like I say, this is all me. This is not like something for nobody else. These are things that I had to learn in my life to make me a better person. I can't be mad at you that you don't comprehend what I'm saying.
Right.
And I don't automatically assume that you don't want to know. So that means as the person that's doing the speaking, like how in class, a lot of people don't learn the same. So you have to find out what works. That's exactly what you have to do when you're speaking to people. And I think that takes a lot of time and effort. And I think the truth of that matter is nobody wants to put in that time and effort to realize if they talking to somebody that quite can't comprehend what they saying, or from what you said, they just don't want to do it. So most people assume that they just don't want to do it. And I stay on along the lines of understanding that comprehension is a very important thing that we lost a long time ago, like coping mechanisms. So because I understand that, that's why I think the way I think. And I don't automatically assume that it's the person that's listening to me. It's me talking to that person. For the perfect example of you saying you said something, but it had to be how you said it, because that person didn't comprehend how you said it. Not that you said it wrong. They just didn't comprehend how you said it. Somebody else broke it down to them like they was talking to a 3-year-old. And that's why they understood the same thing that you said. You just said it on a level they didn't comprehend it on.
Yeah.
And that's how I think about it.
I also look at it, I think it's more of what's being said too than actually the person. Because some people got biases because they don't like a person, they're not gonna hear it. Also, dang, what was I getting to about that? There's something else I wanted to say over that though. But yeah, I don't know, I forgot about it. What I was about to get to. But whatever. I'm gonna get to the other part though. I always tell people this too. I feel like, and what I learned, because I feel like understanding is the key to life. That's just me, more than communication. I think we should be, even in a relationship, I think we should be more, or make it our job, if you want to, right, to understand others rather than being understood. Because it's like, I feel like it's more of a protection thing. It's also a learning thing, just to know who you are around. You know, it's just like, even like I be saying the key word, my observation, right? You got to look at, pay attention to how some of these hosts are. Pay attention to the people you talk to. Like, look at all them things so you can understand, like, okay, is this person worth being around? Is this person worth being a friend? Even with, like I said, relationships, you want to understand who you in a relationship with, rather than you know, because I know a lot of people in the world be dang there I just want to be understood. I just want to be heard. I want to be all that. But it's like, they don't even understand themselves, why they always looking for somebody to understand them. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's like, I would rather push the message of trying to understand others than being understood. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's why I said it's like that's why I said that's why communication is a two-way streak on that situation. And if like you said, I mean, shoot, you might not be that golden person, no matter how much you change that tone or whatever, you know. Can you really blame you because the way you are? You can only deliver things a certain way or try to change it up, but that it's up to them to still be receptive of your message. You know what I mean? Of the message in general, I'm saying of the message, because like somebody else might do it a different way and you just said it the exact same way. So who to say you was wrong or right? You know what I'm saying? We can't really say who was, huh?
No, but that's what I was saying. I never said that nobody was wrong or right. I
said, yeah, y'all just saying it's
a comprehension problem. It's not that what you said was wrong. You said exactly what you needed to say. It's the person who you said it to and their comprehension level or understanding how you said it. Me personally, okay, let's just say I know I'm talking to somebody who doesn't have a really big vocabulary, right? Why then would I sit and have a whole conversation using a really big vocabulary?
Oh, you just reminded me. That's what you're talking about. I think it is a difference, right? And it depends. It's a difference between talking to the general versus talking to the majority, right? It's gonna be the hardest thing in the world to try to reach or please every last person you talk to, because just like you said, everybody, and what I realize, everybody's not going to be receptive of you. You know what I'm saying? That's why some people go to certain churches or something like that. oh, I can't handle this type of pastor. I don't like the way that he delivered it. So they got to find another whole church. But some people love the way this pastor do it, and they very receptive of that person. So that shows that, he's not the problem, right? It's just the person that's receiving it on that end, because it's like, all right, I got my crowd. My crowd love the way I am. They actually understand everything I'm saying. But I'm not the one for them. That person that's here, you know what I'm saying? You got to go to another church. Maybe you got to have a person that don't yell, or somebody that don't deliver it a certain way. I mean, everybody got their own reception. It's like literally no perfect tone for nobody. You know what I'm saying? It's like I said, some people got to be talking, just like we got the babies, right? You got some babies you got to show tough love to. Some of them you got to be lighter on, but they both work. You know what I'm saying? It's really not a certain tone, delivery, or anything for people. But personally, right, you do have to adjust yourself. Like if I was to talk to I wouldn't talk to the same way to a baby as I talk to my mother or my friend. My delivery, all that stuff is different. That's why I say understand who you're talking to too. I feel like I should understand who I'm talking to, especially if it's a solo thing. That way, if I'm trying to help somebody, I'm like, okay, I know this person's very sensitive. I know this person is like that. So I have to come with them a certain way for them to understand. But for the most part, if I'm talking in the mass of people right here, I'm not about to try to adjust to every last single person in here, you know what I'm saying, to get a message across. They just going to have to either get with the program or get gone. That's just how it is. So it's just case by case. That's why I say it's no one thing to it. It's not. It's like it just depends on who you're talking to, or depending on who they want to receive the information from.
I agree with you. I don't think we disagreed yet. But I think that still go back to comprehension. The church, right? They didn't understand it from one person for whatever reason, delivery, so forth, so on. They went to somebody who they could understand it from. It's just comprehension.
Exactly.
I think that the only thing that we might have a little tisk about is one thing. I never go into any conversation trying to please anyone. Every conversation that I go into, it's me pleasing myself with the different ways that I can communicate. I never go into a conversation trying to make everyone feel a certain way. I think that's weird, especially if it's in a group. But what I do is I make sure that I communicate to the best of my ability. And if I'm not communicating to the best of my ability, then I flick it and pick it like a lock. It's 1,000,000,001 conversations and ways to have them. It's 1,000,000,001 ways for somebody to listen and comprehend what you're saying. So what I do is I spend my time flicking and picking through like a lock, because people are different.
Yeah.
But I never go into a conversation trying to make everyone happy. I just go into a conversation trying to not make anyone uncomfortable.
What you can't handle. I mean, what you can't control, that's something you can't control, no matter how hard you try.
Well, believe it or not, I actually do pretty well. And the art of conversation is actually an art. It's been studied, so you can look this up. It's not hard.
Well, you said you got the ability to make somebody not comfortable. I mean, uncomfortable, or not be uncomfortable.
No. I said what my goal is in a conversation is to try not to make anyone uncomfortable. I don't go in to please anybody. This is a goal for myself. Myself is when I'm speaking to other people, I speak to the best of my ability to get my point across and to not make anyone feel uncomfortable. Not that I do it or I don't. It's my goal.
Okay.
But my goal is never to jump in a conversation and make sure I please everyone that I'm talking to. I think that's the weird part. So I just wanted to make that clear. But you're right. I don't think we disagree at all. I just think that it takes effort. That's what it takes. It takes time. You're right. You need to know who you're talking to on a singular personal basis. That's true. That's absolutely true. You want to know who you're talking to, but that still takes effort to know who you're talking to and how to talk to them. Because you wouldn't come into, like I say, you wouldn't come into a conversation with somebody who don't understand really big words and use big words. That conversation is null and void, it's useless. They don't understand what you're saying.
Right.
So all of those things, you are absolutely right. I just think that it takes a lot of effort that people are not willing to do. So they automatically revert to the negative aspect of why someone isn't listening or paying attention. And like I say, if majority of the people in America have a problem with comprehension, then you know it's not because they don't want to. It's a fact. It's because they don't understand you and they don't know how.
Hmm.
That's all I was saying. But you know,
Okay.
Kev, I appreciate you, man. You did give me a different way to look at it, and I hope I was able to give you a different way to look at that.
I got you. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah. I hear you for sure. Hobo, she been up here for a minute. I can't add your name for nothing. The way you got your name written, that's why I gotta write down at Hobo and then put that down. But I think you said you had some help with something. You came up here for that, something like that. Hobo Lion. Anybody there?
I'm still here. Just give me a second.
I was talking about Hobo Lion. I don't know if she walked away or something. Hold on, real quick. Well, go ahead, Christy.
Good morning. Thank you for, allowing me to come up on the panel. When I on TikTok and I seen this live, it did draw my attention. Appreciate all of the words that I was able to hear from the individuals when I did get on. And thank you as well, King, for even allowing this discussion to be open. I'm going to touch on the comprehension, the accountability, communication, and then as I look in the questions, the loyal and the honesty. Comprehension, I agree with Malika Brown, is important. On one of a TV show I seen, there was an activity that was played, what I said, what you heard, and what I meant. And a lot of times we need to get clarity when we're having those conversations. Because if an individual doesn't understand the words that I'm using, then you won't understand the context of the message that I'm trying to convey, which of course leads me communication. It is important. Tough conversations are needed, but they're not had as much as they're needed. And I think we get comfortable with allowing things to pass and not having those conversations. And because I have that conversation with you doesn't mean that that's a bad thing, or I'm disrespecting you, or I'm trying to make you feel less than. I just had to have a conversation a couple of days. And like Malika Brown stated, my objective is not to make you uncomfortable or unhappy. To make you happy is for me to get my point across, but I can do that in a respectable way. And accountability, it is important. We gotta be able to acknowledge our own flaws and our wrongdoing. Once again, going back to a hard conversation to have. And that's because there's a lot going on within that ones don't want to actually talk about or face. Now, with loyalty and honesty, that was interesting to me as far as I believe it stuck out because I'm too loyal and too honest, and that could be too much. If you tell me or you ask me a question and I be honest with you, can you receive the answer that I've given you off of my honesty? And I'm loyal enough to you to tell you to your face. There's no other parties that need to be involved in this conversation. But you still be kind of annoyed, irritated, or you chose to distance yourself. These type of conversations that you're having with the questions that you've placed up on this panel, these need to happen more. They have to. I've did a lot of distance and eliminating myself from certain individuals, circles, environments, and people. But I have made that initiative and effort based on the value that you are to me. Like, I love you, I care about you, you mean something. And when I share this conversation about the issue that I know we have and you disregard it, I'm gonna have to love you from a distance. That's my view. I digress.
Can I? Okay, I want to expand on that a little bit because a lot of times
Sure,
people
no problem.
think
No problem.
people think, and no, I'm agreeing with you. I just want to let you know, elaborate a little bit more because not elaborate, but bounce off of you. A lot of times people think whenever you are coming to them from a good place, they think that you are attacking them. People that don't know how to receive criticism, people that don't know how to actually take something that you're saying and say, okay, this person actually cares about me. And sometimes like myself, I will try a few times, and then all it takes is two times for me to see how you take me telling you something. If I know every time I tell you something that you get defensive, or you take it personally or whatever, I'm not gonna tell you about yourself anymore. I'm just gonna just say okay, and I will try my best to not let anything go too far, but I will let you be yourself the whole time. I'm not gonna acknowledge the fact that you can't take what I'm telling you. So with people, especially with family members, they don't know how to communicate in a very positive way. So they internalize things, and they sometimes explode. That's the best way I can put it. But a lot of times, even with friendships, the best way to grow a friendship or relationship is to actually have these uncomfortable conversations and see what happens after the uncomfortable conversation. If I truly care about you, I will say, hey, what you just did made me feel this way, and I would appreciate if you didn't do it. Depending on how you receive that, we can move forward, or we will be stagnant. Depending on how you receive that, it will let me know if you truly care about our friendship or our relationship, or if you are in some kind of mental state where you get triggered by what I'm saying to you because you have some healing to do that I don't know about. And a lot of times that's when therapy comes into play, because therapy will actually make you acknowledge these things and say, well, why do you feel like that? Why did that trigger you? Why did that make you so upset? And you will actually have to think and say, oh, this is why it made me so upset. But the thing is, people always say, well, therapy will help me. A lot of times before even therapy, are you doing the homework before you go to therapy? Are you actually learning about yourself and what you need to talk about in therapy before you go to therapy? Because the therapist can only do so much, but if you're not doing the homework prior to going to therapy, you're not going to accomplish much. Because therapy is only going to open up wounds that you did not know you had. It's going to just rip the Band-Aid off the wounds and make the wounds heal naturally without a Band-Aid. That's all.
All right. Let me get self-healing in here. What you got for us?
Good morning. How y'all doing? I was just reading the topic. I didn't know if y'all want me to speak towards the topic or
Go ahead.
the conversation. Hello.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh,
Yeah, whatever part you want to start at.
I was going to start from the beginning.
Okay.
It said, should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable only? Why or not? I would say no. I think that each person is able to hold any person accountable because the truth is the truth from beginning to end. And I put it in the comments. I said, accountability without conviction. It's the conviction, which coming with the root word convince, it's a certain thing. You have to have it within yourself. Accountability is just acknowledging the act of something. It's
Right.
the conviction that allows you to learn and grow and change from it. And if we don't have that conviction within us, then you'll never grow. I can sit here and talk about all the bad things I've done my entire life. that means I have accountability of it. But if I know it's wrong and I want to grow from it, I want to do better about it, the conviction within me is going to see that change come through within myself. And that's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
Right.
All right. I guess to stretch the flow out, I get it. Somebody else. I think Christy did already. So, Dave, what's up? Welcome to the live.
How's it going, guys?
What's
Yeah.
up, man?
Questions, man. I wanted to respond to what my man just said when you said, should men hold men accountable and women hold women? I totally agree with that. And the reason is, I think peer-to-peer influence is very effective. As an example, I'm in my 40s. I wouldn't want anybody in their 20s or a teenager advising me on things they pretty much hadn't experienced. And then when you start to get up in my age group, rather than have a woman advise me, I'd rather have a man, because it's just closer to being relatable to me. I think for us, when it comes to gender, it's kind of easy for men to tell women what to do because they don't truly understand women, what they go through, and how they process information. So it becomes like a dictatorship type thing. But I know that when I was in a relationship, my ex used to ask me for advice about her friends. And it was easier for me to talk to her about what was up, and then she take that and give it to her friend because her friend could receive it a lot better. But I think the closer we are to peer-to-peer influence, the more effective things are. And I think men definitely need to take the initiative on holding other men accountable, because I think there's more pairing up, especially with this whole dating scene thing. Men are kind of like ganging up on women. That stuff I don't like. And I see that on TikTok, man. It's all over the place with TikTok. I'm not a fan of dogging women or bashing women because I think that, well, what I know is that men kind of underestimate their power of influence as leaders. But a lot of men don't take the time out to hone their leadership power. They don't take the time out to develop themselves so they can be productive and effective leaders when it comes to women. Because the truth is, man, women are looking at us. They actually want us to lead. And when they see us acting a fool, that's when they start making a lot of noise. And then men, instead of responding to that, they just react. But yeah, that's my take on that, bro.
So you don't. Well, okay. You don't see that as limiting yourself, because you sound like you
Not,
said you're not gonna take no advice from somebody that's younger than you. You also said that a woman
no, I
can't
would.
hold you accountable.
I would, but I think the closer you get to a peer influence, the more effective it gets. Because I'm 46. I read tons of books. My peer group, even when I lived in Atlanta, man, when I was in my 20s, I was giving people advice who were in their 40s and 50s and 30s.
Right.
Matter of fact, the group that I led when I was in my 20s, everybody was older than me. But I'm a fan of
So you could
wisdom.
do it and they can't do it to you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm
Well,
saying is the closer you get to peer influence, the more effective it is, the more receptive the other party is. You can have somebody younger advise an individual, but it's even better when you get somebody in their age group. And then it's even better when they're in their age group and in their gender. So what I'm saying is there are degrees to it. And the closer you are to peer, the more effective it is. I'm in sales. The more you have a peer-to-peer interaction, the better the chances are of me making my sales. The more I can get a family member to introduce what I have to their family member, the easier that sale is. But the closer we get to peer, I'm not saying don't utilize our other options, but the goal should always be to upgrade the option and get as close to peer as possible, if that makes sense.
I would say, okay, in that case, right, I get that. I think it was case by case, but I can also say that it can't always be true, because somebody, your mama or somebody, could be telling you about yourself all your life, right? And because she's your mama or father, sister, or brother, you don't want to really listen to them. And somebody on the outside can be, or I guess have some type of notice about you or something like that, and you can understand them more because it's coming different. Because you could be like having that bias towards your peoples because it's like, well,
Hmm.
that's just my family. They hating, they doing this or something like. I done seen this happen like a bunch of times though, because people be
Right.
feeling like, oh, that's my family talking junk. But when somebody on the outside say something, then they like, dang, it might be true. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
it's really case by case though.
Right, I'm with you on that. Now, the example I gave about sales, sales is just different when it comes to like
Yeah, I
family
got
and
you on
stuff.
that.
But
Yeah, that's
I'm,
different.
I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's why I
that's
said case by
definitely,
case. I was just saying, mention that part, but yeah, for sure, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, dealing with
yeah,
sales,
that's
yeah, you
good
want to
stuff.
be somebody connect or relate or some type of relation, something to, I get you on that though.
Yep, that
So,
relatability, man, it removes all kinds of boundaries. The more
hmm
relatable you are to the person you're trying to influence, it removes a lot of boundaries.
I have
hmm yeah.
my
Let
question
me see.
for you, Mr. Dave, if you don't mind me asking.
I'm sorry, say that
When
again.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask. So, if you hear the truth and know it to be true, would it matter if it's coming from a man or a woman?
Yeah, it does, and here's why I say that. Um, Now, what we can say it shouldn't matter, but the reality is that it does. And it's because, man, we've got so much in the back of our minds. We've got so much going on. Um, I was in another live where the guys were getting on a girl about her saying how she feel. I'm sorry, I'm pausing because I'm like, that might not be a good example. Uh,
You said, let me think this through real quick.
right, right. I'm like, that might not be a good example. But dang, what was that question again, man? My mind just went blank.
Hey, it happened to all of us.
I was
Yeah.
asking if you hear the truth. Basically, what
Oh,
I'm
okay,
asking is
okay.
why should it matter where the
Yeah,
source
I
comes from?
think that so the truth, one of the things that I always share with my quote unquote peers and friends and family is that the truth is very shallow. And I don't know if you ever heard somebody say, at least I told the truth. That gets under my skin when somebody says that, because what they're pretty much saying is, I did the bare minimum, but I didn't reach my goal, if that makes sense. So the
I,
truth is very shallow. And I think what people fail to do is they fail to share the truth in all its glory. Um, whether you have to use diplomacy, whether you have to tear down people's defense mechanisms so that they can actually receive. And man, I had to check a brother, an older brother. He got mad at a group of people and he was sharing some stuff and he felt like just because it was true, everybody should accept it. And I introduced him to what we call a tautological statement. Tautological statement is a statement that's true by necessity, but that's it. It's just true by necessity. If it doesn't resonate with anybody, then it has the same effect as you being silent.
I
So
wanted to,
just,
oh, yeah, that
I'm
pause.
sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, that pause. I thought you were done.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, what good does it do? So you're saying your goal was to only share the truth? Nah, man, anybody can share the truth. I can tell my 9-year-old, hey, say XYZ, and she can say the truth, but it has to resonate. And I think people don't take that responsibility of knowing how to deliver, because the truth, bottom line, just needs a leader. Anybody can utter it. Anybody can read it off a piece of paper, but that's not going to make us uh, any more motivated to follow it or to receive it. It has to be delivered. And that's where peer-to-peer comes in.
I, okay. So I think kind of what it was getting to, because like,
Mhm.
and that's what I was saying about limiting. We limit ourselves, but that'd be your choice of where you want to be receptive. And I don't think it's just and a lot of people do that, and a lot of people have biases and stuff. So it makes sense, and the
Right,
biases come behind a protection thing. So
right.
basically, what he get into is like. And this is why we saying that you choosing to who you want to receive your message from for, because
Hmm.
it's like that's not really automatically true, because it comes from a certain person, that because another man might not know what another man talking about, or another woman, So what
Right.
I'm basically getting to is like, for example, let me use this example.
Sure.
if a man or a woman tell you that you got a booger in your nose, do it make it not true?
No, it's true.
Right. So that's what I think he overall getting to is like the message. It's the same message, but it's coming from two different genders. So, but while us saying like, okay, I can probably relate more, you know, I get we going based off relate, but that don't mean that the message ain't true. But that's something that you put, or that was I guess that's your protection against yourself while you have that, I guess that particular bias. That's something, because I can understand everybody going to, like, I'm not going to let, like, people be like, I'm not
Now,
going to
for
listen
the
to a young
record,
person, or I'm not going to listen to an older person, something like that. People do that because it's a protection thing, but we really
right.
still limiting ourselves because we I guess that's our form of communication at that moment until we I guess realize that we can actually learn from anybody. Like you can learn from kids, you can learn from babies, you can learn whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Most
But it's
definitely.
just let's be selective with it.
I think so. For the record, maybe this will clear it up a little bit. Dang, hold on just a second. TikTok telling me I need to. Yeah. So for the record, as for me, I'm the type of individual I harvest the truth from anywhere.
Yeah.
As a leader, I know that in order to lead people, I have to win them over. I know that everybody's not like me. Yeah,
Gotcha.
if that kind of puts everything in perspective. So for me, I to give you an example. When I started my business in Atlanta, I was out of cash. Me and my daughter were walking to the gas station. I had given her $2 just to give her the experience of spending money at the store. She was all giddy and excited. So she said, "Daddy, are we going to Lowe's today?" And I said, "No, I'm not going to Lowe's." She said, "You don't need any more tools?" I said, "Yeah, I need some more tools, but I don't have any more money to buy any tools." And she said, "Well, can't you just buy some money?" But when she said that, immediately I translated that into business credit. And I said, "You know what? I never thought of that. I can buy some money." And I called the bank up and I got approved for a business credit card right then. But she prompted me to do that. So I'm the kind of guy, man, I get wisdom just from working in my garden. Or when I did have my garden at home, I get wisdom from working in my garden. A damn animal will do something. I learn a lot from my dog that I have now. Sandy has taught me a lot. But when it comes to me teaching others or other people getting frustrated by what they're trying to pass on to other people, and as I mentioned before, when they use that statement, "Well, at least I told the truth," that's inadequate. That won't
I got you.
fly. Yeah, that won't fly. The goal is not to just tell the truth. The goal is to make sure the truth is received. And how you do that, when you find out that just sharing it is not working, that's when you take it to the next level. And going back to my first point, it becomes more valuable and more effective the closer we get to peer. And not
Okay.
peer alone is not going to do it. It's still got to be somebody who knows what they're doing, who uses
Right.
diplomacy, etc. But
I know who you
yeah,
talking
but I
to.
totally feel what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gotcha.
Say, like, if you hold a conversation with a person and they walk away and say, "Well, at least I told the truth," 9 out of 10 times that person did not tell you the truth. I'm just gonna be honest about it.
Right.
But
The fact they gotta voice it.
yes, yes, because the truth stand on its own. I appreciate what you're saying, Dave. I will. You left me with more questions
Yeah,
and
I've just
answers.
I've seen a lot of situations like that where I've intervened.
I was going to say you left me with a lot of more questions and answers because, like, I'm the type of person where I
Oh, really?
value, yes, I value my queen's opinion in my relationship. So, like, it's almost like putting a wall up to
Oh,
stop her from crossing a certain point. I do know people like to use the truth and bend it in order to lie effectively,
right.
and that's really what I think you're trying to say. Um, but I do think that we discern in the spirit, and I do think that when we hear the absolute truth, there's no denying the absolute truth, no matter the source and where it came from. And I also believe that in order for us to reach,
Right. Yeah, it's never denied, but
I think that in order to reach
go
our
ahead.
goal, um, we have to be open that a stranger just might walk up to you one day and see something and discern something in the spirit and speak life and pour life into you. You know what I'm saying? And I know not all people are receptive to that. But one day you'll be walking down the street and you'll see a young man with his pants sagging. And you might look at him and want to say, and he'll scream from your spirit, young man, this is not acceptable. This is not the image that I see for you, young man. I need you to pull your pants up. And we know it to be true that men that walk around with their pants sagging are stereotyped, right?
Right.
But you cut off a blessing because, you know what? I don't know this person, or I shouldn't. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I've walked into gas stations and saw grown men younger than me. I'm 45, and I've had to tell them, bro, I don't want to see your drawers. Pull your pants up before I do you like my son.
Right.
And they'll look at me like I'm crazy. I say, you heard what I said. And the next thing that happened was the lady who was serving his food. She said, I'm not serving you with your pants like that.
Right.
So, you know, it's strength in the truth, but the conviction, real conviction will allow you to accept the truth no matter where it comes from.
Right. And that's why I said I can harvest the truth from anywhere, but everybody can't do that. So as me as a leader, I can harvest the truth from anywhere, but also me as a leader, I take 100% responsibility for making sure that what I pass on, that someone receives it. That's my goal. Whereas so many
I
other
get you.
people, say it again.
No, I said I get you. Y'all get where both of y'all coming from though. So I understood you a minute ago though, but I got you. I get why you're saying that. Yours coming from a leader's perspective and also a business thing. So it makes sense what you're talking about though.
Yeah.
Overall,
but
it's case by case.
Shoot, yeah, but I take when I was married, I was always asking my wife for advice. But we were both leaders at the time. But I valued her input. And when I'm in a relationship with female, I just love women and I love what women bring to the table. And I'm not talking about anything outside of them. I'm talking about just the feminine aspect that they bring into a relationship. I love that about women, and I like to see that. And a lot of times, whatever I'm doing, or if I have questions about anything, I'll pose it to them because I like it when they bring their side of the story into my life. They bring something that I just don't have. That's one of the things I value most about women is their femininity. But no, man, I love life. Life is huge to me. But so many people don't see it that way. I think so many people have been deceived on so many levels. And in order to unravel the deception in their minds, a little more thought has to be put into just giving them the truth. And of course, I don't mean that to the extreme. That's the case for everybody.
Okay, so we are on the second one. Yeah, we on the second one now. I think Malika went through all of them already. So did I know of it? Am I tripping? I don't know. If not,
Self-healing
self
went through
healing.
all.
Huh?
You just said what I
What did you
said.
say?
I said, you
What?
just said what I said.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
But I do want to say something to Dave real quick.
Sure.
You did say, you mentioned when you were married, you and your wife, you guys were both leaders.
Right.
Can you elaborate that
Oh,
for
sure. We
me
were
for
leaders.
a little bit?
So we were unofficial leaders in the church. I think the church was like a little over 5,000 members in Atlanta. So we were both unofficial leaders in the church. And that's how I got introduced to leadership in my life, period. And that was a great training ground for me because it made me effective in my business life. And so I was able to do things in business, whereas I think one of the things it did for me more so than when a lot of people were looking at the difference between my style and others is that a lot of people who were leading in business alongside me were concerned about keeping their position or winning people over, trying to be the best that they could be. Whereas the outlook that I took was, I'm here to help these guys be better than me. So I was not trying to withhold anything from anybody. I was not trying to blame anything on anybody. I was trying to empower as many people as I could. And from that, men grew and became successful. And because they became successful, I became successful. But then, and I have no college degree. These other guys with college, they were, how do you do it? How do you do this? But being nice. I'm like, I don't think about being nice. I think about giving them what they need.
Right.
I'm not trying to win them to myself. Yeah, I'm not trying to win them to myself. We're trying to be successful as a team. But a lot of people can't handle that. A lot of people are trying their best to keep their position. I've even heard guys say, you don't want to teach too much. I don't respond to that stuff, but in my mind, I go, that is so stupid. You don't want to teach too much. Whole reason you're in the position is to teach. And you actually, your goal is to not share as much because they're afraid somebody's going to take their position. Instead of looking at it as, the more effective I am as a leader, the more I'm desired as a leader. And that's the way I see it. I know I kind of segued.
Okay, so when you said, okay, when I heard leader, I was thinking of a different way. I didn't know you're talking about like church wise.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. How did you and your wife, your ex-wife, sorry,
Make sure you
when
clean
it
that
came
box out
to,
too when you're done.
excuse me?
Clean out your box when you're done. Leaving all them
Clean
germs
up
up there.
Kev, don't get me started, please. So you and your ex-wife, when it came to
Mhm.
communicating about things and advice, like you said, you're about to, you would much rather take advice from a man. Did your wife ever give you advice? Hey,
Oh yeah.
Lachey, don't laugh at Kev. Do not laugh at him, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got distracted. Um, did you take
Oh
advice? You
yeah.
said you, but you did say that you would prefer taking advice from a man rather than a woman.
Yeah, well, that's different. My wife, she was involved in my life. So she was with me more than anybody else. So that's a trusted source. So the point that I was making is not so much that you don't take it from your wife. The point I was making is the closer you get peer to peer. And when it came to the number one peer in my life at that time was my wife, because we shared the same vision, the same goals. So if anybody was a peer, it would be her, because she understood me more than any of my other peers, if that makes sense.
Okay. No, it does.
Yeah.
But you would not take it like let's say I wanted to give you advice on something. I'm 28 years old and I wanted to give you advice.
Mhm.
And let's say Self Healer wanted to give you advice, even though Self Healer's literally
Mhm.
like your age,
Right.
obviously you're apart. Would you, let's say my advice was better than Self Healer's advice, would you take my
Mhm.
advice, or would you say I'm gonna trust Self Healer more than you're gonna trust me?
Well, when you're talking about me, I'm going to take your advice. I'm going to take it from wherever I can. I'm different. I harvest advice
I'm
from
different.
anywhere
Yeah,
and
I'm
everywhere.
different.
Yeah, I harvest advice from anywhere and everywhere because I believe wisdom is found in everything, but that's just not the case with the masses. And that's the reason I share what I share.
Okay, I just
So,
wanted to clarify because you based on what you said, I just wanted to like, if somebody heard that, they would just think that you were biased towards a certain
right,
gender.
right. And I understand that. Yeah, I was trying to give an example the best way that I could. So I could see where I kind of threw a lot of confusion out there. But no, when it comes to me personally, I harvest advice from everywhere. I love reading. I've read tons of books. I love meeting people. Uh, I've learned a lot from a lot of people. Just to give you an example, before I really started pursuing the things I truly wanted in my life, I felt there were a lot of things I felt insecure about. And one of the things that really turned everything on for me is I watched the doc who had a plan to kill a little girl. And he held on to that plan for years.
I'm alive.
Huh?
I'm alive. F1. No, we
Oh,
gotta
I'm
say I'm
sorry. I'm sorry.
alive.
Yes. I'm so sorry about that,
F1.
guys. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, guys. But yeah, he had this plan to unalive a little girl. And he held on to this plan for years. And he said, and then he saw his opportunity. There was a little girl, 6 years old, 7 years old, got off her school bus walking in front of his house. He said he came out the door and he enticed her with candy. He said, hey, you want some candy? I've got a lot of candy. And she came in, he took her down to the basement and he did his thing. After I saw that, I was like, wow, there are people out here planning evil. And if he was to tell anybody else that plan, 100% of people he shared that with would try to shut him down. And here I am. I'm worried about what the few people who don't believe in me would say. This guy don't care about nothing, and he even knows he's doing the wrong thing. So that really served as a catalyst for me. And I know it's kind of awkward and a weird place to get that from. But in comparison, it just showed me like, David, you're stupid if you're not going to pursue your dreams. And you got people out here pursuing all kinds of crap, and they could care less what anybody thinks, even though they know that they deserve to be disciplined in the worst way for it. That hit a switch for me. And that's when I started pursuing the life that I wanted.
Okay. I got you. Thank you for you clarified a lot for me. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that we picked your brain for a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, that's the reason why he puts these topics up so we can all have different opinions and answer
Right.
that we want to answer. Okay, Kev, back to you. I clean my
I'm back.
box.
Say no. All right. I think we got that part out. Let's go to number 3 now. Why is being loyal over honesty a big? Not why. Is being loyal over honesty a big problem?
I don't know if I understand that. Being loyal over honesty, a
Yeah,
big
being too
problem.
loyal. Being too loyal over honesty a big problem. I'll give you an example if you don't know.
Sure. Yeah, could you give me one?
Basically, let's use some stuff that might shake the room. So like stuff like first
He's
families,
talking to you guys.
like families, your family, right? Be loyal to your family. This term called ride and unalive. Being pro-black, pro-woman, pro-man. Stuff like that. People, from what I find, I'm trying to do it without, but I guess I gotta explain it this way. They're so loyal that they're not honest with one another. So we can rock with that. Basically something like that. And honesty is supposed to be in loyalty, but I guess they do half the parts.
Yeah, I kind of make them synonymous with each other in a sense. I don't know if I have any thoughts on that, bro.
So what you got, Lachey? I see she already commented down there, and then I'm gonna go to self-healer with that then.
I think it's a problem because the two should be synonymous, but I think people conflate the two. I think some people think that if you're loyal, you're honest with a person, and that's not true. We know that there are some people who will call someone their friend and the only advice their friend has is to like be a yes man or a yes woman, and that's not being honest. Because if you gonna go tell somebody, I'm so mad, I'm about to go, commit this crime, and they be like, yeah, you should, cause shoot, ain't nothing good going on out here. Like that's not being loyal or honest. And you think just because you're riding with a person, or you're, agreeing with everything that you're saying, that person is saying, that you're being loyal, but honestly, it actually does more harm than good. So if you're truly loyal than a person, you're gonna want to be honest even when the truth hurts, because you only want to see the best for that person.
Hmm.
So I definitely think people have the two conflated, and some people don't understand what loyalty or honesty is.
Mm.
Cause yeah, like me and my best friend, like there's nothing that I couldn't tell her that I wouldn't expect the honest truth from. Like, and the same for her. Like, we know that we could, be that person for each other, even when we're gonna go, like if one of us ain't thinking straight, we're going to tell each other, you're being crazy. Like, you need to chill out, because it don't make sense. And I don't understand how some people can consider themselves loyal to a person if you don't have the best intentions for that person.
Hmm. And also, that's how a lot of people lose friends. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Being honest. A lot of people can't take the truth, and they feel like you're either bashing them, you're going against them. But it come with a
Right.
lot of
Yeah, most
growth and
definitely.
stuff, because everybody at different levels. So I do understand it. A lot of people don't like their feelings getting hurt.
Right.
They
Right.
feel like being loyal as a friend. Huh?
No, I was saying right.
Yeah, I
Oh,
just said right.
oh, okay. I was making sure. I didn't want to. But not just saying. Also, like being, they feel like being a friend is like it's really that saying down there. Like I said, ride or unalive. That's that stuff we kind of grew off of. Blood is thicker than water and all this other stuff. We don't. We feel like we can't check one another. We feel like we can't hold each other. It's kind of tying into this accountability thing. That's one of the main things I see people lack in, because they like, nah, this fam, this is how they is. This how big Uncle Tom
Right.
is, or Uncle, what I'm saying? Stuff
Right.
like that,
Yeah.
right? That's how they be. So they rather, and that's enabling. That's what become a problem. I think
Right.
enabling is one of the biggest problems on right now. We're not gonna, we rather uplift certain situation. We're not gonna call it out. Hey, she's, she's not big. She's just thick. She's big boned. Stuff like that. Knowing
Right.
that she probably unhealthy and stuff, but we rather,
Yeah.
enable it and not address it or hold them accountable. We rather just say, hey, this, I don't want to lose this person. I don't want to lose this friend. And I'm like, I had to grow up like, dang, is this really friends? That's why circles get so small, because when people
Yeah.
grow and your family and your friends stay back, they're going to get mad
Hmm.
at you. They're going to call you fake and all this other stuff because you're being real. It's the
Right.
opposite. You're fake
Right.
because you're being real.
Bad actions.
Right. Exactly.
And they don't see it as constructive criticism or even positive reinforcement. And
Mm,
I think even that word, positive reinforcement, people think, oh, it's supposed to be me telling you what you want to hear. No,
mm.
sometimes positive reinforcement is telling you that you're
AJ.
messing up because we want to see you do better. And so I definitely think that's a huge thing, that enabling people to do certain things under the guise of, oh, that's just their personality, or they're set in their ways. And if that's true, maybe you need to separate yourself from that person, because their negativity or their bad actions can fall over and start to trickle down and affect you or affect other areas of your life if you continue to, go down a path allowing people to do self-destructive things. So I think that's
Right.
true.
Nope.
Yeah, I had to cut a lot of
Hey,
people off for that, and just here recently.
family, friends,
Yeah,
all that.
family, friends. Man, I couldn't believe some of the stuff I've here. My problem has been I moved back here from Atlanta to my small hometown in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and one of the things that happened is I was reconnecting with a lot of my high school friends. Some of the females, they're married, and they were trying to make a move on a brother, and that became really discouraging because I'm not that kind of guy. You know,
Mm,
I love women, but I'm not going to mess with a hitched woman. And the whole reason I'm not with my ex anymore is because of that. And but anyway, I was sharing with one of my friends about our mutual friend, and I told him what she said, And she was saying how her husband works on the ships and he's not home. But then she was like, but we can't do anything here. People talk. And I just kind of act like I didn't hear her. And I stayed silent for about a minute and a half before I started up the conversation again. Well, anyway, I shared with him. I said, man, I can't believe that Kim said X, Y, Z. And his response to me was, well, you're single. That's not your fault. And I was like, what? Like, in his eyes, it's okay for me to sleep with her because she's the one cheating. I'm not cheating. And I'm like, that's stupid. But anyway, it's so many of the guys that think that way. And I had to cut all them jokers off. I had to cut all of them off, man. And
Men say
it's just
things like,
unbelievable when you really get to see people for who they are. They put on this front in the masses, but when you really get up close and personal, you get to see them for who they are. They let certain things out, and it's like, wow. Because they're the same kind of guys that'll be on here, that'll be on TikTok, talking about how women not faithful.
mm-hmm.
They're the same guys that be on here bashing women.
But they'll approach a woman who they know is in a relationship, and when she
Oh,
says
yeah.
something like, oh, because I mean, it's happened to me. Like, I flat out told people that I'm in a relationship, and they're
Yeah.
like, that ain't my fault, or you can't have friends. And it's like, you
Right.
weren't approaching me under the guise of being a friend. You were first approaching me as if you wanted to talk on more than friends. And when I tell you that I'm in a relationship, it's, oh, you can't have friends. No, because I'm not gonna allow you into my circle to wait around
Yeah.
for
Yep.
a chance for you to disrespect my relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And
Putting your
that's
relationship at
exactly
risk.
what they do. And then when you say things like that, it's, oh, well, that's not my problem. No, it's not your problem, but it is my problem to say that I'm in a relationship, because if I don't, then I'm disrespecting my relationship. I'm being dishonest, disloyal, and I'm creating a situation
Exactly.
that I don't need to be in. So I don't think people think about the well-roundedness of something so simple.
Yeah, it's out of control, man.
Welcome back,
It's out of
Malika.
control. Bro taking a
AJ,
nap.
what's the deal?
Morning.
Hey, just in time for the fun. So, I've been on
Right?
for a little minute though, but
And I saw you. Yeah, you shared it to me. I was at the gym when you shared it. I was like, I can't be in the live. It's loud as hell in here.
Hearing that hard breathing. It's like,
Nah, I ain't
like
that.
Charles was in the box earlier. I'm like, bro, what is you doing? Oh, I'm
Oh
working out.
no.
I'm doing lifting stuff. I'm like, bro, it sounded like
Oh
he was
no.
doing something new. Chill.
Oh no. But
What you got?
yeah, let's get into the topic. I'm sorry?
Oh, no, I was saying Malika's back.
Oh.
You about 2 hours
Okay,
late.
for
We've
sure.
been read that one.
So I guess I'll get into the topic.
Kev, you just keep coming for me. Okay, you don't get me started.
I'm holding you accountable. It's like,
No, you're gonna get me started. It's okay. I got you. Don't worry. Give me till nighttime when I get my energy back up.
If you don't call it out, you're giving it a pass. I agree to that to a point.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. If I don't call Kev out, I'm giving him a pass.
No, I was just reading the thing. I mean, I agree to that to a point. I think certain things definitely, yes, need to be called out, but then certain things, it's just like, I don't have the time to call that out. I'm not necessarily giving it a pass. I'm just,
Energy.
I don't really got time.
Thank
You know what I mean? And
the
also, it depends on,
energy.
yeah, it's it has to do a lot with the energy. Like, if
Like,
you're
do
somebody
I
I know
really
is
want to
not
have
going
this
to be
argument with you?
exactly, like, if you're not going to be somebody who's going to be receptive to that conversation in the first place,
Or he goes up.
I ain't
I
got time
pass
to
on that.
waste. You know what I mean? I ain't got time to waste. I'm just gonna walk away from you. Eventually, you'll just have to get it from somewhere else, because I just may be tapped out that day. Just kind of depends. Should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable only? Why or why not? At the end of the day, we're all adults. If you can't be held accountable by another adult, I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Say that
I'm
louder.
just gonna say that. you're an adult, right?
A lot of
If a
adults that
dude
are
comes to me and holds me accountable, okay, cool. If a woman holds me accountable for something, it don't matter. It's another adult, right? Like we need
but
to get away from
AJ,
this boys and girls thing. This don't make
And
sense.
then it
sorry,
be the
hold on.
same
I'm so sorry.
adults who can't be held accountable that complain that other adults don't care about humanity. But it's like when I care about your humanity, you told me that I was being a hater, or I'm just mad because I can't have you, or whatever the little thing. They just be
Well, and
feeling
that's
themselves way too much. Like,
well, and that's like the
Yeah,
thing
that's
though
those
too, is that
fallacies.
those also be the same people who move the goalpost. So I can hold somebody accountable. Say I'm talking to a guy and I'm holding him, a man, and I'm holding him accountable. Well, you can't hold me accountable. Only other men can hold me accountable. And then a guy will jump in the panel and hold him accountable. Y'all can't hold me accountable. You just don't want to be held accountable. Just say that. Just simply
Right,
say that.
right. They'll never come out and say it.
Exactly.
You're
That's
being
They
all
get
that.
out the
Thank you.
fallacies.
like you're being a little kid as far as I'm concerned. I'm like, you could just, I mean, accountability is accountability at some
Right.
point. You live in a
Hey, Charles,
society.
you nice and strong, brother. You was over there moaning all in the camera earlier.
AJ,
Yeah.
I was saying, I
Sorry,
got a
sorry, I
phone call.
forgot
I'm
to mute.
sorry. AJ, I was saying there are a lot of grown people that are not adults. There are a lot of grown children. So, I mean, anybody can be calling you out and holding you accountable, but the mental capacity could not be as far from being an adult.
Back.
I agree, and that's the reason why I don't deal with children. I deal with adults. I only have adult interact. If you acting like a child, I ain't got no time for you. Like you can find somebody else on your stage to go play with. I ain't gonna play with somebody like that. I ain't got time. Why do people believe you can't hold others accountable? I think it's the same reason. Either that they've tried, or they don't. Maybe they don't want to deal with the energy or the confrontation. It could be a multitude of things. Or maybe they're just like, oh well, maybe they're just having a bad day. I think a lot of the time people tend to rationalize behaviors, right? Where it's just like at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter whether you're having a bad day or what's going on. You shouldn't be taking that out on other people, let alone acting a damn fool. Like there's no rhyme or reason for that. At the end of the day, nothing justifies that. But people justify it, and I think that's why people try not to hold each other accountable or claim you can't hold somebody accountable. I'm not gonna say people don't hold people accountable, because that's false. I do see that. I just see a lot of people also being like, you can't hold me accountable. A lot of the time, that's usually when I hear that is when somebody's trying to tell them you can't
They
hold
project.
me accountable.
Yep.
No, you just
Exactly.
don't want to deal with you don't want to deal with somebody pointing out the things that you did that affected them at the end of the day.
You ever notice that though? When they do that, it is. That's why I say it's a projection. Because when they do say that, because ain't nobody going. Because right after they say you can't hold nobody else accountable, they put themselves and they
Ain't
was like,
nobody
because
gonna
ain't nobody
hold
gonna
me
hold me
accountable.
accountable. Ain't nobody gonna check me.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
They do it
Exactly.
right after. Like, no, that's what it is.
Exactly. Every single time. So that's why I'm just like,
Every
People
time.
that really need to be checked the most. The ones that think that they know themselves the most and nobody can hold them accountable are the ones that truly need to be checked the most. Because they think that they are just all high and mighty. They don't do anything wrong.
Right. Right.
Like, you
Their
better get
best defense is
your
nobody's
crazy
perfect.
booty away from
Nope.
me.
that part. And that's the thing. I mean, it's one thing to be
It's
self-aware,
delusion. It's delusion.
but it's
That's
another
what it
thing
is.
to think that's the arrogance about it, is when you start thinking you know yourself so well that nobody else can tell you nothing. And
Exactly.
that's the problem.
Arrogance. When
There's
you
no need to
say,
be that arrogant.
well, I know myself very well. Do you really? Okay, that means that means you cannot grow anymore. That means there's no more growth in you because you know
Right.
yourself so well.
That's a good question. That's a good question, Big Mama. I think you can. I just don't think that the other person, especially if you don't know them, might not be receptive to it, because you don't have a relationship with them. You don't know that person, so they may take what you say with like a grain of salt, depending on who it is.
And
You
I
can do
feel like
that
it's
to
dependent
you can do
upon
that
the
to a person you know though.
situation as well.
True.
Like,
Yeah, but it's
I
more
just
like
seen.
it's more likely for somebody you don't know, right? If somebody walks up to you, you don't know them, and they're like, "Hey, so those shoes you wearing don't go with your outfit." Okay, and I knew that, and they did. They're holding me to that. I'm just gonna look at them and be like, I don't give a fuck. Like, get away from me. But if it's somebody I know and they're like, hey, yo, AJ, them shoes ain't it for this outfit, dog, I might take that a little bit more seriously. So I think it just depends. It depends. I think it's just more
I
likely for it
mean,
to get disregarded by somebody you don't know.
like, let's say AJ, I don't know you. I don't know you from a can of paint. Let's say I just held you accountable right now, and you might take that as like, well, you really don't know me, so I mean, I might just be having an off day.
Yeah.
So you're not
Don't
gonna
they,
be very receptive to it
Like I
because
mentioned, oh,
don't they have to think that they're wrong first? They might not even think they're
no,
wrong.
no. That's what I was about to mention. We unintentionally hold people accountable. People don't really realize that though. Like holding accountable is simply, and
yes,
it's simply just calling something out. Just like you love to always keep calling out the single baby mamas, and you do that all the time, which you probably gonna go back to it today before it's over. But just really just calling out certain behaviors. Being responsible is the other part. We can't, and I was mentioning that earlier too. You can't make nobody be responsible. They got to be responsible from that's their own doings. But when you call things out, when you and that's when we gonna get to that last question about when you hold somebody to their work. Cause I'm only doing this now because we already all went through this for the most part. Well, AJ the newest one and kind of Malika went through all of them too. But when you call it's many different forms of holding somebody accountable. I think everybody think about it one way, and I think it's so many different ways. Even us holding standards and boundaries and stuff, or telling somebody to simply respect me or something like that. We do all these things. Even what we did with what's his name, R. Kelly, all the other stuff. When people just call somebody out or even shame certain things, that's still a form of holding accountable. But like I said, we mix being responsible or making somebody be responsible. We can't really do that for them from that
Yeah,
point.
you can't make somebody take responsibility for
No.
But
what
I
they're
think,
doing, but you can't hold them
honestly, I
accountable
think
and
it's
call out the
useless
behavior.
because if they don't
and like
change their value
yeah,
system, then it's useless. They might think it's okay to be a single mom
and
intentionally.
like Charles said
So
earlier, if somebody does not think they're wrong, they're not gonna think whatever you're calling them out for is accurate. If I don't believe that I am wrong, you could be telling me till you turn blue in the face.
Right, because you're not responsible for how someone reacts to the advice that you give them.
Right.
You're only responsible for calling it out if you see it and you know that it's wrong. It's like if you see somebody rob a bank, or you just
Right.
stand there and be like, oh well, they ain't robbing my
I
account,
don't know
or are
them.
you gonna
Right.
call the
He's a
cops
stranger.
or
I don't
alert
But
somebody? Like, you're not responsible if the police don't get there in time, but at least you made the call to try
Yes.
to save the people in the
I
bank.
think that's
But
but I think
it's still the
that's the
same with
problem that people
this
have
social
though.
media stuff. Like,
if
how many
if
people will put their whole business online? They'll make several TikToks or Instagram stories or Facebook posts putting their whole business online, and then when people start commenting, well, y'all don't have a right to tell me how to live my life or how I should handle my situation. Like, but you put it out here for people to give
I
unsolicited
like her,
advice,
man.
did you not?
Hmm.
Like,
Right.
Well, it kind of goes
they
back.
they
It kind
do
of goes
this
back
all
to
the
that.
time.
It
Like
goes back to that safe
Krishan
place thing.
Rock, the way she was when she first had her baby, and she was posting all them videos and doing all this stuff, and then when people was like, "Oh, well, you shouldn't hold the baby, or the baby shouldn't be outside," or just trying to give her advice as a new mom, she's like, "Well, y'all are broke. Why should I listen to y'all?" Okay. Well, we'll keep our
Well,
broke
that's
advice, but at least our children is safe. Like, what do you
Mm-hmm.
mean?
but that's the
Hey, can
problem.
I
Like, people come on the internet thinking that it's a safe place. It's not a safe place. There's nothing safe about the internet. You put anything on the internet, you're subject to be ridiculed by everybody and everybody. That's just what it is. If you don't want that ridicule, you can't handle that smoke, or get out the kitchen, don't post it on the internet. That's the best thing I could say. And at the end
And
of
you
the day, the
notice
only
the
safe
ones
Hey,
place
who
can I
you
share a
can't
need,
handle
perspective
it
with you
always
guys?
turn
the
the
only safe
Hold up,
place
comments.
you
y'all, real quick. Let
need,
AJ finish up.
the only safe place you need is within yourself. Right? You don't need safe places on the internet. Oh, this has to be a safe life so people can feel. No, shut up. That's not what that needs to be. Okay, because at the end of the day, all that does is it panders, and it people only go to those rooms looking for validation for their fucked up behavior. At the end of the day, that's all that is. And to answer Big Mama's thing, is there a difference between holding somebody accountable versus minding their business? Absolutely. I will hold somebody accountable And yes, I'm going to be 100% honest. If you are affecting me with your bullshit, I'm going to call you out on that.
All right. I don't think it's wrong to state statistics. So if people hold me accountable for you're bashing women, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. So you can talk to your blue in the face. I think it's right for me to state stats. I think it's right for me to call out the stats. It's right for me to. So you're wasting your breath if I don't think that I'm wrong. I think that I'm right. I think that you're wrong for saying that I'm wrong. You see? So it becomes a clash of beliefs. We can't even come to an agreement as far as what's right and what's wrong. Your right is not necessarily their right. I think I am right to state the statistics from CDC. Some people call that bashing. They even call it misogyny. I don't think I'm wrong. I think I'm right by being one-sided because I'm on the right side. I'm on the
Yeah.
good side. So how
So
am
the
I
wrong
wrong?
part
I'm
is,
supposed to be
look,
one-sided.
the wrong part is, even though you're saying
If
that,
you're on both sides,
Charles, hold on
then
real quick. Charles, hold on real quick. I'm just saying, okay, the part that make you wrong, because I get what you're trying to get to. The part that make you wrong is when you don't come with a solution at the end. All you do is state the stats and just say how bad women
no,
is and all
I
this
did have
stuff,
a
but you
solution.
never give them any type of help of how to not be like that.
I have the solution. I mention it all the time. I made entire videos about
Yeah,
solutions.
you
The
tell men to
solution.
stay away from women like that, but you don't help the women that is like that.
Well, hey, you know what? Okay, so listen, you can't embrace the problem and solve the problem at the same time. So that's your problem. If you're solving the problem, you cannot embrace the problem. Either you're going to solve the problem or you're going to embrace the problem. You can't
They cannot share any perspective.
you can't cuddle the problem and try to either are you going to solve the problem or embrace the problem? Which one? I'm one-sided. I'm on the right side. If you're on both sides, then you can't come to a solution. Now sit down and think about that for a while.
Go ahead, Dave. You got it.
I'm dead.
You got one bar too, Dave.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Maria? See, sometimes you gotta realize when you're talking to a brick wall, it'll be pointless.
Dave, I'm gonna finish off these questions while he until he comes back. Once his bars get better. I think he's gonna drop and come back. Okay, so is being too loyal over honesty a big problem? Are you talking about like people who like? Can you give me an example of that real quick,
I
just to
got
make sure
plenty of them.
I just want to make sure we're on the same page. when I'm
Ride or unalive, pro black, pro woman, pro man, pro
yes,
anything.
yes.
Mm.
Yeah, I think people definitely put loyalty over honesty 100%. Right? A lot of people do, especially on social media. Oh, they were there. They're my day one. They're not gonna like sometimes day one. Sometimes you gotta know the difference between somebody everything that you do, everybody's just agreeing with, right? They're not pointing out nothing that you're doing wrong. It's always you have issues with other people, this, that, and the third. Like at some point you have to, at some point you got to choose. Like, are you more or less taking that person into consideration because they're loyal to you, or are you taking them in because they're being honest? Right. And a lot of the time, like I said, it's loyalty because people only want to hear a lot of the time what they want to hear.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's the same thing when we were talking about responsibility, right? You can hold people accountable, but you cannot dictate their reaction. That's the part that people forget. You could say whatever you want to somebody, you can't dictate their reaction. So just remember that, at the end of the day. When is the time shame is necessary? I mean, shame, holding somebody accountable, calling somebody out. I mean, all of that can be considered shame to somebody.
It can. Yep. Exactly. That's something I learned. You could be
So
nice
at the
with
end
it
of
or
the
not. It
day,
still could be shame.
if it's warranted, then whatever. Right? Like, have thicker skin, or don't put yourself in a position to get judged to deal with that shame, accountability, whatever you want to call it. Don't put yourself in that position if you can't handle it.
But if
So in other words, stop posting shit on the internet if you can't handle it.
I've been on the internet if you can't handle it.
my thing
That
is,
part.
person is experiencing shame from you calling out bad actions or enablement or holding them accountable to whatever standard of the situation. Doesn't that mean that deep down in their conscious, they know that they're doing something wrong, they
True.
made a mistake, and they're more
Well, that's
afraid
why.
to,
Admit it.
be honest with themselves, admit it, and make a change versus them just feeling like, well, what I did was right and I'm not going to go back and change my actions.
Being
Because if you
oblivious.
feel shame from something, it's kind of like that. If it don't apply, let it fly. Like nobody
Hey,
can say anything to me about being, a bad single mom when I know that I'm not a single mom to begin with. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to feel shame by that. I could feel empathy for women who have been put in situations to become a single mom for whatever that is, but I personally wouldn't feel ashamed. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Mhm.
like if you
1000%.
feel shame from something, that means you realize you
It's
contributed
pointing
to a
out.
problem.
But that's the thing. Like that's what people don't like. They don't like the fact that it hits home. Right when it hits home, that's when they want to fight back. Because, like I said, I've used this example a million times. I can scroll through lives and I can hit a 304 live, right, where people are shaming 304s or doing it. That conversation doesn't even affect me because I'm not. That's not me,
It,
right? I can do the
it
same thing with a lot of that's just not who I am. So it doesn't. You know what I mean? There's no offense. You know what I mean? Now the time,
Swear it.
however, I will take offense to it is if somebody comes up and they're coming at me with the smoke and asking me the wrong question. I can't answer the questions for single moms. I can't answer questions for 304s. I'm none of those things. Go talk to those people, right? And I'm getting tired of people coming and having the conversations with the wrong people. You're never going to fix anything or do anything if you're talking to the wrong motherfucker about the problem. At the end of the
the
day, you're just complaining and making noise.
the
Like,
the
that's it.
solution the solution is applied behavior analysis. Take away the reward. And then you'll see true change. The first thing you're going to see is an uproar and a pushback. But if you take away the reward, they're going to get angry and attack you because they know deep down that's going to lead to real change. If you take away the reward, they're going to change. And that is
True.
so for example, tell men to avoid single moms. Better yet, tell the good men to avoid single moms. Now you're hitting home. That's when they're going to tell you to shut up. That's when they're going to try to get your account banned because they know you're causing real change. Now you're going to take their reward away. Now they got a problem. Now they got to think, so maybe I need to change because I need to get a good man. So the solution is take away the reward. That's the solution.
I mean, for sure. Dave, you're back.
I am. I
Share your
can't believe I made
perspective,
it.
sir.
That was a
Yeah,
feat right
share your
there.
perspective.
But anyway, I wanted to share with you guys, man. I'm a fan of being effective. I'm never one to try to induce shame
I'll be
on
right back.
anybody. But I like to give you guys I guess a real example and see what your thoughts on about it. So my
AJ,
family
watch
wanted.
him, please.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
I
My
got you.
family wanted to have a reunion in Atlanta, and it's something that we had never done. And I overheard my family in a little meeting. They were talking. It was like, it's impossible to have a reunion in Atlanta. And I stepped in and asked them if they would allow me to lead. I think we could do it. The biggest challenge was it cost $3,000 to have a reunion here in Louisiana. It cost $10,000 to have a reunion in Atlanta. We were planning for the 2009 year. We started in 2007. And one of our first meetings, my uncle Jesse was there, and he's well respected in our family. Navy retiree, very smart, sharp guy. And he got up and spoke. He said, he went on to say how he thought it was crazy, that he really didn't want to be a part of it. He was like, man, look, people are losing their jobs. People are focusing on XYZ. They're not trying to give us their money so we could have a reunion. They're trying to survive. And man, it caused an uproar in the meeting. And my family, they were just out of control. But one of the things I shared with my family and with my uncle was that what he said was right. The only thing I shared with him, I said, however, Uncle Jesse, that's not why we're here. I said, I can go around the room and ask everybody why they think it won't happen. And I think it'll be fairly easy for all of us to come up with a limited amount of variables why we couldn't have the reunion here. I said, but this meeting is about what we're going to do to quell that. And I said, but when we do have a meeting as to why we can't have the reunion, I said, you'll be the first to know. But at that point, he decided he didn't want anything to do with it. Well, after he heard that, of course, I wasn't trying to make him look bad or anything. He decided he was going to be a part of it. And he decided to be the treasurer. So Uncle Jesse went from, ain't no way we gonna raise $10,000 to have a reunion here while the economy is struggling, to being the treasurer. He was the first person to see us reach our goal.
Mm-hmm.
But I had no intent on pointing him out as being negative like everybody else did. No intent on pointing him out of not knowing what he was saying, but I just totally agreed with him. And main reason for doing that is I'm a firm believer that when we are stressed out as human beings, we lose access to our genius. I believe human beings are just amazing. I mentioned earlier, I just know that we're deceived on so many levels, but human beings are amazing. Men underestimate the power of their influence when it comes to women. Men are amazing. They can have some amazing relationships with women. They're just messed up in the head. And everybody loves to point the finger. Everybody wants to beat somebody over the head with a club, and it doesn't solve anything.
I
And
agree.
and the thing is, a lot of people are right in the stuff that they're saying, but if it's not effective, it doesn't matter if it's right. It's
Well,
it's
and
really
I agree
easy to
with
be
you.
right. It's
I
very
agree with
easy.
you.
Yeah, very
But I
easy to
think
be
I
right.
think there's a bit of ego, right? There's a lot of ego if majority of your conversations are to essentially win. Oh, I got to prove that I'm right. At some point, yes, those are important. Yes, there's times and places for that. There's a time and place for everything. But if every
Right.
single one of your interactions is that, then that's a problem. Because at some point, you're not even listening. You know what I mean? At some point, if people are only having those conversations, what you're saying, they're not listening to. And what they're saying, you're not listening to. Right? Because you're trying to pick apart and find the flaws. You're not even fully listening or grasping what that person is saying. So at some point, it's just like, yes, I understand having certain conversations. That's fine and dandy. Now, I'll be the first person to tell you, I'm not one of these people who plays this men versus women bullshit. I really don't. At the end
Right.
of the day, we're all adults, and I'm going to hold everybody accountable who is an adult. If you want to act like a child, then I'm going to place you in that category. If you're still wanting to act like you're young and dumb, and I'm going to move on and work with the actual adults.
Right.
I can't save everybody, right?
Uh,
That's just
No, we
how it
can't. We
is.
definitely can't do that.
Yeah.
effective movements are being challenged. Why are they being challenged? Because they are effective. If the movement is a threat, people jump all over it. They try to minimize the threat. So what seems to be a concern is men moving towards wanting a woman with a low body count. The reason why women are concerned about that, because they know it can affect their lives. They know it can
Right.
trigger a real change. They don't want a real change. So they see men wanting a woman with low body count as a threat because they know it can affect their lives.
Can I say
So
something?
they don't want change. They are defending. Hold on.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish real
They
quick,
are
and then
defending.
we'll
They are
let Shay
defending.
go.
They are defending the way things are. They want things to remain they want things to remain the way they are. They were in whole phase heaven. Before Kevin Samuels, before the Red Pill, before Passport Bros, they were in whole phase heaven. Nobody was complaining about their whole phase. Nobody was complaining about high single parent rates and high body count. They were just coasting along in their whole phase heaven with their high single parent rates, high broken families, high abortion, high babies born. It was just a mess. And now when we address these problems, they want to fight because they are against positive change. Some people want the chaos, and they're fighting against change. This is why they're defending high body count. When you defend high body count, you're defending the whole phase. When you're defending the whole phase, you're defending high single parent rates, you're defending broken families, you're defending STDs. So there's an evil force maybe some people right here in this live stream that are fighting to defend what's bad. Why? It's all because of women empowerment. They will let the world go to hell just to feel empowered. High body count makes them feel empowered. I'm a woman. I can do what I want. The whole phase makes her feel empowered. I can do what I want. I can get ran through and just get married in my 30s because I'm empowered. I can do what I want. So the things that they argue against is the change. They're literally fighting against the solution because they don't want the solution. The solution is a problem. They're trying to avoid a solution because they're fighting to keep things the way they are, and that's why they are defending high body count, defending single moms, defending the whole phase. They are defending and fighting against the solution. It's all over the internet. They're all on the internet defending high body count. How could you not know that high body count is whole phase, and whole phase leads to broken families and all kind of problems? They are defending this.
I got
That's
you.
it.
I got you. Now.
Can I
Go
ask
ahead,
a
Lachey.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I've never had a hoe face, just to be very clear. But if women are getting ran through, isn't it the men who are running through them? So shouldn't we be teaching men and women to value and respect their bodies versus
Right,
just
most
telling
definitely.
women that they're in a hoe phase? Because
Thank
a
you.
woman can't be a hoe if there's no men to sleep with.
No, the whole phase is first, and then you have.
But the
Hold on, the
I
whole
didn't cut
phase
you
comes
off, so
first.
please don't.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let her finish, please. Go ahead.
Like I was saying, for a woman to have a hoe phase, there has to be available men to sleep with. So that means that if there's these hoes out here who are creating single homes, that means that there was once a man involved who for some reason walked away from that family, which means they both equally contributed to creating that broken home. Because I hear a lot of men who will complain about women being single moms, yet they have 3 women that they have children by, and they're not with none of those women. They're not married to none of those women. Some of them are not involved in those children's lives. So it can't be a double-edged sword. If we're going to hold it accountable, we need to hold it all accountable, because we can't tell women that, oh, they should be ashamed for being hoes, but we're high-fiving little boys for popping cherries at 15,
Well,
popping cherries at 20. You know what I'm saying? Like it can't be both, because
all right.
So hold on, y'all.
they both need to stop sleeping around with people, especially with this whole hookup culture stuff that's going on. We
Can I
can't
just
tell
Hold on,
women,
y'all.
because a
Hold on,
woman
y'all.
cannot get pregnant without the seed of a man.
I'm
That's a
just gonna
fact.
I'm just gonna do a quick commercial break and then we'll get right back to it, okay? So if you guys are in the comments, I need you to tap away I don't even know if I should say it. Kev ain't even here. But go ahead, just tap the screen, share out the live. It's a good conversation. Everything else, please remember to stay respectful in the live at all times, y'all. We can agree to disagree. Let's be adults here. If you can't be respectful, do understand that I am a flight attendant and I got no problem sending you wherever you want to go. And so on and so forth. Please, if you guys can light up the chat with hashtag FYP, let's push this to the FYP, because again, I'm tired of seeing all the toxicity. And if you're tired of seeing the toxic conversations, you want to see more productive conversations, let's try to get this to the FYP, get more people in here. If you are in the boxes, please also tap away, my guy, and share out the live. Same thing. And let's also be respectful, try to let everybody speak, because if we start cutting each other off, then it takes a lot more time for people to get to their points. And then at the same time, so on and so forth. So please try to be mindful, but I don't want to have to start putting time limits. I'm not going to, just saying. But let's just try to be respectful, let everybody talk at the same time. All right, go ahead, y'all.
All right, I want to contour if that's okay. I have some drivers, and these Indian drivers tell me that they don't like Indian women for now, because Indian women in their country, they have to have their stuff together and have to get married and all that. But they said they like America because they get to have sex without doing all that other stuff. But when they get their stuff together and save money, they're going to marry an Indian woman. So what they do is they find the women who allow them to run through them. That would be you, modern American women. So since you allow these men to run through you, they're dogs out there, right? And there's some women let the dogs in, some women don't. You let the dogs in. You said, come in, doggy, doggy, come in the gate. Other women said, nope, you're not allowed in the gate. So what's the difference between you and the group of women who don't get ran through?
What's the difference between good men and men who run through women?
May I finish, please? All right. Now I'm speaking. Reality is there will always be bad men. That is a fact. So if you're looking at this from reality's perspective, you know that bad men will always exist. For you to say until every man becomes perfect, which is never going to happen, there will always be bad men, right? So in reality, you either let the dogs in the gate, or you let the dogs stay out the gate. The smart women, they keep the dogs out. And what do the dogs do? They go run in your yard because you let them in. For you to say until every man becomes perfect, it's not my problem. Okay, that's just a lame excuse. A lot of you women want to be single moms. A lot of you women want to be single moms. You don't mind being single.
I have a question, Charles. So my question is you just said, right, there are bad men. Could there not be bad women too?
Right, they're bad women.
So if there's bad men and bad women out here, and you don't want to you're basically saying, or at least what I'm taking from this, we can't put men all in one category.
I don't think you want
but
me
you're doing the
to
same
tell
thing
men.
for women.
No, we tell men, we said avoid the bad women, get your passports, okay? So if you want to talk about hold men accountable, there's a whole movement. It's called the Passport Bros and Red Pillars.
It's not holding men accountable.
The Passport Bros and the Red Pillars are telling men to avoid the horrible women.
The passport bros are literally getting kicked out of countries because they're going over there thinking that they can trick on other people's women.
That conversation's going nowhere at this point.
Exactly, because you can't tell women they have to be perfect, but men don't have to be perfect. Nobody is perfect.
So this is the thing, right? The conversation is okay. And yes, I entertained it a little bit, probably a little longer than normal. Again, I like to try to hear what people are trying to say, but at the end of the day, it's very simple. Adults need to hold adults accountable because we are in adult relationships, right? We need to stop pushing, adult relationships on people who do not have the mental capability for that. So until everybody collectively wants to take responsibility for that, I don't want to hear, well, women, y'all are just doing it. That doesn't help nothing. And again, you're talking to a room of women who aren't the women that you're upset with. Go speak to those women. You're over here talking to us. And we've already said we're not these women. So what's the point of this conversation? What are you, again, it's the ego for me. Lose the ego. And then let's have this conversation one-on-one as human, as adult to adult. Men to women, man to woman, whatever, woman to woman, man to man. Then let's have these conversations. Until then, if it's going to be met with this childish, miss me. Sorry, I had to get that off my chest.
I mean, it makes sense because, first of all, not what Charles was saying. Charles is the kind of guy that lives in his own reality and does not know how to actually take accountability for things. Because if he's over here defending Passport Bros, he doesn't really know the reality of Passport Bros at all. He doesn't know that these men are going to other countries with the idea of that they might find a submissive, cooperative woman that's not so hard to deal with. But in reality, they are sadly mistaken. They don't know they don't know the kind of worms they're opening up by doing that. So I will tell the Passport Bros, go for it, do it.
Please go.
No. And that's my whole thing. You can't sit there and sit on a horse on a high pedestal talking about I'm gonna hold other people accountable when you can't even take accountability for yourself. Right? You can't handle the shame. You can't handle the conversation when it comes to calling you out on your behavior at the end of the day. Like I said, anybody can get called out by anybody. I'm not weak, man, but I'm just saying, I'm just not going to entertain your rhetoric because you want to win and you have a need to win an argument. If you want to go win an argument, go somewhere else. There are plenty of people on the internet for that. But this is a space where people can have actual conversations. Again, read the room. We're having an actual conversation and coming to understandings here. So we can move forward. Not sitting around here talking about trying to win arguments for ego's sake. That's all I'm saying. But it's all right. You can stay down there for a little bit, and when you're ready to have the conversation, we can have the conversation. But I need you to think on that, because you're not just going to sit here and try to get me to think about everything like you're the smartest person in the room. Now I'm holding you accountable, Mr. Charles. Now let's continue with this conversation.
I wanted to say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think majority of the time what a lot of that be is something that we all suffer from as humans. It's called confirmation bias. And only for the people that could be listening and don't know what it is, it is a tendency for people to favor information that confirms their beliefs or values. We all do it. That's what I think that just was, in my opinion. As far as this low body count that he was talking about, I just want to say truthfully, back in the day, that was only really a thing because it was supposed to preserve bloodlines and property. It had nothing to do with anything else that people want to assume that it had something to do with. And as far as what you guys were speaking on, as far as shaming, it's been proven that shaming is a very effective way of altering and shaping behavior. A lot of our behaviors are acknowledged and okayed by the construct of our peers. It's the things that we allow people to do in our circle and things that we do not allow people to do in our circle. So in my opinion, shaming is a very effective tool. But it cannot be done with one or two people. It has to be a group of people that do not allow that type of behavior, which is how behavior is constructed in societies anyway. Only in my opinion. So that's all I wanted to say. And thank you guys.
Nicely put. I love that. I definitely agree. I think shaming definitely has a place, but I think in order to shame something, you have to also know your audience and who you're shaming, right? It doesn't make sense for me to shame somebody if they don't have shame a group of people that have nothing to do with whatever the hell I'm talking about. I'm just gonna look, you know what I mean? I'm wasting time. I'm wasting space on that point. And this is the reason why I say we got to talk to people. We have to talk to the people that we're trying to address. If we're just having blanketed conversations with random people, it's a waste of time, and you're going to get a lot of pushback because people really don't understand where exactly you're coming from, right? If we don't understand that, then you're wasting breath, you're wasting time, right? If you're in a situation where it's like, okay, cool, I'm around people who aren't doing these things that are pushing me to have the passion to want to do that. Again, I'm not mad at the passion. Be passionate about the things you want to fight for. All I'm saying is just make sure that you're taking the fight to the right people. It don't make sense to go fight people that have nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? That's just where I'm at. Or shame people that have nothing to do with whatever the issue is. Like, I got nothing to do with that.
I just want to make this clear. I only speak on shame and bad behavior. I don't know.
That part.
I don't agree with shaming people that haven't done anything to be shamed for. That's weird. So yeah, I don't.
Thank you.
I don't agree
Thank
with
you.
that. I only think that you should shame behavior that is unwanted in whatever group that is. And you shape people's behavior based on that. So I just wanted to make that clear. I don't think you should shame anybody that don't deserve it.
That part.
Now, if you disagree, are you going to kick me out or argue your points?
It's not about I'm not arguing points. I'm trying to have a conversation here. You're the one
Okay,
arguing
so
points, Charles.
are you aware that a
So
disagreement
did you
isn't?
get this, or is this going to be a personal thing between me and you?
All
Because I
right.
promise you the same personal.
Are you aware that a disagreement is an argument?
Yes, we can
So if you
disagree, but
say
I don't need to
something,
argue with you. I don't
okay,
need to win a point. So
if if
what
I
are you
say
trying to get
something that you
across,
don't
Charles?
like, if I say something that you don't like, are you going to kick me out?
I didn't kick you because I didn't like the things you were saying. What I didn't care for was the fact that, again, this is more of a conversation of ego. I'm not
What?
trying to have an ego
All right, what did
conversation.
I say
Hey,
that
can
was
I
Let's
ego
share
based?
talk.
something with
Ma'am,
Charles?
Listen to what
what
I'm
did I
saying.
say that was
Listen to
ego
what I'm
based?
saying. I
Okay.
would answer that. No. What I'm saying
Hey, can I
is I'm
share
trying to
something
have a
with Charles?
conversation for understanding. I'm not
All right.
trying to have a conversation that's winning points. So
All
unless
right.
we are having that type of conversation, it doesn't need to be here, is all I'm saying.
Fine. What did I say that was ego
So,
based?
so
Ma'am,
can we
what did I
continue
say
with
that
the
was ego based?
conversation of where we were at?
Okay,
Just
now,
about
okay, so
everything.
I'm gonna say, since you
You
can't tell
just
me,
came back up here. I'm not arguing with you, Charles.
okay,
It's
since
that
you
simple.
can't tell me what I said that was ego based, I'll just continue saying
So
the
you
same thing.
making blanket statements,
Oh,
right?
ma'am.
Again, about women. Oh, well, you're the reason why these men are doing that.
Well,
That's
no,
fine and
so,
dandy,
ma'am,
but
could you
again,
quote the
what is
exact
that? What does
statement?
that have to do with the conversation?
Could you
What does that
quote
have
the
to do with
exact?
understanding?
Could you quote the exact statement?
So now we're playing tit for tat. Now I have to quote
No,
the
no, no.
exact
I'm
statement of
asking
all the
you,
bullshit
ma'am.
you
If you
said.
said I'm saying things, you should
You're
actually
moving the
quote the
goalposts,
statement.
Charles.
I'm
You
sorry.
are moving the goalposts, man.
All right, so fine. All right, let's talk about
So
the.
let's get to understanding here.
All right, let's talk about the actual
So
topic,
let's start
right?
there.
So my point is, in order to hold men accountable, you have to call the men out and tell them what you think is best. Avoid modern women. The way to avoid modern women, there's a lot of women overseas. This is not ego based. You're saying we need to call out the men, right? Yes, tell them to avoid high body count women. Tell them to avoid masculine aggressive women. All right. If you want peace in your life, avoid women who are less likely to bring you peace. Avoid women who embrace being a single mom and embrace not needing a man. Tell them to get their passports and find a woman who matches your agenda. There hasn't been a study on passport bros to a study as far as what they do. So to just imagine something about millions of men based on one incident is called confirmation bias.
But aren't you doing the exact same thing to women? Like
No.
everything you're saying is directly
No,
contradicting what
I'm
you're
telling
saying because
I'm
what you're
telling men
saying
to
about
avoid
men is
bad
what
women.
you're no, that's not what you're saying though.
That's not
Yes,
what
I
confirmation
just said
bias
That's
it.
not
is. I
what
just
you're
want to say that that's
saying.
not what confirmation bias
What
is,
you're
man.
saying
I
is
said avoid
it's
bad women.
okay for men to sleep around
No,
and
I didn't say
create
that.
unclean women. Yeah, you did because I would like to point out something
When
you
did I say
said.
that?
Hold on, let me say exactly what you said. You said that Indian men said they come over here to have sex with American women because they can have sex without marriage, but when they get on their feet, they're going to go back to India and marry a Indian woman. So what you are saying in
No, they
saying
said
that,
that.
sir, please
Ma'am,
don't.
they said that.
What
I didn't
you
say
are
that. They
Hey,
said
saying,
it.
but
hey.
you repeated it, so I'm
Oh, no,
addressing it.
I was
When
repeating what
you
they
say
said, but
things like that, what you're saying is they feel like it's okay for them to avoid marrying a woman to have sex because they can come over here and have sex with American
yeah, I'm
women.
saying I was telling you that's why I said that there's
But
men like
no,
that. So you should
you were
avoid.
using that to justify
No,
the
no, no,
fact
no, no,
that
no,
you
no.
feel
I
like
wasn't,
American
ma'am.
women are
You're
304s.
that's a
And that
mind
is
reading
completely
fallacy,
not the
ma'am.
case.
That's a
There are
mind reading,
plenty of American women who desire to be married. The
ma'am.
problem is there are so many men who feel like they have to do the bare minimum to get sex with women, and then it's okay for them to walk away when they're ready, and the woman
Ma'am,
is just supposed to deal with the shame of the actions. If you're
my
out
point,
here having sex unmarried, which is completely your choice, you better be ready to deal with the
ma'am.
consequences, man or woman.
The whole point I was making is these men exist, and if you let the dogs in, they will come and hit it and quit it because you let them in the gate. My point is bad men. I'm telling the women, avoid the bad men. I'm telling the men to avoid the bad women. Who are the bad women? The modern feminists who claim they don't need a man, the ones that get ran through, the ones with the bad attitudes, the ones that don't bring you peace. I'm saying the men should avoid those women. And I'm telling the women, you should avoid the bad men. You're not, okay, first of all, you're not even supposed to be having premarital sex. Premarital sex alone causes a smoke screen in which disrupts your vetting system. You can't
Okay.
vet properly after you've had sex
Can
because
I
now
say
you've
something?
been digmatized. So
Can I
you
say
cause
something?
yourself to be digmatized, in which disrupts your vetting system, and now you end up with the wrong men. It's like you're a victim of your own stupidity. You're doing it to yourself.
And there are
So I
men
got a
who are out
question.
here pussy whipped, and then they wonder why they get taken advantage of. So if we're going
Hold
to
on, y'all.
say
Hold on, y'all. I
women
got a
shouldn't be
question.
sleeping around, men shouldn't neither.
So I got a question for you, Charles. I know this is a very passionate thing, right, for you, right? I get that, right? I've sat on panels with you. I've heard you speak
Passionate.
before. I know it's a very passionate thing that you're very passionate about.
Not
That's
really,
cool.
just fun.
But my whole thing is, for somebody who's so passionate about this topic, how are you contributing to it?
Yeah, I'm telling men to avoid ratchet, loud, aggressive, snappy, masculine women and get the passports.
Okay, so
I'm telling men to avoid bad women, and I'm telling women to avoid bad men. And again,
so
the best way, the best solution is to remove the reward. Tell all the good men to go for the nice, soft, good women. You know, the
in
nice,
other
submissive,
countries.
the nice. If you can find them here, there may be a few traditional pick me women. If she's traditional and a pick me woman, go for those soft, the ones who wants to live a soft
So
life, the ones who
so then I
speak
have
out
another
against
question.
the women who you stigmatize, the housewives, the good women who the evil women stigmatized. Those are the good women.
Excuse me?
The
Well,
the
first
the
off,
housewives
hold
that
on,
the modern
hold
women
on, hold
stigmatize are the
on.
good
Pause
women.
button. Hold on, pause button. Let's hit the pause button for a second. When you mean you, I mean, I hope you're not talking about me because I don't stigmatize anybody at the end of the day. So if that's the life that a woman wants to live,
It's
that's
it's
perfectly
the
fine. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Like,
the
just like a
housewives.
304 ain't got nothing to do with me.
Okay, right. I'm saying there may be a few. I mean, why look for a needle in a haystack when you can get the haystack full of needles, right? So you in America looking for a needle in a haystack when you can go somewhere where there's a haystack full of needles. So I'm saying I'm holding
I
the men
mean,
accountable by telling them to avoid American women.
so,
That's how
so,
I'm
but
helping men.
But this is what it's coming across as, and I don't know if you're aware. So what it's coming across as is, okay, well, I can only be held accountable by other men because the moment women try to hold me accountable to the things that I'm saying, then all of a sudden, we're all of a sudden these women, we're now manipulating you and now we're not listening. Do you see where we've now avoided all accountability?
I'm reading fallacy.
Okay.
So what advice you get for
For
women then to
that
Avoid the
part.
bad.
avoid
I
cookies
just
and
told
red
them.
rags?
I just told her she kicked me out for giving her the solution. The
Well, you still in
You
your
didn't
solution
give
feelings.
me the
You
the
be in your
the
solution. You went
feelings.
on a
the,
Go
the
ahead and talk
tangent.
about it.
solution is avoid bad men. First of all, you're not supposed to be
What
having
is a bad
premarital.
man?
A bad
Thank
man
you.
who won't marry you. A bad man who is not a family man. Okay, if he's not marrying you, his intentions are not good. A lot of you women, not all, but a lot of you women lack critical thinking skills. You let a pookie talk you into anything. All right, smart women don't go by words. Smart women go by action. These so-called educated women are going by words and not action. And because of your women empowerment, and you end up having premarital sex, and a lot of you fall in love during that whole phase. You're having babies during the whole phase. So the way to avoid bad men is to change your behavior, because guess what? A lot of your behavior attracts the bad men. The very lifestyle that you embrace attracts bad men. The very ideology, even the I don't need a man ideology attracts bad men. Bad
So
ideologies attract bad men. So you're a victim of your own ideology.
so I have a
Good
question.
ideologies attract good men.
So I have a question. So you said that women, right, are not taking action into consideration. How am I supposed to take your action into consideration when I don't know you? I've never seen you. I've only ever heard you speak. So the only thing I can go based off of is what you
No,
say.
I'm not. Look, I'm talking about whatever man that you're dating, right? If
I'm
you're
not.
if you're
I don't
single
have those
and
problems.
well, I'm not talking to you then. Look, we all know that Black American women have the highest rates of single moms, the highest rates of babies born out of wedlock, the highest abortions, the highest herpes, the highest multiple baby daddies,
We
the
can speak
highest
stats all
paternity
day, and
fraud.
black
That
women
there are
also
men
hold the
out
highest
there
There's
who are
herpes.
obviously a
sleeping
So
problem.
with
with
these
that
women,
being
giving them
okay,
herpes and all that other. Like you
but
Well,
cannot
on
you
the
know
care
what?
about
They have
women
higher
that
but
are
on the
not
herpes
other
than
getting
men.
pregnant by
side,
themselves.
They have
hold on,
higher. I
hold
agree.
on.
Again,
But
your
on the other
ideology attracts
side,
bad men.
but on the
No,
other
it doesn't,
side,
because I
Good.
don't date
hold
bad
up.
men. I've only ever been in 2 relationships my whole life,
Well, I'm not
probably,
talking. I'm
and I'm
talking
only
about.
29 years old.
I'm
So
talking
you
about.
can't say blanket
I'm
statements
not
like
talking
that
about
about
you.
women
I'm
as
talking
if they're
about.
not women out here who don't see what's going on.
I'm talking
But
about
what you're
your group
saying
as a
is
collective.
black women have the highest single
Oh, so
mothers, the
now we're
highest
collective.
abortion rates and all this other stuff, but aren't there black men who are getting those women pregnant?
Right.
Aren't there black men who are
Again,
giving those women herpes?
Actually,
Aren't
you
there
because
need to
they
black
read
let the
men
your
who are
dogs in the
research.
leaving
gate.
those homes?
Why they
So
let the
you need to
dogs in the
be
gate?
talking to those black men who are out here feeling like
Okay,
it's
I'm
okay to
telling them.
sleep
I'm
with
telling them to
women
avoid you.
without marrying them.
I'm telling them to avoid you and get traditional women. I'm telling
You
them.
keep telling men to avoid women. Why are you not
No,
telling
I
men
said
to be
avoid
better?
modern women. I said avoid modern women.
Modern women. What is that? Can you define your terms?
Right. What is a modern
Modern
woman?
women are the I don't need a man type. Modern women are the I don't need a man.
So
They
if a
typically
modern
they
woman is
okay. You
saying
know
she
what?
don't need a
I'm
man,
telling
that
them.
means she's not sleeping
I'm
around, which
telling
means
them
she's
to
not a
avoid
single.
Let's see
the.
his
Listen,
let's see his
listen.
definition of modern
All
woman.
right, modern women
Hold
are
on. I want to
brick.
hear his definition of this.
Modern women are brick lady believers. They often say, "I don't need a man." They think the whole phase should be a part of their culture. They think premarital sex is perfectly fine. They are against saving themselves for their husband, even though the
So
women
a
who
woman
save.
couldn't be a modern woman and not agree with any of those things.
No,
They couldn't.
I'm
They
not.
could have never. For
I'm
example,
not.
say
I'm
for
not done.
example they were a very.
Masculine. All right, listen. What
I
you
was
need to
speaking. I
understand.
didn't even. You're responding to something.
I
I
know,
didn't
but
even
I
get to
didn't even
finish what I was
finish.
saying.
I didn't finish
Hold
telling
up.
you
Let
what
him
modern women
finish.
is. I didn't even finish. Do you mind if I complete telling you what the
Let him
modern woman
finish
is?
his definition of modern, and then
All right.
we'll ask the next
Also,
question.
modern women typically develop more testosterone, in which makes them act more manly and aggressive. Why do they develop more testosterone? Because study
I'm
shows
fucking
when
dead.
women are in dominant roles, it signifies their bodies to develop more testosterone, in which deepens. That's why a lot of American women have deeper voices, and they act more masculine because they chose the masculine. When you choose the masculine lifestyle, you literally become masculine biologically. Right? So I'm saying avoid women who want to live the
Okay.
masculine lifestyle,
Then let's
which is
address that,
being
Charles.
independent
Charles.
and dominant roles.
You're lying about.
No, I'm not. It's right on
You said
my
one at a
page.
time.
The study is right on my page.
Hold on.
You can go look at it. It's right on my
Okay, now
page.
Charles, you need to hold on now because somebody is trying to
All right,
speak.
go ahead.
Please be respectful. Go ahead, AJ.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Go
Or
ahead.
whoever was talking.
No, it was you.
It was Daniel.
Oh, okay.
No, it was Daniel. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hey Bunny, hope you had a fun day, your birthday and
So
stuff.
that's a new stat. I'm gonna have to go
Hey
check out
Dan,
that
you
study. You said
muted. You
it's on
gotta
your page,
unmute. He probably
Charles.
don't know he was muted.
No, I'm
Oh,
at.
okay. No,
I'm
no.
just
Okay,
asking
go ahead.
Charles.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm just asking Charles. What is the biological mechanism? What enzyme? What what prophase? What actual type of hormone causes this? Because you're saying that that's what would change their voice, and that's
I'm
what it
saying,
requires.
when women, you can look at the study right on my page. I pinned it because I knew these LGBT simp type of guys are going to ask. So it's right on my page. All
What did
right.
LGBT have to do with that?
When it's always,
a
I
lot of
usually
people?
the LGBT or simp guys usually disagree with me. It's either the simp
I have no idea what you're
or
referring
the
to.
street
I
guys.
Dang, so I'm part of that group
am I
too.
part of that?
They're either hood, they're either
Okay, then
hood,
Charles,
or
then
gay.
answer me. Am I
I
part
think
of
they're
that? Because I'm
homophobic,
not
guy.
part of the
I don't know.
LGBTQ.
Look. All I'm
All right,
saying
so what are
is,
you talking about?
sir, it's right on my page. All you have to do is go look
No,
at it.
no.
When
No, you
women
made the
are
claim
in
here,
sir,
present it
when
here. You're
women
not gonna
are
do-
in
No,
sir,
you're engaging in a dishonest debate tactic called sea linings, where you give me homework rather than presenting your evidence for your claim. You have the burden of proof. I don't have to go disprove it.
okay. So the study is called, this is the name of the study. Women develop testosterone when they are in dominant roles. That's the name of the study.
Okay, that's the name of the study. Who was actually in charge of the study? What university? Where did it come from?
Know what?
That's what a citation has. It tells you the dates,
Yes, cite your work.
where
Show
it
your
came
work, please.
from, the person in charge of it. I'm not asking for the methodology. I can find that in the study. I'm asking for the basics in order to find the study.
All right, sir. So you say you want the basis to find the study, right?
Yes, what a citation
And
is.
I just told you the study is right on my page. So you're okay. So sir, what you're trying to do? You're trying to win, sir. Let me finish. You're
I'm not
trying to
gonna
win,
lie.
sir. May I finish, please?
I didn't say anything.
Sir, may I finish my claim, please?
No one's speaking but you.
Okay, or what you're trying to do? You're trying to win on technicalities.
No,
I told you, sir. If you're honest,
no.
if
I'm
you're
asking for ability
may
to
I
engage
finish
with your
my-
supposed evidence.
sir,
That's it.
sir. I told you. Know what?
Go to your
That's like me,
page.
sir. Listen.
Yeah.
That's like me saying the study is in the desk in the other room, and you're saying, no, tell me the study. You're trying to win on technicalities. The
How is-
study is on the desk. Just walk over there and get the study. I'm telling you, you know the study is real, but you're trying to win on technicalities. You know it's real.
You studied
Yeah,
it?
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm sorry. What the fuck?
I'm not
I
even
mean,
gonna
that's
lie,
simple.
bro.
It's the
A
third.
geography teacher
keep it real.
studies geography, which means they would be able to explain to you something about a landmass, elevation, where something is located in the world. If you studied it, you should be able to explain it.
Yes.
Not
You should be
telling
able to
someone
That tells us
how
you
to find
understood
the
it.
information. That
Yeah,
makes
it's a
no
basic.
sense.
Yeah, it's a basic tenet of philosophy and debate. It's called a voir dire.
And the thing is the beautiful thing about the internet and the world we live in, you can find information to back up anything. If I want to sit there and I don't know, pull a study that everybody came and evolved from, I don't know, peaches, I could probably find
Study
that
that
study.
shows Black American women have the lowest single parent rates. I bet you won't find it.
Bro,
You would find nowhere on the internet where Black American women have the lowest single parent rates. Never. You would never find it.
Actually,
so you're
you
wrong.
could.
I'm gonna need you to
Where you're wrong.
Actually, you
hush.
could.
You know what I'm
But
saying? You had your time. Let everybody else speak.
Black American
Well, the
women have
thing
the
that I'm trying
lowest
to get at
single
here,
parent rates.
Sir,
Charles, if you could, all you would have to actually do is actually go to the U.S. Census Bureau, and you could actually find the actual data actually showing regarding the actual fatherhood and actually how they regarding their engagement when it comes to actually with their children, finding that Black fathers, for example, are the most involved in the actual rearing of their children, meaning that idea of single motherhood is actually diminished within the Black community, actually more so.
That's not a study
Not being married.
showing that. That's not a
It all
study.
depends on what you mean by single motherhood.
A study on men, it does not determine the condition of Black single moms. You would
Yes,
never find
when they're contingent variables, yes, they are.
If you count, count
You
the
don't
Black
understand
single
statistics,
moms.
then.
All right, find me
So
a study that shows.
What's a contingent variable? Do you know what a contingent variable is? I'll explain it to you. I can actually
Charles,
explain
I
it.
got a question real quick.
Show me
man.
the
I got-
study that show me.
Charles. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So I got a couple questions. I got a question for you, man. Because we talking about all accountable. Do you have the ability to understand another side besides yours? And everybody else mute up, man, because I know everybody like jumping in and stuff. So everybody mute up.
Okay, first of all, it's a loaded question. There's a difference
Do you
between.
have? I'm gonna say it again. Do you have the ability to look at more than one side rather than your own? Because that's what we've been observing of, and I'm pretty sure
Yes,
everybody in the chat can agree
yes,
with
but
that.
what you fail to understand, there's a difference between understanding and disbelieving.
I'm trying to hold you accountable right now, man. I
Right,
think we all need it. It's
sir.
another man
The
holding another man
understanding,
accountable.
the word understanding is the wrong word. It's
Look,
not.
I only let you back up because I feel like you should you
No,
could be receptive of
I
something else.
understand it.
Can I
I don't
finish
want
with
you to
him?
be in the chats talking about that you're not hearing me and all this stuff. I'm trying to get you to. You're not even asking the question.
What it's easy to understand. Of course, I can understand it, but know the difference between agreeing, disagreeing, and
I didn't ask that.
understanding.
I never asked that.
Well,
You can't even learn the difference of how to answer a question.
Of course, I understand
See,
it, but I don't agree. You understand
No, you
that?
don't. You didn't even understand the question because you
No,
answered it
I
that way.
understand the question. I just disagree.
Do you understand? Okay, let me just put it this way. Do you understand that you only know how to look at things from your perspective only?
Sir, no, I look at things from.
So I'm letting you know that's what you're doing. That's what I'm doing right now.
All right,
Letting you know that.
all right. Are you able to prove that?
I mean, you just proved it. I let you talk up here long enough to prove that. It's the reason why I kept you up here.
All right, quote something I stated that's an indication that I don't understand other people's
Because
perspective.
when everybody talk, you never change your point of view or say tell somebody that you understand them. You don't say that. You just listen to reply. Just like you doing now. Just look, just like you doing now. You didn't even. I didn't even finish saying what I.
But that doesn't mean I don't understand it. It's a mind reading.
There's no way you can understand and talk at the same time before I even finish a sentence. That's what I'm saying. You done did it 100 times. It's the reason why I'm just making you aware of yourself. Look at that. He's so ready to. Man. But all right, if you don't see it, then I guess we could just change the question. That's 2 times I just try to basically get you to be aware of yourself. That's all it is.
Sir.
I just want to point something out.
And you don't like that, do you?
No,
Charles,
sir.
before
I'm
you
just
move on, I
asking
want to point
you
something
to
out you did earlier.
prove. I'm just asking you to prove that I don't understand their perspective. Sir,
All right. Well, I feel like it might be a. Oh, you got it, man. You got it.
You did it faster than
I'm
I
not
did.
gonna
I love this.
answer.
Kick him.
You got it. So.
Don't
That's why I said. That's why.
It's a loaded
man,
question to him, and that's just crazy.
everything a loaded question. Yeah, you do that a lot.
To sit there and say, like, I understand the statistics about single women, but what about about single mothers, but what about the single mothers who were married and their husbands passed away? What about the single mothers who had to get divorced because of whatever reason? Like, those things occur. So it's not like women are just out here becoming single. Granted, there are some, but at the end of the day, that is not all. Not all single mothers are the same. And I just refuse to hear somebody spew some type of rhetoric that's crazy, because if they're a single mother, that means at one point a man was involved. You can't say women are not supposed to have sex before marriage when it's men who out here saying things like, well, if you love me, you'll do it. If you love me, da-da-da-da-da. Like, come on now. We cannot act like these things don't exist. There are bad men just like there are bad women, period, point blank.
And then I'm gonna point out, this is a prime example of somebody, like I said, I'm not gonna say somebody. I'm gonna say this is a prime example of conversations that are childish. They don't go anywhere. It's just proven. I'm just trying to prove a point. You're not even listening to what anybody else has to say. You're not even trying to understand. Look at it from a different point of view. You now have caught yourself caught up in your ego into thinking that you are the most correct, right person on the planet. The fact that you couldn't even answer. Okay, well, that's great that you have that study. Where did you get it? Right? Oh, well, it's on my page. That's cute and all. Where did you get the study? Because if I quote a study, I could tell you exactly where I found it. It's a study. This is the name of the study, and this is who conducted the study.
I went to his page. I went through more than 25 of the actual entries in there, and I found a study. It was the third one. I found out that that's the only one that referred to this. It doesn't have a link to the actual study. It doesn't show the actual source of the study. He doesn't mention it anywhere in the comments or even in the actual comment about the study, the title. Nothing. It's just a header and a photo, and then he makes a bunch of statements. That's it. He never once mentions where the study came from. Just this backs me up and a background. That's it. With a
Yeah.
title.
So from this point, right, I see the numbers did some. Y'all hit them likes and share, all that, right? And for the people that just only
Tap
came in here just to
away,
hear some
my
drama and all that other
guy.
stuff, right?
Y'all
Right,
are
right,
lame.
right.
Y'all are really
Tap
lame for
away,
that.
my guys. You know, right. So, but my thing is, if y'all can exit now, all the people that just came in here for the drama or that just want to react to we about to get back on topic. Everybody want to react to
Thank
Charles. I
you.
know everybody got their reasons. People just, it's that dopamine, you
There's
know
a
what I'm saying? I
reason.
caught y'all, so y'all can leave now. You know, this
I
back, it's
do.
gonna be back to boring room again.
I do just want to point out there is a reason why he's here, so y'all try not to get triggered by him. It's not the first time he's been
I
in here.
like that,
There's a
and I want
reason
to
why
know
he's
who got
here.
triggered by him though.
No, there's a reason why he's here, right? Just people who
That's
may
the
have been
first
coming in
time
and
I heard
here.
him speak. And baby,
Yeah,
no.
no. So
Those are
the
the
thing
type of
is,
people that
so
should have to pass
yeah,
qualification tests to be able to go live on platforms like this. Because what is wrong
mhm.
with you?
Girl, I've been saying,
Like, where is
but
the critical
when it comes
thinking?
to this, like I said, there's a reason why he's up here, and believe it or not, it does fit beautifully into the topic. Because you have both men and women in here trying to hold somebody accountable who doesn't want to be held accountable because their ego is in the way. So at the end of the day, it proves again why certain people, well, I can only be held accountable by these people. You can't hold me accountable. That's saying it without saying it. Because there's plenty of women that were holding him accountable couldn't handle it. Then men started holding him accountable, couldn't handle it. Now it's all of a sudden we're being manipulative, we're being we're being this, we're being that, blah 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 blah. No, is it people holding you accountable? Is people holding you accountable, right? The way I could tell somebody can't handle accountability is the first thing. If I'm holding you accountable, the first thing out your mouth is, "Well, can you tell me exactly what I said?" What's the point? What's the point? There's no point to that. I'm not
So let me
reaching.
get on all the trigger people heads now. I'm gonna hold y'all accountable. So I seen a few people while I was just downstairs though. So why y'all let a dude y'all don't know on the internet get to y'all?
The craziest part was I was trying to tell him about one of those things that he was asking for. Earlier when we were talking, he made the assumption that I was a member of the LGBTQIA community and all this other stuff. Nothing that he could find about me. That's not me. He made that assumption. And then he continued, even when I dispelled and said, no, I'm not. And said, oh, sure you aren't. That's what it was. He himself was making all these assumptions. He was basically engaging in confirmation bias, and he would not move. Cynicism is not the same as skepticism.
And you know, Daniel, you and I believe it was Malik Brown who brought up confirmation bias, and when he came back up he tried to use that same word, saying that we were participating in confirmation bias because we refused to see things from only his perspective. I just thought was hilarious, but go ahead.
I'm not gonna lie, he kinda reminded me of a female. A sassy female. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. But that's exactly what he reminded me of. Cause remember, Kev, that day in my live and we all ran into that female. I forgot what her name was, but she did the same thing he did. Remember that? That's who.
Mm-hmm.
And I think them two will go together. I'm not gonna lie. They right for you.
Hey, I would have told y'all brain if I would have let him and Major flip up at the same time. Y'all would be screaming y'all
That part.
heads up.
That part. But that's
Oh,
that's what I'm saying. Like with people like that, sometimes if you take a step back, they're gonna again, it's the whole gaslighting, right? Oh, they're you're the one triggered. I'm trying to be calm, but if you really listen to what they saying, they the ones that was triggered the whole time. Like at the end of the day. So there's a reason why, and I get it, Charles could be much. I remember the first time I was on a panel with him, he was getting on my nerves. I ain't even gonna front. Right? That's normal. Right? But the more I listen to him speak, I just understand that that's just how he is. Right?
mm-hmm.
So therefore I don't typically, and for the most part, I tend to ignore him, except that when he's proven my point. Like, that's essentially it. But again, it goes back to, if you're going to have studies, if you're going to do all those types of things, yeah, people are starting to hold people accountable to that. And I notice it's the people that always want to base all their arguments based off some study that are now having issues with it, because people are asking you to cite a source. Can you cite it on the spot since you've done all this research? Can you prove to me you know what the hell you're talking about? Because I can look at a study, and that doesn't mean that I understand everything, right? I can read a bunch of stuff about rocket science and how to get rockets in the air. Doesn't mean I understand it all. Doesn't mean that I'm able to comprehend everything that goes into that. Just stuff to keep in mind. We can learn at any time. That's the whole point. That's change your perspective on accountability. It doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't have to be a negative thing. It's a learning experience. Learn. That's it.
I'm still trying to understand. Does it make any sense to anybody else? Because it doesn't to me. How me asking you about what your source is, so I can engage with the source, is me trying to deny or trying to avoid engaging with the source. I'm trying to find it, not just you give me the title. I need to know where it was from, because that generic title he gave, I plugged it in. All right, nada. I put in .edu, .gov, .mil. I put in a bunch. Nada. The closest I came was, I kid you not, that was the one that was from a Heritage Foundation. A Heritage Foundation title for one of their articles, not a study, just an article that they were talking when they were talking about the black community basically vilifying black women. Short answer, you might as well just say Heritage Foundation says black women are hoes. That's essentially what they were saying.
Period.
Boy.
That part.
Went to look it up. He could cite it, but my thing is, like I said, if you studied it, you would be able to explain it. I would not go to a geography teacher asking me to explain how physics work. It don't work like that.
Hey, you ever,
That's
Charles?
just
I'm gonna do a circle back. Remember what you was talking about earlier about some people you just can't talk to and stuff. So I don't know. It show that you're showing it a lot right now that need to be right. That's why you keep doing it down there. But hey, you get the chat going though. But you no keep the chat going. Let him keep that chat going. Do his thing. Let him do his thing. He keeping it
Let him
active
run
down
the
there.
chat up,
But
yo.
right. But basically, so it's like you contradict yourself from earlier. You said that some people you just can't talk to. So obviously, no matter how many times you put the studies up or whatever you say, that's your problem. You need to be right. So you contradict yourself from earlier. That's what you did, because it's obvious none of us listening to you. We heard some of the stuff, but whatever. That's funny.
Exactly, because it took everything in me to ask him. Like, I really wanted to know what his age was, and if he's ever had sex before marriage, and if he's ever asked a woman what her body count. Because I don't know nobody who's anybody asking them what their body count is. Like that wasn't
Thank
even
you.
a thing until these so-called
Till the
podcasts.
TikTok.
Right, like
let's be real, till TikTok, because I ain't never been asked that not one time in my life until I was on TikTok. And again, it's always by people who I'm not even trying to be with that be asking. That'd be the weirdest part.
I mean, he can't act like he's perfect. He made his mistake or whatever situation, and you can't act like he just know it all as soon as you got out of your marriage and stuff. And I remember the first time I held you accountable, you ain't want to take that. You're like, I didn't know that she took pills and all this other stuff, but you chose wrong. So you should have some type of empathy or some type of understanding for people that make these decisions and stuff. You can't act like you never made a mistake in your life. When you was sitting there,
right?
I mean, that's why you got to go across the seas, because you failed at picking. So now you rather run from the problem and talk about it across the seas rather than deal with it. So that's what I'm meaning, that you're more on the bashing situation and using studies to act like you're not bashing the situation, but you're talking off of bitterness. That's all that is, and you're showing all the signs of bitterness because your past relationship ain't work.
Isn't that what passport bros do though? Aren't they talking
Not
about
all
bitterness
of them.
and
What I
everything
don't
else?
understand about these passport holders
rejects.
that act like him is that if you were so happy in going overseas and finding a traditional woman or wife or whatever it is that they claim that they can't find in America, you would go quietly. You would not have to bash American women or women that you have dated or women that you've never dated to make the whole world think, oh, all American women are trash or all American. Like, if you were truly happy, just go and let the people here who are happy and trying to find their husband or wife or whatever it is they're looking for, look for it. Like, if it's wrong, call it out. But if you're happy, go do you. Why are you worried?
That's why I say you can't be happy. You can't be. You can't be happy when you still talking about the people that you already had problems with before. Yeah, you can't be. It's like if I had a girl across the seas, I would not be thinking twice about anybody else.
Women are doing.
We can talk about drug dealers and all that. I don't care. They ain't got nothing to do with my life. Why would I keep talking about them?
Especially when they're not the type of people you trying to
Should
attract.
men hold men accountable and should women hold women accountable? I think women should hold women accountable. We're already holding ourselves accountable. Point blank, period. Yeah, we already holding ourselves accountable as men. So women need to do their job. You know what I mean? Hold themselves accountable. Because I'm starting to get sick and tired of it.
I get it. I just want to say this real quick. Charles, I want you to understand this ain't nothing personal, bro. I got nothing personal against you. I don't know you. Right? But all I hope, like my only wish for you, bro, is that you find peace eventually with whatever is fueling this need to be like this.
Be like what?
That's all I hope, Charles.
Oh, I thought you was talking to me. I was about to say.
No, not you. No, I was talking to Charles in the comments.
Hey, look in the comments. Can he do this? Quick. I think I'm at the study right now, and it says the exact opposite of what he's talking about. And the thing is, he didn't even read the abstract, let alone the actual study. If this is what it is, can you give the actual title of the study again, Charles?
No, we caught you already. Don't hide.
Sorry, M. Van Anders. Sorry, M. Van Anders. That's who you're talking about, from Queen's University in freaking Canada. All right.
Effects of gender behavior and testosterone on women. That's the name of the
y'all
study.
talking about gay stuff? Oh no, let me get out of here. Let me hear him get out.
Effects of gendered behavior on testosterone in women. Okay, let's double check real fast.
Why you just saying leave instead of saying it? That was weird.
I don't know.
Well, while y'all wait on that, tap away, my guys.
Tap, tap, tap.
It don't matter if you're wrong or right. What I need y'all to do is tap away, my guys. Even though Charles came up here and lied. Tap away, my guys.
Make that a sound. That is funny. You and AJ are hilarious. Like, I love it.
Bye.
So please tap, tap, tap the screen and share the live. Please remember to stay respectful in the live at all times. Please also remember to keep your hands and feet in the live at all times. If you can't do so, understand that I'm a flight attendant and I'll send you anywhere you want to go. You don't got to go home, but you ain't got to stay here. Thanks for flying, laugh, and let go. Let's keep it going.
Yes.
Me and my radio voice, I'm telling you. I need to be on the radio.
Those flight attendant voices where I could just hear you telling everybody, please keep their hands and feet in the ride at all times. Thank you.
If at any point you get triggered or offended, please understand your X is on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Top right corner. And that'll exit you out this
Your
plane.
triggers are your problems.
Your triggers
So
and your
deal with 'em.
feelings are your problems.
Right.
They are no one else's.
And when
Here's
the
the study.
light is on, make sure you are strapped in.
Can Charles come back? Can we engage on this? Because here's the actual study he's referring to. Doesn't say what he thinks it does. Can he come back up?
Hopefully he can listen. I don't know. It's about to
He's
hurt.
been
Man,
invited
please,
to let's see if he's gonna listen.
please. We can only listen with our ears, not our mouth.
I promise to stay muted for this one, y'all.
It's gonna be hard, girl. I'm just saying.
You
Yes,
said get paid first.
let's actually read it. And also, I'm gonna take notes because I'm gonna see if this is a legitimate credited source. Because just because you read it
Mhm.
on the internet does not always mean that it's true. Just saying.
Mhm.
But while we waiting for Charles and to get it all worked up, Charles, don't be hiding now, bro. You had a lot to
Oh,
say.
I know.
I need you up.
We're thinking about another whole paragraph to get. He said, "Dang, let me make sure I come up here. He done put me on spot."
He gonna put me on the spot now. Now I gotta leave. Don't be leaving, man. Come on now. Come
So
up
the
here.
thing
He gonna come
is,
up here
this
singing my song and stuff. Tap away. He gonna switch the whole subject
Come up
up.
here, Charles. Don't
I'm
run from
sorry, guys. I was
accountability.
wrong and right.
yeah, the study itself only points out that while hormones like testosterone, progesterone, and such may actually contribute to characteristics of maleness, and masculinity, socialization has a far greater effect on this. It actually is self-propagating, and that's what it says. And this is something that happens in both men and women, but men tend to have higher amounts of these actual sexual hormones. Now, the thing is, that's all that it's talking about. That's all that it says. It doesn't say anything about black women being somehow socialized and being ostracized or having some sort of denigrating effect. All of that is editorialization. None of it's in the study. And I want to ask Charles, where in the study does it say this?
If you look down, it says competition among women is discouraged because it could increase their testosterone, but it is encouraged in men, not women. If you look down further, and what
I read the whole thing. I've read the study before.
Okay, so
Charles,
if you
none
look
of that
down,
means anything about black women or any of that
no,
stuff.
no, sir,
It's
it
all
says
editorialization
that
by you.
straw man fallacy. See, it's
I
fun.
didn't straw man you at all.
Sir, hold on, it's fun until I come.
I didn't straw man anything.
Yeah, yes, you did. I didn't say anything.
Then pull your information up, Charles. Since you got so much to say, pull it up.
Hold on. I said, when women are in dominant roles, it could increase their testosterone. American women are all about women empowerment, right? Women empowerment in dominant roles.
Right there, what you just did. What you just did right there. That is your personal opinion, not from the study.
No, that is from the study.
Then pull it up.
It says,
Charles, how many times you gonna keep saying it? He done pulled up some stuff, and you still saying he wrong.
I just read the exact thing he's looking at.
Pull it up so we can see it.
I read it before.
It's obvious we're not going out your mouth with it.
I'm not in a position to do that.
Come on, bro. You had a position to sit there and blow my chat up with the same thing, but you can't put it on your phone.
Hold on. First you said, see, you know what? I just want to say that it's fun until I come on the panel. Now you have to actually think, and now your claims are actually being challenged. It's not so fun.
No, you getting challenged right now because you ain't bringing them studies up.
No, if you're not, and then when I'm in the panel,
my gosh, bro,
I get cut off.
I swear, if you don't bring them studies up,
I get cut off.
There's no point.
Charles,
there's no point.
Charles, it says selectively discouraged, but it is encouraged in men. That's it. It's a comparison between men and women, not black women to say white women or Asian women or any of that sort of stuff. The rest of that you're doing is your personal editorialization. You are giving us your personal opinion. That's it. You are not coming from the study. You are reading the study very, very, very pointedly.
You got somebody that held you accountable right now. Because he got a whole studies right here that you talked about, that you told him to pull up. I don't see nothing to say about black women or anything, and you still refuse to bring your studies up.
Why do you?
Where in the study does it mention black women?
Why do you mute me every 5 seconds, sir? What is wrong with you?
Charles.
No, sis, no, I'm serious. Ma'am, sir, you literally mute me every 5 seconds.
You're about to blow away your blessing. All right, listen to this.
You literally mute me every 5 seconds.
I'm going to answer that right now. So the reason why I keep muting you is because you keep cutting everybody off and you're not fully listening. So I'm muting you so you shut up and listen and then respond because you're only listening to respond. So again, pull up your study. You're being held accountable right now, and it's proving that you're full of shit.
It's my turn to talk.
So go ahead.
Did you hear anything she said, though?
Pull up your study. What did I say? Matter of fact,
I told you. Listen.
Tell me exactly what I said, Charles.
Ma'am, you You said pull up the study. So what you're saying is
I said more than
when
just that. What exactly did I say?
So
you
no, look,
said
we ain't
don't.
about to do that though. Just pull it up, and
Okay.
nobody ain't trying to hear
Pull up
nothing
the
that come
study.
out your mouth until you pull it up. Ain't nobody trying to hear it though,
You know what?
because you just got put on spot and you not pulling it up. Anybody
What
that can back up their stuff, they had to shut up, pull
that
up them studies and show everybody and prove everybody wrong.
he just pulled it up.
Okay, right, and he
Now,
All right,
where
he
does
no,
it
I know.
mention black women
So all
specifically?
right, he just pulled up the same thing. So listen, are you going to mute me every 5 seconds?
We don't
I
care
will if
about
you're
Oh
not
that.
my
listening.
gosh,
Okay,
y'all! How
so
Just
about
listen,
answer
listen,
the
you
listen.
pull
question.
out your
So,
feelings?
so you won't mute me every 5 seconds. I'll wait until it's my
If
turn
you're
to talk.
listening.
Charles, I'm asking you this one question. In the study, does it single out black women for any of the things that you just said about black women? In the study.
Loaded question. Because,
No, it's not. You
sir,
don't know what a
may
loaded
I
question
finish,
is.
sir, you can't bombard me with fallacies and
I
expect.
haven't used the fallacy yet.
Sir,
The study's
could you
right
stop
there.
muting? I know you're scared of me.
Okay, a
Could you
loaded
stop
question.
muting?
Okay, what part? No. What
I'm not
part of
muting
my
you.
conclusion? What part of my conclusion was in the premises? What part of my conclusion was in the premises? That's what required for a loaded question.
Okay. You want to mute? You going to are you going to allow me to
Answer the
talk?
question, Charles. For fuck's sake.
Hold on, AJ, because I also
Because
can't
I
hear
can
you.
never talk because I get muted.
Answer the question.
Because when you're off mute, you're not answering the question. Go directly into the
The
question.
question, I get muted.
Yes or no?
Okay, it's okay. I'm going to answer the question. I understand you're triggered, but don't mute me,
I'm
okay?
not triggered at all. Charles, I'm not triggered at all. I asked a very
We want to hear the answer.
Okay, all right.
I asked a very simple question. It's a reasonable one, I think. All right, I think that I asked a reasonable question, Charles.
Okay.
What part?
My claim was when women are in dominant. I didn't say black women. I said when women are in dominant roles.
Fuck out of here.
It don't matter. It don't matter what you said until you pull that studies
why
up.
didn't you cut
Look,
me off
Charles,
just then? What's
you
wrong
about
with
to
you?
get. I don't care.
We're
I don't
talking
care.
about
But
black
I already
women
told you
for
the
5
rule on
minutes
that
ago.
one. I said you got to pull up that study that he got because nobody is listening to what you saying. You got to pull that up so we can know. So can you do that?
Same study. I'm telling.
No,
I just read
I'm
it.
not.
No,
Bro,
what?
I'm trying to give you a chance, brother.
Why
Just
don't
pull
you
up the
take?
studies.
Why don't you take accountability for being fair, brother? Stop being cruel to me, okay? Could you do that?
My
Could you stop
gosh,
being
bro.
cruel? You already cursed me out.
Can you
Could
look,
be
Charles?
cool?
Is it really that
Could
hard,
you
or are you lying?
try
You
to be nice?
just say you
Try
lying.
to be nice.
Just say you lying.
No, I'm not lying, sir.
Right. So anybody else
mute
would
me
have.
every.
I would have bended it a
I'm
whole
either
hour
getting
ago
muted
if
or cut
I
off.
said what I stand on. If I stand on what I stand on, and I said it was in the studies, I will pull up the studies. Anybody can screenshot, take pictures, and read it with each other. We can do that. That's all you got to do is do that. Nobody, like I told you, you ain't nobody listening to you right now until you pull it up. My man's, he just showed it. He pulled it up for you, and he don't see it. So maybe we overlooking it. So show us.
Are you talking about the guy that just cursed me out?
Huh?
All right. Listen.
What the?
No. Listen. Why are you so angry?
No one's
Why are
angry.
you so angry, brother?
Oh
No
my
one's
gosh.
angry.
Tone matter, Charles. Tone matter.
The study says. Daniel, can you lower your hand real quick? I'll read it since Charles
Are you
can't.
going to? Are you
think he should
genuine
read.
enough? Are you nice enough to admit that the study clearly stated that women
It says-
in competitive? May I?
That's not what
God
it says.
damn! You cut me off again, really, sir? Are you nice enough, sir? Are you decent, sir?
Hold on. Everybody, please let Charles speak because I'm not going to talk over nobody. Everybody, please let Charles speak so that we can hear every word he says. So when he does say something, we're able to respond instead of him saying, I did not say that, because Charles is good for that. So everybody else, let's go on mute and let Charles speak so that he can get it out and then we can see if it makes any sense.
The study. All right. Okay. First of all, when I mentioned the study, I said women in dominant roles are more likely to develop testosterone, right? By their certain roles. in dominant roles, right?
No,
And
it didn't.
so I did not say black women. I
You
said
did.
women. No, I said black women in another instance. When you asked me about modern women, I specifically mentioned the study. I said women in dominant roles, since modern women like to be empowered. They're more likely to go for dominant roles for the sake
Okay.
of women empowerment. Now, do you understand that?
I understand it 100%. I want to ask
Okay,
a
so
question as a response. No, Charles, let's move on. No, we can actually short circuit this whole thing by asking a simple question, see if you understood what you read. Do modern women, ancient women, whatever, do they produce testosterone on their own naturally?
It depends on, of course they do, but but when they have an overly, but certain lifestyles, certain situations increases their testosterone levels to
The word
abnormal
used is
levels. Sir,
socialization.
may I finish my claim, please?
No, you're saying lifestyles. It's called socialization. That's the term
Right.
used
So
in the
I
actual
know, but
study.
I'm using words that they can understand.
That is actually just as
Okay,
easily.
all right, fine. Right, socialization. That is correct. In other words, when feminists tell women to go out and be competitive like men, socialization, modern women, modern
When does it mention
American.
any of that?
Sir, why do you keep cutting me
None
off?
of that is mentioned in the study.
Sir,
The part about the feminist, feminism, all that.
So
You're adding that.
do you
None of
admit,
that's in the study.
sir, do you admit that women in America are conditioned to be competitive in the working world like men? Is that true or false? Is that true?
Bro, you about to get so
Sure.
far off with the whole
No,
point of
okay, so it's true, right? Okay,
No, they have
now,
to be. They have to be competitive.
okay,
It's a
so
necessity.
since it's
It's a
true
necessity.
that this means American women are being socialized to be competitive like men, and when they act like men, it increases their testosterone level, thereby deepening their voice, their face begins to
Nothing
look.
in the study mentions the voice.
Sir, testosterone levels. When testosterone levels are increased in women, it deepens their voice. It
Testosterone. No, higher
Really?
testosterone. Higher
testosterone levels in women does
can actually
in fact
heighten the pitch of your voice too.
no, sir, no. Higher
My thing, Charles, because if that was true, right? If that was true that all I have to do is go get a man's job, a job that's dominantly male, I would not have to be taking the necessary pills or medication that some people have been taking in order to boost their testosterone. So that's
So you saying it sound like this, Charles?
hold on. If all I gotta go do is go get a job in order to boost that makes no sense. All I gotta go do is go do welding, and then
that's what your voice is.
Hey, Charles, I want to ask you something. Let's test this out. Let's test this out. No, let's test this out.
Hold on, y'all.
You
Hold
can
on,
have your own
because I just
opinion,
asked
but
him
don't
something, and
disrespect
I
nobody.
want him to respond to me. Hold on one second, let's say, baby, because I know you've been waiting too. So after Charles makes no sense with this point, you can go ahead, Lachey, as well, and then we have other
What
people
did
on
I
the
say that
panel
didn't
too. So
make
we want to
sense?
make sure. Hold on, Charles. We have other people on the panel, so we want to make sure we get them in as well. But while I have the floor right now, before my phone actually dies properly, if we can get those taps up, I would really appreciate it. Let's get those taps up so that nobody can report the live that'll actually make it, whereas they're not able to report it because TikTok can see that we are actually liking this conversation, unfortunately. Also, Kevin has a live goal up there as well. So if you can send him some hearts, it's only 5 little cents. We would really appreciate that. Now go ahead, Charles, because I'm about to hear this nonsense.
Tap away, my guy.
All right, come on now, man. Look, my point is this, right? It is a fact that when women have increased levels of testosterone, you American women being competitive and trying to be empowered, it increases your testosterone, thereby deepening your voice. That's why you have deeper voices than African women, and that's why I find you unattractive, because your voices are too deep, like a man. And also it also causes your face to look more masculine. It makes you unattractive. So when you empower yourselves, you are masculinizing yourselves. And there's science to prove it. Again, the study clearly shows that when women they're discouraged to be competitive like men because you develop more testosterone, and which makes you look manly. Okay, this is why some men are not even conscious of the fact that there's something wrong with you, but they can't. So they just call it masculine. They know something's wrong. They know you're masculine, but they don't understand the biology behind it. Why you think millions of men are calling you masculine? Because you are. You have more testosterone. Your voices are deeper. You act manly. It's because you have too much testosterone in you because of the lifestyle because of the socialization that you agree to and conform to. This is your fault. You conform to this. This is why women call themselves the women who are housewives. They have nice, soft, feminine voices. It's because because they're not living like a man. So when you live like a man, you become like a man.
Any more questions?
No, guys, let me try this.
Hold on. I'm gonna shift it over a little bit.
No.
People gotta add some stuff.
Let me destroy this whole thing that he's saying.
He already gone already.
Did he run?
He left.
I just want to show everybody right here. These two women right here. If you can make me the main screen just real fast for a second. These two women right here. This is Kirsten Griest and Shay Haber. All right. These are the first two female Army Rangers. All right. Prior to becoming Army Rangers, one of them, I shit you not, was actually an EOD, like an explosive ordnance disposal person. The other one was actually a helicopter pilot. All right. One of them went back to being a pilot. The other one, she is now an actual company commander with 2nd Ranger Battalion. All right. Would it surprise you to find out that both of these women have incredibly feminine voices?
I'm about to say they do like they might talk
and their
deep.
professions that they've been working in for coming up in half a decade, that they've been with for over a decade in the Army, in the military, in combat arms. All right. Couldn't be more masculine if they tried, according to his parameters. They literally hunt down and take the lives of people. That's their job. One of them is an actual company commander. She was actually a platoon leader before that. All right. I'm trying to understand this thing that he's saying. It's not how it works. Everything he's been saying just doesn't work the way he's saying.
Yeah, some stuff ain't meant to understand.
I just want to know how, if that's the case of what he was saying. My question was, if you look at the top 10 jobs that women go for and the top 10 jobs that men go for, they're not the same. So how can it be competitive?
That part. At the end of the day, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, AJ.
No,
My
go ahead,
bad.
Michelle. No, go ahead. Go
Oh
ahead. I'll
no,
go
I
after.
was just gonna say the study that Daniel had pulled up that Charles was referring to, it clearly said that competition is crucial for evolution and it is subjectively discouraged among women, which means subjective is an operative word because competition is not discouraged. If a bunch of women are swimming against each other, they are not going to become masculine because they're in competition.
Selectively discouraged.
Exactly. Selectively, which means selectively was the operative word. And he tried to change that to make it seem like women in roles of power become more masculine somehow, which is crazy because I've had plenty female what are they called? Managers, CEOs, and all of that. And ain't none of them ever sounded like a man to me.
That part.
Yeah. In fact, there are some women who have been style and actual style icons and sex symbols with incredibly deep voices. All right. Catherine Turner.
Catherine Turner. Yeah. She's got a really deep voice, but she's beautiful.
Incredibly deep voice. Her entire career. All right.
She's beautiful though.
Yes.
Beautiful.
All right. That's the lady from Romancing the Stone, Jewel of the Nile, back in the 80s, those 80s movies, that sort of stuff. This is just a thing he's just making up. He didn't understand what he read.
That part. So again, this is what happens. Oh, sorry.
Oh, my bad. No, I was just going to say he wants women to believe that the only way for them to be women is for them to be housewives of the 50s, which we know the economy don't work like that today. So unless you have 6, 7, 8 figures, and even people with that sometimes with inflation or struggling, unless you have the ability to do that, then don't tell women that they shouldn't be out here trying to achieve goals in the workforce. Because the problem is men just don't, not all men like Charles don't want women to be a part of that competition
Welcome
because
back.
they feel like, they're somehow going to be overshadowed if a woman is in the same field as them trying to do the same job, which you still have to go to school for it. So if she's able to pass and she's able to do what she do, let her do what she do. Her income is not bothering you.
Well,
All right, Charles, is it possible that you didn't understand the actual endocrinology portion of the study?
I understood it perfectly. And
Okay, then explain it to me.
again, what the study ultimately shows is when women are in competitive roles, they develop more testosterone. That is a fact.
Okay. That
And
doesn't mean that their
and
voice
this
is
is
gonna
why
do-
modern women develop more testosterone. And also,
And that doesn't automatically mean their voice is
ho-
going to
ho-
deepen.
hold on. I would like to address what she just said. What you guys fail to understand is 30% of Asian women are housewives. 27% of
Cultural
Hispanic.
thing.
No, may I finish, please? In America, the United States, it's probably more than that because it doubled last year. So this is before it doubled, probably among non-black women, 30% of Asian women were housewives before it doubled. 27% of Hispanic women are housewives before it doubled. 20% of white women were housewives before it doubled. Only 8% of black American women, black women were housewives, and it's probably less than that because a lot of those black category is actually African immigrants. So it's probably lower than that. But
Charles,
hold on, listen.
In the last 2 minutes,
No, wait,
you
I'm
have
almost
actually
done.
used the word
Please.
probably
I'm
5
almost done.
times.
Sir, I'm
Can I
almost
say
done.
something? Because
So
I'm trying to
out
say
of
Start
something.
putting a
What
timer on
it
you.
there is what I'm saying. Every time you said
30% housewives,
probably, it was your personal
hold on.
opinion, not something from any study. It's
Sir,
just your
may I
personal
finish
gut.
my claim, please? Even though Asian women are 30% housewives, hold on. Even though Asian women are 30% housewives, Black American women are more likely to get evicted. So the very reason you're saying to not be housewives, you have the worst of it. You're more likely to be homeless, the least likely to be housewives, the more likely to get evicted. Hispanics women income is only $60 lower than yours weekly, but 27% of them are housewives. And 8%, probably lower than that, 8%. So something is wrong. For you to do all this just to avoid hardship in case the man is not there or whatever, the women with the most housewives are less likely to get evicted. As a matter of fact, they have a higher household income. Asians and whites have a higher household income. Asians have a
Okay, let's go. Okay,
Can I say
okay,
something
Charles,
really
what you've
quick?
engaged in is called the model minority myth, and also you're ignoring the historical norms of self. For example, redlining, the issues regarding
That's not a
Jim
myth.
Crow laws, all these other
Hold on.
things. No, no. Please let me finish. And the bigger issue is, for example, the exact opposite was actually what was considered the norm. Say if we went back more than 50 years, because prior to that, you actually had the exact opposite when it came to, for example, Asian communities. They were actually the only piece of legislation that explicitly discriminated against people based on race is actually regarding Asian. It's called the Chinese Exclusion Act. All right, it basically made it so that people who were here legally on immigration visas or even came over here to become citizens could not marry or bring their families over if they were Asian or if they were from China. But the thing is, basically what happened is in the early 80s, we actually started incentivizing people with higher incomes already or with advanced degrees to come over to the United States from East Asian countries. That's something that happened. So if you have a family where you already have a lot of money, or if you have advanced degrees, both parents, that sort of thing, yeah, you're going to have better outcomes. This is something that was incentivized, done intentionally.
Sir.
And I just gave you the actual. I actually gave you
Okay,
the
yeah,
actual
but
time frame and the actual name of the actual
sir,
legislation. Can you do that for your
Yeah,
stuff?
before we do
I didn't
that
have to say
though,
probably once.
Hispanics. Hold
yeah,
on.
hold on real quick, cause y'all ain't about to keep going back and forth the whole entire live. Go ahead, Asia. I think you was trying to say something. Then I'm gonna squeeze Alex in.
Yeah. So my thing is, right, is we're talking about one study that you brought up, Charles. Now, the problem, or maybe this is just my disconnect. You keep saying the same things, like just in different, like it's just recycled over and over again. But it's not having anything to do with the actual topic, which is the study that you originally brought up. You keep moving the goalpost to bringing up black women and everything else when this study isn't even about race specific things. It's about just women in general. So can we get to that point? And if you are going to bring up these supposed statistics that you have, I'm really going to need you to show your work, which means I'm going to need you to pull up a study that states that at this point.
All right.
Can that be doable?
Hey, first of all, you guys questioned me that led me to the study. So if you want to stay on topic and then don't try to win the argument by getting off topic. So it was your red herring fallacy. So you tried to win the argument by spewing a red herring, which caused me to get off topic in the first place. Now, if you want to stay on topic, hold on. If you want to stay on topic, like I was on topic, the issue is the issue is I said the way to hold men accountable is to tell them to avoid masculine women.
The topic.
I said the way to hold men accountable.
Using terms you don't understand.
I'm gonna correct it. Hold on. Hit the pause button before you go on a tangent. I am talking about the current thing at hand, not the topic that's being talked about in this live. We are talking about the study that you referenced. Okay, yeah. The original study that you referenced that Daniel has been so nice to bring up, and you keep bringing up statistics from other studies. Where are you getting this information? I need you to pull that up so we can back up.
Are you talking about the,
wait, before we move on. No, let's add one thing. Let's add another thing. Let's add another thing before you move on, Charles. It's not a red herring fallacy if you're the one that brought it up, not the other person.
Thank you.
They have to introduce the irrelevant data point that actually derails the conversation.
Keep in mind,
order for it to be a red herring fallacy. That's how that works. Don't know the terms you're using. Quit using them.
Sir, keep in mind that you're distorting my claims. Keep in mind that the original
said it 90 seconds ago.
May I finish my claim, please? The original topic was accountability, right? I said the way to hold men. I said I do hold men accountable by telling them to avoid bad women. Right?
So
that's what I said. And I said the way to avoid bad women is to avoid masculine women. Right? And then you wanted to get into details. What is a masculine woman? Right? And then you question. And then because I was nice enough to answer all of your questions.
Okay, we don't need a play-by-play of how the conversation went. Majority of us were here, and again, you're distorting from the actual conversation and derailing the conversation yet again.
You know what?
So my question
I did not derail the conversation. You derailed the conversation.
My question now is, because I have enough brain cells to continue with this conversation. The point is, who's holding you accountable then? If men are holding men accountable, you're holding all these people accountable. Who holds you accountable? Because here's the point where you're being held accountable and you're being asked, okay, if you're standing 10 toes down on these statistics that you're bringing up with all these other races, even though the original thing you brought up had nothing to do with race, where's the pudding? Show it. Oh, no, now it's fallacies. Now we're bringing up all this, that, and the third.
No.
This is a pointless conversation. You don't know what you're talking about.
I hold myself accountable by doing what I tell other men: avoid masculine women.
Outside of you, who holds you
Well,
accountable?
you also avoiding these statistics you fail to bring up too.
Okay, what statistics are you? I have a whole I have a whole
All right, whatever. Okay,
br-
you win.
Any
You
of
win.
them,
You
video.
win,
bring up
Charles.
any of them that you are using for your argument at this
Yeah,
point. What are
yeah.
you
I don't
bringing
even
up?
want to. The thing
I
is, I
need
don't
you
They're
even
to
all
want
on
to
say
my
hear
it
it no
page.
more until you bring the studies up. It's just pointless now.
at this
So
They're,
point.
yeah.
they're
Like at this
okay. You
point, you're
know
just
what?
saying the same
Look,
shit.
look.
You
I
know
don't
what?
look.
Because
Literally,
my
literally.
argument,
I'm.
Okay, you know what?
If
yeah,
This
because
is
my argument requires
okay,
studies.
we're
Because
done. We're done.
whatever.
No, your argument doesn't require studies. Clearly, you can't even bring them up.
Please
You
keep
just
them
want to say the
all
same
women.
things over and over again. And again,
Right.
proving the point. So if we're going back to the original point of this conversation, which is about accountability, you can't be held accountable. You're pretty much saying that
Yep.
because you're being held accountable on multiple fronts here, and you still want to continue to argue instead of just being like, you know what, guys, you're right. Maybe I didn't understand that. Let your ego go.
It's giving domestic violence, and
Yeah,
I
he
can
do
only
get kicked
date
out of
women that are
everybody live.
17.
Yeah, we already know that.
At this point, bro, like my brain cells are turning into kamikaze pilots just even trying to listen to you speak. You
Because
don't
he
sound
still
like
ain't
an
bring another.
intelligent person. You sound like
He ain't
somebody
bring one study up yet.
who owns a phone that has Google and you just Google a lot of shit.
It's
Get
giving
off social media and go actually
five,
be a part of the
and
world.
yeah, he can't get a girlfriend. Probably lives home with mom.
That part. Like, I don't care
Nah, he
what you're
running away
aware.
from America. He messing with a European
I
woman
don't care
and
what you
still
ran
mad
away
at.
from. My whole point is just so you're aware. Okay, if you think it's gonna be better over there, yeah, yeah, it's something you're different, you're not used to. But she's gonna fuck with you in a whole different way, and I
You
know
said
that because I'm
stop
from that
Michigan
side of the
me.
world. But continue since you think you know everything.
It's more than a podcast. That's the only thing you keep mentioning down there. Whatever your name is, 100.
That's
More
what I'm
than that.
saying.
So go ahead, Alex. Welcome to the live, man. What
Welcome
you
to the
got
lab,
for us?
man.
Well, I just been listening to y'all go back and forth, and now I'm kind of at a loss because what I think happened versus what you guys are saying happened, it's like night and day. So I should probably just mute up and let y'all go till we get to another topic because I don't think it went anyway the way you guys are discussing that conversation went.
What do you mean?
I'm saying I was to both of you. I heard what he was saying. I heard what you guys were saying. And then I heard y'all drop him and begin to clown what he was saying. But I don't think the way you guys are portraying the conversation
Okay.
it was at all.
Okay. Then
All right,
Alex, I want to ask you. Then I want to ask
I
you.
don't want to
Let me
recap.
give me a second. Let me
Let
cook with him for a
finish,
second.
let me finish my sentence.
I just need a moment. I brought up the study. I want to see if we can.
No, man. Dang, I'm trying to. So explain what you're saying. What did you not? What you talking about? And when did you come in here?
I came in the middle of you guys having an argument about what that fella Charles was saying versus what the young lady AJ was saying, and him trying to recap what had happened in the conversation. You guys cutting him off. You didn't want to recap, but you wanted to talk about the conversation. He was trying to explain to you guys how he felt the conversation went. You said, well, I don't want to hear that. You cut him off. You let her talk. And then you dropped him when he tried to refute what she was saying. That's how I received that
Okay, yeah. So basically, you didn't read the room. I got you. Yeah. So basically, you came in late, and then you picked your part that you already said.
No,
Okay,
I just heard what I heard.
Yeah. So
I
yeah, you
only
wasn't
heard what
here
I
the whole
heard,
entire
brother.
time though. But yeah, I think if he was really listening, we was
I
trying to
was
get him to
listening,
bring
but
us.
I'll be out. I'll be out because
No,
I see
I
how
was
this
saying,
live
don't leave.
goes. I see how
Look,
this live goes.
Don't
No,
leave. We're going to
what
ask
the
you
heck?
about it.
All right.
Dang you, bro. I'm
Alexander.
just trying to talk to him real quick.
I know.
All I'm trying to say
I was
is
just asking
that
him not to leave. That's all I was saying.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know why he's scared. I don't know, whatever. But the thing is that
Like
if you
that
was in
attitude,
here,
like that attitude right
the
there. You know what I mean? Like that attitude that you just gave. But you
What
don't. You won't
attitude?
appreciate it because it's you.
What attitude?
I don't
I'm
know.
talking about the fella. I'm talking about the fella, the host.
I mean, if you, I don't know what you want to studies with Charles or something. I don't get what the deal is. I'm trying to. I mean, it sounds like you already made your mind up. Whatever you
No,
came
I
up
was,
here for.
but bro, I came up here with no dog in any fight, one
Can
way
I
or the
talk?
other.
I don't know
Can I
what
talk
the
to
heck is
Alexander
up.
for a second, host? Is it okay, just for a second?
I'm trying to.
He doesn't want you to.
Hold on.
So
Let
what I'm trying to say
point,
is
y'all.
that the whole point, what you missed out on, because you must have came at the end or something, whatever, is that we wanted him to bring up the studies that he claimed that he had, because because you did come in here late, and he never brung it up. He keep on bringing up stuff that he never had proof of, and that's what I brung him back up here for. He's had all day to talk, but you wasn't in here. So
Right.
like
No,
I
I
said, that's
just got
why it's
here.
good to read the room or ask what's the deal before you jump in a situation that you don't know nothing about.
Well, no, I just heard the part that I heard, and there's a decorum that you can have with people where the beginning of the conversation was one way or the end was, and the decorum was lacking. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Well, no,
Alex.
I guess your misunderstanding was lacking because you didn't. Everybody else,
Oh, yeah,
everybody in
it's
this
me.
room
It's
understand
me,
what
bro.
happened,
Like I said, bro, it's
except
me.
you.
Bro, I said,
Yeah, it was
okay,
you.
it's me.
Exactly.
It's me,
That's
bro.
accountability.
Yeah.
Okay, I can explain it to you,
Exactly.
Alexander. I can explain it to you real fast. In
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
actual
bro.
discussion, Charles started citing this study. I'll actually bring it up for you. It's
Okay.
basically like this. All right, Alex. He brought up the study, and he said that in the study it agreed with him. All right, effects of gender. It basically is a study about effects of gender on testosterone levels.
Right.
All right. Now, when we actually did that, all right, he was talking about it. He wouldn't tell us where it was from. It took like 10 minutes for him to actually give the name of the person who actually authored it. Then he finally did, brought it up. And then when we went through the explanation of it, the abstract, its conclusion and everything, none of it actually was in the study. The parts that he was using to make his point were all personal opinions of his. None of it derived from the actual study itself. So giving a citation of a study that doesn't agree with him, that doesn't contain any of the variables that he was actually using to actually as the core of his argument, that was a
Gotcha.
problem. Now, we ignored the fact that he was misusing terms and all that he actually was dishonest because he was leaving terms out like that it was selectively discouraged, and he just said discouraged as if it was a hard rule and that sort of thing. And it was about socialization. But originally he was actually talking about women, and then he started talking about black women, even though the study doesn't make this delineation at all. That was our problem and why he was not being allowed to continue the false premise, because he kept saying things that aren't in the study, but trying to use the study as the proof of what he was claiming. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, fair enough.
If a person is telling you a
Yeah, fair
lie,
enough.
that you don't let them finish the lie.
That's all that was happening. Now I understand coming in it may have seemed harsh, but we've dealt with him before. He's the type of person who will avoid a question and go in circles and tangents, confuse everybody, and hope to God that you forgot the original question while he spews out other things.
That's why you gotta. That's why you gotta come in and read the room instead of jumping to conclusions and
I
assumptions.
didn't jump to any conclusion, brother.
Yeah, you did.
Well, see, that's what I mean.
You did.
You're the problem, bro.
Cause
It's
look,
you.
look,
you.
look. I was
It's you.
observing what happened.
It's
And
you.
the
It's
first
you.
thing you came in this room
No,
with, you started throwing
notice how
caps in
they
the room.
handle it versus how you handle
Look at
it.
that. He can't even listen.
No,
He's
it's
acting
you
like him.
versus them, bro.
So
It's you.
no, I
We're
guess
not in
so. I guess
disagreement
whatever
at
make you
all.
feel better. Whatever make you feel better. But
No,
the
it
first
doesn't
thing
make
I
me feel
noticed when
one
you
way or
came
the
in this
other,
room,
bro.
you ain't even say nothing. You
Bro,
ain't do
it
nothing.
doesn't
You
make me
came here
feel
with
one way or the other.
you
It's
came
you,
in here
though.
with caps. You threw a bunch
No,
of caps in there,
I
and I'm
did.
like, okay,
I did.
did
I
he
did.
hear anything?
Yeah, but I'm
Huh?
saying you. I'm talking about your demeanor,
Okay,
the way you handle
Alexander.
people,
Alexander,
the way
he was
you
engaging
talk
in
to
something
people.
called the
It's you, bro.
Sisyphus fallacy.
You the only one that got a problem with me though. That's the thing.
You
Because
believe that?
Alexander.
just
You
because I'm
believe
holding
that?
you
Do
accountable,
you
I'm
believe
holding
that?
you accountable.
Do
You the
you
one with a
believe
problem
that?
with it. So
You
I'm the
actually
problem.
believe that?
Alex,
Alexander.
I see it.
No,
Ain't
so
nobody
you
else ain't
think
Alexander.
I'm the only person in the world who has the problem with the way you talk to people?
Okay,
No, because
Alexander.
I'm
It's
literally
not the way.
addressing, and you acting just like him. So when somebody want to hold you accountable, you want to put it on
No, you
somebody
can't
else.
hold me accountable because there's no reason for you to.
Because you came in here and you didn't read the room. You
There
can't even
was no
admit that you
reading the
did
room.
that.
I heard what I heard.
Okay, then I told you was wrong, and you still what you heard make you right.
Well, hold on. Yeah, me hearing what
I'm
I
telling you
heard
that you was
makes
wrong.
no. Me hearing what I heard makes me right about the portion of the conversation that I heard and the way you
Okay,
guys
right,
were
man. That's
treating
why
him.
it's important to
What
read
she
a room
said
because
versus what she said versus what you said was, yes, we've dealt with this man before. We know how this man behaves, so it probably seemed a little harsh. But no, you had to. It's probably just you just not reading it, bro. It's you. I promise you, it's you.
What part of that got you in your
Nothing, bro.
feelings,
You
my
got
brother?
that. You got it, bro. You got it.
I'm talking about what part got you in your feelings because
No, it's not.
you've been on tip ever since you
Okay,
seen your boy Charles
like
talking.
that bullshit right there. What part of that got you in your feelings? You're purposely the type of person who tries to trigger people rather than getting edification, and that's
Because
a
it's obvious you
problem.
got triggered.
That
It's obvious you got
Alexander.
triggered.
you tried to trigger me
Because you
on
came,
Okay,
the
the
somebody
first thing
mute
you
station,
came in
for a
this
and
second.
room
I'm
with is
calling you
throwing
out
caps.
on it, and you don't want to
You
be
ain't
held
say hi or
accountable for
nothing. You
that.
just threw caps in the
It's
chat.
you, bro. It's
Okay,
you.
now, Alexander. Now that
Yeah.
you actually got context, you got the backstory,
Yeah, I
you
got the
understood what
context.
happened. Alexander, I'm asking
Yes,
you a
sir. No, I'm
question.
with you. Go ahead, bro.
Hold on, Daniel. Let Shay speak because I barely even heard the baby speak since she been on the panel. So go ahead, Shay.
I just want to know how Alexander feels that Kev didn't get the etymology when, one, it's his platform. He can run it how he wants. Two, he was clearly here for the whole conversation. If you said you were not here for the whole conversation, you can't tell somebody how to react to something that they've literally been a part of. We've
But
been
I
having
can
this
listen to someone
conversation
talk
for
to
over
a person
an
in
hour
a
and
way
a
and
half.
say that it's
Excuse
offensive and
me, sir,
abusive.
I'm
I can
speaking.
do that.
Excuse me, sir, I'm speaking. We were
One
having this
sided.
conversation for almost 2 hours now, and everything that Daniel explained about the study and about Charles and the way that he was attacking black women with his harmful rhetoric is what was going on. Now, if you came in here and you disagreed with that, you are more than welcome to your opinion. But you can't come on somebody's platform and tell them how to run it and then tell them, "Oh, it's the way that you speak to people." You're a little emotional, bro. Just chill out and understand. If you didn't have a nickel in that dime,
No, I can
just
do that though.
respond to
But
the next
I'll
topic.
leave. Y'all got it.
It's not about anybody having it. It's about the fact that you came in here speaking about decorum and you don't even carry the very decorum that you were trying to
Yeah, he
speak.
don't just like Charles. He don't like to be wrong. I mean, I've learned that about him before. Though I actually tried to give him a chance because I actually felt he was interesting. But once he got his mind made up, he can't be wrong. So it is what it is. I mean, we all can only try to. That's why there's accountability room like that. You can only tell somebody about a certain situation, and if you ain't got no reason why you feel a certain way, because I explained myself why he was either triggered or emotional about or triggered or already had a side pick, because I just explained that to him and then went over what because he came in here with whatever intentions. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I guess I'm the problem because he didn't like it, or some the way I delivered it triggered him, and then he trying to say I'm purposely triggering everybody. But he wasn't in here while Charles running his mouth for the last 3 hours saying anything, ignoring people and stuff. Don't know where it built up and from why I'm talking like this now. I don't like, everybody got emotions, you know what I'm saying? But it's only so much I can take. But yet you could check me on my stuff when you halfway come in a room. That don't make sense. So who the wrong one? How you got the right to call somebody wrong when you just stepped in the room? Like, why you can't admit that you was wrong? You know what I'm saying? And then now you want to ball out and say, "Oh, y'all can have it." That makes no sense. Just because you was wrong, you was wrong. And that's a pure example of a person that can't admit they was wrong or take accountability because they rather push it on somebody else. It's your delivery is the reason why. No, it's you of the lacking of trying to come and read a room right and can't admit that you was wrong. Well, I just came on this part. Okay, right? I done did this plenty of times and came on the wrong end, and I had to suck it up and like you right. I should have paid attention. That's all it took. But some people are so ego driven and powerful. They're not trying to do that. But like I said, everybody I can hold them accountable, but I can't make them responsible. You see what I'm saying? I told him about the situation. I spoke on it because look, if you don't call it out like a topic, then you're giving it a pass. I wasn't giving it a pass, right? So that's why I spoke. That's why I spoke on it. It was up to him to be responsible from that point. But if he's not gonna check that about himself, he gonna find himself doing that every last other room, doing the exact same thing. Hey, I feel this way. I feel this way, and that's the reason why. And then he gonna see that he's the problem. You see what I'm saying? Like everybody like to do that deflecting thing or act like everybody else the problem but themselves. And when they get checked, that's the problem. And that's why nobody ever gonna change. We gotta all be open up to taking constructive criticism. You know what I'm saying? I can take what he said. But he gotta have something to back it up. The reason why he said it though. But he didn't have enough because he was more wrong in that than I was. You know what I'm saying?
And it goes back to decorum,
And
right?
that's why I'm like,
Right? If we're gonna
how
talk
you
about
gonna
decorum,
tell somebody how to run their platform when you wasn't even here for the conversation at hand? But you trying to tell somebody that they were wrong for how they approached it. No, you were wrong for approaching something that you had no business speaking on if you didn't know the full scope of the conversation.
at the end of the day, if we're gonna talk about decorum, then yes, in a way, yes, it is kind of important to a degree. But again, I'm not sitting here saying that people can't have an opposite opinion. That's fine if that's how Charles wants to feel. My whole point in any of this was, one, you're struggling to take accountability in the shit that you're saying because you're getting called out. And instead of just being like, damn, maybe I was wrong, let me listen to understand, you're just listening to respond. And that's my issue. Okay,
Well,
that's the
Can I
reason why
be the
you
Charles, you
main
never
kept
said
screen
that
real
he
getting
was
muted.
fast?
wrong.
Hold
You're
on,
gonna be
hold on.
waiting a
I'm not done.
lifetime for that.
That is why you kept getting muted. I don't just sit up here and just mute people for the sake of muting people. I only mute you if you're not even listening and you're only listening to respond, and it's to give you a chance to sit there and fucking listen. Get out of your feelings for 2 seconds. Okay? There are many times, and I've been on this platform for over, what, a year now? And some change? Talking to lots of different types of people on lots of various different subjects. People opposite, 180 degrees opposite from me. And yet we can have a conversation of understanding. This is not a place of, oh, well, I just have to have, if every single conversation is about you winning it, you're ego driven. That's 100% of your ego and your pride talking, and you'll never learn anything. And that's the reason why people don't take you seriously and you keep getting misunderstood because you're not willing to listen to anybody else or hear it from a different point of view. You already have your mind made up that you're smarter than that person. You're not smarter than anybody. And again, I love how you keep using words you don't even know what the fuck they mean. Matter of fact, I'm buying you a fucking dictionary for Christmas, Charles. I promise you that. And a thesaurus, so you understand the different words.
There's no such thing as a mind reading fallacy, Charles.
That's my point. But again,
Are you
I'm
talking
not
about
going to.
presupposition?
I'm not even gonna dignify that with a response at this point. You're acting like a child, even still in the comment section. I'm trying to give you
Can
things
I
to
get the
help.
main screen for a second? I just want to point out something. He keeps spamming this thing in the comments
At this point, to
about
be
quote
honest,
from
to be
study. We found that wielding power increased testosterone in women. The actual study actually points out that they hypothesized. Here it goes. We hypothesized that the H1 stereotype behavior that wielding power increases testosterone regardless of how it is performed, versus H2 stereotype performance driven as opposed to socialization. All right,
so
nature
in other
versus
words, it's
nurture,
a
which is actually the
hypothesis.
thing. Yeah,
So
right?
in other
That
words, it's a
wielding power.
hypothesis, right?
Yeah. Yes,
So
exactly. But
Charles,
not feminine ways
hold
increase
on, hold on.
testosterone. We found that wielding power increased testosterone in women compared with a
So
control, regardless of whether it was performed in gendered stereotype masculine or feminine ways. Meaning that this whole idea of women doing this and American women that and everything is irrelevant to whether or not their testosterone levels go up. It's just a case of
so
situations where they have power.
Daniel, can I
Period.
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question because you've actually read the study? I haven't pulled up the study yet. Is that study about American women or is it just women in general?
Women in general. This is
So
worldwide. This isn't even
there's
in the
no
United States.
country, there's no race, there's no nothing.
It's in
Okay, cool.
it's Queen's
So
University in
with
Canada.
that
It's not
being
even
said,
the United States.
So we good now. So we can get off that
with
now.
that
So
being said, the only thing I just want to point out to Charles, can you give me the definition of what a hypothesis is? Do you know what that word is?
Lord, don't do that to him, sis. Don't do it.
No, I'm gonna do that to him at this point because at this point now you're not listening. He's not listening. He's not getting. He's not getting it. So we're gonna take the crayons and walk you there. Give me that definition in the comments. Look it up if you have to. And no, you don't come back up here. You can stay down there. I'm done. We need a break from you.
yeah, right.
We need a break from you.
If you can
For a
answer
minute.
it in the comments, that's good
So
enough. That shows right
answer
there
it
you're
in the
listening.
comments so we can read it and it's written, okay? There's no he said, she said. It's in the
Yeah.
comments. Matter of
I
fact,
can
I'll
get
screenshot it and make a video.
Yeah, I can give him the definition, but he will
Don't
never
give
learn.
him the definition. Nobody help him. I need him to do the research himself.
Hey,
I'm gonna play
everybody.
his game towards him. We're gonna play your game towards you. Put you back on your head. Tell me what the word hypothesis means.
Just jump in real quick because some people at work, so we just gotta jump in when we can. And I was on earlier, but I had to go. So first of all, I would like to just respect the hosts and the moderators of this group and just take advantage of this very important conversation. I'm speaking on behalf of the people who were once like trolls, and I want to say that has nothing to do with education because I'm a highly educated woman, but I still lack communication skills. And what I realized about communication skills is that it's not so much of what we speak about, but even more of how we listen. Because I was listening, but I was always listening defensively. It wasn't
Mm.
so much that I really wanted to one up somebody or felt like I was better, but because I carried these degrees with me, people who I was speaking with thought that I was always being condescending. So therefore, when I'm listening now, I'm discerning my audience because I have to learn how to speak to my audience. And I also have to be able to make sure that my discernment allows the person to listen so that it can get in their chest. So I stopped saying things with my chest so that it can get in their chest. And I truly, truly, truly know that you all are highly intelligent people to be able to speak to a person like Charles. Let's use our discernment, break it down to him, and try to get him to understand the importance of what communication skills are. Have him understand the importance of what my brother Daniel did. He pulled data. That's something that happens in an academic arena. Some people ain't even been past the classroom in 20 something plus years. So they don't even understand how to pull data and understand what proving your point is. So I get it, AJ. I know you was trying to say, boy, you don't even know what this. I get it. I understand. I get it. However, anytime there's a teaching moment, I am learning that there's some people who just don't know how to listen, and they
Right.
don't know how, and they want to, and therefore I couldn't take accountability. I couldn't take accountability for my lack of communication skills, and it has nothing to do with my education.
Oh, I
So
100% agree.
you
Yes,
understand what I
you
mean?
have
And
to.
even I was trying to get, like, when people was like, oh, you the type of woman, you want a man, you don't need a man. And I was like, what you talking about? I do need a man. I need a man. They was like, no, sis, what we're saying is because you're self-sufficient. That some people feel like men need to pay all their bills. They need to do that to feel needed. So therefore you don't need a man. And I said, oh, so it's how I was receiving that comment defensively. And that's 99.99% of the problems on these platforms is that you have to ensure that your audience can listen as well as speak. And then you can be able to go to an actual solution. So thank you so much. And I'm listening to y'all,
No
but
problem.
I'm listening, but sometimes I can't jump
Keep
in.
working. I
Okay,
got you.
I'm
I got
working.
you.
I'm listening though.
Yeah, no,
Thank
no.
y'all for keeping
No.
me abreast, keeping me on top of my game. It makes my work more important because I actually get to see people who are not in academia so that I can communicate better to my clients that I'm trying to represent.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
Absolutely.
It makes those men open up to me more because at the end of the day, I'm a black woman with a lot of degrees and they feel like I'm just degrading them. And I'm not. I'm trying to help. And the funny thing is, it is because the way that I speak in academia, I can't speak to these black men like that. It's because of the way that the women that has been talking to them and telling them they ain't ish all their life, I can't get them to trust me. And because of the situations that's going on in TikTok and how people is, it has completely changed how I represent my clients. I have to tell
Well,
these
I just
men, I know you want to speak this way, but I want you to just say this sentence. I don't want you to speak that way. Not because of the fact that you're not smart. It's because this is what has to be said in order for us to get to the goal that we want to get to. I'm learning better to build rapport with black men. And I'm using this not only in my professional life, but in my personal life.
I find it weird that he's in the comments right now talking about the "we found" portion, but he ignores the rest of that sentence. They
so
found that the nature
Daniel,
versus nurture had no actual statistical difference.
Daniel, he's doing that on purpose. That's what he does. He's trying to get a response. See, he can't win the argument based off of anything he's trying to pull data. He can't prove that. So now he's just trying to get a response to prove it. It's bait. Don't fall for it.
I know.
Again,
The thing is, I literally
I
went
asked
through
him.
it,
Yeah.
and we proved this,
Yeah, I
proved that,
know.
and he's just
I
doubling
know.
down.
That's what I'm saying. Just leave him be. Right? Again, he's gonna keep. The more you keep giving him attention, the more he's gonna keep going. Right? Again, that's the reason why I said the only thing I need him to do is put the definition of what hypothesis is in the comments. Maybe he can come back up here, but we'll fucking see. We'll see how long it takes him to do that. And again,
Charles, let
yes,
me
I
help
do
you out, my
agree.
brother.
There
Charles, let me
is.
help
Hold on.
you out,
Hold
my
on. Hold
brother.
on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There is. Yes, I do agree. Yes, there are teachable moments. However, this is the thing. Certain teachable moments, yes, when it comes to people who can't learn, yes, I will use an example of, especially on social media, during a time where misinformation is spewed around constantly. This is the reason why misinformation is hurtful and harmful. When you're sitting there spewing bullshit statistics about black women, it's already bad enough that black women are not seen as human anyway, and people don't typically care about us. Right? That's the reason why we end up in these situations that are very negative and so on and so forth, because people are spewing the wrong information. And it's the same thing with black men as well. The negative statistics that are bullshit that are spewed, are detrimental to our own community. So therefore, if you're going to pull statistics to bring your argument, they have to be legitimate. They have to be correct. Come correct and be ready to prove it. This is the reason why men and women, black men and black women, are getting the attack and the abuses and going through the things that we're going through. Okay? This is the problem. This is what we need to do. Eey. If you're gonna bring the statistics, all I'm saying is make sure that you're ready to prove and make sure that you're ready to dispute what those statistics are. Tell me where they're coming from. Tell me what the study is. I don't need your projections of what you think the study was about. What is the study about? That's it. But I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I'm gonna get
let
I'm
y'all
gonna
do
get
that.
going to him.
Okay.
Be luck. Oh, now the threat. Be lucky the host is unfair to me. Oh, you poor brittle
Boy,
squid.
you can't help it, boy. He's tearing you up. That boy getting all your attention, boy.
Mhm.
I
But accountability.
appreciate y'all. Y'all already know. Y'all already be seeing me a lot. I don't really ain't got to prove myself.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop. I appreciate you letting me in, man. Thanks a
For
lot,
sure.
Kev.
Anytime, Daniel.
Shay, always a pleasure. AJ, Bunny, Gen Z, appreciate all
Gave
the
you
stuff.
gave you a follow and everything else. But yeah.
Yeah, we need you to debunk some stuff with them studies.
But that's what I'm saying when it comes to these studies. Like, this is where the accountability really needs to be held in, right? Is with these studies, because like I said, this is what causes this, right?
I just don't
I mean,
understand why people from our community love to use those statistics against our community when we know a lot of that information is skewed anyway because they need us to seem as inferior as they want the world to believe that we are on paper. Like
Well, Charles
because
only
that's
does
what it
that
is.
because he likes to try to keep his foot on the black woman's neck regardless. Every time I hear a conversation with him, he likes to try to make it whereas black women are underneath his foot. That's the way it is. He has to present it that way. I've never heard a conversation where he has ever uplifted a black woman in his life. And when you normally hear men like that never uplift one black woman, that's a mother problem. That has nothing to do with us. He has a problem with black women in general. You would never hear me talk bad about black men because I was raised by a black man. I'm raising little black men. And I'm also, even if it wasn't my fiance, just the fact that I was raised by a strong black man, you would never hear me put a black man down because of that. When men do that, they have a problem with the black woman that raised him because he is black. So that means it started at home because he's never said one positive thing about black women. I can understand if you want to be a passport bro and you want to go talk to other women and you feel like the women over here are masculine, blah, 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 right? Because there are good women over here, evidently. But when you do that, you just make yourself look bad.
That part.
Hey, it's
But I think,
also
oh, go ahead.
bitterness. Because I was like that too. I'll be trying to find every last studies to make me recover
prove.
from my ex and stuff. I'll be like, okay, you right, yeah, you right. Them women is that and all them women is that. But I think after you get to doing some healing and stuff within yourself, then you start kind of changing your talking points and stuff. And then once you find a good woman, you actually gonna start preaching on the good woman that's possibly out here instead of all the negative woman that I don't deal with. Sometimes it's like, what's the point of talking about something that I'm not gonna deal with and stuff? You got to start, just like you said, if you're going to uplift something, then you're going to talk uplifting points, not down all the situations that we need to work on. That make no sense at all. But he got to do some healing and stuff.
So then I have a question, right? So we can always, because you hear this quite a bit, right? Especially when it comes to our community. You know, why is it we keep using these negative things? Why is it this, all this negative stuff, right? And everybody always comes to the same conclusion, always crabs in a bucket. Well, at what point do we change that, right? So when I sit there, and that's the thing, that's the beauty of having these lives, is the reason why I'd like to push this out to the FYP, because these are conversations where we're holding each other accountable to it, men and women alike. It can't be biased. I can't just sit there and be like, I can't hold Kev accountable, he's man. I'm gonna need Mirror Check to hold him accountable. No, that's not how that works. If Kev is doing something that's detrimental, not just to himself, but to the community in general, and he's up here spewing bullshit, I'm gonna check him for that. He knows that. And if I'm up here spewing bullshit, he's gonna check me for that. I expect that. I expect that from Jen. I expect that from Bunny. I expect that from Lachey. I expect that from everybody and anybody in the life. At the end of the day, we are both the problem. And if we continue to sit here and point out the problem, oh, well, the problem, the reason why relationships don't work is because men are this. Oh, the reason why relationships don't work is because women are that. At what point did you not come together and figure out and find the solution to the problem? Because the problem isn't men or women. A lot of the situations and a lot of these conversations are on both sides. You can sit there and talk about a woman's body count, and women can turn around and talk about men's body count. What does that solve? Nothing. It's not solving anything. At the end of the day, the solution to that is we need to teach young people that they need to put more care into their bodies.
Exactly.
Take care of your bodies. Take care of this very intimate act. Understand the repercussions of it. That's not just pregnancy or STIs. There's more to that, right? And we know that as adults, we know that there's crazy people out here who can unalive you because you're talking to somebody. And maybe their ex or the person that they were with prior didn't put that into account, or maybe they weren't taking that into account, and now they come and they've hurt you. That happens all the time. How many cases has that happened? Men and women alike, that this is happening too. So the best thing that I can suggest is when it comes to young people, they need to take more value into their bodies, both men and women, boys and girls. It can't just be a conversation you're having with your daughters, but you're not having that with your sons. Because at the end of the day, let's also point out the other statistic that's never talked about. Young men are SA'd a lot of the time, and they're not talking, and they don't talk about it.
Main thing.
It's not talked about.
And they also get praised by other men who don't see that they were SA'd and that it was a problem. Because I've literally heard men say, you know, well, a older woman did this, and that to me, and instead of them being like, dang, you know, did you ever talk about it or get some healing? It's like, oh, you was busting walls early or whatever it is, like, and it's like that is nothing to be proud of, especially when somebody took advantage of them at the end of the day.
That part. And let's also talk about that long term though. But let's talk about the long term of that too, right? The long term of doing that and having that type of behavior and pushing that for, you know, both girls and boys, mostly, you know, whichever one, right, is at the end of the day, you can end up with people who now are hurt because somebody hurt, you know what I mean? Maybe they have issues with black women, or now they have issues with black men, and now they're taking it out on everybody. That's not, now you what's the point? That's not proving anything. That's just keeping us in the same fucking loop. So
you made me think.
But I'm gonna go.
It made me think about that. Is it really taking advantage of? Because I think. Because I know some young boys want it, or some young women don't. They're not gonna admit it though. But I think some boys.
So here's hold on. Can I answer that real quick? So Kev, here's the thing. Could it be that young boys want it? Yes. Could it also be that they're conditioned to think that they want it? Yes. Does that mean that you should give a child everything they want? We already know that no. Right? If kids want ice cream for breakfast every damn morning, should I give my kid ice cream for breakfast every morning? Fuck no. Right? You got to eat a balanced breakfast. You don't get everything you want. So just because they want it doesn't necessarily mean that it's appropriate. If it is a 30-year-old woman or a 20-year-old woman that is doing that to a young boy who's 13, 14 years old, that is assault.
Yeah, I feel you.
That's weird.
I think where I'm coming from with it is because I can still remember the teacher I still wanted to hit. You know what I'm saying? I still probably want it today. You know what I'm saying? So is it really that I don't know no better, or I really did want it? I get it on the other end, right? I get it on the other end that the teacher shouldn't allow it, right? But it never takes the craving that I wanted as a child, or because I was a kid. I still wanted it. You know what I'm saying? I can still remember it like when I was, you know, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, some of the stuff, it ain't manipulative. I don't know. Well, I think we saying that, but I just feel like some of that stuff, which it shouldn't work, it shouldn't go. It's up to the teacher to say no. Like I said, I'm gonna keep on saying that part. The teacher should say no, but it don't take away that I wanted it.
I just want to say I hold female teachers accountable just as much as I'd hold a male teacher accountable. I understand society doesn't, but I definitely do. You know what I mean? That's just a standard we have to push now.
Right, especially when you're in charge or responsible for being
young people,
in charge of young people, and you're making impressions on them that should not be so. Because at the end of the day, you can want something. Like, I'm not saying there wasn't a teacher where I've ever thought, oh, you know, he's kind of attractive or he's handsome, but at the same time, you would not act on that. And if I did act on that, I would expect him to be like, you're a child. because at the
Right.
end of the day you are. So it's
So
like, yes, you can find things attractive or find someone handsome or find someone beautiful, but that doesn't mean that it has to go to a fantasy world or to a physical um connection that y'all are having, especially when we know that it's inappropriate.
If
yeah,
I may
so
add,
oh yeah, real quick, I got
um,
you in a minute though. I'm just trying to because I'll be thinking about more of this stuff. Because like even now, right? Who's to say? Because like I say, we saying that a person is manipulated and all that, but it's still. What about it's people that might be 20 years old and the next person is 30, right? I think everybody, because some people still got teenage mentality to this day. So who's to say who really get manipulated though? And I think we stop at the because the law makes something a your age, you're mature because you're at this age or something like that. I don't think that's true. I think people still at 30 and 40 is getting what was the word y'all use? Manipulated? I don't know what it is or whatever. So it's like who's to say that how will we know the difference if a person really wanted versus a person that got tricked into it? Because it's people that like I said, it's people that's you could be 50 years old and still be getting tricked. So it's like, how can we say that off of, I
I
don't know.
think
It's,
there's
I
a
don't know.
difference
Like, I get what
between
y'all trying to get to, but it's like I said, I was proving my point that I was freaking, in high school and I still want my teacher, because she was fine. You know what I'm
no,
saying? I wasn't getting tricked. I just knew what my Peter wanted at that time, but it wasn't like I getting tricked. But it would have
right.
been
So
wrong if the
Absolutely.
teacher took it
so
that way. According to law, it would have been wrong,
what's up with y'all?
wrong.
Hey,
So
Kev.
hold on real quick. Hold on. Let Coop go because she's been trying to say something for like the longest.
My bad.
Let her go and then go ahead, Touche, and then
Uh,
we'll answer Kev's question.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I was gonna say something else, but I have forgot. But off of what you were just saying, I'm 20 years old. I've never dated anybody under 25. Um, I'm very turned off by my generation, mentality, conversation, um, and even when I'm in these panels on TikTok, people don't know that I'm 20 years old and are very surprised when I tell them that I am. So
What type of mic you got? You got your stuff muffled.
hold on. Here, somebody go. I'm gonna fix it.
Oh.
Okay. Go ahead, Touche.
hey y'all. What's the deal, Kev? What's the deal, AJ?
Yo.
What's up, Touche?
I'm having a topic conversation, right? And I just want y'all to give me a simple yes or no, because it's something about mental. It's some mental shit. Give me 1 second. All right. Does anybody here take themselves on self dates?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What's the reason why?
It's more or less just kind of show appreciation of myself, but I'm also in this like learning how to love and appreciate myself.
Okay.
So it's just kind of way.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, AJ. No, I'm sorry. I'm just listening to you. I'm
No,
observing it.
no, yeah, no. Yeah, no, that's literally what it is. It's like I like to take myself out, just kind of not. I mean, it's not out of like loneliness or anything else. Just like a form of
How do
self
you
care.
date yourself?
I just take myself like I may plan like a day where I go and maybe take myself to like a movie that I've like really wanted to go, and maybe I make it a little nice, right? So like I may get a little bit more dressed up, maybe go get some, just kind of just go have just a day for myself, right? That could be a way of dating yourself, or taking yourself to the spa, taking yourself to I don't get my nails done, but if I wanted to go get a pedicure, I'll go get a pedicure or something. That's all it is. It's just a self-love
Okay, what's
day.
the difference between
It's
a
just a
date
day.
and a vacation or just going out?
They could be considered kind of the same thing. I mean, a vacation for me is more or less just like I'm probably going to be away and out. Kind of it's not like a staycation. It's like I'm kind of away. I'm out. Where like a date is like I'm going. Oh, I may go to a museum. I may go to a poetry slam. I may go to I don't know, a coffee shop or a bookstore
Yeah,
or whatever, and I'll spend more money pampering myself in that way and giving myself love and appreciation. That's just all it is. Even if it's just for an hour.
I think I
Mm.
think uh I think you guys have entered into one of my intellectual conversations. That's why they was like, some people's like, I think that's weird that you'll go out and sit and eat by yourself. I'm like, why is that weird?
Yeah.
So Kev, I'm sorry. You listen. I got on TikTok. You was the first person I seen. I'm sorry to interrupt what you had going. I just really wanted other people's opinion because I'm like, that's
You
not weird
good?
at all.
You was the first person. You have to get used to
Care.
the topic on Twitter as of right now. So
Yeah, no,
Kev,
no, you good, Touche, you good.
hey, Kev, now I gotta ask you: do you take yourself on dates?
Nope, I just go to the movies and I eat on my own.
That's a date.
I don't have to call it a date to feel special, man. I
Miss
just
Shay?
be adult. I just go out. I do what I want.
I mean, like I said, I mean, the date itself is just enjoying your own company, like whatever that means. It
I don't
doesn't have
think
to
it's a
be like
date. I just think that's just you chilling by yourself for the day. I don't look at
Exactly, but I
it.
guess
all
we.
we have to
I
do.
guess it's just a. I don't know.
I don't look at none of that shit like that. Don't sound like a date. A date is when it's two people. It's more than one. I don't know. I got a different perspective when I listen to stuff. So I'm just like, huh? Like it
So
sounds
you
like you
never take.
just really. It just sounds like you just really chilling, spending
Well,
time with self.
I
It don't
mean,
sound like. It don't sound like. Oh, yeah, I'm dating myself.
Do you
Oh,
use your
self.
hands at the end of
Do
the
you
night?
like flowers? What
Hey,
kind
yo,
of
you know what?
flowers do you like? Self. Like it just. I don't know. I don't look at things like that.
I
Like
spent some money on you, so what we about to do tonight?
what kind of food do you want to
He
eat by
said, "What that
well,
7:30?
left
we
hand
know, we
do?"
know, we know what kind of
What
dates
that
Kev be
hand do?
on. Jeez,
Yeah,
we know
Kev be
why.
like,
We know why
Kev be
Kev be
talking to
going on dates.
Kev be
Damn.
talking to Pamela later on, like,
Mirror,
yeah, so you gonna
mirror.
come
Why
back
you
to the
ain't in
crib?
your
Like,
spot?
Look, sock puppet and everything. You coming back to the house with me?
Oh,
Okay.
so dang,
hilarious.
did we have a good?
Okay, boy. Make sure you bring out the lotion.
Lord.
Right, exactly.
But look,
I like the way you was talking to me tonight.
yeah, no, the way you held that
he
fork
he
made
said
me
we had a
say
good time, so I'm gonna bring out the Jergens.
the bring out the cocoa butter. That's what I'm
Oh
talking about.
man,
But no, like I
hand
feel
I'm
like
talking
not
back
even
like,
sure
so
if you
what
was
you
gonna
think?
say it, kid.
no, but to be honest with you,
Just
I
because
feel
I
like
spent some money on you, what that mean?
Hold on, hold on. What you saying, Touche?
Girl, you know that damn steak costs too
I
damn much.
I feel like this, right? Y'all crazy. I feel like this. I feel like whenever you take yourself out to eat or some type of pampering, you guys are going on a self date.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That's what it is.
retrospect, I feel like you can describe it like that.
Can you
To
manipulate
me, that
yourself?
still all boils down to self-care.
That's what I'm saying. It's all self
Kev,
care.
I
Like,
can't with you, man. You're funny
Oh
as
my
heck.
god.
And then she just being
I got a
honest gonna
question.
say that steak
a
was
real
too expensive.
I got a real question. I want to ask
I
this because
can't.
I keep on hearing the self care shit, and it's like in my mind, it's like so.
Dang.
Sorry, my phone.
Somebody done called you. See, they didn't want you to explain it.
My phone.
they
My
didn't want
sister.
you to explain
Okay,
it.
since
Hold
you
on. My
go on
sister
dates with
done called
yourself, you
me.
don't even need to have nothing to
See, if
say
you would have went
about
on a
it.
date with yourself, your phone would have been calling you. I'm just kidding.
You would be worried about that phone not working.
I be thinking about that one song that, ooh, there goes my shirt. That song, that's what it made me think
Look,
about.
somebody please call her.
Oh, it's me the whole time.
Dang, my bad. My sister calling me. She up here blowing me up like crazy, trying to
Yeah,
get me to talk to her and my
she
nephew.
wants you to stop before you even start. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Nah,
Because your sister
she
told
want me
you
to
if
come
you
over.
ordering
That's
that
why. That's all
expensive
that
steak,
is.
you better be taking something off yourself.
I'm just saying, man. I believe in. I'm sorry. I just wanted to come in because me and my friends are having a real argument. And I was like, y'all don't date yourselves, and that's kind of weird. Like y'all don't appreciate yourselves. Like I don't need nobody to go out and eat or go to the movies. Have y'all ever wanted to do something and you be like, man, I really don't even want nobody bothering me. I just want to do it by myself. That's a date.
Yeah, you just chilling. You just want you got the
Nah, that's
energy
a
where
date.
you don't where you're just like I don't even want to deal with people today. I'ma just turn off my phone. I'ma just
Yeah, and I'm
chill
gonna
by
go on a date with
myself.
myself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't look at that shit as day. I just think that shit you just taking time away from people. That's just really what it is.
Mm-hmm.
When my thing was
Spending
about
time
self
with
care,
self.
like what exactly is self care? Because I think people when they be like, oh, I would go get my nails done. I go out to eat. Like that shit is not self care.
That is. It makes you feel
That's
myself.
not.
Well,
That
That's
is
not
self
self
care.
care.
I
That's not self
that
care.
I feel
I
I
don't
like
get
think
what
getting your
you're
self-care
nails
saying.
done.
is
I don't
doing
think getting your
something
nails
That
to
done is
make
self care.
yourself feel
I
good.
don't think that shit is self care.
that is more so self pampering would self fall under self care.
But I had to go down that little rabbit hole of self care before. Like, what does it mean? Because people are showing.
That's where y'all need
Because
some new
people could be
mics.
well groomed and that's not be self care. Like that's why I say I don't look at somebody grooming themselves far as getting your toes done,
Care.
your
So
nails
self
done.
care.
Like you just care,
So self.
you just
So
care to you just care to go do things that actually please you in a way where you feel like that's almost like materialistic things to me. Like that's how I look at it.
Mm.
I mean, it depends. So again, self care. It depends on person, right? So I'm not somebody who goes and gets my nails done. I don't. That's not self care to me. That's like something if I have to go get it done, I'll go get it done.
Self
So
care
like
to
self
me
care could
is
be any like it
when
could be self care could be just like it's basically just giving yourself time and just like making sure that you're taking care of your mental. So if that means that you meditate, that's a form of self care. If you're somebody who needs to write and journal and just get things off your
yeah,
chest,
that's
you know
what
what
I
I
see
mean, and
self
that's how you
care as.
process,
Like I
that's self
don't
care.
look at oh
It
you going
doesn't
by
have to,
yourself
you know, and
thing self care.
sometimes yeah, and and for some people, you know what I mean, taking themselves out, you know, and being appreciative of themselves or showing appreciation towards themselves, and however that comes out, whether that's taking them on a date or in your case, you feel like that's just chilling with yourself, whatever you want to call it. It's still also still all forms of self care. It's just you're giving yourself what you need in that sense, in an emotional, mental, and even sometimes material way, if that's what you want to do. I mean, sometimes self care for me could be going to go buy a new pair of shoes, right? I don't necessarily need them, but maybe I want to, you know, maybe I want some new shoes, right? I like sneakers, you know. So it just it could be a multitude of things. It could be cooking yourself dinner. It could
That's
be all
also
sorts of stuff.
spoiling yourself. They be saying that you
I
spoiling.
do have to spoil myself every
Yes.
now and again. I work fucking hard, okay?
Right.
I bust my
It's
ass.
like
Let
I
if
me
think
you
that's
let me
paying
pour
all
is
into
the
that
you.
more
bills.
of a
I think
I
because
thought
maybe
about
I'm
that
in a
though.
relationship, maybe I look at things different. That's probably
Do
why.
Yeah.
Like
do we do these things though to basically to I guess to put out like a certain image, right? Because like we don't really have to
Mm-mm.
tell ourselves we're dating ourselves or that. I feel like we just do these
No, I think
things
that's just for. I think that's just.
to image for other people or something like that. Because I don't have to tell myself I'm spoiling myself to make myself feel
No.
better. I don't gotta tell myself that I care about myself or even love myself.
No, but I think it's talking points because
it's
it's when
people
people
giving
have
themselves that
conversation. When you have
confirmation.
conversations with people, and it comes up, then that's like really the only time that I personally will talk about it.
I
But I'm not
get
going to
you.
sit there
Yeah,
and be like,
okay, I
"Yeah,
get
I
you.
took myself on a date 2 days ago." Like, no, that's not information that you
And
needed.
I
the
get you.
way,
I
and
think yeah, I get you then.
when you say it
So the
like
only
that,
time we really say those things is when we talking to somebody. Just like when people be like, because I do be hitting people up with that. Like I ain't, I need to go on a date. No, you need to go on a date with yourself. Just like people like
They're
I need
basically
love
just
and all that
saying they're
stuff.
just
Love
basically saying
yourself
they need.
first. You know what I'm saying? I get it in that way.
Facts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's essentially what it is. So
That's
it's
what
like
it
sometimes taking
is.
yourself on a date is, you know what I mean? It's like for me, it's like showing, you know, myself a form of appreciation because a lot of the time, like I'm very much somebody who can get stuck just in the work grind, where I literally just work, go to sleep, work, go to sleep, work, go to sleep, and then I'm doing everything for other people. I'm not doing shit for myself, right? And so then I start to neglect myself in that sense. So it's just like every now and again to give myself appreciation. I'll be like, girl, I'm taking myself on a date next Friday, and even though I'm doing it internally to myself and I'm planning it, it's not necessarily something I have to announce to the world and be like, oh, I need to take myself on a date. Like, no, we don't need to do all that, sis. We do what we need to. But if it's a conversation that say it's getting brought up, like on social media where people are talking about, oh, self care or hey, have you ever taken yourself on a date? Then yeah, we'll have that conversation. But other than that, it's not something I need to announce every single time I do it or every time I'm gonna do something that's a bit self centered to me and conceited as fuck.
It's the
Yeah,
same
but
for me because
Kev,
when
I
I
was about to
say
ask you, what's the first one? Like, cause I'm looking. So is we on the first one or is we just talking?
But
Like,
no,
I'm
thank
trying
you.
to
I'm
figure out.
sorry. I did come in with that little
Uh,
intermission. My bad.
Well, well,
I'm out.
well,
I
well,
didn't. I just need your opinion on that. I'm gonna head out.
oh, okay.
well, I think if it's say chilling though, you can chill at home by yourself. You know what I'm saying? If it's not self care, because I chill at home by myself all the time. But sometimes I talk myself into just doing something for myself. Like I look in the mirror and say, I'm gonna take myself out tonight to a dinner, to a nice dinner, and I planned it and everything. Know what I want to eat, what I'm gonna wear, everything. You know, I think that's taking yourself out on a
Make sure you
date.
don't turn yourself off.
No,
But you know
I
what?
stay.
I was
Self
about to
care.
give me some, but I,
Yo, hold up. I have
I
a
stay
serious
turned
question.
down.
I got a serious
Go ahead.
question. Have any of y'all? Because like I know I've done it. Right? Have you ever been so mad at yourself you don't even want to talk to yourself? Anybody else do that shit? Because I've done that shit. I've hurt my own fucking feelings before and like did not like side-eyed myself in the mirror. Am I the
That's the
only
main
person who's
time I
done
cuss
this?
myself out. So I'm doing, even though I say I'm not gonna cuss myself, I'll be cussing myself out. Yeah, dumb
For
mother.
real, like, why would
I'm
I
just
do
I'm
saying, yeah.
stupid.
like, yes, I think we've all had those
Be
moments.
bashing
And
myself.
if you haven't had those moments, then you don't self-reflect, I feel like, because to me, that's definitely self-reflection. Like just
Yep.
looking at your actions and seeing if they were harmful to you, harmful to somebody else, like, you know, if they just didn't benefit you. But in
Uh-huh.
another way, you should also be giving yourself praise, because if you do something good for yourself, or you just tell yourself you're proud of yourself sometimes, pat yourself on the back, like,
Yeah.
because that's
Give yourself some
important.
grace. Yeah.
Like, yeah, you definitely gotta watch your self-talk, because you could be your biggest what's it called, your biggest bully, your biggest
Critic.
enemy,
And
and not even
yeah,
know
Be
it.
your
Like,
hardest critic.
yes, your biggest critic, that's the word I was
Uh,
looking for, but I couldn't
true.
put my
And one of
finger
you
on
guys, and one of you guys in a relationship for a long time.
I mean, I'm single right now, so
it. I'm in a relationship.
For a long time
I'm a
because
single Pringle who's not looking to mingle. Just for those of y'all who don't be sliding in my DM. The fuck out.
Right.
but the reason why I ask you that though is because sometimes, you know, when you're in a relationship and you're being around that person all the time, you know what I mean? Like wake up with that person, go to bed with that person, do everything with that person. Sometimes you need that self care, that dating yourself. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
know,
take
Right.
to
yourself out. You don't want to deal
to
with your
take
partner.
yourself out. Yeah, tell her, hey, look, I'm going out on a date by myself tonight. You know what I'm saying? Today, not going to
Don't
the
make your wife
bar.
jealous.
Nah, not making her jealous, because if she come to me and she said like, "Hey, look, I'm going out and take myself on a date today," you know what I mean? No matter what
You're
it
cheating
is,
on me with you.
she's cool with that, right? Wouldn't you be cool with that though?
Go for it. Yeah. Because
I
I
As
mean,
long
like
as
you
you ain't
said,
got
you
no
have to
clingy
have.
there's
wife.
no such thing as too much togetherness, even for
I
Boy,
think
you
that's I
gotta
think
have
that's
time to
the
miss
part
each other.
most people don't be paying attention to in relationships. I think that's what stifles a lot of them. Y'all want to spend every damn waking second of the moment of the day together, and then you wonder why you fight the way you fucking do. Like,
Hmm.
go do other shit away from each
Right.
other sometimes.
Yeah,
That's
see,
even with family, friends. Y'all need it.
right.
You need time to miss each other.
That
That
part.
gets annoying.
And that's why when you say something like, "Oh, I date self," it's basically saying I don't want any company. It's a polite way of saying I'm doing this by myself. Most people don't have self standards. They everything that they do and everything that they want has been passed down. It's like, do you even know why you use the laundry detergent that you use or the dishwashing liquid that you use? Is it because it was what your grandma used? What
Hmm.
about what you want to use? You know what I mean? Like, what are places that you like to go? Like, if you don't have these things in place and you get married to somebody and you all of a sudden want to date yourself, that's gonna look weird. So these are
Right.
things that you should have in place.
I think some of those
Yeah,
things
but
that already be in place though, like before you even get with somebody, that shit should already be there. Like
Facts.
what you want, that shit should already be there. That's a part of getting to know somebody. So
And that and that will
go ahead.
and that will never change though. Even when you're with the person, you know what I mean. If you change that, then you're gonna change yourself, right? So sometimes you have to date a person that, hey, you know what, is you have something in common, right? So basically, if you want to go out and do something that you like, that person can enjoy it. But sometimes, you know what I mean, if that person don't like to go, I'm like, I'm going by myself. Shit, forget you. You know what I'm
that
saying?
part.
So,
That part.
that way you guys have stuff in common, and you're gonna find you have stuff not in common, and those stuff in common that you don't have in common, you can go do by yourself. With the,
That part.
with the guys or stuff like that, and that keep the relationship balanced. You know what I mean? That you don't feel like, oh, I always gotta do what she want me to do, or she always gonna do what I want to do.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
Important to know yourself and know who you are, the things you like, the things you don't like, because you don't have to like every single thing that spouse likes for y'all relationship to be successful. There's gonna be some things that y'all just don't do together, and that's fine. You have to have that time to yourself to be able to express yourself, even if it's not in the presence of that person. Because when I was younger, like when I first started like working and stuff, I used to feel so guilty for spending money on myself, like for things that I wanted, and I had to figure out why that was. And it was because I was raised in a household to where as soon as I was able to work, every single dime that I had, they expected me to put in, like it was like I wasn't allowed to make plans with my own money. So when I was on my own, I used to feel guilty because I'm like, dang, I just spent $150 on them 2 pairs of shoes. And what if somebody needed something and they call me and now I don't have it because I spent money on myself? Like those literally used to be the conversations I had with myself when I was like 19, 20 years old. I used to feel guilty for doing, and then I looked at myself one day and was like, why am I feeling guilty for spending the money that I'm working for? My bills is paid. I ain't got no children. I ain't got nothing to do. Why am I feeling guilty for doing something for myself? So like it's very important to know yourself because you can allow yourself to be your actions to be dictated by what was expected of you when you did have certain responsibilities. Not saying that, you can't contribute to your household when you're in your teens and working your first job, but not every single dime should be, like there's no money management in that. And honestly, if your parents was handling the bills and everything before you was able to work, why are they all of a sudden not able to handle it to the point where you got to spend all your money, they spend a portion of their money, and they still get to do what they want to do, but you're not allowed to do what you like? I don't know.
And that's funny, huh? And they say they try to teach you financial responsibility, but that's not the reason why. You know what I'm saying? They're like, oh, well, you got to pay off the bill because I'm trying to teach you financial responsibility. But I stopped do that when I was 20. I stopped do that when I was 20 years ago. You know what I mean? I started paying myself. I tell my parents, like, no matter what, I'm paying myself. I tell my partner, and no matter what, I'm taking 10% out of my paycheck, like I'm going to church, and I'm putting it away, and that's paying myself. Because you're gonna just work for the government to pay bills, and never pay yourself if you don't do that.
Well,
See, and
that's
this,
kind of like the same thing for me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, sweetest.
I was just gonna say, even for me, like when I became an empty nester, like the minute that my daughter moved out, this is a true story. I came home one day from work and I had nothing to drink. I had no tissue. I didn't have no food. And I'm like, what happened? And I had a teenager that was sending me lists every day. I'm buying juices that she liked to drink. I'm cooking things that they want to eat. And I looked up one day and I was like, well, what am I going to cook for dinner? And I look around and there's nobody to ask what you want to eat. And I had to sit myself down and say, what do you want to eat today? What type of juice do you like? There are phases in your life that you grow out of. And once you grow out of a certain phase or you reach a certain accomplishment, you need to do another self check and self inventory to make sure that you let go of anything that is no longer serving you for your next mission in life. And these are things that are not discussed in our community. Everything is just so personal and so hush hush, and it's our business. But we don't talk about the stages of our lives that we have to grow out of.
Well, I think that's the other thing too, is like, because like I had to deal with that when I want to say like a little bit shortly before I had turned 30, right? I had gone through some things and realized I was living in survival and didn't need to anymore, right? Because like, yeah, of course, when you first start out in life, you get your first apartment, your job and stuff like that, you're broke, right? You ain't got no money, you know what I mean? You live in, paycheck to paycheck, you're doing those types of things. But I was at a point where I wasn't really living like that, but yet I was still living in that survival mode. And at one point I'd ask myself, like, why am I not living like my actual life? And then granted, I'm not married and I don't have kids, so it's like I really don't have a fucking excuse to not be just like actually experiencing life at this point. And so I had to start asking myself and asking those critical questions. Well, why is it that I'm scared to spend money on myself? Well, it's because I was in survival, and I felt like every time I, if I did splurge, because, based off of my experience, I would splurge a little bit, something unforeseeable would happen, and then we're running back and forth. So learning how to do that and being like, yeah, I can spend the extra 100 or 200 right on myself. I can buy the food that I want and do these types of things. I still have enough in the savings. We're fine, we're good, you know what I mean? Giving myself the things that a lot of the time I feel like we're also conditioned, right? Because nobody really talks about that. We are conditioned to thinking that we need that shit from other people, right? Oh, well, I need nurturing, I need understanding, I need all of these things from other people. It's like at the end of the day, you really just need to give that to yourself at the end of the day, boo boo. So I had to learn how to give myself all of these things. So yeah, like taking myself on a date and learning that appreciation. I already work in a world that's very critical. Everything I do is judged. You know what I mean? You know, there's always room for improvement. And when you live that type of life and that's your mindset and that's all you're thinking about, and then my brain is constantly thinking about things I can constantly improve on, I have to practice the appreciation portion of it too. So if that means taking myself on a date, fine. If that means just going to go get my hair cut, not because I necessarily need it, and it's not that I can't do it myself or that doesn't need to be done, but I typically like to get my hair washed because, like, why the fuck not? If you ain't never got your hair washed, getting your hair cut, I don't know what you doing. That is like the most amazing feeling.
The world.
It's like the
and
world,
I,
right? It's the most
and I,
relaxing therapeutic feeling ever.
and I think so also like taking yourself out on a date can use for a reflection moment, you know what I mean? Because sometimes sometime at the end of the end of the month or close to the end of the year or my paycheck or when I get all my bills paid and everybody's happy, all my kids them get everything that they need, Christmas, everything done, you know what I mean? I go to a restaurant and I sit by myself and reflect and said, I did that, you know what I'm saying? I really did that. Everybody's happy, you know what I mean? And that give you the motivation to go again. And instead of like depending on someone to say, hey, you did a good job, or your partner or your family said, hey, you did a good job. Sometimes it's good for you to just like go to a place, you know what I mean? And order a steak or, something. And it's like, hey, man, I did that. Everybody's okay. Everybody's happy. You know what I mean? I'm good. And I'm eating this steak and you're enjoying that steak to the fullest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
You
sometimes, like
reflect
I
on
said,
yourself.
like sometimes you could be, I was, where I was like in a good place financially. I just wasn't living that way, right? I was putting myself under a lot of unnecessary stress and stressing myself out, putting myself in these what I like to call my own mental prisons, right? Of thinking that I needed to be better. Oh, you could do this better. You need to be better. You need to work harder. You need to do this. At some point, it's like enough has to be enough, right? And if I don't feel like I'm good enough for me, I'm never gonna feel like I'm gonna be good enough for everybody. So at what point do I give myself that appreciation and being like, no, AJ, you've been killing it. Like you gotta tell, like I gotta tell myself that. And I used to do this thing where it was called I think how it started was like this thing that I amongst me and my friends we used to call like boss night. So everybody would like dress to the nines, and then we go to like the cigar shop and we go smoke cigars and we end up at the strip club and then we go do we go get like some fancy bougie dinner or whatever. And it was just like a way to just blow off steam, but to also be like, dude, we earned this. Like we've been out here busting our asses doing what we needed to do, not just work wise, but for our family and dealing with life things and trying to hit it with as much maturity and going through. It's just another way to just kind of release steam in a healthy way that's not always necessarily like, oh, I need to go to the bar and get drunk every night. Oh, I need to go and I need to do this. And it doesn't have to be destructive. We can just go out there and just have fun for a night and feel 5 times better for the rest of the week. Next thing you know, I don't even care that Karen didn't give me the spreadsheets I needed. I don't care. I could do it without it. That's fine. Just saying.
Right.
No, that's actually very true though, because I think a lot of us do put unnecessary pressure on ourselves because we've, lived under that for so long, whether if it was, at home with your parents or, you're first getting on your own and you're in college and you're broke, or, you got your first workforce job and you're, like you said, 19 paying bills and living check to check. Once you get to a place where you're truly self-sufficient, a lot of us don't know how to kick out of that survival mode. And I think that's what it was for me, because I remember one time I was like 17 at the time, was out of high school and just working my job, and I was going to school full time, and I got cursed out by my mom because I wouldn't go into my savings to give her $80 for a cable bill that I didn't even watch. And come to find out, the bill was in my name the whole time. And I'm just like, if you couldn't afford the bill, why would you get it and then just expect me to pay it because you feel like I have the extra money? Whole time I was saving up to try to get an apartment and got cursed out. Why do you need an apartment when you can still live at home? But y'all only want me to live here because I have money that y'all feel like y'all have access to. It wasn't because y'all wanted me to stay home and get an apartment when I was ready, because 3 months later I got kicked out over a disagreement. And it was like, oh, well, that's not my problem.
Okay, well, your financial issues are not my problem. So,
I went through the same thing. Oh my
hmm
goodness. I moved out of my mom's house in the middle of the night. Like, she found out that I got approved for an apartment and she was like freaking out because I was helping out with the water bills and the like PGD, but I was paying all these bills and then still having to abide by her rules. And I was just like, nope, I want to get my own spot. She was not having it. So there's a lot of parents that create this like survival mode, and then we're like, it just kind of goes back to when you like, what does it say? Like, when you rebel against your family, you rebel against the world or something like that. Like, then you
hmm
end up making everything harder. You know
hmm
what I mean? And then in our community, if you don't do what your parents say do, a lot of the times your parents will wash their hands of you. And then it's like, who do you lean on for advice? Who are you running to? Where are you getting this information from? So I had to learn, even with my own children, that, I had to not hold the baby birds so tight where I crippled their wings. And I just was even looking at them, it's like, you know what? I'm going to trust in the decisions that they make because I instilled morals in these people. When am I going to trust me? It's not even about trusting them. It's about, when am I going to trust what's right? And if I know it's right, then it's going to stick. It doesn't matter. It's fact over feeling. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I was
And
kicked
we
out at
just
18,
don't.
so yeah, I was on the
It's
opposite.
like
I was
it,
kicked
it,
out at 18.
it,
My mom was like, bye. And it was all because I didn't, I mean, I mean, I'm a smart person. I didn't want to go to college right away. I actually wanted to go to a trade school. That's what I originally wanted to do. And she was just like, no, if you don't go, get out of my house. And she kicked me out. So I was couch surfing for the longest, you know what I mean? I was homeless, doing everything that I could until I can get that apartment. So it's like on the other aspect, it was like, for me, it was just like that survival was like, you never know, like everything was never certain, right? Is at least how it felt for me. And it was just like, now that I'm at a point where like things are certain, right? And I've proven myself many times and time again that I can survive. Now it's like, okay, now I got to learn how to live, and how do I live this life? And a lot of the pressures that I put on myself was holding myself up to standards from my younger self, right? Like I held myself up to standards from my 16-year-old self, to my 18-year-old self, to my 20-year-old self, to my 25-year-old self. I'm gonna be 32. Like, I can't hold myself up to all those expectations because I didn't understand the world as well as I do now, right? I didn't understand the world at 16. I didn't understand the world as well as I do, by the time I was 18, and so on and so forth. So it's like, we also got to kind of put that into perspective too, if we're holding ourselves accountable to, our past predilections of how we assumed our life should be, right? Because
right.
we already know it ain't gonna always go according to that, and that's a lot of the pressure. As I talk to people and I listen to them and they're telling me things that they've gone through, I hear a lot of that. It's a lot of that expectation we put on our younger selves of being like, I have to be
hmm
this person,
And
right? When
then
I'm
it's
25, I have to have this, and it's like, that's not how it works all the time, boo boo. There's lots of other there's a lot of
right.
aspects.
Like, who's truly established at 22 or 25 years old? Like, you're just now in a position
Right.
to truly make your own decisions. And I think that a lot of the pressures that, some parents have put on their children, it's like, you tell me you didn't raise me this way, or you supposedly instilled all these morals and guidance in me, but you never taught me how to make an effective decision for myself. It was always whatever you say goes. So how can you trust yourself to make certain decisions as adults when you were a young adult and should have, started making certain decisions? You weren't given that opportunity or that luxury, because I'm sure plenty of us have, tried to kick some type of plan to our parents, and they're just like, no, you're going to do this, or, if you don't do it my way, it's the highway type thing. So it's like, you can't put unrealistic expectations on your children and then expect them to be effective in the world, when half of our parents didn't meet the expectations that they put on us, yet they expected us to just have it all together. So now a lot of us are in our, early 30s, mid 40s, and some of us can't even trust the day-to-day decisions that we make.
Yeah,
Yeah, the only thing that I said that I was going to do was raise productive citizens.
there you
I
go.
said, I was like, I'm going to have productive tax-paying citizens. And that way, whatever they want to establish for themselves, I'm going to nurture it. So I was letting my daughter cut. My daughter had popcorn business ideas. lemonade stands, they went through all that.
Oh yeah. Like I said, it's just different, but I know uh she's just being honest, wants to answer the question, so I'm gonna let her answer. Go ahead, sis. What you got?
So, Kev, I'm about to ask you. So for the first question, is this like a relationship type of thing, or is this just?
We're trying to get in my own zone. I thought I was good. Say no. You said so it's like a relationship.
Yeah, like the first question. If you don't
No,
call it out, you're giving it a pass. So is that just with anybody, or is that like from your partner?
I think that's it for majority of the situation. If you don't call it out, you're giving it a pass. And then for the first question, if that's what you was talking about, the first question, or you just talking about the topic?
Oh, the topic. Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
Oh, the
Yeah.
topic. Okay, yeah, it's overall general thing.
So yeah, I think if you don't call things out when they first happen, I think people would take advantage of the situation. Because I think when you let something slide once, then a person feel like they can ice skate around your block. And honestly, I don't give nobody room enough to feel that comfortable to sit up here and to where I just let things go, because honestly I feel like if I don't address it, then honestly it's gonna keep happening, or it's gonna spark a switch where you're gonna constantly do something that's because you it's like almost like a person that's in a room with people, and you just don't like this one person. Every time they come around, you always got to find something to pick on them about, or you try to make them the laughing stock of the group, or whatever case may be. So I just think, yes, you need to call it out when you first see it, not let things just ride things out, whatever, and let things go. I think it's important to actually address things when they first happen. Should men hold men accountable and women hold women accountable only? Why or why not? To a certain extent, I think women should go back to holding other women accountable. But in reality, I know women don't hold other women accountable because a lot of women don't like conflict situations with other women. They don't like to sit up here and, do the back and forth or call her out or embarrass the next woman for some odd fucking reason. I think there's nothing wrong with a man, correcting a woman. I don't feel like, because honestly, your father corrected you. And at the end of the day, I think when a father gives his daughter off to a man, it's giving that man the understanding that, oh, correct my daughter how I would correct her, love on her how I would love on her, care for her and do things for her like how I would. But truth be told, I think every man is their own man. You're gonna be who you are, naturally. I think when men hold other men accountable, the accountability only goes so far. At the end of the day, if your homeboy, if you see your friend not taking care of his kids or whatever case may be, and you address him on it, at the end of the day, you already done enough by calling him out, because you calling him out on the bullshit that you're actually seeing for yourself. So at the end of the day, you can't forcefully force him to be like, go take up care of the motherfucking kids. You look like a psycho. At the end of the day, yeah, I just think, women should hold the women accountable. I think we wouldn't have as many reckless women as we do today, because women are becoming more and more reckless by the day. That's one thing I do see. Just like some dudes become reckless by the day. But I think men have more self-control than a lot of women. Ain't even gonna cap. Why do people believe you cannot hold others accountable? Because some people might feel like you're a person that always lets shit ride. You a person that literally don't know how to hold somebody accountable. That's why it's so easy for you to sit up here and a person could literally sit up here and look at you like you just not the person to be in that position. Some people look at certain people who can check them on certain things, and you tend to want to call those people out on their stuff and like basically deflect from them holding you accountable, if that makes sense. A lot of people don't don't like you said, don't believe you can't hold others accountable, because a lot of people feel like you deflect a lot, and you shouldn't even be the person to be speaking, because honestly your skeletons in your closet not clean. So that's just really where that goes. Is being too loyal over honesty a big problem? I think it's all about who you doing it with, or who you giving your loyalty and honesty to. I feel like if you overly doing something, then and a person still not understanding or changing their ways or hearing you out, whatever case may be, I think you might want to have a conversation with that person and give them a true understanding where you're coming from. Because honestly, if you giving them more loyalty and honesty and they're not reciprocating the energy, it probably might be time for you to let that person go, because they're not as invested as you are, because you're pouring way more, you're doing way more and being way realer with them than they are with themselves. So and at the end of the day, I think it can be looked at as a problem, because it could almost be like a person that's too nice. A person start to take certain things for a weakness. You get what I'm saying? Like, if I'm too nice, then you'll feel like, oh, I can take advantage of this person. I can sit up here and do something wrong and test this person to see how they would react, or if they would cut me off for it. And I think people just naturally test their partner, or people in general, when it comes to loyalty and honesty. When is the time to shame is necessary? When you feel like, I think the time to shame is when you feel like something absolutely isn't sitting right with you spiritually, mentally. If you feel like you looking down on something, I don't feel like, I think shaming come in when it's completely wrong. Like, for a fact, like, oh, you shouldn't be dressed like that around your grandparents, or around your family, period. I think that's the time where shaming is important, because honestly, it's give a person a realization that everybody don't follow or believe in what you believe, and we're not accepting to those things how you think we should be at the same time, because we still got morals and values of our own. I think shaming comes in, like I said, when you absolutely know, like, the person is definitely in the wrong. Like, because it's just like when you correct a child. How do a child knows when they're in the wrong? Is when mommy or daddy sit up here and tell you no, or because you're not looking. It's like you're looking down on it because you don't want them to harm themselves. You're looking down on it because it's a form of protection. A lot of people don't even realize that. So yeah, I think shaming is definitely necessary. Most of the majority of the time. Like, I'm not gonna say all the time, but yeah, it definitely needs to be in there, because otherwise, I believe that's why if we really was in positions where we look down on a lot of stuff and shame people for it, honestly, we will be just like them other countries. We would not be tolerating a lot of bullshit that we see on the day to day. So yeah. How do you hold someone to their word?
Yeah.
I think how you hold somebody up to their word is let them tell you what they gonna tell you, and then if their actions don't follow up behind what they told you, then and you tell them like, hey, you said that you was gonna woo woo woo. You said that we was gonna start doing this, and if you don't sit up here and let that person know that you're holding them to their word, then they just feel like, oh, they can play with you. It's like, oh, my word don't really mean nothing to how much do my words mean to you? And I think that's what people don't understand. Like, how much do my words actually matter to you? And I think to some people, it's like when you have a teenager, I don't care. Oh, like you're in that I don't care mode. Like, because you don't really care to hold them to their word. That's why a lot of people do the things that they do, because it's like, oh, well, if they ain't tripping, shit, I'ma just do what the hell I already been doing and let it be what it is. And I just think you can hold people to their word by sitting up here, like she said, call it out, or making sure that they stand on business when they say that they gonna stand on business. I just think that you just got to be the type of person to make them stand on business and hold them to that, and don't let them try to get out of that. Like, if they try to say, oh, I didn't say that, yes you did, yes you did, and I can tell you exactly when you said it, how you said it, why you said it. And I think that's just really what it is. But I'm gonna land there. Lashaya, I think you had something to say.
No, I was just gonna say that because I agree with everything you said from the first topic to the last. But yeah, I just there was a time where word was bond, where you had to stand on what you say. If you said it, you meant it. And I think a lot of people don't walk that walk or talk that talk anymore. Like, they just feel like they can say anything. And because we're in this age of social media where you can make certain things look as if they're one way even though they're another, people feel like they could just say anything and they don't have to hold themselves accountable, or other people shouldn't hold them accountable because they for whatever reason they feel like they should be able to renege on their word. But no, if you say it, you better mean it. And if you mean it, you better live by it. Practice what you preach. Because I think everyone should hold each other accountable, men or women. Yes, women need to hold more women accountable. Yes, men need to hold more men accountable, but we also should be holding each other accountable, whether you're your brother's keeper or your sister's keeper. You should be making sure that they're living the best life that they can, because out of love for that person, you only want to see the best for them. And it should be vice versa when someone is holding you accountable. Like, if I said something that was completely wrong, I would expect you as my sister to hold me accountable, and vice versa. Or if Kev seen me doing something that I absolutely shouldn't be doing, he should be like, hey sis, what the hell is going on? Like, that's just how it should be. But a lot of people don't want to be held accountable because they feel like you said, they either don't care, or they've lived for so long without anybody calling out their actions that it's foreign to them. So when somebody does it, it's like, oh, you a opposition, you a hater, you a this, you a that. And it's like, no, could it be that I actually care and don't want to see you being self-destructive? But some people don't see it like that. So like you said, if you're more loyal or more honest to someone and they don't even care about their own well-being, why waste your breath? It's time to cut that person off and let them learn from their mistakes, especially if there's someone who's always saying that they're going to do something, whether it be a small accomplishment or a big accomplishment. If you say that you're going to do it, do it. It might take you some time to get there, but you should always be working towards it and putting things in actions. Like, if you tell me that you want to be, I don't know, a doctor in 2-3 years, I'm gonna ask you, did you complete undergrad school yet? Have you signed up to grad school? Did you enter a residency? I'm gonna be asking you questions, because if you're not making no effort to meet these goals that you say you have, I'm gonna look at you and feel like, oh, you just full of shit. You just blowing smoke. You just want to say something because it sound good.
Facts. Like, the hell? And that was what? What question did you
Right there.
I liked that.
So y'all want my point of view again? I'm over here trying to just post this
Yeah,
video on
everybody
my
hear your point
page.
of view. I ain't even hear you been
Huh?
talking. I ain't even hear you been talking.
I
Your ass been
was letting
finished.
you. Lay y'all rocky, no. But I got you there. Go ahead so we can get this. That's not trying to get this video up on my page real quick. At least try to post at least once or twice, or about 3 times a week. You know.
I
But
feel that.
got to keep the page relevant.
Shit.
No, I feel that. I feel that.
Huh?
I said I feel that.
I
Oh
got a
yeah,
question,
yeah, yeah.
Kev. Cause I tried to go live recently. Did you have to go through a process where it says that you have to go live for 2 hours before you can even get access to let people up, or to it was like to set a live goal, all this stuff. Like I gotta go through this stuff.
Yep. That's what
Okay.
Mirror had to go through too. That's some new stuff that they did. When I started, it ain't go like that though. But yeah, it's some new
Yeah,
stuff.
because
Now you
that's
got to
what
put
Bunny
in this.
told me. Bunny said she
Yep.
ain't have to do that. I said, why do I gotta do it?
Yeah, I think it depend on where everybody update is at. Cause yeah, they got to Mirror had to do like 60 minutes for 3 days, but then now he can go on live. He can go live, but
It says I
he got to
gotta
do all
talk
that over
for
again with his
2
back
hours.
though soon.
I said I gotta talk for 2 hours by myself. What I'ma
He'll make it happen.
say?
Hey, you got some stuff to talk about, man. You got some stuff you stand firm on, man. You a preacher. You'll make it
Not a
happen.
preacher.
They need to hear you. A lot of these women need to hear you. Most definitely, I'll say on that end.
It's so
So.
crazy. A lot of people
I
keep on
just
telling me,
followed you, so
why,
if you
why
do
you,
go
why you?
live, I'll come through to support.
Oh, thank you, boo. I follow you too.
I don't got enough followers yet to go live. I'm still fairly new to TikTok, but
Mm.
you know,
It took me a minute to realize that I could go live. I'm up here just hopping on people panels, not even realize I can get on my own.
I can do it myself. It's like,
Right?
no, I definitely feel it. But we gonna get them comments jumping. So if she just being honest, go live. Make sure y'all go through and show her some love.
Oh, I appreciate
mm.
it. I mean, if people was joining. Bunny gave me an idea. I should just start doing questions and answers in there. But I never.
That
I don't
would
know
be cool.
what exactly is questions and answers.
I mean, I guess questions and answers could be anything. You could have your, your followers ask you questions and you give the answers, or you could pose a questions and, have people answer in the comments and
Oh,
just, read them off. It could be like a general topic or something personal or.
okay. So it could be like random.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to start posting some content though so that I could build up my followers so I could go live too, but I don't necessarily know if I want
Yeah.
to. I think I might just stick to doing content once I start getting it up there because some of these people on this app is crazy.
Oh, tell me about
I know,
it.
right? What up,
Yeah.
host?
High respect.
What's down with y'all? Um,
What's the deal? Respect. Welcome.
What's up?
thanks for having me. Um, on the first one, all right. On the first one, I don't think nobody can hold nobody accountable. Like you can speak your piece and let a person know what you think they should do or what you think's best for them, but at the end of the day, they're gonna do, what they feel is best for them, regardless of what you tell them. So I don't think that's possible. And I guess to answer the first two questions, let me see. It being too loyal. No. The problem come in when people can't handle the honesty, because everything that all truths are not good. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people can't handle honesty. Uh, they too soft. Let me see. When is the time to shame? You should shame people for doing immoral stuff like all the time, but that don't mean it's gonna work neither. But I think shame should be brought back.
Where you say
The last
we're going?
how do you hold someone to their word?
You
Respect.
ask? Oh, you
Yeah,
asking how do you hold someone to your
yeah.
word?
It says the bonus question. How do you hold someone to their word?
Oh, you can't. You can't. You can't hold nobody to their word. They gonna do it if they could or if they want to. But if they can't or they don't want to, I mean, you can beat their ass. Other than that, it's not nothing you could do.
Do it,
Beat the
y'all. Nobody up if they don't hold to their word. Y'all going to catch an assault charge.
I am crying with that one.
That is hilarious.
I
Oh
mean, that's
Lord.
that's the only thing you could do. I mean, you can't make nobody do nothing.
How do you feel about the very first one? If you don't call it out, you're giving it a pass.
Uh, I kind of agree. It's like on the fence about that. Like I could call it out, but don't mean it's gonna change. You know what I'm saying? I'm pointing it out. You can recognize that I'm pointing out. I recognize that you're doing what you're doing, but that don't mean it's gonna change anything. Like, cause if you feel strongly about what you're doing, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna say F my opinion. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't, I don't know. I mean, how could you stop them from doing? Even if you call something out, like just cause you said something don't mean the other person gonna their mind
Right.
frame gonna switch immediately. Their whole narrative not about to switch cause you said something.
Right. I feel you on that. So I guess this is the time I can say my perspective or from me or my research of what holding accountable is. And actually, for the second part, why people can't believe it because people don't understand what it mean either. I think we think about it holding accountable in one way. So, all right, let me get on it real quick. So that's the reason why, from what I learned on or looking it up, or what holding accountable is, it's really just simply calling something out. It's no different. That's why I said the topic is if you don't call it out, you letting it pass. Somehow they got this thing where they always talk about, which is the second one: should man hold man accountable and woman should hold woman accountable only. Everybody always say that. I think the part we get mixed up at is that we think about the responsible part. We can't make nobody be responsible, but we can call it out. Even if you take somebody to jail, that's still holding them accountable. You just hold them accountable for what they did. But if you still can't make them be responsible because they can still go back out of jail and be the same exact way. You know what I'm saying? So that's a more of an internal thing or a self thing to be responsible. But calling something out or no different from Black Lives Matter. I know y'all be seeing stuff like that, right? Or even when they do what's the freaking called? Like they do what is the word? Like what is that? Uh freak. What is Black Lives Matter? What they be doing? Picketing, whatever it's called. I forgot the word. I can't think of the word right now. What they do. Start a P.
Protesting?
Protest. Yeah, thank you. You know, make me mad. Dang. When they protest, right, that's still a form of holding accountable, right? Especially, oh, they put some roaches in our food or something. I don't know. So I try to think of something funny real quick, but basically stuff like that, right? Just simply calling things out. No different from when they try to hold R. Kelly as soon as he mess up. When people with the cancel crushers be trying to do that, all that stuff. That's a form of holding accountable. Now I get what you try to say. It's a difference between making and holding. You can't make nobody do anything, but you can only just like basically speak on or address something. And everybody do it. We do it unintentionally. It's no different from when we check somebody for messing with one of ours. Like that's a holding a stranger accountable. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, beat them up or not, you still bringing awareness. That's why I even mentioned it with the shaming part. When it's necessary Because even that's gonna be a form of accountability, holding somebody accountable. But that ain't the only way you got to do it. But even when you hold somebody accountable, they still can get shamed with it because it's just how they feel or how I guess how they react to it. Um, but for the most part, from what I looked at, that we mix being responsible with being accountable. Oh, that's the next action is to be responsible. Like I said, after being held accountable or being accountable for a certain situation, when you actually aware of what you need to be accountable for. But yeah, it's just simply calling stuff out. That's a form of that, and everybody do it. Everybody do it. They just don't realize what they're doing. Because they automatically, and I think another reason why people don't believe you can hold others accountable is because what they do is, and what I always learn is, it's an ego and pride thing. Everybody like, well, ain't nobody gonna check me, ain't nobody can make me do nothing, so we can't make nobody else. But it ain't about that. But as soon as somebody do it, or everybody somehow have this thing where somebody somehow people can make you mad, right? But they can make me mad, but I can't get held accountable. So it's like, dang, can we make it make sense? So somebody can make you do that, but they can't make you do that. So overall, we got to stand on something. So obviously, if we don't, I mean, not obviously, but if we're doing accountability, right, or being accountable to ourselves, so our triggers is our problems. So that's one thing. So we can admit, okay, nobody can make you mad. You accepted something, became mad. Whatever you made your own self mad for whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So just like that's where the responsible come from. Responsibility part is that when when somebody address you about something, because we can provoke one another, right? We could try to provoke one another. We can
Right.
do that
Pushing people's
because if you
buttons.
can motivate somebody, you can also make somebody feel bad too, or not. What I'm saying, you can. I will provoke them to feel bad. I don't like to say make, because after that, I mean, because everybody, if you could try and some people won't get mad, somebody could just laugh. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But yeah, so it's like overall, it's like what I'm getting to about that is just basically bringing awareness or checking somebody. Like some people don't even want to. I don't like. Well, I guess I can't say that word because people get hurt off that word. But just basically, it's just calling it out, calling out a situation when it's wrong. You just call it out, and that's a form of holding them accountable. And that's how I looked at the definition. And then I got some they got some ways of holding people accountable. I did some screenshots about you could be able to hold people accountable without shaming, right? They got different definitions. You can, if you've been called out, the question you should ask yourself, and that's just to keep from being shamed or feeling shame. What harm was caused? What does that mean? What was the impact? What are the needs for the person who was harmed? What is that? Here, what we all need to understand: holding someone accountable doesn't require shame. Actually, there are real intangible ways you can have an honest and effective conversation with someone without them retreating into shame, anger, and defensiveness. Because that's what seems to happen for the most part when you hold somebody accountable. Because everybody feel like they're right. Everybody feel like you know. That's where ego and pride come in, because nobody don't want to be corrected. Nobody likes that feeling of taking a loss. But sometimes, it's all about putting your ego to the side and realize where you went wrong at. You can't win everything. And in order to do better, you got to take many L's, because we can in one breath say that I don't know it all, and then when we get corrected about not knowing all, then we have a problem with it. So it's like I said, once you put your ego to the side and realize you don't know everything, you can be more receptive of opposites opinions or correction, or even get held accountable. That's the reason why I feel like that all of us need to hold one another. Not no men need to hold men accountable. Women, I think humans just hold humans accountable. And that's my overall thing. That's funny because I'm making a post. I got a post about that right now.
I'm just
My
saying,
last
unless
clip.
it's me, I am always right. You were
Yeah, right.
always
Except for
right.
that, just can't hold her accountable,
Yeah,
man.
you just can't hold me accountable. Just know that.
Yeah, we can't do that, man. She's an exception to the rule.
She is hilarious.
Yeah, but for the most part, it's just really calling out the situation. That's what you holding. That's what basically holding accountable is. Holding somebody to the word is no different. I heard plenty of people be saying that stuff. Like, I'm gonna hold you to your word. It's like a friend be like, hey, you gonna hold me to my word? I can't make them be their word, right? But they it's just basically to help them out, to remind them. Everybody can get some reminding. Okay, dang, I was supposed to went and worked out in the morning or something like that, or I was supposed to, uh, you know, go to the grocery store or go to school, or I was supposed to watch my mouth when I cut, because I did tell you that I was going to not cut somebody out. So every now and then, you hold me to my word, because that's something I promised. Everybody needs somebody to because we don't know it. The thing is that we do to a certain extent know different things about ourselves, but we know different things about self, but sometimes outside sources could tell us something that we didn't know about ourselves. We just got to be open minded and receptive of it to make any type of change. But I think we block our own thing from our ego and pride. So,
You
like I
have
said,
bias.
You can block
You
your
have an
own
yeah,
internal
valid.
bias about yourself at the end of the day.
yeah,
You're not going
yeah.
to, you know what I mean? It's like trying to have a conversation and being like, okay, cool, point out all your flaws. People are not going to do that, right? Tell me
Right.
about yourself. We use selling points to sell ourselves to each other. So it's just you have an internal bias about yourself always, always.
It's I know we've heard people say like things like, "Oh, I'm a procrastinator" or something like that. So if you tell me from your own mouth that you're a procrastinator, but in the same breath you tell me I want to work out 3 days a week, you don't have to ask me to be your accountability partner for me to be like, "Hey, did you go to the gym this week?" Because if you tell me no, I could be like, "See, there you go, procrastinating again." That's shaming a person without being like, "Oh, how dare you not go to the gym when you said that you wanted to," you know what I'm saying? Like, it be things as simple as that. Like,
I think people need to know the difference between shaming somebody and belittling. It's two different things. When you belittle somebody, you're having a different conversation. Again, I'll use my buddy Charles, who was in here earlier. That is a man who likes to belittle people. He's not shaming anybody, right? Shaming, totally different situation. Like Lachey just said, that is an example of shaming. Okay, well, you procrastinate. So, gym 3 days? Okay, but you say that, but then you say you're a procrastinator. That's holding somebody accountable for something that they said. You can't make somebody accountable, however. That's the biggest thing. I could sit there and I could say, okay, well, you said you were going to do this, and then you didn't do it. That's me holding you accountable. What you do with it after that point is completely on you. You don't have to take that. You can make every excuse. You can choose not to. You don't choose that I'm full of shit, or well, AJ's just hating, whatever. That's on you at that point. But you can hold people accountable. You just can't make them accountable.
Biggest thing I ever noticed, though, and I'm about to go back to posting my video real quick. I was the last time I want y'all to rock. But the thing I noticed, though, with everybody, and even if you find yourself doing it, I mean, I've been finding everybody on this app doing it. The people that don't believe you can hold nobody else accountable is they always put themselves in it, and they think about somebody else checking them. They think about, because that's a person. Like, a lot of us ain't let go our ego yet. I noticed that. It's something I had to realize three years ago, 3-4 years, whatever, how many years ago, when I was made a change in my life. I realized that my ego was blocking a lot of things. Like I said, that thing will keep you from being receptive. Of course, you got to have ego. Got to be balanced. There's some stuff you got to stand on, but you got to be actually open to realize that you got to be receptive of what others people tell you too, man. Instead of taking either offense to it or feeling shamed. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, every time I hear somebody that say that, well, ain't nobody gonna make me do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody, so I know I can't make nobody else do nothing. It's like, duh, I'm talking about somebody else. Why you keep putting yourself in it? So that show, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people project and they feel like, okay, because if nobody can't hold me accountable, I can't hold nobody else accountable. And that is just not, that's not true. And if we want somebody to make any type of change or do better in their life, because like I said, ain't nobody is perfect. So how could you not get held accountable on certain things like you perfect? Like I said, a lot of us think just because we've
I'm
grown
perfect.
and all that, yeah, huh? Oh, wow. A lot of us think that we grown and all that. We know everything. It's like, no, so, I don't know. Like I said, it's freaking ego and pride is our biggest. That's why you're gonna hear me always talk about this in my life. Like I said, the three things I always talk about is accountability.
Look,
Put
Kev.
your
Look,
pride to the
look,
side,
Kev.
ego and
Look,
pride to the
Kev.
side.
I've been on
Huh?
TikTok a while now. What I learned from the TikTok University is that I am perfect and that I am valid in believing I'm perfect.
Oh yeah. You already know. And they gotta be like that, man. Only for AJ.
Only
Only.
for me. None of y'all though. None of y'all are
Only.
right though. None of y'all are valid in that. Like y'all delusional.
I
If you think
respect
that,
it,
you can't
AJ.
think the same way I do.
But you might have some
Thank you
competition.
for pointing
Charles.
that out for me, AJ, because I just thought that I was so perfect, like my ego was bigger than my conscience, and I learned today that everything that I do is not right. You know, I got things that I need to
Look.
work on.
I can't even do
No,
it
but
Me
that's
too,
how some of
man.
them people be though.
I
The
wish I could
same
be like the
ones
great
that
AJ one day.
complain that, oh, you know, ain't nobody gonna hold me accountable. Most of them don't hold themselves accountable. They think everything that they do is right. So how dare somebody
Facts.
try to tell me that I'm wrong, or what right do I have to tell somebody else that they're wrong because they see no wrong in their own actions. So, you know, a
Facts.
lot of that projection
Look,
is reflection.
look,
Just
the
The
like the people that
moment
got
difference of
problem
a
with control.
if,
They can't control themselves, but they don't want anybody else controlling
look,
them. That's the
Kev,
thing. That's
Kev,
exactly how that
Nor
is.
do they
Kev,
want
the
but what
moment
if
you
all right? What if we
realize,
just got
sir,
difference of opinion though? And we raised different. You know what I'm saying? I might have been raised to see things a certain way. You might have been raised, you know what I'm saying, to see things the opposite. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why people say, well, can't nobody tell me nothing because I know how I was raised. Like I was raised in the 80s where people acted a certain way. You raised in the 2000s where people act a certain way. So who's really wrong? Me from having my experience or you from you having yours? I think that's why people like kind of mind their business when it comes to certain stuff.
Yeah. I mean, we can't use that like we can use that all day about how I got raised or mama wasn't around, daddy wasn't around, all that stuff. But like when, how long we gonna keep using that as excuse why we shouldn't
Nah,
be better in our life though?
nah.
'Cause
What I'm saying. All right, like I'm talking about just the different actions that people have. Like, okay, I'm not saying like the mom and daddy. I'm talking about like for society. Like when I was growing up, uh, we didn't have cell phones. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have cell phones when I was growing up. We had to wait to use the house phone and things like that. Now we have cell phones, so it's a different. It's a difference in the way that the people were brought up. Not necessarily just your mom and dad. It's just the culture itself. When we came up, you heard me. The you was looked at a little different for being a dancer, not as like a glorified job. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just different. Like a 60-year-old man might say, "Oh, she ain't nothing but a floozy if she shake her ass for money." These days it's called being a bad bitch. You know what I'm saying? So it's the culture
I
difference,
mean,
dog.
I think there's cultural differences in every generation because somebody, like you said, born in the 80s is not going to look at something the same way as someone who was born in the 90s. However, I'll just go off the cell phone example. If, you know, you had, let's say you wanted your own landline in your room and your parents granted you that, and then you did something that they found disrespectful, or you acted up in school, your grades dropped, whatever, and they took your landline out of your room, are you gonna but let's say you were paying the bill, you were paying your portion of the bill for that landline, are you gonna tell your parents, well, you can't take my landline because you don't pay that bill? No, they're still your parents, they're able to hold you accountable. I've literally heard teenagers say things like, well, I pay my own cell phone bill. I wish my mom would take my cell phone because she felt like my grades were too low. If your parent is truly being a parent, she's going to hold you accountable. I don't care if Batman was paying your phone bill. If your mom told you not to do it and she held you accountable for it and that consequence was taking that cell phone, you better give that cell phone up, because who are you to feel like you have, you know, that type of power over your parent just because you're paying your phone bill? You're still living in their house, still under their rule. So
Well, that's
it's
a
like,
different level of authority.
but I mean, it's still holding someone accountable. If your parent tells you the only way you're able to have that cell phone is if you keep your grades up in school, and your grades drop and they take it away, it don't matter if you're paying the bill, your daddy who don't live there is paying the bill, your grandma's paying the bill. If that was the stipulation, and they're holding you accountable, and they take that away because you didn't hold your end of the bargain, it's still holding you accountable.
Yeah,
That's
but
like,
I think he was talking about in the capacity of like friends and people who have no obligation to you. I mean, your parent, they gotta hold you accountable for everything you do, because if not, you know what I'm saying, that's a reflection on them. But I'm talking about like me and you. Like you can't tell me that selling that pack to that lady that's pregnant that's bad. You can't tell me that. You know what I'm saying? Cause you know what I'm saying? Like ain't none of your business what I do. They're like I can't tell you making that 150. You know what I'm saying? Right quick. I can't tell you that's bad because I don't know what you need that 150 for. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
So we
I feel like that's anything though. If you look at it in that connotation, then yeah, you can argue that with anything.
Right.
When we talk
Because
about keeping, but that's the point. Like when it comes to evolution, I think that's the problem with having the generational conversation of being like, well, you know, I grew up during this time, and then you know these younger people don't understand, and it's just like we also have to take into account that things are not supposed to be the same generation after generation. Things
right.
are supposed to get improved, and things are supposed to be a little bit easier, and yes, they're going to pose different challenges. So me being somebody, I mean, I was born in '92. I'm a millennial. My parents are Xers. I get it, right? I understand a lot of the Xer mentality. I was raised by Xers. I get it. But with that also being said, right, I think the similarity between Xers and millennials is like neighbors. It wasn't uncommon for you to get your ass whooped by your neighbor because you were fucking up.
Right.
Right?
Exactly.
We got
I
that
was
too.
born in '94, and I done had a couple neighbors tell me,
Same.
"Your mom know what you did," and pop you in the
That
head.
part.
Now get your ass down the street, and when you get there, they going to address you.
Hmm.
Like,
That part, you know, and like nowadays, you know, you can't necessarily do that because one, you know, you either have parents that either want to try to fight you, but then the
hmm
laws are different. There's a lot more laws that prevent people from doing that now than
right,
there were during my time when I was growing up and during your time, you know, growing up in the 80s and so and prior generations. So we do have to sometimes put that into perspective when we have these conversations, and we can't pick and choose on when it's relevant and when it's not. Like at some point, if we're going to use the generational conversation, then let's talk about the generations as a whole. Yes, things are supposed to progress, and that's what it is. Like, you know, but the holding people accountable, you can hold any, like at some point, we can't keep running with the rhetoric of, well, this is just how I grew up and now I can't change. Because if we're just going to limit ourselves to that, then you're going to find yourself very irrelevant and you're going to find yourself very triggered by it, by younger people who are more malleable and able to move. And the thing is it's not that you can't, it's just we want to justify and be like, well, nah, you know, you just need to mind your own business, you can't make me do this. And it's not anybody trying to make you do anything, it's just being like, hey, can we correct this behavior so it's not continuing on further down the line to the point where, you know, I have to sell somebody, you know, those cigarettes or do some dirt or do, you know, do what I have to do to get that 150. Why is that still becoming, why is that still a thing that's still continuing today? How do I prevent that so that these kids in their 20s aren't having to deal with this, these younger kids that are now 10 and 11 years old aren't having to deal with this, and the kids that are being born now would never have to deal with that? How do we prevent that? You see what I'm saying? That's just more or less just kind of how I view it. You
and
know, I
it's
don't know.
like we also can't deny, even though things are different from generation to generation, we should all still have a moral compass, a ethnic code that we, you know, code of ethics that we live by, that should just be standard. Like
Well,
for
that's,
example,
yeah.
if me and AJ got into an argument and I said something that pissed AJ off so bad that she came and punched me in my face, like Kev can be like, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't have punched her just because y'all opinions is different. She still might have not seen no wrong in her actions because she's perfect, but that don't mean punching me in my face, you know, didn't hurt, because it still ain't going to change my opinion. I'm just someone with opinion who got punched in the face. Like, that doesn't mean that it's not wrong to be violent towards people. So, you know, it's, you know, all how we look at things, but there should still be some type of moral or ethics that we live by. Some type of
So,
boundary that shouldn't be crossed.
but do
so
you
from my
think the
perspective,
morality is higher or lower today though?
I
Cause
would, I was about to say that. Yeah, I would say the morality, like the as far as morals go, if we're talking about today's standards, anymore those are almost non-existent anymore. You see it all the time in business. Like when I'm working and I'm doing stuff, like I see it all the time. You know, versus
right.
previous generations, like that was not really the case. And I am kind of happy because I do look at, you know, like, you know, I'm somebody who watches a lot of different things. I don't just watch the news for the same reasons why everybody else watches the news. But I have seen, like, you know, there are studies where it's like a lot of the boomers, you know, the boomer generation, like they're going to be retiring within the next 2 years, which is about time because we really needed the Xers to kind of move up so we can move up and make room for the younger people. Because really, I don't, that's just my opinion. Data problem. At the end of the day, to me, y'all need to get out the way. I understand why you couldn't, but this is just where we're at. You know what I mean? And I think that's the thing. Like, you know, I know Xers are really big on what's it called, leads, I think, which is like an ethic way of like doing business, of like making sure like, hey, you know, if we are going to conduct business, like, is it good for the environment? Is it good for past generations? How to, or future generations? Like, there's a lot more morals that they definitely have been trying to push, and I'm happy to finally see that hit the foreground, hopefully. So I mean, hopefully we'll get back to the ethics, but as of lately, I don't feel like there's any
Oh,
ethics these days. I think people
right.
just do whatever
Hey,
the fuck they want.
also, I see we a lot of times when we say things, like we, I feel like we limit ourselves to a lot, and it just be us, right? Because I was even hearing you were saying that, well, if they not part of the family or something like that, whole business is that, um, or you said it's our job. You said something about it's my job. I forgot how it went. But it's like, who said whose job is what? We select to make whatever we want to make our business or not. Because like your family don't have to feel the same way about you. Because sometimes they might just cut you off because you don't fit what they, you know, whatever situation is. And who says that? Because a lot of times some families not gonna check you because they're gonna say this is you, this family, or it goes into that loyalty thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they're gonna say anything because they know your character and they probably don't want to hurt your feelings. You know, just like probably moms or your wife or whoever. You know, they're not gonna say nothing because they're gonna be like, oh, that's just him being him. But that'll never help you in the long run of saying that. So if you got a attitude problem or whatever the situation is, they're gonna they rather say this just you being you. But then again, when you coming out to the world and you can't keep a job because of your attitude, you know what I'm saying? Like it's obvious it's something the world see that your family don't want to speak on, and that's why I feel like that's where that's kind of, you know, that's why I be meaning about the topic itself. If you don't call it out, you giving it a pass. So by giving it, they giving it a pass, it's still affecting your world. I mean, it's affecting you around the world because you don't know why things is happening. And then also it happened the opposite way, as in like your family could be telling you about yourself all the time, but you ain't gonna want to listen to them because you like, well, that's just them telling you about it. And then sometimes the outside source can, and it just depends. Some outside source might tell you the same thing your family was telling you, and then you decide to listen to the outside source. Like, dang, you know, dang, if they saying that, but it just depends on where your mind is at with that situation
But I
to
think
see who you want to be receptive to. But some people only want to be receptive to what make them feel good, because otherwise there's a lot of them if they don't feel good to them because they used to being set in their ways, which I had to talk about that before.
But that's what I
But
was saying earlier. Like, that's the reason why I say people anymore, if we're being honest, people prefer loyalty over honesty any day, right? Whether that be your family, and if your family's too critical, you can always see it. 'Cause if your family's too critical, then those are people who jump to outside sources. If outside sources are too critical, oh, well, you ain't my family, you can't tell me nothing. Like, and then we jump back and forth. But at the end of the day, it takes people, you know what I mean, like to first, you know, when it comes to accountability and taking accountability and being a person who's wanting and striving for growth, is you have to learn how to be very accountable and honest with yourself first. Which means it doesn't, I mean, of course I'm going to have loyalty to me, but I also have to be honest with me. You see what I'm saying? I can't just be loyal to me to the complete fault that I could do absolutely no wrong, even though I joke about it in the live. Oh yeah, I'm perfect. I do that for a reason because it's funny, right? We all know that's BS, right? But I have to point that out because some people just don't get it, right? And it's just like, that's the thing. But you know, when you learn how to be honest with yourself, you can start taking honesty from other people, whether that be your family or outside sources or whatever else. You learn to start doing it, and it's a learning process. It doesn't happen overnight, right? You're gonna. Nothing is linear. Nothing that you learn in life is linear. It's up and down, right? You may have days you're very receptive. You may have days where it's like you took 20 steps backwards. The whole point is just to keep pushing it forward. You don't just, oh, well, I took 20 steps backwards, now I gotta send 10 toes down on this. For what? There's no reason. Just admit that you messed up. Like, okay, cool, whatever. I had a bad day and I wasn't take it. Reflect on it, learn from it, give yourself grace, and try again. That's the only thing that you have to do every day. That's the only thing you're entitled to every day, is just fucking trying. That's it. You're not entitled to anybody's else opinion. Not entitled to people to be honest with you, people to be loyal to you, anything else. The only thing you're entitled to is just getting up and fucking try. That's it. Just fucking try.
Mm-hmm.
That's just where I come from. But yeah, I think people prefer loyalty, and I'll always maintain that until I'm shown honestly, until I'm shown otherwise. Majority of the time, all I see is a lot of people who want loyalty.
Most definitely.
That's all they want.
That's just like when I had that topic about do majority of people want to be lied to or the truth.
First, I want to be
A
lied
lot
to.
of everybody
You
want
want
to be
to know?
lied to for the most part.
Because what is loyalty? What does loyalty and lying to somebody do? Gives them validation.
Yep.
It
Right?
also tells them what they want to hear without them
Keep them from
having to
changing.
hold themselves accountable to make a change. Which that's crazy how those go into each other because I didn't even
Yep.
think about it from that perspective. But that's true though.
Mm-hmm. But that's
Yeah.
like I'll use your example. You know,
Lighter skin.
if I walked over you and I get into an argument, I punch you in the face. You know what I mean? I'm gonna sit there and say, "Oh no, she deserved that. She deserved that. I didn't do no wrong. I didn't do no wrong." Do you think I want somebody who's gonna be honest and be like, "Nah, AJ, you didn't. That wasn't right."
Right.
Hell
Because
no. I
you
want somebody to
somebody
be
that
like,
valid right.
"Nah, she deserved that.
Yeah, that
You shouldn't take none of that." Da-da-da. Now I need it. Now I need my action validated.
Right.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like a thin line because it's like sometimes we be enabling situations which is very dangerous. Like, I know
Hmm.
you remember the incident, right, with that dude, with the at Coney Island or whatever that hit that woman or whatever. I don't know, I forgot how that went.
Which one? The brick
But
thing? That brick thing?
No, the other one where it was Coney Island and the woman had caught her son in and popped that dude that was that punched that
Oh,
lady in the face.
yeah.
Yeah. So even with that, right? Besides all that, I'm just getting to the fact that they used to call this dude what do they call him? The knockout king or something like that, right?
Mhm.
And this is what I be meaning about it. It's like rather than saying what his situations is wrong, they rather enable him and be like, hey, he's the knockout king, like it's right. You know what I'm saying? So this is what happened to a lot of people. They enable people's behaviors, call it a name and call him this is how they is. That's just how he is. Rather than hold him accountable for what he doing, they rather call him the knockout king, and you see what happened to him. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So that's the reason why I'm saying like stuff like that when people want to choose not to be held accountable, the world gonna hold you accountable no matter what.
The
You
world's
know what I'm
gonna humble
saying?
you
You can
regardless.
come with a name and looking for people to validate you, but you're gonna be digging yourself in the grave, you know what I'm saying, because you feel like, well, this is just me being me. But you see what happened now. You see what I'm saying? So
Well,
yeah.
I agree with you. I agree
Because
with you.
we're like when I was younger, I didn't personally see this, but I know that it happened because I've heard of it happening, not just this instance. But there was these two brothers and this sister, and this girl used to she liked dating men, I guess, that she could argue with, but she also never dated anybody who she felt her brothers couldn't beat because if they said something to her that she didn't agree with, she would be on some, oh, I'm gonna go get my brothers. My brother's gonna beat you up, this, that, and the third. Long story short, they did that all through middle school and high school. They got to be adults. I want to say she was like 21. Her brother was like 25, 26. And she tried that with some guy she was dating, put him in a bad situation. And they got back home, they were arguing, and she was on some, I'ma call my brother. And because her brother thought he was just this big, tough Tyrone type dude, he thought he was gonna fight the dude and just beat him up, and the dude popped him. And it was like instead of her brother saying, I'm not going to fight all your battles because you choose to pick these fights with these people and I'm the one who got to fight the battles, he enabled her behavior, and because of that he lost his life young. Instead of telling her, why not pick somebody who you're compatible with and quit trying to be this manipulative person. And then she had to be the one to figure out arrangements to bury her brother. So it's like, no, if you don't hold yourself accountable and somebody who claims they care about you don't hold yourself accountable, the world, God, however you want to see it, somebody gonna hold you accountable, and it might not be in the way that you want or need, but it's gonna happen.
Well, and that's the thing is like, because like from my background and everything else, like I used to be that person when I was younger that valued loyalty over anything. Right? If you weren't loyal to me, I didn't get the hell away from me. Right? I did not want to deal with you, and I was stupidly
Blood is
loyal
thicker
to
than
people.
water.
I was stupidly loyal to people, and a lot of times I would end up in situations like that where I'm in a fight. You know what I mean? Because I gotta defend you because I'm loyal to you, You know, on principle, I gotta, quote unquote principle, I gotta protect. You know, I ain't gonna let you get disrespected. But then at the same time, I also had to realize that these people I was loyal to didn't respect me because they kept putting me in these situations, right? Or I was putting them in those situations and I wasn't respecting them. So vice versa, we weren't respecting each other, right? It wasn't until I got older and hit that maturity, right? The maturity finally hit and like life had to humble me real fucking quick, right? I got humbled and the accountability, you know, I had to be held accountable for it, that I had to realize I can give two fucks less about loyalty. I want honesty. Because if one of those people was honest with me and said, hey, AJ, I don't feel like you respect me, you keep putting me in this situation, I could have learned that faster. But because people were like, oh, yeah, AJ, you deserve to be in that fight. That person deserved to get their ass whooped. No, they didn't. Because what was I in the fight in the first place for? Why? Because you looked at me the wrong way? You looked at
Right.
me the way I didn't like because my ego was in the way? Like, what the fuck was the point of any of that? Like, I wasted so much time being angry in fights, you know what I mean? Dealing with all this stupid shit, all because of my fucking ego. Like, what was the point? There was no point to that. So, yeah, I'm gonna take honesty over fucking loyalty any day. Unless you Kev and you gonna come, you know, talk shit because I ain't in your live, thinking that I'll be cheating on you modding elsewhere.
Now he
Now, I
gave
hope
you
Kev
your
come on
damn
here.
straight look. Y'all are hilarious. But I gotta put my phone on the charger. But if y'all go live later or I see that y'all on here, I will definitely slide through. But
Sure.
y'all have a good rest of y'all day.
Mm-hmm.
Same. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for.
For sure, for sure. You said the same difference. Let me show you I gotta tell you the difference between
Hey, Mirror.
karma and reap what you sow. So reap what you sow. Well, karma is like the way they look at it, I guess. It's like, okay, I got done bad, so something bad is going to be done to another person in the future. I got done good, something's going to be good in the future. Um, which I don't believe in that. I just don't believe in that because I think everything you could be thinking you doing something good and something bad happens to you. You know what I'm saying? So I believe like everything in life is just either predestined, and I believe whatever energy you focus on is what you're gonna see. So if you just waiting all your life to wait for something bad to happen, that's what's gonna happen. Bad's gonna eventually come. Now reap what you sow is basically saying you made your bed, now lay in it. And that don't have to be a negative thing unless you just want to look at negative all the time. Reap what you sow is you basically like, all right, if I went left down these streets, whatever. Nope. You should have started me up. Nah, then I get to go with it because you know got your profile right now. Ha ha. That's what you did for messing with me. So read what you sow. It's basically like I said, it's just made your bed and lay in it. It don't have to be a negative thing. Like you can actually do good things and bad things might happen to you. You can do bad things and good things might happen to you. But that just happens in life. That's just going to happen no matter what. He's having a light skin moment. But yeah, it's just because like the thing is, if we do focus on just negative energy, or we just focus on, and for the most part, when I see karma, there's always negative energy. That's all. That's what we gonna see, and we gonna be holding our breath until it happen. Well, my ex did me wrong. I can't wait till she get damn wrong. It's like, dang, why focus all your energy on that? You know, and I think when we focus on stuff like that, that put us in that make us have like bad choices in life because that's all we focus on is the bad things. And then, you know, the reason why I can't believe, not even that, the reason why I just believe in karma, even though I gave it up a while ago, is like because you can't be saying that you got an optimistic mentality and then say I believe in karma at the same time, because I do believe like it's that even if I'm going through horrible times, it's still meant for the good. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm over here saying that and then be like, all right, well, even though that's meant for the good, I think something bad is going to happen to old dude for tripping me. I don't know, something like that. So if you still looking for negative and say that you in a positive, or you think that good happened in the bad, is you really optimistic?
I mean, I guess the only time I've ever heard those two things being used, right, is like when people are talking about karma, or like when I've ever heard somebody be like, yeah, you know, they got their karma. Karma, like,
It is
comes from like
Buddhism.
the
Yep.
universe, like, you know what I mean? For me, it's like the universe or God or creator or whatever you believe. Like, that comes from like an outside source. You had nothing to do with that, right? Like that person just got their karma, right? Is usually what most of the time that I ever hear karma. When I hear like reap what you sow, a lot of the time is usually somebody being that karma for somebody,
Mm.
right? So it's
Yep.
kind of
They're the
like
way
with
they use it. Yep.
Charles. So kind of like
Yeah.
what I did with Charles earlier today, right? With the way he was speaking and being combative, then I decided to be combative with him. He didn't like that. To me, I was just like, well, you're reaping what you sow. So, hey, blessed. You know what I mean? To me, that's reaping what you sow is when you're getting involved in it, or if it's something humans are doing.
Yeah.
It's not something that's coming out of like, oh, damn, life just humbled you. You know what I mean? The universe or God or creator just humbles you. Like, to me, that's the difference. But to me, karma is a very spiritual thing. And a lot of the time
Yeah.
I've learned over the years to just let karma handle it. I don't have to do all this other extra
You see
shit
what I was
because
saying? I
it's
don't like
too much.
saying that, man. I don't
No,
like
but the
saying
reason
it.
no, but the reason
I'm gonna
why
let God handle it. I'm gonna let karma handle it. I feel like we be thinking about
but the
negative stuff when
reason
it.
no. The reason why I say it that way, right, is again it's a way of it's a way of kind of reminding myself, don't focus your energy there, right? Somebody's
I
already
feel like
shown
I
me
know you
their
about to get
ass.
to
I
it.
don't
Yeah,
need
I
to
thought
do
about
that.
it.
You know what I mean? I don't
Yeah,
need to do that. I don't need to go
I
over there
got
and
you.
do extra. Like at this point, like they're gonna learn it some way, somehow. At some point, they're gonna get humbled. Life is gonna humble them. God is gonna humble them. The universe is gonna humble. Something's gonna happen.
If
They're
it's
gonna
meant for
humble.
to make you humble.
It's meant. When it's their time to learn that lesson, it's their time.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm gonna go focus on my own thing. So that's why I say it that way.
Facts. Facts. I
It's
got
never.
you though. Yeah, I had thought about it when I had said it. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I'm never thinking anything negative.
Because
Like
some people, I think I'm automatically thinking about all the other people when they say that I'm gonna let God handle it, but I be feeling like it's always some negative stuff. But I get when you said that you can also say that as in like this not my fight and it's not nothing for me to worry about. So I do get what you mean on that. But for the majority, they're not meaning what you meaning. They just hoping the worst. That's
Yeah,
why a
but it's
lot of
the
people are
same.
so angry right now because
But
they can't let go of their
it's
past.
the same.
They
It's the
got
same difference on if I'm sitting there and I'm like, yeah, I pray that you find peace, versus the way other people say it. Well, I'm praying for you. We know what the hell you mean when you say that.
right. Exactly. It's a lot of people that's why I said I could tell off. And I hate saying that, John. That's why I say I could tell a lot from off talking point. But but the thing is, like once you did so much healing within yourself, it's like you can straight up listen to it when another person is hurt. That's why I recommend grudges. I always talk about grudges forgiveness so much because a lot of us, I can see we affected. That's why we get triggered by certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause there's certain things, just like Mr. Charles, he can't stop bringing up the
Oh
past and how
Lord,
hurt he is, but
he can't stop bringing up black
it's
women.
so, huh?
He can't stop bringing up black women, man. Like you would have
Yeah,
thought black
exactly.
women
But you could tell
died.
he hurt.
Bro, you would have thought like, man, like I sometimes just want to ask him, like, bro, what did a black woman do to you? Did she like kick your puppy or something?
Boy.
Like, what happened? Well, you hate us so bad.
They, oh, Mr. Charles.
Poor dude.
I seen him in the box earlier. I was like, it's too early for this.
It's too early.
You supposed to came up here and got some of that energy.
No. No. Listen, I see Mr. Charles in these TikTok streets and I try to avoid him. Only because it's not fun anymore. First I used to poke the bear just to see. And then after a while I was like, this isn't fun no more because he's just extremely hurt. It's not even fun anymore to pick at him.
Right.
So now I just avoid him. I was like, I just can't do it.
I just use him for example. If
I'll just exactly. That's why I ain't block him yet.
But it is what it is.
Kev get mad at me
I ain't block him yet.
I'll stir Mr. Charles up and then leave.
I feel like he more of an example. That's why I ask anybody. I like anybody got triggered by him. And I'm gonna hold y'all accountable because I'll be like, I am a firm believer. Like your triggers is your problem. So it's like, why do you let a guy that ain't, why you let him get to you? You gotta cuss him out and all that other stuff. But we can see though. That's why
Mr. Charles,
I use
sometimes you
certain
gotta
people on
cuss him
here.
out though.
Huh?
Sometimes with Charles, you gotta cuss him out. I think he
Why?
likes it. Why do you have to cuss Charles
He
out?
do. Right? You feed him.
He like it.
Feeding him because it's like talking to a brick wall.
It really is.
Yeah,
I'm
no, I
blessed
So
with
have.
from that point, I
it
think
blesses
anybody
us
that
all.
want to cuss them out, right? Anybody that want to cuss them out, they got stuff that's inside of them that they want to let. Because like it's pointless. Like, I be saying, I be feeling like that too. Like, what's the point if I even with that, would be certain arguments too, like when they go back and forth, and I'd be like, dog, what is we getting to? What's the point of me arguing with this person? But I had to realize that, okay, I just got to let out this energy or something like that. Because for the most part, it's just ego against ego. It's pride against pride. I can get madder than you. So let me show you that let me show you how tough I am. You know what I'm saying? Until you give up, I'm going to make you give up. And then it keep going further and further until somebody start doing threats. And then, oh, let me pull up on you and all the other stuff. I mean, and it gets nowhere. And at the end of the day, these are internal traumas that we going through, and we trying to express it to the next person because we going through a lot. That's all that really is. And I had to, like I said, I had to been realize that because I'd be like, bro, what is up? Like, why does it seem like I got to show people? But it's ego and pride too. That's a main thing, and that's that feeling. And that's something that I got to fight on that every day though. Sometimes I be catching myself too. But that's why I go in them rooms. Let me see if I stand on what I stand on.
I think when it comes to certain people, like once I kind of figure out, and it don't take me long to figure out, if you're somebody who's only just all your talking points are just winning, right? You don't have conversations with people. You just want to win something.
Yep.
Those are people I love. And my way of messing with you is probably a little bit more fucked up because I'm just going to ignore you, right? I may entertain you for 2 seconds. I may sit there and be like, oh, okay. I might question you, but then I'll just leave you. And I'll just let you stew.
Yeah.
Like, and that's essentially all I did. Because again, he never put the one definition I asked him for.
Never.
He never put that in the comment. I was like, bro, you can't give me the definition. You can't even go look it up on Google. Okay. Fair enough. And the next time I see him, I'm gonna ask him that same question.
I love. Listen,
All I'm saying.
if you want to get under Charles' skin, just hold him accountable.
That's
Just
what
be
I'm
like,
saying.
just say, Charles, you gonna take accountability for leaving your girl when she got sick, and he goes left every time.
She's like, every time.
He go left without that.
Hey,
You
we didn't
ain't
even
gotta
have to
say
say
anything. He
that.
gonna go left. He
I
just a
just,
left person.
you know what
That's
it
what
is.
he is.
Look, I've come to the conclusion Charles is a lot like a lot of these men on this app where they don't really have a voice. You know what I'm saying? Like in their real life, they don't have a voice. They speak and nobody listens. You know what I'm saying? Like so they get on these platforms and they finally have a voice. So they say certain things and they do certain things because finally you got 14 people in the room that are listening to him because that one wife in the room pays no attention to him at all. That's just what they do on here. Like it's a lot of men that don't have a real voice in real life. So they get on here and like, yes, listen to me. Even how stupid they might sound, it's just they want somebody to hear them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I just hope that man eventually finds peace. I really do. Like, I'm not even being funny. Like, I really do. I really hope he heals from whatever hurt him. Because that's really what's setting him back. Like, I don't think he's a dumb person. I really don't. I just think he's very misguided and he's very hurt. And that's why you know what I mean? That was the whole point that I was trying to point out to him today. If you would take accountability and hear things from a different point of view, you know what I mean? Then you wouldn't feel so misunderstood. Right?
Yeah.
But it's your approach, man. Like, that's the whole thing that I'm trying to get him to understand. But again, he's got to take accountability for that. But he's never going to, and I know that. Or at least he's not going to anytime soon. So it's going to be growing pains for him for a while. At least in interactions with me in the event I decide to use him as an example or not.
Exactly. Yeah.
Just depends. Half the time, I don't even pay him no mind. He don't exist.
Yeah.
I had other shit to do. But
And that's
yeah, he
like, for the
definitely
most part,
a
that's what
big person.
he be wanting for real. That's all I notice. He just
Yeah,
wants
he just
somebody to
wants to.
stoop to his level, and it's untrue with misery loves company. So that's why I'm like, whatever. That's why I don't really let him get me mad for real. I just use him for fun. Cause I guess people get what's that junk called? What's that junk called? Like a rush out that stuff, you know.
Oh yeah, it's a rush. It's enjoyment.
Because people are not really happy with their life and all that. So
Yeah.
for the most part, they say, all right, let me come on here. Let me see who can side with me and all this other stuff. And then find somebody to basically go back and forth with so he can get that out and then go back to whatever he got in his real life again. So
Well, that's exactly why, Amir, because ain't nobody fighting with him. That's the thing that he's looking for. So when he's on this platform, that's what he's looking for. He's looking for people who are going to argue and stoop to his level. When he
yeah,
doesn't get that, he's either going to play one or two things, right? He's either going to not engage and he's going to leave and go find somebody else to go troll because he's a troll.
exactly.
Or what he'll do is he'll do exactly, you know, what he was doing in here. The only difference is yes, people engaged him, but we engaged him in the form of accountability and he didn't like that. Right? That's just all it is. Like unfortunately that's just where he's at. Right? Maybe he'll grow out of that, maybe he won't. I don't know. That's his journey. That's his thing. All I know is that when I see him, like that's just what it is. It's either you get ignored or you're gonna deal with accountability. It's one of the those are your only two options, Charles. Those are the only two boxes you go into. That's it. Because again, he brings up the same conversation, and if you listen to him, he only says the same 4 talking points.
All the
He
time.
says like the same like 5 to 6 things, and he just spews them out randomly that have nothing to do with the talk. Me and Kat, we could all be in here talking about puppies, and somehow he's gonna bring up.
What about the black?
But what about black women? The reason why there's so many single puppies out there is because black women doing this to male dog. Like,
Not the
bro, what
single
the fuck?
puppies.
Not the single puppy. I'm just saying, like, he's just that dude, bro.
You nah, but you right though, because I've caught him
He's
in
just that dude.
multiple lives. Hell, there was a live, I forget whose live I was in, and they were doing like a Bible study, and they weren't talking about men, women. It was legit a Bible study, and he came in and he tried to make a scripture about black women, and everybody in the panel was like, "Yo, what are you talking about? Like, we talking about Noah and the ark, and you over here, but black women didn't help Noah build it." Like, bro, it was hilarious. It was hilarious. I was like, Mr. Charles.
Telling y'all, that's just how that man is.
Like,
So I try to tell people, like, do not take him seriously, bro. Like, he's just that guy. Like, he just being, because I've seen him in other, like, that I'm glad I didn't see him in that Bible study when I would have clowned him so hard. But, like, I'll tell you, he gonna be in, it don't matter. It don't matter what you be talking about. You can be talking about Sunday. You know,
black
Sunday,
women
and
don't like
somehow
Sundays.
black
Like,
women
what?
don't like Sundays. They don't put enough chocolate in the Sunday. There's not enough hot fudge. And
I'm
because of
trying
this, it means they masculine. They too masculine for hot fudge.
They don't
Like,
like
bro, what?
rainbow sprinkles because they're combative. Like, wait, what?
That part.
Like, what do you, huh? Wait.
Not the combative
Because they're
sprinkles.
combative.
It's the combative sprinkles for me. I'm telling you, that's just how he is. That's not.
Yeah, he just like for the most part, it's the trauma exchange he looking for.
He
I
does,
I made
and
that word up. I swear I did.
he unfortunately he takes the talking points of certain people on this app, and he doesn't do his research. He hears other people say things, and then he just regurgitates them with no context, no, you know what I'm saying, no information behind it. If you notice, he'll throw the same one stat that he learned, and he loves it. That's his one favorite stat. Like, there's no
I
other
don't know. I
stats
think
but
that
that
stat
one.
got demolished today.
Oh Lord, not y'all
That
taking
got
away his
demolished
stats,
today in
Lord.
this live. That got
Oh,
demolished today. So I don't know. He gonna be on it for a minute.
he gonna
Look,
find
if
some new
y'all would
content.
just go to my page, it's on my page. The research is there.
Listen, Mr. Charles has gotten exposed and called out so many times about his wife not being, his wives aren't like of age and shit like that. It's crazy. But we just
Is
gotten
he
to the
even
point
married?
where he claims, it depends on what live he's in. I honestly don't know, because I've heard him say that he was single. Then I heard him say that he has a passport wife. Then I heard he has 2 wives. It's just, I don't know. It's depending on what day it is, I guess.
I guess I don't understand somebody who claims to tradition so much. Well, everything gotta be traditional, but you ain't being traditional because traditionally you didn't have more than one wife.
Make it make sense. Lord.
But I don't know.
Me and him bumped heads in Kev's live about accountability and how women, he was making this big spiel about how women don't stand by their man and black women will leave their man when he's sick and tired and on his deathbed, but then turned right around because I called him out. I was like, yeah, but didn't you leave your wife when she had cancer? Like, or no, not cancer, she was bipolar or something like that. And like
Mm,
with the baby and everything, like you left that woman when she needed you the most. And from there, it just went left.
Oh Lord. Yeah, I don't know. People be crazy. That's all I can say. I don't know. Like I said, he's not the first character that I've seen like that because there's many characters like him. He's not unique. You know what I mean? Like there's so many different characters that are like that. I've done seen it so many times. Um, and they all typically have the same MO. They'll go into a live and they'll hijack the live and go talk about something completely off the wall that they're hurt about. I'm like, that ain't got nothing to do. Like at the end of the day, like if you take it, because this is the thing, especially in Kev's lives, if you're taking his topics like to heart, that means that shit hit you. Like, you know what I mean?
yeah.
Like there's got to be truth
So I
to what
pay
he
attention,
said.
man. I pay
Because
attention.
like some of the stuff that I've seen people go completely left on, left, and I'm like, bro, like that's not even what was being asked. You just read one word and got fucking stuck on it. You know what I mean? Like that conference, like what was it? One of the ones recently, the slavery is working in America. You know, slavery. The amount of people who jumped in the box talking about not that. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Like modern day slavery? Like what do you mean? Like, bro, really?
I should put it back up there again. I learned more ish from kids than anybody.
For
Boy.
hey Jay,
No, that's facts.
what you don't want and spend all day talking about it as much as you don't want it? Yeah, that part. Or anybody, yeah. Yeah, I agree, man.
Made me want to look for that topic again just to get it started back
Look
up.
at you.
Do
Choosing
it, start it. 'Cause
choosing
apparently they need it,
violence
bro.
at three at
Do
Exactly.
two
it.
thirty.
Matter of fact, you know what one that needs to be revisited? The
What's that?
listening to understand one.
Let's see
Maybe
if
we
I
need
can
a
find that.
refresher. We
Let
need
me
a
see.
refresher on the listening to understand, not listening to respond.
Oh yeah, that was like last week,
Oh, it wasn't? Was I? No, I was
I
here
think.
last week. No,
Kev don't know. He
no,
done
you
been
Yeah.
up
mostly
for
had the
7 days
you
straight.
mostly did the parenting ones last week. That's why I wasn't in the panel.
Don't tell on me, man. Don't tell on me.
Right now,
In
Kev
case y'all haven't
delirious.
noticed, I don't typically like to join panels that I don't feel like I can contribute to the conversation. So if you have conversations about parenting, I don't typically join those. I sit in the comments and listen though.
That's fair.
Yeah, just like I can't talk about kids. Like I could talk about theoretics with children.
You know, I wish a lot more people
Can't
would
talk
do
about
that. Like
puppy.
if you don't have kids, then because it's a lot easier for the non-parents, right? To be like, oh, you should do this.
Critical.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's real easy for the non-parents to be like, I would never. You should do this. You don't do that. Da, da, da. But you don't have a child. You don't know what comes with having a child. Yes, everything with the kid is not cookie cutter. Everything isn't always so black and white. Sometimes there's a lot of gray areas when you have kids. And each
Mm,
parent, you know what I'm saying, is going to be different. We don't get when you give birth, they don't give us a parenting book. You don't get like a, hey, these are your top guys to be the best mother and fathers you can be in the world. No, you got to figure this shit out. Things are going to happen, period. It's all on how that parent, you know what I'm saying, handles it. And my parenting style might not be the same as somebody else's. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's just different.
that part. Well, and that's like the thing. Like the only thing that I could really bring to those conversations is like stuff that I've gone through, which is like one thing, but it's just like your kid isn't me, right? Like I'm a totally different person, and no two kids is the same. I know that, right? So it's like, at least I'm wise enough to understand that. I'm wise enough to understand that I can't tell another parent how to parent their child. All I could do is just be like, hey, look, this is just from somebody who went through this. I can give you a little bit of perspective, but that's about it. That's about all. I can't tell parents what to do.
So
Like,
I
y'all
got a
gotta work
question
with me.
about that then. Even that, if I think I asked that when I had a topic about the parenting too.
You did.
Even with that, if a person is confident in their parenting, why do they have to basically prove to another person that their parenting is right?
Well, who are they? First of all, look, here's one thing, right?
I'm gonna let you
And
parents handle this one. I'm gonna go on mute and go get a snack.
I ain't no parent.
I'm gonna I'm, I'm gonna break it down, right? Just real quick. You don't know how well of a parent or your parenting is until that child grows up and has their own life and starts their own family, right?
Got
You can't sit here and say, "Well, I'm a great mom," but your kids are 2 and 3. You don't know yet. You get what I'm saying? Like you
you.
haven't experienced anything with your child yet, so you don't know. I am a parent of now. I mean, I have my bonus babies too, but my two oldest are 17 and 16. I can now say, looking back, that up until this point, I felt like yes, I've made mistakes as a parent. I'm not perfect by no means, by no means. But looking back and seeing the two girls that I've raised from birth up until their teenage years, I can safely say, as of right now, I would like to say that yeah, I believe I'm a good parent. My daughters are both on the honor roll. I have one getting ready to graduate high school, top of her class. I have her sister that gets second honors, sophomore. You know what I mean? They're not pregnant, thank God. They're not out here running these streets. They're not on TikTok shaking ass, half naked. You know what I'm saying? Anything that is quote unquote the norm, my daughters go to the left on. So looking at it, I can say, yeah, I think I've done pretty good. Now, when they leave the home, for me will be the real test. Then I'll be able to see like, okay, they listened. Okay, they were installed in this. But you don't know until they move out the house and they started their own thing to say that you're a good parent or not.
Mm.
So I got a
Yeah,
question.
good and bad is a subjective thing anyway. So I look at it
I got a.
if it's
I mean, it's not
uh
really subjective, Kev. Like we all know
I
the
don't know. I
difference
just
between a
have a
good parent
question.
and a bad parent. Like
oh
we know the
man, I done had
difference.
this topic for too much. I don't feel like explaining it again. No.
No,
You need to stop
I
missing my
feel like
things, missing my lives.
that's what I
I've been talking
said.
about this for the past actually the 2 weeks. Reason why I
Oh,
said
we
it's
doing this one
subjective.
again?
Oh no.
We doing this?
I was trying
Oh
to
no, no,
actually
you're
look
still
for the
looking.
one you was talking about.
Yeah,
Is
the listening to understand one. You
is
did
this
it a
one it? Is
while
this
ago.
it?
No,
Because I did a recent one that said listen. But the reason why
no,
I
yeah, no,
said
because one of them, because remember it was the day I came in, I did that mic drop, and I almost messed up you almost messed up your own live, because I came in and I was like, yeah, I believe there's a person out there for everybody,
hmm
and then I was like, and then some, for some of y'all that's a psychiatrist, and I dropped, right? It was a while ago that you did that, but yeah, no, that was your whole thing. It was just about listening to respond, listening to understand, not to
Miss
respond. I
Cap-
don't remember. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Miss Capri, I hope so. I hope I can get to that age of yours and they come and be like, "Mom, you know what? We get it. You're a great mom." I mean, they tell me I'm definitely blessed. I say it all the time. I have two of the best kids in the fucking world. Like, and I did it and I don't care what anybody says because before I met my husband, I was a single mother. And there was a lot of shit that I didn't play with. And being able to look back and be like, bet my daughters aren't out here in these streets. They not out here craving attention. They focused on their books. They not out here wearing clothes that they ain't got no business and things that they ain't got no business. You know what I'm saying? And I don't look for my props, but I definitely did it as a single mother. My husband didn't come into our lives until my daughters were teenagers. You know what I'm saying? Like so as a single mom, I definitely get my pats on the back because a lot of single mothers are in worse predicaments. Their kids are doing things that they ain't have no business, you know what I'm saying, doing. My daughters did not
That
see
part.
different men coming in and out of this house. Definitely wasn't playing those games. My girls did not, you know what I'm saying? Like they knew, regardless that I was a single mother, worked 3 jobs. I made it to every dance competition. I made it to every honor roll, every concert. I was there.
Sound like my mom. You
You know what I'm
legit.
saying?
You remind me a lot of my mom. Because
Oh,
my mom was a single parent. I was her first. She had me when she was 18. So mom was a young single parent. So we grew up together. But my mom was that person. My mom, like, I'm telling you, like, my mom would work sometimes 2 to 3 jobs. Like, mom at one point was working 3 jobs and still knew what I was doing in school. Like, I was just like, how the hell does she know that we're going over this and that I'm struggling in this subject? Like, how does she know? Like, she always made time, and like on her days off or whatever, like she tried to schedule them together, one for her to sleep and rest, and then the next one we would go and do stuff together. She taught us how to cook, how to make things from scratch, and she had like real life conversations. Like the one thing I can honestly say that one of the things that I love about my mom's relationship with me is my mom has never lied to me about any of her faults. She never pretended to be superwoman. She never pretended to be perfect. And she had no problem having those conversations about those faults and telling me legitimately what it was. Like that's the one thing I can honestly say. Like I don't know a lot of parents who do that. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that none of y'all do. I'm just saying my mom was definitely that person. She definitely taught me, even as you know, her daughter, how to not be irresponsible and just have kids with everybody and understanding what being a single parent was and having to see it firsthand. Like, yeah, there were times we didn't have food and my mom doesn't qualify for food stamps or any type of assistance or housing because she came here on amnesty, an amnesty visa, so we don't qualify for any of that. So just
I know
something.
her. I know that road was rough because I didn't qualify either. And
Poor.
when they father, when me and they father split, I tell people all the time there was a good little minute because I wasn't from Georgia. I moved to
Mhm.
Georgia kidless. I met their father, gave him 4 years. He put a ring on my finger. We were engaged. I gave him 2 kids, and we moved. He literally decided this wasn't what he wanted to do anymore, and I busted my ass ever since. I never. My daughters will tell you after he left us, I never talked bad about their father. I would wrap up Christmas presents, birthday presents, put his name on it because I never wanted them to look at him differently. I never wanted them to be like, "Oh, well, daddy." No, you know what I'm saying? I waited until they got older, but I also
Mhm.
had that communication with my girls because unfortunately, I had to play both roles. Did that make it
Yep.
right? Absolutely not, but I had
Absolutely
to.
not.
I was a single woman in an unfamiliar place. I didn't have family. I didn't have friends. I was literally stuck in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I had to figure it out. And I couldn't be negative or any of that. Like they needed me to be a positive force, and that's what I tried my hardest. Did mommy break
Okay.
down a couple times? Absolutely. Did I let them see it? Absolutely not. They never knew that I was breaking down in the shower just to get out to come cook dinner. It wasn't their
Yeah.
place. You know what I'm saying? Like I allowed my daughters to stay in a child's place. They never knew if I was behind on bills or anything. It wasn't their place to. I wanted them to stay in a child's place. I didn't want them rushing or thinking that they had to help mommy. Because mommy,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? I had to
Mm.
hold myself
Yeah.
accountable. Mommy gave her body to a man who she thought she loved, gave him 2 kids, and unfortunately, things just didn't work out.
Yeah.
But I had to hold myself accountable for that. You know what I mean? And ever since then, I just moved that way. I cared about my kids first. It was no longer my life; it was their life. They
Seeing
got
like
older than I could
that's
live my life.
and that's the thing. Like my mom was kind of the opposite. Like I had responsibilities, so like I had to take care of my brothers, like you
Hmm.
know, make sure that you know get us up for school, get us to school, help them with homework, cook dinner, do whatever. Um, and yeah, I could see where the argument of like, hey, that really wasn't my place to do that in the first place. But I can honestly tell you, I am thankful for that experience, only just because I know how to take care of things outside of myself, right?
Right.
I grew up having to take care of things outside of myself, so I understand the responsibility of that. And it's even helped me, even just like in my regular life. Like, yes, did I help raise my brothers? Of course I did. I'm always going to be there. I'm always going to be their bigger sister. But at the same time, when it comes to like my nieces and nephews, or even my godchildren, I have a tremendous respect for the parent um, child relationship. I don't get involved. I just back what's going on, and I don't have to insert what I think is best. You know what I mean? It's a different. I guess for me, it's a different perspective that I got based off of that. I'm not sitting there saying that I was perfect because I also had to kind of raise myself too. But you know, I definitely didn't mind helping my mom and understanding that. And in turn, it's the reason why like I never got pregnant as a teenager. It's why I don't have kids and I'm not married now. Like, you know what I mean? I'm very conscientious of making those types of choices. Because again, my mom had those conversations and I had to see it firsthand what my mom had to go through raising us. by herself with no help. We didn't, my dad didn't come into my world until I was 13. So for the first 13 years of life, that's all I saw, right? It was like my mom having to work really hard, do what she had to, push herself through school, sacrifice like herself eating and giving us food to make sure that we ate and did what we needed to. So, I mean,
Absolutely.
it's definitely different. But I don't think one's better than the other. Or however, it's never a competition. I just think like your upbringing is your upbringing, and you just kind of have to deal with it at some point. And then you just, as you get older, just decide what you're not gonna do in the event you have kids. And that's primarily what I get out of those conversations when the parent conversations happen. That's why I sit in the comments. I just don't feel like I have enough to bring to the table. Just go sit there and listen. Because I don't deal with it day in and day out. I have nieces and nephews that live with me, but guess what? I can give them back to mommy and daddy. I'm an auntie.
The
That's the
joy.
difference. That's the difference. I'm an auntie. Y'all get on my nerves, I can go to my bedroom. I don't have to deal with you.
I
Go
can
talk
send
to your
y'all
mama.
home.
Hey, I want to circle back to the wrong or right thing because I've been talking about
Go
this for
ahead.
the last 2
For
weeks. The
sure.
reason why I think it's so. All right. So you said you feel like I'm gonna take it that you feel like wrong and right is objective. I guess I think it is maybe some objectives. I think for the most part I would say subjective. So what would you say is a wrong or right that's objective?
What do you mean?
Or what wrong or right do you feel like is objective, or what wrong you feel like is objective? Which one, whichever one.
Like wrong that we did in our personal, or like wrong in general? I'm lost.
Because remember, I was saying that I think wrong and right is subjective for the most part. But it might be some. I still trying to think of some. I can only think about maybe one wrong, maybe like maybe messing with little kids or something like that. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe that's a wrong. That's
What you mean, like in
objective.
parenting, or?
In general, because I was saying, remember, I was talking about wrong and right is subjective, and you were saying it's not.
Oh,
I
I
think.
mean, like in, I was saying like within parenting, like wrong and right parenting. You know what I mean? Like it's
Oh, I get you.
like we all know if I
Like as
leave,
far as extremes.
you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I
If I
think I
leave
think you're
my,
talking more about like extremes. Like like obviously you shouldn't be, a child shouldn't be beat for
Like
no damn
hitting on
reason.
your child or
Or
something like
or
right,
that.
or
Yeah.
or locked somewhere, so on so you know what I mean? But when it comes to like basic like just
Cussing them out.
raising, yeah, like just basic raising your kid, like you know what I mean? I think what she's saying is like there's no that at that point is subjective if you're not doing the abusive shit.
I
You know
get
what I
you.
mean?
Okay. Dang, because I'm like, I literally had this. I've been talking about this for the past, having this, I guess, whatever you want to call it, debate or whatever about it. But the reason why I'll be saying about, well, in that case, I guess that would be,
But if we're talking about like right and wrong as far as like us as individuals, that's based on the society in which you grew up and you live in and that you're
yep,
an active
that's what I'm
member in.
getting to.
So the
Yep.
thing is like say for here, right? Even I'll use me as an example because I am somebody who comes from a different culture who lives here, right? In a culture that in a lot of ways is 180 degrees than here, right? So there's certain things that obviously back home culturally we wouldn't deal with, right?
Mhm.
We don't really deal with grape. We don't deal with trigger warning, I guess, to people. We don't deal with grape. We don't deal with people touching on little kids. The punishment for that is unaliving, and they will unalive if you are somebody who is touching little kids. Like they're gonna unalive you, and they will unalive that kid because it's seen as a disease. That's perfectly okay there. Here, that may seem barbaric, right? People here would be like, "Oh, that's very barbaric. Why the hell would you unalive a kid like that?" They don't care, right? To those people over there, that's you know what I mean. So at that point, yes, that does make it subjective. However, there are certain things, you know what I mean. Like I said, where it depends on where you live, depends on the society where
That's
you're
right.
growing up,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth, is what's going to dictate what's right and wrong for you, right? Overall, we live in America, so yes, we have certain laws. We know we shouldn't unalive people. We shouldn't be out here hurting people. We shouldn't be stealing. We shouldn't be doing any of these things, right? We know the right and wrongs based off of that because of where we live, right? But that's the thing. You know what I mean? If you lived somewhere else where maybe, they more lived more for like an eye for an eye, you probably wouldn't have that same sentiment. So I think it just depends.
It's
Go ahead,
really
finish
that's
what you're
why that's
saying,
the reason
Jalen.
what make it so subjective because we can say like, oh, I was thinking about uh they can say, oh, unaliving is a bad thing or something like that, right? But
Mhm.
then it's wrong there. But then in wars we have to do it right to and there is not wrong because you got to fight for what you stand for, especially to save other people. So who's to say that's wrong? I mean, even it's just overall that's just how life is. Just like I was talking about, like with sports and stuff, you could say that I think I guess we always trying to get that deep, but I was like tackling somebody can be wrong in basketball, but tackling is right in football. So it's
Mhm.
like who's to say tackling is bad overall? But then one man says he no, and
Wait,
that's a
why
whole
is
nother
you
level
tackling
of
somebody in
huh?
basketball though? I said, why are you tackling somebody in
That part.
basketball though?
Yeah, I
Like, unless
think
you tripped.
no, the concept of it was basically saying that even though we saying that's wrong, overall tackling ain't wrong when you do it in the right area. That's what I be meaning by depending on where is it, where
Well,
right or
yes,
wrong is it.
there's a time and place for everything, right? So if you look at the society, we teach young girls that sex is wrong. Fornication is wrong. You shouldn't do that. You should wait until you're married, right? We don't necessarily teach
Hmm.
our boys that, but we teach girls that, right? But then eventually girls grow up and they end up doing that, and it's you know what I mean, whether they were married to that person and got divorced or that person alive, whatever the circumstances is, you know what I mean? Is it necessarily a bad thing? No, it's just you just have to be responsible if you're going to be that person, right? Be
Yeah.
responsible, right? Make sure you're using your contraceptives, make sure you're not passing on STIs, make sure you're getting checked regularly, and make sure that you're being honest with the people that you're with. Like I don't think it's really that hard. Just being like basically what I'm saying is that if you want to be a hoe, just be an honest hoe.
That
That's it.
part.
Just be honest. Like people really don't care as long as you're honest. That's all
Yeah,
I'm
I
because
ain't
saying.
taking up for the.
if you
I'm not
are,
taking up for the
You know what I
whole.
mean?
I mean, if
I'm
you an
just
honest
saying.
hoe, then
I'm
I
not
know I can
sticking
stay
up
away
for
from
him,
you.
but I'm just saying. In my opinion, when it
I'm
comes to
trying to
that,
eliminate them. Not like that though. That ain't sound right. But
I just want, I just
oh
wanted to come.
damn.
I just wanted to
Whoa.
they
come
say
through
clip
and tell
that.
y'all.
They gonna
I just
clip
wanted to
that, and now you're
come
gonna be
through
a
and
hoe
tell
I'm
now.
gonna
y'all
clip
I'm an
that right
honest
now.
hoe.
What was that?
Johnny,
I said I
Hey,
want to come through and tell you guys
yeah, let me
I'm
just
an
weigh
honest
in
hoe.
on the
Not an honest
topic
hoe.
real quick.
what you got?
Yeah, for sure.
How you doing, host?
What's the deal,
What's
man? You
going
all
on?
right?
So I'm good, brother. I was just listening and trying to get a feel of what direction the conversation was going in. Do you want me to address the topic or?
So whatever you want to talk about, this whatever you want to talk about.
As far as the revealing clothes and all of that, again, that's in my view, that's supposed to get vetted out in the dating and vetting process. When you start dealing with somebody, if you're a man dealing with a woman, before she gets the girlfriend title, all of that behavior has to be examined. Like me personally, I don't date women who dress inappropriately or who put thirst traps on social media. So if that's how you're moving, you can move like that. You just don't get to be with me. So I would just say, vet all that behavior out in the beginning, and if that's something with, then obviously the woman, she shouldn't get the girlfriend title or the wife title. She gets disqualified. Now, if she started off being modest and governing herself accordingly as far as her social media goes, and then all of a sudden she starts posting thirst traps or dressing crazy. For me, I would just end the relationship. Like, I'm not here to tell women how to dress
Facts.
or how. I just end the
Hey,
relationship. I'd be like,
look,
oh, you
brother,
want to do
look,
that? No
man.
problem. We just not gonna be. Hold on a minute, bro. Hold on a minute. So yeah, I just end the relationship. Like, I'm not here to tell women what to dress and what to wear. You want to put thirst traps on social media? You want to dress crazy? Go, just go be by yourself. It's no problem. As far as flexing, again, I think if a man is in his true masculine and he's doing the work, he's going to be naturally flexing anyway, but not in a like an arrogant way. Like if you're on your purpose, if you're running your business, you're in your career, if you're in the gym, if you're spiritually sound, you're reading books, if you're in touch with your faith, if you have faith, yoga, whatever your center is. For me, it's my faith. For some people, it's other things. If you're doing all of these things, then you're naturally flexing and you're moving a certain way. It's going to attract certain people. So it's not. I don't consider it a flex. I think it's a flex when you try to be something that you're not. But if you're actually the person that you're presenting yourself to be, that's just your natural. As a man, you're just in your natural masculine, and you're doing what you're supposed to do. So I don't think it has anything to do with insecurity. I think insecurity comes from when you try to be something you're not. It's better just to do the work and become the person you want to be than to try to act like the person you want to be.
Okay, may I speak now? So as far as like dressing revealing and stuff like that, I'm like, guys, we take our shirts off and stuff. We don't ever ask anybody their opinions about how we look or what we're doing and stuff like that. Regardless if that feels disrespectful to the woman, we don't ask for their opinions about that, right? So I just think that that's like null and void. How does flexing help, or how does flexing help publicly in a relationship? It doesn't. None of that stuff helps. The best thing that you can do is communicate. But is posting relationship on social media helping a relationship, or is it rooted in insecurity? Absolutely. I think that people want, I don't know what this is, and maybe somebody else can explain it to me. But I kind of feel like people want people to come out of the woodworks and kind of like down whoever they decide they want to be with. Like, why is it so like important to post somebody on your social media that you're dating? Why is that so important? What I've heard and what I know for a fact is it's rooted in not just insecurity. No, they really want the exes and everybody else to come out and validate why they feel a little bit like, I don't think that we should be together. So, Kev, you twin Kev, are you? Am I lying about that?
No, I feel you on that.
I do have a question. About what you said earlier. So if you're in a relationship with a woman and she puts thirst traps on social media or dresses crazy, like you don't have an issue with that?
Well, I don't see why you would. First off, I like women, but secondly,
Oh, say that again. What did he say?
I don't date women, but secondly,
Forget it, bro. You don't even, let's not talk. Forget it.
no, I can have an opinion without it being disrespectful.
Not a question of being disrespectful. Like we have two different approaches to life.
So what I'm telling you right now is that
I'm good.
you're disrespecting me, and I'm asking you not to.
You don't date women, so how are you going to weigh in on that?
But you asked the question I answered you. I didn't ask you to talk to me.
I thought you dated women. I didn't realize you didn't date women. If I had known you didn't date women, I wouldn't have asked you the question, bro. I'm just keeping it real with you.
I'm just trying to talk. I'm just trying to have conversation. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody on the panel, okay?
I'm saying that I don't think that you can weigh in on this because you don't deal with women, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm not trying to disrespect.
Well,
so that's probably why you. I see why you made that.
I date men, so why would I not have a position in this?
Yeah, I can tell why you answered that first one like that though, because you straight up didn't realize the thing I said in a relationship, and that's why you like, well, man, take off their shirt and all that stuff. Literally, if you look at both these questions, it's the exact same thing.
But the question can still be valid. We do take our shirt off. Do we ever ask a woman their opinion
you coming from a different perspective.
I need for you not to interrupt me, please. I'm
all asking. Right, bro.
I'm saying that as men, we do take our shirt off. When was the last time you asked your woman, like, can I post this picture up with my shirt off? Can I post this picture of me at the gym? Can I post this picture up like that? When was the last time y'all asked that? Let's be real about it, because us as men, we don't ask that question. And so for anybody to tell me that I do not have any type of comment or commentary about the conversation is asinine. And we're not gonna do that because I don't disrespect
I
nobody.
don't weigh in. I don't weigh in on things that I'm not involved in, bro. I don't know anything about your lifestyle, so I
I'm
don't
weighing
talk
in on
about it.
things I'm not involved in. I have sisters, I have a mother, I have people, I have nieces, nephews, I have kids. Like, what else do you want?
Oh, good, man. We can move on, bro.
Go ahead, Patty.
So, okay, so Juice, given the situation, say we take the women wearing revealing clothing. If you and your partner are together and he posts certain things that make you uncomfortable, or he's posting certain things that are trying to get attention, do you then say something, or are you the type that's just like, oh, it's okay, not a problem, because I know where he is, I know who he loves, it
No,
doesn't
I
matter?
would have the issue though. I would have the issue with like the fact that you were posting something in a certain way that you didn't ask me about. Like, am I comfortable with with what you're posting as far as like you being revealing of your body? Just because you work out doesn't mean that you have doesn't mean that like if we're in a relationship that you just have the right to just post all that kind of stuff without consulting me first. Like, can I at least get a little bit of something?
Well, what's the difference from the first question then?
That's what I was asking you. I was like, guys, like as far as like what you're saying is that I agree with that topic. Like, how does wearing less revealing clothes help in a relationship? It doesn't help.
Oh,
But
thank you. I wonder if you was reading it. That
but what
just
I'm
threw me
saying
off.
is that even if it doesn't help, I don't agree with the fact that like it should be a double standard. I think everybody should be like if you feel uncomfortable with something that somebody's wearing, I feel like there should be a conversation there. I don't feel
Where the
like
double
everybody
standard
should
part
just
at?
be able to just do whatever, huh?
Was that you throwing your own thing in there? Because I don't see where I was talking about double standard at. I'm literally the
No,
first and the second
I'm just
question.
saying
They the
He got a
exact
whole
same
different.
thing.
I feel like it says
He got a whole
women.
different worldview.
It
That's what I'm
said
saying.
women.
I
It
don't
didn't
understand why we're
say
talking about this, bro.
it like it says women. It didn't say just indiscriminately like people. It just said women.
Yeah.
And I
Right, and,
feel
and
like
men
in
got a
that
part two on there, so
conversation,
they literally the same thing. They're both trying to flex in some type of way. If you really like them, read between the lines. That's why I just word them two different ways. If you
I
really
got
pay
you.
attention to what it is, they both some form of flexing.
I understood. Yeah, I understood the question.
Yeah, I know
Yo,
you got it. I know you got it.
yo, bro, I just want to ask, listen, I can't see the one that says men. I can't see it in full. Can you, like, if it's not too much to
Hold
ask,
on,
can
let
you
me
read
see
it
if
to
I
me?
can extend. I'm gonna see if I can expand this. I got you real quick. My boy Mirror's out of jail. Well, on that, I mean not out of jail, but he got another profile.
Oh, much better, bro. Much.
Yeah,
Thank you, thank you.
for sure.
So I'm gonna just go then. I'm gonna just go. How does wearing less revealing clothes publicly help in a relationship? I mean, it's just to women. It doesn't help. It doesn't. It actually, the way that men will look at it, if she's wearing revealing clothes, and I know it's not no women up here, but well, it's one. But I know women would not really agree with this. But when women are wearing revealing clothes, it looks like you on the market, like you out here looking for attention, like you trying to date, you trying to get some kind of attention, some way you want. Because like why wear revealing clothing? You can still go out and look beautiful and look amazing without having to wear revealing clothing. You feel me? I'm gonna leave it there, right? Men, how does flexing publicly help in a relationship?
Thank
Um,
you.
flexing how? Like, give me an example. Because a lot of things is a flex, bro. So
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, it's anything a flex. I think any flexing is a
You
problem.
put on maybe you put on an expensive watch and you wearing it out, or you just
I always
I don't
drive
know,
my
like
Bentley.
just
What are you talking
just
about?
taking it. Look, if you have nice things, you should wear them. But I think flexing falls under just being super arrogant. If you're comfortable and you're used to having nice things, you're gonna move a certain way. But some people, when they're not used to having nice things, they act brand new
True.
when they have different things
I hear
on.
you.
But if
All right, all
you,
right.
you,
So,
you get what I'm saying, bro?
fellas, let me give an example, and you tell me, y'all tell me if you, yo, bro, I'm talking, bro, chill. Um,
My bad.
all right, yo, bro, I'm talking, bro, chill. But with that said, right, I'm gonna give an example of what I think flexing publicly in a relationship, like that could be seen as a negative, right? Check it out. And tell me if y'all agree, right? If a man has like a sack of cash, like maybe let's say $20,000 in his pocket, right? And he goes to buy like something that costs $20, and he pulls out the whole sack and he flipping through the sack while you feel me. I look at that as for this question. I think that kind of flex would be what this question is saying. Disagree or not? What's up?
No, I
Facts,
agree.
exactly that.
And those are the men that end up getting those are the men that end up getting robbed and they get looked at
Mm.
like a lick. And I don't feel bad for them. That's just how I feel. Personal experience. If back in my grimier days, if a man was at the bar and he tried to talk to me and he pulling out, if the drink is only $6.50 and you pulling out your knot to pay for a $6 drink and I see it, oh, best believe you now a lick. And I feel like if you showing it, that means you want it to be mine. So I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, in that sense, right? Flexing in that sense is horrible, actually, because what she just said was what I was going to touch on. You make yourself a victim because let's keep it real. Some women gonna want you solely for your money, and they're gonna get over. Some men is gonna rob you. These things happen. These things happen. So yeah, I think that's wrong. That's wrong. They
And
shouldn't do
it's not just with the money though. I feel like flexing, especially in this day and age, like I guess we're just from a different time. Because with when I was growing up, you don't let nobody know your move. If I have a pew pew, I'm not putting it on the internet because I don't need you to, oh, she got this. Well, if I come in to her house, I need to have this because I know she got that. You get what I'm saying? Like
that.
I don't post that I've gone on vacation until I'm on my way back home. Only because in this day and age, you got people that are like, yeah, I'm in the Bahamas. Yeah, but now your house getting ran through. Because
Yo,
Mm-hmm.
yo,
you get
that
what I'm
happened. Yo,
saying?
listen, I'm in New York, right? Something like that happened to one of my neighbors. They was posting how they was all up in Miami, and somebody ran up in their crib.
Facts. Yo, that's how it's the internet now. You know what I'm saying? It was different when we were coming up, then you had to watch like the people in your block or the people in your neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like you remember your parents always be like, hey, you gotta watch them because they do this, 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 and this. And everybody knew. Nowadays, it's not just your neighborhood. It's your neighborhood, the block over,
It
like
literally everybody,
it's everywhere.
everybody's a suspect.
Everybody's a
You're
suspect.
supposed to enjoy your vacation, and then after you enjoy your vacation, you're supposed to post it when you get back. So if somebody
Facts.
decide to run up in your house, you be sitting there waiting for them. And
I'm
what's up,
trying.
everybody?
Why you
Hey
sound
guys.
so
Hey
different too?
guys.
He got a new account and sound
So
different.
He trying to switch up,
I
so don't
told
so
you
nobody
it's
so
know
I
it's
did
the.
want to
him.
say,
You
I
hear
just
how
wanted
you
to say
sound? I
something
didn't
real
even know
quick.
that was.
You know how that go
I
when
just
you
want
in jail and you on another page. You got to be incognito. I mean, Kev, you don't know because you don't ever get like that.
yeah.
But
No,
behind the
I
mirror,
get it.
I
Boy, his
understand.
first time getting locked up.
So all
Yo,
the
I just
time,
came
bro.
back. I just came back from Facebook from TikTok jail today at
Boy.
1:36. I
It's okay.
just
Oh
came
Hey,
back.
all
my.
right. So
What's
I'm
up,
that's
starting
why
a
y'all?
they
It's
Facebook
good
sound
to
too.
be
different.
back.
It's good to be free, right?
Yeah, I don't get my
Hell
account
They
free
yeah.
had the
until
t-shirts and
So
everything for you.
hold on.
my
Can I say
account don't
something?
get free
We was
until
about to go to
next
fish
Sunday.
fry.
I just wanted to say something to what Faye was talking about. That is facts. You know what I mean? Growing up, and even to this day, like especially because, and it kind of goes into the topic, right? Because I get in trouble for this all the time in relationships that I've tried to be in because I don't like to post my shit on social media. Number one, in relationships, because I'm not dating the fucking internet. Not everybody gets to have an
Facts.
opinion in my shit, right? I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with also outside influences influencing my relationship. We don't need to be doing all that. And then two, we do live in a time where everybody is showing everything. You don't already shown your next move. You don't shown the plan to get there. You don't shown the blueprint to your house, the whole nine yard, like everything. Like I don't know why we do that nowadays. I definitely don't. Like I have gone on vacation and ain't nobody knew.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? And maybe select people probably knew. You know what I mean? People that I may have, people that have earned that level of trust to know that I'm on vacation. Definitely no. Other than that, no. I keep shit quiet. I keep things quiet. I don't, and it's the same thing with money, right? I don't understand the constant need to flex, especially on here. Oh, well, I make 100K a year. Why are you flexing that? That's weird.
I mean, how you make 100K if you always in these boxes every day? I don't understand, but
I don't
you
get it
know,
either. The math don't math, but
the
my whole
math do
point
not be
is,
mathing.
like, I don't give a fuck how much money you making. Like, why are you telling everybody? Does it need to
Everybody
Everybody
be
on
Yeah,
real?
you
TikTok
don't.
lies.
makes
Yeah,
six
like
figures.
you don't need
Like
Everybody,
to.
nobody,
People don't.
I can
everybody.
guarantee you,
Yeah,
nobody
people
on
don't
here
need to
knows how
tell
much
people
money
what
I
they
make.
make. Like that's kind of
The fuck?
crazy.
That's weird. And I would never ask
Like,
somebody. I'm not gonna be like,
and there are
yo,
people on
level
this
up.
app that make
How much
money, but
money
they
you
never talk
making?
about it.
That's what I'm saying. I don't ever talk about how much money I'm making, but I ain't gonna walk up and be like, yo, level up. How much money you making? That's weird.
Yeah, I don't.
That's
And
Yeah, I don't
mad
think
especially,
weird.
people.
Word.
and
I don't think
and
be
believe it or not,
asking.
that's a red
I
flag for
agree
me.
with
Like
you. I
if
agree
I
with
go
you.
on
Like,
if I go on a date with somebody and the first thing out your mouth is how much money you're making, right? Like granted, I don't date men anymore, but when men used to do that shit to me, like that was the biggest. I didn't ask you. I'm not dating your wallet. Like at the end of the day, like that doesn't tell me shit. Like if all you're gonna do is flash money at me, what the fuck? And then those be the same people who want to complain. Oh, only women want to hit me up because they think I have money. That's all you've shown anybody.
Now I hear you though. Those men are
Like, don't
stupid.
do
If
that
you're
dumb
gonna
shit.
lead with bread, if you're gonna leave with bread, that's all she gonna see, and she gonna take as much as
Mm-hmm.
she can. And I
well,
don't
I definitely
necessarily
feel
think
like
women are
I
wrong
look.
for
I
that neither.
definitely.
But it's the same. It goes both ways for the
Of
women
course,
too, and they
women do
unfortunately
the
they
same
Want
don't
to lead
thing.
seem
with their
they
buns.
don't understand to seem to understand that if you are constantly posting your ass and twerk videos and
Hmm.
you taking trips and you always got this out and that out and you talk like you ain't got no damn sense, but then you
Yeah,
want a
Hmm.
man to take you seriously. You want
yeah. You got what
you want
is
wifey
women.
things, but look how you what man wants to deal with that? No,
Yeah,
nobody.
what
Like the fuck.
Yeah, that's
I feel
women. A
something.
lot of women don't even realize they disqualify themselves from certain men
Mhm.
without even realizing, just by the way they
Yep.
move and the way they act and the things they say. You've already disqualified yourself from a certain man. Like if you like what the young lady Petty said, if you're posting egregious shit on social media, is dudes of a certain caliber that are not even gonna fuck with you. And if they do, they're gonna
They
just
just
look at you
fucking
as a
with you.
jump off. They're gonna look at you as a
Look,
jump off. They're not
I'm
gonna
gonna
you're
say,
not even gonna be considered for serious girlfriend or wife material. Like you're
I'm just gonna
disqualifying yourself. You don't even realize it.
look. I'm gonna say y'all being nice. Y'all being way too nice. Okay, I'm about to shake this shit up.
I'm not trying
At
to go
the end
back
of
to
the
jail.
day, oh, I don't. I got backups for that, so I ain't even tripping. So my whole thing is right. Again, yes, if you're a dude and you're doing that shit, like you can't get mad if that's all she's gonna run at. Women at the same time, like I said, ain't nobody telling you what you can and cannot wear. Wear whatever you want to wear. Just understand the consequences that come with that. So if you're gonna be out here shaking your ass and having everything else with your titties out all over social media, don't sit there and whine and cry that you can't find a good man. No good man's gonna want to deal with your ass then. Don't be sitting over there with the attitude of I don't need a man. Women. I'm a boss. This, that, and the third. Talking shit. Men are shit. Well, I don't understand why I can't find a good man. This fucking why. That's why. Stop
They
doing
keep
that
using me
stupid
for my
shit.
body.
They keep
What the
using me
heck?
for my body. Well, yeah, because that's all you're presenting. At the
That
end of the
part.
Every
day, the
every
thing is
penny,
that
every penny.
at the end of the day, right? I'm gonna put it as simple and plain like this. Men are more than their wallets, women are more than their bodies. If you want
Mm-hmm.
more than that, don't present that right from the fucking jump. At the end of the day, there is nothing wrong with holding out. That's how you can tell if somebody's serious about you or if they're really just after the buns. Hold out on him. Men do the same thing. You don't gotta pay for fucking everything.
Facts.
Excuse
Stop
me.
leading
That
with your
part.
wallet. Hold out on the money. See what she's really made of, because you'll be able to pour out the fucking gold digger real quick. And trust me, we know them. You can spot them from a mile away.
I'm trying to tell you, I can't. I don't know how
Other
y'all
women
men
definitely
can't.
can. We can point them out.
We be like, nah, she
We
a
can
gold
spot them
digger.
out. They fucking easy.
Hmm.
They a gold digger. If they talking about that stupid list that I've heard about, oh, you can't take me on a date if it's here, here, and here. Shut the fuck up. If you ain't got fucking food to put in your goddamn house and you're only going on the date to eat, you don't get a fuck. You don't get to choose where he takes you.
That
I
part.
said what I said. If you want to go eat at that 5-star restaurant, make sure you're able to pay the bill too. Because if that date goes south, then you better be able to pay for at least half of it or pay for all of it. If you can't do that, don't go on a fucking date with somebody. Point blank, period. But I'm gonna get off my soapbox before they come in here and start yelling at me. Actually, matter of fact,
You're
bring it.
supposed to be on our
You're supposed
team.
to be on our team. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. I'm gay and I'm tired of y'all
out here confused because y'all can't make it work with men. You guys keep coming the fuck over here and fucking up my shit. Stay the fuck over there. Y'all problematic as fuck on both sides. That's all I'm saying.
Hmm.
Damn, she just told
But
y'all.
you that safe, but y'all that safe space though. That's the thing. Y'all accepting them. Oh,
No. I am not a fucking safe space. Nor am I gonna play fucking stepdaddy. Fuck away from me with your
be,
30 fucking kids. The hell no.
be our safe space. Accept us. Care about our feelings.
Yo, 30
Nope.
kids is wild.
Oh my.
You know what? You know what's wild though? I'll be wondering if women take account, like if they take into fact that when they hear other women who date women and they're still like, because you know, women be like, oh, it's only men that feel this way. But to
Nope.
hear, I wonder how they feel when they hear a woman like, nah, bruh, like I
We don't
feel
want
the
to deal with
exact same.
you.
You know what I'm saying? I don't
Like,
want to deal with you. You're combative as
stop
fuck.
bringing your
Like
bullshit over here, bro. Like, because at the end of the day, the thing is, like, they want to come over here and bring in gender roles. You can't have gender roles if we both the same gender, stupid.
that part.
Who's gonna take out the trash? Like, you know what I mean? You can't sit there and be like, I'm on my period. Okay, that's why I'm moody, bitch. So am I. Go get me
Oh
chocolate. Are
my.
you gonna go get me chocolate? Like, it don't work that way.
That's all fair. That's all
Like,
fair.
Well,
it's
give me
fair. I
chocolate and I
like
give you
flowers
chocolate.
too. I like flowers too. I can't always be the one killing spiders or unaliving spiders. I'm scared of spiders. Now what we
That
gonna
part.
do?
Oh, I forgot one of my mods got to do it today. You took up for you say
Huh.
F1 in the chats.
Oh, my bad. Everyone in the chat, my bad, yo.
No spiders were really harmed in the making of this live. Just
Right.
want y'all.
For education purposes.
Exactly. For
For
educational
education
purposes.
purposes. There's
Yo,
a. I'm just
I had to
saying.
do that on I just had to do that on OC's live over the donuts
Oh
because
no, not the donuts.
I had to be like, listen, nah, because they coming from my boy hard behind these donuts. So I just had to be like, look, listen, no donuts were harmed. We love all donuts, even the ones with sprinkles because those are
All
compatible.
donuts matter.
Um, Right, like yo, they was on
Not the
OC
all
neck about
donuts.
these donuts, and like they made a whole live about my boy being big and eating donuts on live, and that's not even what happened. It's crazy. It's
You know
crazy.
what? You know what? They probably just jealous because they ain't got no donuts. Because like I'm jealous. I
Hmm?
want some damn donuts.
I could
That's
use some
exactly what it
glaze.
is. Look at you, some Lay's,
I only like glaze. I don't care about the rest though.
Lay's
like
or
original
glaze
Lay's, like just plain. Oh no,
or
you mean
glaze. No, he said
glazed donuts?
glaze. I was like Lay's
Like
donuts. What?
what they call them? What's that
Give
main
me a
one?
second. I'm
Fuck.
opening the door.
Uh,
I don't. That's fine.
I'm just saying.
I forgot what they
I'm just
call them.
saying. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to say that from like being the token queer kid in room.
Krispy Kreme.
When it comes to y'all women who can't make shit work with men, stop coming over here. We tired of your ass.
Mm.
Wait,
And no,
Kev,
you
you
ain't
only
fooling
like
me.
glaze? Like the
Yeah.
original glaze? You don't like the
Yeah.
chocolate glaze?
No, just the original
Mm.
glaze. I think it's
Oh,
honey or
so
whatever.
you don't. So what you saying right now?
Boston cream, bro.
You don't like chocolate? Is that what you're saying? You don't like chocolate glaze? Is
Bro,
that
you
what
don't
you're
like
saying right
chocolate
now?
glaze?
I like the glazed chocolate though. If you
They
want
about to take this and
Nah,
take
he
your
don't like
mothers.
chocolate
that
glaze. He
ain't
don't
a
like the
donut I'm
chocolate.
talking about.
He don't like the
They,
chocolate, bro. He like the basic.
I love the chocolate.
So
We
you
ain't
just
talking
like the
about
basic.
donuts, but
So you
somebody
mean to
gonna
tell me you
clip
just like the
this.
basic donut? You just like the
hey,
basic
clip it
one?
please. Find my
Why it
chocolate
gotta be
wife.
basic?
It's gonna nah, cause look how people move on here. They listen. Kev is such a peaceful body, right? That
Petty,
he hasn't
petty,
slipped up yet, but they gonna wait for it.
petty. Not all donuts, okay?
So
Not
how you
all
just
donuts.
hop in his live and you ain't come in my live?
Because you
Nah,
know what?
nah.
You've been in the
Cause
live with
I'm daddy.
strangers. Damn, not daddy. That's
Wait, whoa,
Kev.
wait a
But it
Whoa,
did
minute,
wait
sound
a
wait a
right. Come on.
minute,
minute, Kev.
wait a
Hey,
minute,
wait, Kev,
I
hold
had to
up.
use it because his name daddy.
wait a
Yo,
minute.
Kev.
Wait a minute.
OC, I was just
What just
OC.
happened?
OC, wait.
He came to daddy Kev's today.
Kev, that was Kev. Don't you
Wait a
ever in
minute.
your life,
Don't
Kev, don't you
yeah, I was
do
about
that
to
no
say,
more.
bro, you about to get canceled in like 2 seconds. Stop.
Boy, he ain't get jumped.
You was
Hold on, I
just
know you ain't called
extra
my
light
wife.
skinned
What?
just then.
Hey, your mirror. Hey, your
Mhm.
mirror. Get in your box. That's not your box.
Right.
He over here.
He
It's
don't
his
know how to
backup
act.
page. So
Right, that
he
backup page.
that backup page don't have a box.
Hey yo, but here's my question though. Why come on TikTok, show your face, and then decide to put a mask on?
That's a good question. I had that exact same question. Thank you, Otis.
You're welcome.
Cause I went and looked like, oh, he's trying to be mysterious. I was like, I wonder what he looked like. And then I seen it and I was like, so why do you have these up? What's with the mask then? Like you should have
Yeah,
started out that way.
I think he well, because I guess he stick with that name Mirror Check, and he found it. Actually, it was like I think I don't know what type of picture it was. Then from that point, he made it a mess. I think I
But
don't
yeah,
know that I
Petty,
remember.
don't ever come to my live no more, cuz.
I'll come in your live and drop everybody in them boxes. I don't care. Shorty
Nah,
was getting big mad and I just didn't have time.
don't ever come to my joint no more, cuz.
I was over here pushing the donut movement.
Nah, cuz.
Ask Kev. Kev, was I not over here pushing the donut movement? I'm trying to
Yeah,
Look,
this
all I'm
movement
that's
needs to
saying.
funny though,
be
because
taken
she
serious.
literally was saying it before you came in here. That was weird.
So
Hey
hold
yo,
on, I want to say
I
something.
literally just got off live, and then I was scrolling, and this was like the second thing I saw, and I was like, wait, is that Petty? I was like, oh hell no.
Mm-hmm. Look
What
at you.
up, though?
What up, though?
You got it. You still in the city, bro?
Yeah, yeah.
Man,
Oh
I know the
damn.
city going crazy, ain't they?
I heard about
Oh
Mr.
yes,
Detroit
oh
on
yes,
this app. I heard
the
about that.
Detroit, my Lions boy. Now that's when you want to start claiming them. My all these years I was.
I heard a
Look,
lot of nah, man, I heard a lot of shit about you, Mr. Detroit.
oh
Uh
shit.
oh.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Not my name in these TikTok streets.
You're naming these streets.
Mm-mm.
Damn it,
Mm.
man.
What you
I
done
hope you
did
making my
now?
city look good.
I was just
What he do?
scrolling.
He got a lab as his like profile picture though. Like I don't understand what could he have done.
I was scrolling through my FYP, and I came across this LGBTQ page, and they was talking about you up in there, boy.
What they say about me?
Hey, I don't want to put your business out there, brother.
Oh yeah, that's how
I
you feel.
can't.
Don't let nobody else know, man. Smokey back here taking the shit.
Yeah, I don't want to let your business out there, brother.
I feel you, man. But with a name like Daddy, that let me know where you at, my boy.
Nah, big
You feel
facts,
me?
big facts,
That let me know where you at, bro.
big facts. Big mama calling me daddy.
I hear you, man. It feel good to feel like you want to be somebody.
Nah, I do.
But yeah, bro, I got the call.
Ooh, muted. Ooh, muted
Phone
again.
call.
Otis. Otis. Oh,
Y'all got an echo on me?
Hey y'all.
Should be good.
Now
What's
what
up,
happened,
Lala?
Petty?
Oh, I came to talk about your background, but I guess y'all are having a conversation, so I'm staying
I think
muted.
you got a phone call.
I
You got
remember
a
you
phone.
too, Lala.
I don't know if that's good or bad, a little different, but here we are.
I remember. I remember all y'all motherfuckers
Oh,
from
that's
back
getting
then.
scary when he say he remember people. It's always
Bro, I know what it is now, dog. I know what it is.
So,
That that
Daddy,
dude,
oh,
that dude, Daddy, like that. He like that
Otis,
Chinese food. Some young boy.
Otis, my,
what?
I can't call you Daddy Otis.
What?
I'm gonna stick to Otis. But can you just give me a person's live or a topic? Don't drop names because you know how that happens on the TikTok
I
street.
don't care about. I drop names all the time. Now what are we saying? I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to turn Kev Live up. I ain't trying to do that.
Okay,
Cause I know Kev will shut this bitch down real quick.
that's true. Well, hopefully you remember me in a good way. That's all I can say. Hopefully.
Bitch down real quick.
And things have probably changed since you see me on the
Hopefully you
street.
remember me in a good way.
I'm
Ooh,
just gonna say
who's echoing?
I don't know. Someone has echo.
it ain't me. I'm just saying I hope you remember me in a good way, and it's probably from people that you remember me from. I don't associate with anymore. But anyway, moving on. Kevin, I came to talk about your topic. Can we talk about the topic, or y'all still talking football?
I
Oh
did
no,
have to
you
get
know
that
Wait,
celebration
we
up.
was talking
we gotta
football.
celebrate. We gotta celebrate that Honolulu blue.
I didn't know we was talking about
Now, I
football.
mean, somebody said,
Let's go
Kev,
Detroit.
wanted to
hey,
say
Kev,
something real quick.
somebody said, no, I mean, somebody said, yo, I'm going to call you when I get off, right? And the next thing you know, I see them on a different live. But it's cool, Kev. I'm not pointing fingers.
So
Why
why
they
you?
always do you like that? That'd be too funny.
Nah,
What is
Kev, don't
I
stick
just
up for
want to
this
say
man.
something.
I remember you did
Don't you
somebody else.
stick up for
Somebody
this?
else was like that. That was funny. Like, hold on, what you doing in here?
I just want to say one thing real quick to Petty. Petty, you listening?
Yes, love muffin.
Not all donuts, girl. Not all donuts.
Not all.
Wait,
See, not all donuts.
wait, what?
Not all donuts movement, man.
Not all donuts.
I was over here pushing the movement while you over here yelling at me because I didn't call you when I got off. But I'm over here pushing the movement about donuts, okay? And
All right,
how we not trying to hurt donuts. We love donuts.
I
And y'all need
respect
to
it.
stop bashing this man for donuts. You know
I
what I'm saying?
respect it. Okay.
Especially Krispy Kreme donuts. Them Krispy Kreme donuts
I'm in the
be
streets doing the work.
Nah,
I'm
you
knocking
right, you
on
right, you
doors.
right. No, I mean, you right,
Like a
you right.
Jehovah's Witness.
they be
You know what
live.
I'm saying? I'm trying to make a
You
difference,
already
okay?
know. You already
Donuts
know.
will be loved. Period.
I
I
mean, if y'all
ordered.
get the donuts, can y'all grab me a dozen of Krispy Kreme, please? I'll cash app you the money. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, go ahead and cash at me the money.
Okay.
We got
And
you.
I got you.
That part.
I got
Yeah,
you right now. OC1.
Hey,
Let me
Otis,
send
where
it
you
to
from, dog?
OC1. I
just
got you.
know, Otis,
Like
I don't like the original. I don't like the original donut.
I swear it's coming.
Listen, Lola, I mean, Lala, I told you I got you. Send it to OC1. I got you, yo.
Okay, I
Oh,
got you. Yeah.
Otis, where you from, bro?
I'm from New York.
Yeah, finesse capital. I got you.
Word.
Yeah.
I got you. Just wait for me right here. I got you.
Yeah.
I
I'm
swear.
Not wait for me right here.
I
Right here, right.
Not the
Miami.
wave.
Man, that
Miami.
man funny, man. Bro, you missed your caller. You better get on somebody's stage, dog. You funny.
Nah, I ain't messed my calling. I'm naturally funny. I ain't stage funny.
Bro,
I think you could do it. Do it. You can do
uh,
stand up. Let's go, Otis.
Ayo,
No.
Lala. Hey, Lala, I put it in the comments, Lala. Go ahead and hit
Oh,
that up.
I appreciate you.
You
He
said
gonna
he doing a 2-for-1 deal too.
Oh, hey, yo, tell me why today when I was on live, a church hit me with a request of $80.
Wait, what?
oh,
A church.
not the
Lord.
church. I guess you forgot the tithe this week. I don't know.
Hey, forgot the top this week. I don't do that. No, man, I don't do that. I don't do that.
It
so
says swallowed. That's what it said. When
Kev.
oh
Have y'all
no,
ever
man, get
had?
out of here, bro.
You need a
Speaking of
timeout,
speaking,
Kev.
After this,
have
we're
y'all
requesting
ever
a
had?
swallowed.
Kev. And then you gonna
I
say it
got a legit
again?
question.
Yo,
you about to get
we
banana,
trading
bro.
him. Kev's
What?
not
That's a
light
banana
skinned
word?
today. We trading him. I'm trading your ass out.
What?
Yeah.
Bro,
But you don't know
I
where it
just
came from?
I do know where it came from, but we not about to
Oh,
take this L on this beautiful Monday, and you over here gonna say it twice?
wait.
it came from a church. Me messing my
I
joke up,
know.
man. He said
Look,
church and it was him that
from
did it.
TD.
Yeah.
Bro, have y'all ever had a strawberry Rice Krispie treat?
They be
yeah, I
busting.
can come home and eat.
That
See, that,
shit
that,
I
that
don't
was the
think
time
so.
when you were
fucking
supposed to hit
hit.
it right there, Kev.
Right.
That
Don't
part.
set him
See,
up
fucking
for that.
listen, dog. I set you
Yo.
up and you didn't say nothing, dog.
You right. But I haven't
Come on,
hate that
man.
one before. I don't even
We
want to say
taking
that now. I don't want to say that to
that
that.
Oh no,
super
I'm
light
about to
skin.
put a T-shirt on. Bro, I'm about to come out with a bunch of T-shirts. That's gonna be my slogan all summer long, ladies.
Sir.
I would like to.
Uh,
Sir. That is funny.
oh, is Mr. Detroit trying to have a hot girl summer with the girls? A hot boy summer
Hey,
with the girls, I should say.
City boys up this summer. Okay.
City
yeah,
boys
hey,
up.
look, hey, hold on. You might be
Is it
on to
gonna be
something.
Hot
City
Boy
Boys
Summer this
up.
year?
Have you
City
ever
boys
been?
up. Have you
Have
ever
you ever been?
Have you ever been?
Hey, yo, Kev.
What?
Hey, yo, Kev.
Boy
Hey,
summer, y'all.
no, man, hey, Kev, I feel unsafe. Can you tell Hands to stop following me, please?
Who that?
Wait,
What the?
what?
What the hell?
I
Is
feel,
y'all on mute?
I feel unsafe.
Who
You
is
said
hands?
All right, Kev, man, I
Hands.
can't really see your questions, man. I got this little bitty flip phone, but let me see what read what it say.
The unanswered and most deflected questions. Women, how does wearing less and or revealing clothes help publicly in your relationship?
It doesn't. I'm gonna go first. It doesn't. If you're just trying to, I feel like when you wear those type of clothing, that type of clothing out, you are reflecting your significant other. You're a reflection of your significant other, and it's a respect thing for me, right? My fiance has a rule: you ain't gonna have me looking like a clown in these streets, and I tell him the same thing. Not that we're controlling; we're just one of these. We're just like people who believe that when you step outside of the house, just with our kids reflect us, right? He reflects me, I reflect him. So it's just one of those things for me. But it definitely, to me, I don't think is going to help anything in your relationship. If anything, it's going to hinder it, because if you walk around half naked, you might have men looking at you, women looking at you, whatever the case may be. Well, then you got problems. We already know how that's going to go, right?
Hold up. I just want to interject and say one thing. I am one of those women, and understand I'm picky with my gay, and for a lot of y'all, I'm straight.
So does that mean that it's swallowed?
And I'll go ahead and answer the bottom one. I think that if you post obsessively on social media about your relationship, you're seeking validation, and it is definitely a deep-rooted insecurity thing. If you go on my TikTok, on my main account, you won't even see a picture of my fiance. If you go on my backup page, there is one, but I just posted it probably like a couple of weeks ago. If you go on Facebook, yeah, we tag each other and all kind of stuff. But I'm not one of these who's like, oh my gosh, he worked today and he brought me this. Like, I don't make a big deal on social media about every little thing he does for me, right?
But wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second.
And on Instagram,
what
there's
is this picture
nothing.
though that you have up?
That's my ring.
Okay, that's the same shit.
But I'm posting.
What the hell?
I never paid attention to that. Oh my!
I'm proud of that ring. You know what I had to do to earn that ring?
But it's the same thing though.
That is, I ain't gonna lie. D, that was accountability right there. Crazy.
Man,
I have a question.
I never thought about that.
Hold on. There is
now you gotta swallow that.
I am uncomfortable with the swallowing.
Otis made a fair point. Accountable, thank you. But I'll say this: when I joined TikTok 3 years ago, I had a picture of my face up, and DMs after DM after DM. You want a sugar daddy? You want this, that, and the third? Blah blah blah.
Put an L on there.
Stop making shit up.
Right, you ain't trying to come up with some stuff. I just thought you could have put anything up, a dog, a puppy on it.
I mean, you see, I got a dog up there. I ain't got no face.
So you need to swallow your pride and admit you was.
I am uncomfortable.
Leave me the fuck alone. And guess what they did?
You know, I get it. I mean, that's why my picture is what it is. But
Right.
I got a question.
Like, leave me the fuck alone.
AJ, what's that? The
But I got a
Doritos
question.
logo?
I wish. Now it's up
It
to
do
you.
look like it though.
Yo, who
You
said
could put
that?
the Doritos logo up there, bro. I love Doritos. I ain't even gonna lie.
Thank you, Breon.
Look, I ain't even gonna front. I like Doritos.
And that's not even my engagement. That part. That's not even my
About to
engagement.
make me run to the store real quick.
Look, I'm
Right? I know.
gonna
I just
be
got
good,
hungry.
dog.
But I got a question. I got a question.
I'm sorry.
Everybody keep laughing at me.
Man, I'm trying to get some cool
My
raps.
question is, so what are y'all thoughts on people who have like combined social media accounts with a significant other?
That screams.
Like they have like the same, like, you know what I mean? Like whether it's on Facebook, it's like
Yeah.
they both share the account. On TikTok, they both share the account. Any social media, they just share the account. Like what's y'all opinions on that?
It's nothing
In
wrong
that
with that.
phenomenon.
They comfortable with it. That's their
That's
thing.
crazy.
That's their thing. That's what they do. Ain't no insecurities
So
there.
I'm just saying, what's the difference? But that's what I'm saying. What's the difference between posting somebody and doing that? Like to me, it's the same thing. It just
In
all
a
seems
way, I would say that. I think. Let me see. Hold up. Let me think about it some more.
I don't think it's a
Like,
problem for a person to be confident in who they're with and to admire them and want the world to see this is why I admire this person. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
for
You know what I
what?
mean?
Nothing wrong with it, but
Controlling.
the
There's two AJs in here.
But you know what?
with
People are always posting social
OC is
media.
annoying.
Always posting. I mean, they post what they ate for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They how much they paid for gas, where they got their nails done. Every little intricate detail of their life and relationship is on social media. Hey, I got a clue. Hey, here's a clue, people. Nobody cares. I don't care what you ate for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't care how much you paid to fill up your car. I don't care where you get your nails done. I don't care. Who cares?
You don't, but
I keep that same energy with that ring.
Yeah,
you
I
might
know,
Right.
right?
not you
That
might
ring
not
got you
care,
running
but a
so
lot of
damn. You
people
did so much
pay
to
to
her.
see people live their regular life. So it's a lot of people making money off of just showing what they do on a everyday basis.
Hands don't know what she's talking about.
I just want to say,
You
I
got a
just want to
got a
say,
point there, Ham. You do have a point
I
there.
just want to say, I just want to say this, right?
Damn,
So the reason
John.
why I brought up the people, God damn, what you playing with, boy? But put your finger to the screen if it's vibrating like that. It be
Rose is
Nah,
vibrating.
that's his
acting
pager.
Uh,
That's his pager.
that Rose is acting up.
but
Hey yo,
I'm
y'all ain't
saying,
gonna talk to my
Hands.
boy John like that.
Yo, y'all gotta stop. Listen, I can't do this.
Not is that a toothbrush, y'all? Y'all need
so
Yo,
the
help,
reason
my
man.
why I brought
jaw
up,
hurt. Y'all is hilarious.
so the reason why I brought up the like people who have like the shared accounts or people who post their relationships all over the place,
Pull
right?
it out.
At the end of the day, I don't care which one. If you want to do the latter, I really don't care. As far as my relationships go, I'm not that person, right? And I will always maintain to be that person. I don't understand the phenomenon on needing to post somebody 24 hours. Like, again, I don't think there's anything wrong. I think it's something beautiful if you're happy with the person that you with, and you're proud of that. That's perfectly fine. That's one thing. But when it gets excessive to the point where like y'all literally, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's getting real cringy.
Like no
Yeah,
privacy. Yeah,
that
cringy. There's no
part. Like
privacy.
when it
Yeah.
starts getting cringy, it's just kind of like, all right, whatever. But again, I'm just gonna hit the not interested and keep scrolling. So
Hey yo,
So is it?
Kev.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
Oh no, I was. Oh no, I was just about to say, is that a flex, a form of flex? Like, why
what's a
do?
flex?
What's the? Okay, what's the importance? Why do you people have to do that? Like, even just like you did with the. I can't let it go. That what with the ring thing, right? But like, what's the point of putting
Exactly.
your pictures or having even joint things for everybody to see? Like, who cares? I don't. I never
Val-
understood that
validation. I feel
validation.
like when people post stuff obsessively cringy, like AJ was speaking about, they're looking for validation. Like they're trying to
Mm.
validate or prove to themselves, hey, I am this. Kind of like when people say, oh, I'm a millionaire. Okay, well, if you're truly a millionaire, you don't have to tell people you're a millionaire because your
So,
Right.
lifestyle will fit, right? So it's the
so is
same.
that what your ring is
Like, I'm
then?
happy.
Is
I'm
that what
happy.
your ring is then?
Well, if you're happy, why are you posting every 10 minutes about this, that, and the third of your life? Where's your privacy? Protect your children, especially these people who put their kids all over
What the
social media.
fuck?
It's cringy.
Hey yo,
Somebody's
Lala.
at the door.
Hey yo, Lala. Is
Yeah,
that what your
so
ring is doing though? Is that what your ring is doing though?
no, my ring is not doing that. And y'all, I'm going to change
But
my
in a sense it is
puppy
though.
dog to my
In a
puppy dog.
sense
I'm
it
going to put my
is.
puppy up there.
No, no, no. But in a sense, the
Right, she
ring
gonna
is
change her
doing it.
picture soon.
I'm going to
Hey,
change my
hey,
picture.
don't go and
Hey, I
flip
bet
the
you if that
script
ring was real
now.
tiny, you wouldn't put that up there.
Hold up,
Yeah.
hold up, hold up, hold up. Don't flip the script now. This
No,
already,
I
no, I'm just
won't,
kidding.
Kevin.
I'm
Don't call
kidding, I'm
me out,
kidding. I'm
Kevin.
joking.
Kevin, don't call me out like that. Next thing you gonna know, you're gonna have a topic.
That's her. That was him. I'm just biting off what
Right.
he said because I ain't never
No, hey yo,
noticed it until
Kev.
he said something.
Hey yo,
Hey,
Kev, look.
Kevin, here's your next
This
topic. Does the
this
size of
no
the
no
dog
no
matter?
no no
There
no. We're
you
not
go.
going to the
There you
next
go,
topic
Kevin.
just because
New
it's on
topic.
you. No, no, no. It's the selective outrage for me.
It's the selective outrage.
No, it's the
Outrage
selective outrage for
is
Talk
me.
about it,
outrageous.
Otis. Talk about it,
Don't
Otis.
fall into Otis trap, okay? Don't do it.
Him, you gotta let
Hey,
this
Kevin.
happen.
Kevin, here's your new topic, and you need to word it just like this. Does the size of the diamond matter when a man proposes? The
See,
answer is
exactly. Look,
yes.
bro.
Ooh.
Just
Look,
ask if
look,
size matter.
look,
Ooh, that's a
Yes.
Is
good
bro.
one.
she?
I am going to do that.
Otis, is she deflecting from
No,
what you were
she's
trying to get out, my
deflecting.
brother?
I like that deflection because they gave me that idea.
So it's
She
actually
is
a running joke
deflecting.
between me
I'll
and
take a
Kevin.
ring pop, but you could buy me a house.
Okay, so let me
There
say
you go.
a running joke between me and Kevin because for 2 days in a row we were having a conversation and he used the conversations that I said to make topics. So
Yeah, I
now I
did.
can do another one.
Ayo Petty. Ayo Petty.
You're
You see how Ayo, you see how these women be deflecting like crazy, bro? That shit
it's
make no
horrible.
sense.
It's wild.
Mm.
You
Now
were trying
man,
to you
men
were trying to speak about the outrage,
right, and men
and it
be
was just
allowing
brushed to
this
the side
shit.
because he light skinned. I keep trying to tell y'all,
Kevin,
yes.
when you do that,
That's because I ain't worrying about what y'all worried about.
I'm about
hey
to say
Kevin,
who
when you
light skin because it ain't OC. He as black as that damn picture
Shut
right
up,
there.
hands.
Oh,
Shut up, hands.
Ooh.
Before I go behind you and put a toothpick in one of your butt cheeks.
Uh oh.
wait a minute,
Whoa
not a
there. Whoa
toothpick.
there.
Hey, wait a
I
Hands.
like no
minute. Hold
toothpick.
Sorry.
up.
Not the butt cheeks. Not a.
I'll
Cheek.
deflate one of the BBLs.
One of
Oh
my
my.
BBLs is crazy because I have none. I know mine came from the
He
mountains of the
bust your bubble.
Caucasus.
Yo, hands,
Get
I'm
him,
done.
hands. Get him, hands.
Kev said burst your
I
bubble.
told you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put some Nair. Put some Nair right in that shampoo and make you nice and bald headed. Keep
Ooh.
playing.
Ooh.
Hey yo, Petty. You see how black women be be
Not
putting
see
us.
how black women.
Oh, yo, you better be careful because Charles gonna come back up in here. We
Boy, you
gonna
about
give
to
him. We
bring
gonna
him
give
back.
him a
oh,
Yo,
study.
Charles loves Otis.
I know Charles Brooks done insulted everybody, and I had to chop his ass off this morning before the 7 o'clock.
Damn, yo, somebody get your door, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
For real.
Why the
They've been
person keep
standing
ringing your
outside for a
doorbell?
minute.
It's and guess
Dang.
what? They outside too. No, it's actually one of my alerts. So
All right,
It's one of
John.
your what?
Her alerts, I think she said.
I'm gonna need somebody to answer
I
their
don't know
damn
what.
door.
Now, Otis, what was you talk? What are you outraged about? Because your feelings matter. So what
Because
are you?
because they're deflecting from Lala.
Mm,
Because exactly what they're talking about, that's what she's doing right now with that picture.
mm, mm. Can you break that down a little more for?
No.
Oh, okay.
Did he just run
No.
away from his phone and then?
Now he ran away from the phone and
Oh,
screamed.
now she gonna
No.
bring the ring up right there. This is my first
Because I
time
was
seeing
doing
Lala.
something.
that's just part of it. That's not. That's just my band. That's not really my engagement.
Hey yo,
Hmm.
It's
Lala.
my engagement to you. And I'm very serious about it.
Hey, hey, Lala, did you grow up around black people?
I grew up in Atlanta.
Yeah, I could tell. I could
Mm.
tell.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but coming from you, I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, just don't say you got black friends because then we gonna
Yeah,
flip the
don't say
topic.
that. Yeah, don't
Nah,
say
she
that.
do got
Don't
black
say that.
friends. Lala.
Don't say
Lala,
that
do you
one.
have black friends?
Don't say it, Lala.
Don't fall for that.
No.
Don't fall for that. That's a trap.
No, she do got black friends. Hey yo,
She
why are you
does,
doing
but
this to her, bro?
she don't have the. That's the trap, yo. Don't do it.
I'm gonna plead the fifth on this
I
one.
don't get it.
Hey, now I don't get it either. Hey Lala, I'm gonna give you the pass. I'm gonna give you the N-word pass. Go ahead.
She definitely invite.
Nah, that's a
She
trap.
Nah. That's hella trap, bruh.
Like,
Nah, that's
I don't get
had
no
this
pass.
boy clipped in my room, turned to 300.
this
Like, what?
this live is
You
recorded.
allowed a woman to say that?
Yo, what? What happened? Oh my god! You're gonna have people in here screaming and yelling and hollering. Like we ain't doing all that.
She gonna be stalked for the next 5 months through TikTok.
Hey yo,
I'd have
if
been.
you want your live to jump up, just put hands on the live and tell her to post a picture of her. Yeah, and you'll get a
Whoa.
couple hundreds come in here.
You not about
Uh
to
oh.
use me.
No, I am.
Of her what? Of her donuts?
Wait, would that be tokenizing?
Whoa
Would that
there.
be tokenizing hands? Is Otis trying to
He's
tokenize hands over
Yes,
here?
yes, he's trying
yes,
to
I'm
over
definitely
sexualize my
tokenizing
body.
for sure.
Yep.
I
I'm
see
to-
that
Let
hand.
me see what he
listen.
talking about.
Now listen. When I had, hey yo, bro, it's gonna blow your mind, bro. It's gonna blow your mind. Well, it's It's
Did
not
we
that
Oh,
crazy.
are
It's
we
not
talking
that
about
crazy.
clothing right now? Like,
I tried to get back to the topic and I failed
Oh no, I
miserably.
wasn't
that's
talking.
why he on her.
Oh no, I
Oh, I
wasn't
got you. I
talking
got you.
about.
I got you.
Oh no, I wasn't talking about hands in the
not
Okay.
lot.
Kev.
I was talking about
Not
the
Kev cheating on the
fabrics.
live.
No,
Oh,
no, I was
Don't
talking
agree,
about the
Kev.
fabrics of her clothes. The fabrics of her clothes.
the
The
fabrics,
fabric
right?
of my clothes is crazy.
No, it is crazy.
Hey,
You
look,
probably know the thread count and the percentage of cotton and
Mm-hmm.
lycra and all that other stuff in your
All
shirt
that.
or something. You never know.
All that.
You know what's crazy? I wear sweats 6 days out the week. The only time somebody gonna see me dressed up is when I go out.
you know what?
Part.
You
I don't
you a
even do that.
sexy mofo. Them
Wait,
I don't
sweats, them
I
women in
don't wear sweat,
sweats.
but I would definitely rock the athleisure wear for sure.
I
Hey
don't like
yo,
you no
hey yo,
spandex.
hey yo, a woman with sweats can still get it in the bathroom, bro. Real talk.
I'm allergic.
Wait, allergic to what? A woman in sweats?
I think
Hmm?
she's allergic to eggplant.
Damn, that sucks.
Yeah, I think that's what she's stating. She's allergic to eggplant.
Uh,
No.
of angels.
But listen, let
hey
me
yo,
ask the ladies on the panel a question.
Hey yo, hands. Where are you, hands?
I'm at treatment.
Okay. I was like, what does that sound?
The machine that's right next to me.
Oh no, I figured that's why I asked you.
Treatment. Treatment for what? You okay?
I have a
Damn, not
kidney.
y'all all in her business.
Yeah, right?
It's
Damn.
You put her business out there.
She
I don't
just
get
said
no hi.
treatment.
How you
It could have
doing?
been anything. She could have been getting like a skin treatment, a hair treatment, her nails done.
oh no, I
She
mean
just said treatment.
no,
Y'all
I mean if you
leave
go
her
on her
alone.
page, you'll see, but it's not.
I'm not.
Yeah. No, I'm
So
I'm
just
not
playing. Go ahead,
I
private
will.
hands.
though.
No, I'll explain it.
so
I'll
look,
explain it.
I
So,
got, I got, I want to ask a question though.
When Hands was 19, she contracted the herpes. Um, and so
Yo,
now,
I'm not letting him
every
do this.
Thursday.
I listened to him. I just saw your bio, so
Okay,
I just saw the bio.
I
Detroit.
was.
Detroit
No, I
Truckers.
had a whole story.
Oh, I'm
I
sure
bet you did.
it was real elaborate too and full of shit. I'm sure.
Somebody naive ass would have believed him.
Hell yeah, you
Like,
damn right.
Still
You
need.
damn right.
So Lala, before I ask this question, what's your nationality, sweetie?
she was just on the screen.
I didn't see
She's
her. I had. Oh, okay, okay. This question does not apply to you.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. All right, what's up?
I just want to know. I'm not trying to start no fights. I don't want to be banana or look
oh my
for.
god, just ask the damn question.
You're
Hey man,
right.
hey man, I got to give my disclaimer, bro. Black women are violent.
This is
Nah,
Oh,
for
you
hell
right.
nah.
Nah, you
it's
right.
Not
only
You
black
right.
women.
Nah, you right. You right. Nah, he's right about that.
So listen, is it fashionable to be with an average man, an average black man for a black woman?
No.
And how
Is
you
it
know?
fashionable to be with an average black man if you're a black woman?
Yeah, like the
What's
janitor.
isn't average subjective.
Yeah, is the janitor treating me like a fucking queen? Like, absolutely. I don't understand. What am I? I'm
We
confused.
can't ask her that, man. You
No,
gotta
you
ask
should have.
somebody else.
Hey,
Oh,
bro, you should have reworded that question like a
You
mug.
gotta get one of the Lulus to answer that.
the delusional ones?
Detroit. Hey, yo,
Yo,
Detroit. Thank you for giving me my next topic, bro. I appreciate you, brother.
you welcome, man.
I don't see
Yeah.
nothing wrong with the
Dang,
janitor
I was supposed to stole that real quick.
Can
or
you
the
Dang.
elaborate on the question?
Oh
No, this
no,
ain't
hey
my
yo,
type of
Kev,
speed,
Kev,
anyways.
you can still do it because I'm gonna do it way
Oh
different.
no, I
So
don't even do them topics anyways. That's all you for sure.
So when I'm asking this question, I'm asking generally: is it fashionable for black women to be with the average black man? Not nobody on this panel, because I know you all are all women of integral talent and academia and all of those things and above.
mm-hmm.
What's an average man? What's an average black man?
I'm saying that's subjective. You gotta.
No, he's saying in general, like
In
what
general,
we I would say no, it's not fashionable, even though they are on here flexing because half of them that be on here like I'll never date a man that washes cars or works at McDonald's. They get off this app and lay down with the man that works at McDonald's. So You
Or
know,
they give
no,
him a 40 ball.
you know what I'm saying? Real
Well,
quick, you know what
Let
I'm
him pick,
saying?
find out he
I've
worked at the
dated a
gas
garbage
station.
truck man. I've dated somebody that bartends. Um,
You date a bartender.
And you fixing them drinks?
Is that
um,
right?
Hey, I got a question. I got a question. Did they make you drinks to drink and did you drink them?
I don't drink. I don't drink, so
Yo,
That's
no.
keep
the,
it.
the they made you drinks to drink. You
Virgin
drunk 'em.
virgin
You got
cocktails
drunk.
for me.
I know that's right.
Virgin cocktails, exactly.
I was just asking, man.
But
I've been
you know
asking
what
this
I
question
did do
for a
for my
minute.
dude at the time that he was a bartender? I made other women come there by just sitting there.
Yeah, you got it
That's a
like
Mm.
team
that?
player.
Like I attracted women for him to make money.
You got it like that?
Oh,
Baby, they be wanting me too.
You know I'm single, right?
uh-oh.
Tell him again, hands.
You said what?
You know I'm single, right?
Okay, Kobe. Okay, Kobe
Okay.
in the cut.
Talk about shooting shot.
He
Shoot
trying to
your
hit this
shot,
Steph
Kobe.
Curry, okay?
Ballin'.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
nigga the step back. Ugh.
Hey yo.
Nah, she good,
Not the step
Detroit.
back.
Nah, she good, big dog.
Hey yo.
Not she good, big dog.
Bro,
Nah,
this
she
dude
good,
is
big
funny
dog.
as hell, man. I swear, bro, you need to do something different with your talent, man.
Nah, nah, she good, big dog. She good. She good.
She
Shit.
good, Otis?
She good.
Is
She
she
good.
bringing other women to the table to bring us money? Shit, she right. She good.
That's the only time a woman brings something to the table.
Kev, they about to be on your neck. Mm-mm.
Hey, yo, bro.
Cat,
The only time,
So that was too easy.
I mean, the only time a woman brings something
What
to
you
the
bringing
table.
to the table? Another woman?
I'm bringing a whole bunch of shit.
I'm trying to have 100-foot bar around this boy. What's happening? What's good with it?
Well, I didn't only I attracted men too. They would try to talk to me or whatever. And I'd be like, make sure you tip the bartender.
That's the voice right there that get him. Thank the bartender.
Now she out here
You
pimping
tip
too.
the
And
bartender.
then I leave and I ain't give nobody my number.
Out here pimping at the bar. Golly.
That's great
I would have.
teamwork.
You
You know
better
what I'm
than me,
saying?
because
Hey,
I
That's
used to
yo,
just
great
give out
hey,
my
yo,
teamwork.
Petty.
homeboy's phone number.
Hey, yo, Petty. I would
You
have
know
got that number and run
you
her,
know how I
man.
learned the game? I used to manage strip clubs.
John, did you
And
just come up here with your bling bling,
I
bro?
used
John's
to
so damn petty.
John funny as
John's
hell.
so damn petty.
Let me since everybody's showing rings, why not?
John, you petty.
Y'all about to make me do mine too. My Superman wearing where that at?
Yo,
Bro, if
whose
y'all don't turn
vibrator
off
is going
yo,
on?
what
Y'all not
is
done?
that?
It's not mine, I
Nah,
swear.
that was John.
But John,
My
Yo,
boy.
that is a nice
the
ass ring.
hoes
Bruh,
is
Bro,
dead.
My
bro
What
just
boy
is
turned
going
on
always got that
on?
phone ringing.
he just turned on the Glock
that
10
He the
mile.
intensity,
plug.
dog.
John the
Bro, that
plug. He the
intensity,
plug.
all I'm saying is, Jesus Christ,
That's a nice ass ring.
what you trying to
I,
do?
I thought I'd play a little bit.
Oh, you good. I think it's funny.
I think he put
Nice.
that boy on swirl mode.
Not
All the
Did
swirl.
way
you
to the
just
right.
take that like 5 minutes ago? Let me show him something
Yes,
real quick. I
yes, I
Huh?
know
did.
it.
Let me show
Yes, I
you
Hey,
did.
something, motherfucker, something.
John, I have to ask,
I had to show how I got spoiled.
is that your wedding band?
Say again.
Is that your wedding band?
Yes, it is.
That's nice. I like that.
I had to show how I got spoiled.
The
There
big
you
ass wedding
Hey,
band.
you know what? Brag
Hey,
about
yo,
it.
is those your fingers though?
Oh shit, where the fuck
They
Mark
look
come
like deep
from?
fried Twinkies.
Yo, what up, Mark?
What's
Mark in
good
the
with it,
building.
fam? You know I had to come up when I hear all this tapestry going on.
Kappa Street
All
The
these,
tapestry.
They've had me
yeah, because you
dying
know
all day.
all these women they say they are accepting of the average man when we know in truth and reality, they mama, their grandma, and aunties gonna joke her if she got an average man. So don't even bring him
Mm.
around. And you know, a lot of women they got to go off of how everybody else perceive who they going with, because you know the first questions they ask a woman, and ladies, you can tell me if I'm lying, where he work at and what do he drive.
Mm.
When I brought my fiance home, the first question that was asked is, where is he from and what does he do for a living? I will agree with that. Um, I will also say I dated the average man. Actually, I dated and married the average man, and I also divorced his ass 10 years later. But that's not why we got divorced. I'm going to say this, and I'll say it again. If average is what you want, let it row your boat till your heart is content. If you want the high value man, let that row your boat till your heart is content. Do what works for you. I'm not going to judge you. I don't care, because let me tell you something. I got a high value man, and I'm not going to judge nobody for wanting to live a nice lifestyle. I'm not going to judge nobody for wanting to drive nice cars and all this other shit. I'm not going to judge nobody for that. Why? Because I want it too. I mean, it is what it is. Like, if you want a certain kind of lifestyle, get a man that's be able to help you or provide you with that kind of lifestyle. It is what it is.
Hey, is that Kenji?
No, it's Lala.
Oh, voice sounded similar. My bad.
Look,
No
I
disrespect.
am gonna judge
Only
you.
person that says
I'm definitely gonna judge you. I'm gonna judge you on which way you think your toilet paper goes, and if you think pineapple belongs on pizza. That's what I'm gonna judge you
pineapple
for.
does
Just so
not
y'all
belong
know,
on
I'm
pizza.
judging all.
Pineapple does not belong on pizza, and I don't care how you put the toilet paper roll on there. Just put the damn toilet paper on the toilet paper roll.
Now, see now I'm hella judging.
Well, my toilet paper does not go horizontal. Mine goes vertical because I have certain kind of toilet paper holders, so mine goes vertical. So I don't
Hey,
really.
Cody,
That
that's a good
explains
point.
that explains a lot. That
Do
explains a
y'all
lot.
do y'all put a man's value in his money?
No,
Interesting.
Okay,
no.
so what makes, like, for y'all, and Miss Lala, because you're married. So what makes your husband or your fiance a high valued man?
His morals, his values, his characteristics, the way he provides and protects, and I'm talking about more than financially,
I
the way
like the generic answer.
he will protect. And look, in his words, not mine, he will skin somebody alive for me and our daughters, and I know that. He will also smile in his mugshot. He is very protective of us. He is very respectful to us. He holds us very, I hate saying very dear to his heart because that sounds very cliche, but not only does he hold us dear, he treats us dear. And the way, and it's not just the way, and it's the way he moves. Like, a lot of people can treat, a certain person a certain way and they move funny. This man's step has never missed a beat in the 6 years I've been with him. He is the same person today as he was 6 years ago. He has changed, he has evolved, and it's all been for the better. I mean, he's become a dad since we've been together. He has just turned into a softer, I hate saying softer, but he's become more of, watching him become a dad was one of the best parts of our life and our relationship. It really was, because I got to see another side of him that I hadn't seen, and not a lot of people get to see that side of him. But when he walks out into society, he doesn't show the same face that he shows at home. I will say that. But he is definitely, by definition, a high value man because of what he does, what his career is, how he works, how he moves. Everything about him is, ain't a motherfucker on earth gonna love me like that man loves me, and I will tell anybody that right now.
And I mean, when you guys get divorced, another man would.
No, he wouldn't either, because I ain't, nope. When he leaves me, he's gonna meet Jesus. Okay?
Oh,
Jesus.
wait a minute. What the world?
Oh,
When
that's not snap.
his next stop is Jesus' house. No, not the courthouse.
That is vows. That's
They
what
What
you
said,
say
what the
when you
in
world?
the
vows.
true crime is
Till
that?
death do us part.
Just say, no, no. We don't put in a lot of work to get where we are. I'm here to tell you. Like, we didn't.
iHeart has a question. You was 6 years engaged, or are you
I've
6 years
been,
married?
I've been with him 6 years. We haven't been engaged.
You said what?
I can't hear nothing.
She
We
said
have
in the
not
6 years
been
they've been
engaged
together.
6 years. We have been together 6 years.
Oh, okay. So y'all married. That's that ring.
Actually, that's not my wedding ring. That is my 40th birthday present.
Oh
My
shit. 40th birthday present. That's a motherfucking ring right there.
engagement ring is actually my second engagement ring is in my jewelry box locked.
That's a nice cubic zirconia.
And my first engagement ring is locked in the jewelry box as well. I don't wear my engagement rings every day. I wear my diamond band. I don't wear my engagement rings every day. I have two. Yes, I have a one that I got when we first got engaged, and then he upgraded me a year later.
Wait,
That's
isn't the upgrade? Hold on, I got a question. Isn't the upgrade the wedding ring?
No, he bought me an upgraded engagement ring. So
Okay.
so I have a thing.
Now you know once we start getting into these personals and stuff,
I
people
feel
gonna start
like
I'm
showing
so confused. Is anybody else lost or is it just me?
up.
I'm lost, girl. I don't even know.
yeah, I had a engagement ring. Um, he bought me my first engagement ring, and a year later he upgraded it to.
Girl, it sounds like you just replaced it.
He upgraded it. Well, because I still wear it. I still wear my first engagement ring sometimes. I really do. But my
So, which one of them is the wedding ring? So you just upgraded, you just gonna keep upgrading
You gonna
engagement? I'm so
upgrade the you
confused.
just exchanging
my
out the engagement?
Yeah, leave that man alone. She gonna go
I
and ask him all types of questions now.
I
I
have to
guess.
get
I'm just
wedding bands specially made to customize and fit my engagement ring. So
okay.
Oh, all right.
to each his own. What works for everybody else doesn't work. You know, it is what it is. I just feel like, um, I feel like when you deal with someone, yes, it may take up to 2 to 3 years for somebody to get engaged. Um, and then when you get engaged, I feel like people are so quick to get married. So
nope.
that time should be to really get to know each other because a lot of people don't live together
Right.
just in a relationship. So that engagement is just to say, I'm preparing to get married, but am I ready to get married? Because now we might be living together. So now you really get to know someone if y'all done moved in together or y'all done had a child together. So it, like I said, it's to each his own. Some women feel like as soon as we get engaged, we got to get married next year. Some women don't mind waiting.
And the thing about it is like a lot of people are like, "Oh, you need to hurry up and get married. Oh, you need to hurry up and get married." And I'm like, "Okay, that's great, but in reality, the only thing that's going to change is my last name, and then I have to go back and change 10,000 documents because my name is on everything. So it's going to be a pain in the ass." And it don't mean that he's any less committed to me, or if anybody, I mean anybody, it don't mean they're any less committed to each other. It just means they ain't married yet. Who cares?
You got people in 50-year relationships and ain't been married. Look at
Right.
Oprah, okay?
I
right.
mean,
Oh,
you got
five
people that
single,
be
right?
you got people that be together for like 15, 16 years, and then by the time they get married, they get divorced 2 years later. So I mean,
Right.
at the end of the day, I'd rather have somebody that comes home to me because they want to come home, not because they feel obligated to.
That part, Mark. That part.
Or obligated to feel like, as what a lot of people, they feel like that ring gives them some type of status. Like, oh, I'm above the next chick. And it's like, but that man is cheating on you. So it's like, sis, how above are you?
That part too. That happened to me too. Not in this relationship, but it's happened. But my home is still intact. He's not gonna love it. He might love me more. I mean, we love each other more every day, but nothing's gonna change. He's still gonna be home. He's still gonna be here to help me raise our daughters. Like nothing's gonna change. And
Oh,
you
are we changing the topic?
we don't get to be petty because I have a feeling it's coming.
It's going to be something real petty, I
Oh, yeah,
bet.
I know where Kevin's going.
Hey
Not the
Kev,
creepy stuff.
I be trying to be better, bro, because I know you don't like the toxic stuff, so that's why I don't be coming up on your panel as much. Because
We logged into Google. It's like, now I'm playing.
I've been praying. You know, I'm trying to work on my toxicity, and you be helping me out. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when you be having some of these topics up here, I gotta come in. You know, because it be the tapestry for me. Like people got to keep it real.
Kevin, is this really
Well,
the topic?
damn, Mark, who capping?
Kevin,
Oh
I did not
man,
think this was what you were gonna put up.
well, when my man Mr. Detroit asked the question, is it fashionable for women to date the average guy, and that was like I heard a lot of cap, honestly.
And
What?
what you heard that was cap? Because I said no, it's
Because
not fashionable, even though they do it behind closed doors.
we
Yeah.
didn't even understand the question at first. We asked to elaborate.
Oh, so
That
you
part.
talking to me? You talking to me when I'm talking to Petty?
Yeah, I'm talking to you too.
Are you trying to
Now,
double team
yes.
me?
Understand
We,
average. What's the
yeah.
average guy? Everybody has a average is subjective. Because what's average to
Average. I
somebody
mean,
may
average is
be
the
petty or
average is
mean.
a guy that gets looked over, right?
I don't think so, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would think so because everybody's looking for something better than average. Nobody's just like, hey,
Exactly.
give me a average. What's your average menu size? No, nobody's saying that. They want better.
People
Well,
Nobody,
it,
fantasize.
nobody
I
is
don't know why
complacent with just
average is
average.
great. Average, I don't see
I
nothing
mean,
wrong
that's
with
what I'm
average.
saying.
But I'm not the majority.
If
So
you ask me, do I have the average guy? I'm like, he's your average blue collar worker. He's a blue collar guy. It's family first, and everything comes under that.
That's not respectfully. That's not the average black man, though, man.
It's
If you
protect,
if you get
provide, and take
if
care of
you,
my family. That's just what it is.
God,
that's
So
exceptional, though,
earlier,
ma'am.
what
What I'm
is an
saying to you
average
is
black man?
that's
Because
not average. That's
I asked
exceptional.
y'all earlier what is an average black man. So explain it.
I'm still confused on this too because my brother-in-law, he's pretty average, and he's black.
Hold up. Yeah, with
Allah, let the men talk and let them
thank
say
you.
what an average black man is. Here y'all go with these damn rings.
This fool. God damn it.
Kev, is that your hand? That's your hand right now, Kev?
Yeah,
Are you a
You
white
better
man?
never call me the lighter skin a day in your life.
I
You
know.
is
And he
Let me see
ashy
your
too.
hand
you
then. So let me
ashy
see your
and
hand
you
real quick.
clear.
And he
Let me see
Check
your
ashy.
hand.
that. My hand darker than you, bro.
I bet you it ain't darker than mine. Well, I don't know. It might be because
Kev been in the
I
house
don't be out
all
in the
winter.
sun like that. Oh, my
Kevin ain't
feet
been
white.
outside since
You need to go
Yeah, I
set
since
some
got white
COVID
fire
feet.
ants,
started.
Kev.
Yeah, she a little
Okay,
browner
you
than
win.
you. You got
Yeah,
melanin.
she look burnt compared to
You
you.
look pale.
Yeah, you win.
Never
Hey,
in
I'm
your
blaming it on the winter.
life do you come. He always
No,
Do
call me
mine
the
look like
lighter
that? Hold on, let me
skin,
see
like I'm
something real quick. Hold
clear.
up. Come on.
Nah, I
Kevin, I'm
got you,
as
bro.
dark as you are in the winter, in the summertime. Please
I
don't
don't
take
know.
me to that.
I guess it was I don't know. It might be the lighting.
Hey,
Oh, you got
so
to bring the light in there, man. You went in a dark room. You're cheating.
You needed to bring the lotion in there too. If you don't get that
Quit
picture
it, cause
off the
I
screen,
literally did.
The coconut
I
oil,
literally did put
vegetable
some.
oil, olive oil,
Was a little ashy before I took the picture, but nah, there's
Vaseline,
lotion on it.
a little ashy,
petroleum jelly.
sir.
Where
Yo,
you see ash at? Point at it
sir,
for me.
Them
zoom
knuckles.
in. You don't see the
That's
knuckles? Look
called
at the space
veins.
in
Those are
between.
called
No,
veins.
that is
No, we
called
see the
ash,
vein,
bro. We talking
but
about
we
in
see the
between your
ash
finger,
too.
right there.
Where?
Kev
Your
got them
middle
70-year-old
finger.
hands.
He do. He got like 80-year-old hands.
You been fighting for
God
all your
dang, don't
life,
go closer,
Kev.
Kev.
Now zoom over a little. Look, you don't see all that ash right there, Kev? Your other knuckle just
Where?
disappeared. You don't even got another knuckle.
How about you take a picture and then put it up? Cause that ain't how my hand look now.
She
Hey,
got a
Kev,
little
that was
lotion
nice,
on
Snorking
her.
Kev.
self.
I'm sorry.
Where that?
Lala got more
My bad. I
shine
can't
than
have
you
pretty
do.
hands, man. It's called a grown man hand.
Yo,
A grown man can
them
still wear
things is
lotion.
still
Put some lotion
ashy as
on.
fuck.
Talk about grown man hands. You need to put some petroleum jelly on them
You
shit.
need to put some
Hey,
fucking
yo,
How
Kev,
coconut
about all
hey,
y'all
oil
little
on.
cute finger selves? Put y'all hands on it. Let's see how much we gonna be talking.
I
Kev,
just
you think
put
you
my
got
hand
average
up
man
there
hands?
and it's
I got
lotioned.
perfume and which you know how women do. They got everything on them.
I just put lotion on my face. I do not
My
put
hand is
lotion.
on the screen. What you mean?
Do it
Yeah,
with them
I
long
know. Don't be trying to run from what
Lady
the question
Deathstrike
is.
fingers.
Who you talking? Whose fingers you talking about?
I'm talking
Yo,
about AJ.
I'm still stuck on Kev's. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm
I'm gay,
trying.
bro. What you expect?
AJ got some pretty hands.
She does have pretty hands. AJ, you do have pretty hands.
That is not her hand.
Who took the picture?
I don't even know what.
I got questions, AJ. So you having photographers just post pictures of your hands and stuff? Selling hand pics. Oh my goodness.
You should be
All
ashamed of yourself, Kev,
The
out here
models
selling your body
definitely.
like that.
There are people
You
that
know it.
models
right.
and face models and stuff like
Hard
that.
times.
And you didn't even moisturize them bad boys.
I'm trying to. He just giving it to him,
Bro, y'all never
however.
seen a light skinned hand before. That's crazy.
Sir, I wake up
And
every
it looked
day
like
Hold
looking
up.
at a
sandpaper.
light skinned
Nah,
Hold
but
up.
I
man.
know
I
my
wanna
hands
I
is
wanna
light, but
respond to
dang.
Mark. Hold on, I wanna
Yes.
respond to
probably
Mark real
cooked in
quick.
a oven, but
The
your
answer
hands.
to that
Literally, if I
is,
take a picture, y'all see how my hand look
bruh,
now. If I take a picture, it's
hold
gonna look
up,
the same
hold
exact
up,
way.
hold up. Let me respond to Mark real quick. So
Kev
the
had the
answer that
flash on.
Mark, the answer is yes, because everybody doing the foot pics and I have to change it up.
I like it. I like it.
On God,
Innovation.
get them hands.
But hey, Kev gonna
Kev,
come to charge with his hands.
put lotion on your hand first, then take the picture so we can see
I
before and
did.
after. Okay,
I
so
You
now
need to
take
did.
a
get by
Yeah.
some
picture.
cocoa butter, bro.
Hey,
Now watch me
Petty,
I
take
should
the
be
Kev
able to
took
picture.
a
look at that
picture with the
picture
My
and
flash
know
bad.
on.
straight
I'm
cocoa
not
butter.
blessed with pretty fingers. I
We worried about the ash. We are not worried about the prettiness of the
Bro, fingers going in different directions.
Bruh, I feel like if you shake that hand, it's like it's gonna leave dust. Like everything gonna get dusty.
Hey, y'all gonna quit picking on Kev. Nobody shaming here.
No,
I want y'all
I
to
wait. I
know.
can't wait till they take
nobody
a picture.
shaking.
I can't
No,
wait.
no. I don't know who lied to y'all, but this is not a safe place.
It ain't. That's why it's not gonna be safe
It's
when
the
y'all
internet.
post that picture. Everybody that's talking.
Hey,
Post a
TikTok is the
picture.
safest
You
place in the
you
world. I
said
don't
that
know
with
what
your
y'all talking
chest
about.
just then,
Post a
didn't you,
picture.
Kev?
Whole chest. You
Your
feel me?
whole chest. I felt that.
Yeah.
Okay, Kev. I'm still not taking a
And you seen
picture.
the ash on my chest too? Hope you seen that too.
And you know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna
Your
send you
chest
some
hairy?
lotion.
Is your chest hairy?
Nah, it
Nah,
ain't.
just ashy.
He better not have both
Just
them
ashy.
struggles. That's disgusting.
Just ashy. That's all.
What?
Who is that you got in your background? What the heck?
It said petty.
That's Joanne.
Mm, interesting.
He funny as hell. I mean, y'all
Word.
probably wouldn't find it funny, but I think it's hilarious.
he only likes he only likes rich men.
That part. Yo, is Otis? Oh, Otis, you still
Otis
here?
done fell asleep, bruh.
Otis
He
Or
sleep?
probably done
or
got
he
his
in the kitchen.
groceries in.
He over there eating pistachios and a half a sandwich.
Shut up, hands.
Not pistachios and a half a
He done had
sandwich
pistachios for a month now.
Now I
with a
don't know if y'all
tomato
know or not,
sandwich.
but OC
Word.
make sure he unmutes whenever he's eating so you can hear it.
Hold on, because pistachios is healthy.
Otis, where the hell you been at
When
this whole time?
He been locked up.
I've been listening.
You
Guess,
see how they trying to do Kev, bro?
guess who's back?
There we go.
I had to get a new identity.
Hey,
Kev,
Murray,
A
get
new
get
identity
your
is
spot back,
back
crazy.
bro.
again.
I'm dead.
Shady, you
Not the new
back.
What's up,
identity.
Daddy Otis? What's up, Otis?
Let me get your
Man.
spot back. Kick her out. Get your spot back, bro.
I know Noah's eating at him.
It's coming. I just got to get my other one up. I don't have any mod powers on this one.
Yeah, just do it randomly though. Do it while she's
Oh yeah,
talking.
He's
oh
in the
yeah, it's
middle of
coming though.
talking.
It's coming. She ain't gonna see it when it's coming, but it's coming. Just give me a minute to work on a few things.
Is that Detroit?
No,
He's from he in the Detroit area.
it's not the
What
person
is
called
that?
Detroit.
Oh.
Hey, Kev, you hoping Detroit win?
Say what?
You hoping Detroit win the Super Bowl?
Is that a bird?
No, I
Yes,
didn't.
sir. Of course.
I
Of
feel like the
course.
Ravens gonna win.
We'll see. That'd be lovely if we do
I
something, you
definitely
know
feel
what I'm
like
saying? We
it's gonna be Ravens versus
2 more
49ers.
games.
Don't quote
And who
me on
y'all
it,
play?
y'all.
Who y'all
This'll
play
be
coming up?
lovely.
MC, you probably like the The 100th person I heard say that their favorite team is the Ravens, or the Ravens are gonna win.
Oh yeah, everybody know the Ravens gonna win. They just hope they lose.
Right.
Shut up, Rage.
And last time Hands was up here, she was up here dancing.
I was. Oh yeah.
Look, you was ready to lie, wasn't you? Yeah, yeah. I was
Yeah. When I
not.
gotta do my petty dance to distract y'all, but I can't do it right now.
Oh, okay.
If we can beat this next team, we beating the Ravens. Forget them.
But anybody that's sitting on the couch with me, come on. I'm an Eagles fan. Come on, Cowboys and Giants. Come sit right next to
Well,
me.
who is we going against? I just thought about
I think y'all going to get San Fran, ain't you?
The
Oh,
Niners.
that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, we facing the Niners. They,
Oh.
Hey,
they
Hands, when's
they
the
had
last time you
Dallas up
sat
there
on
doing
Santa's
the
lap?
they had the Dallas up there doing the whiz. You said what?
Nah, I said, Hands,
Yeah.
when's the last time you sat on Santa's lap?
But who is in the bathroom washing
We
their
can.
hands?
I can't hear. I can't hear shit right now.
I'm saying shit. I said,
Somebody got some high pressure water over there.
I said, Hands, when's the last time you sat on Santa's lap?
Shut up.
Oh my.
Hey
So
yo,
wait, I
hey
took
yo,
pictures. Wait, let me tell you something. So I took pictures with my daughter for Christmas or
and
whatever.
Santa wanted you to sit on his lap.
No, he actually told me
Ho ho ho.
to move over. He told me. He said you
Sit
kind of
right here.
squishing me. I was like, yo, am I? I'm like, I'm squishing you. I was like, yo, if I would have sat on that man's lap, he would have had a heart attack.
Nah, you would have felt something poking you.
Ew.
No, hey, them sharp cheeks probably was stabbing into his quads.
I'm scared.
Oh shit!
Ew.
What the fuck, Kev?
Hey,
Give
man,
me
like,
those
yeah,
sick lighters.
Hey,
Oh,
I
this when
told
I
you
be
stop
on
posting my woman, man.
when
I
I'm
told you stop
toxic
posting my
mode.
woman.
Toxic mode.
Sniggle, I want me precious.
This when I
Okay,
won my
that's
toxic
Otis.
mode.
That's Otis baby right there.
Oh my.
He look just like him.
Shut up.
Oh, he got the right. He got the other picture right. Got Brandy.
That's my boy, yo. He was funny.
It's something about you,
Mm-mm-mm.
He look like me. I feel like making this room jump up. Let's go ahead and talk about Kevin Samuels right now.
You said what now? I told
I
you that's
said
what I
let's
was
Well, we
talk
doing.
already
about
We
had
Kevin.
was talking
we
shit.
already had our Charles moment for the morning.
Right, get some more Charleses in here.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
AJ
down.
about beat me up last time I was in here with her.
What did I do?
I don't know. You swung on me and I ran. I ain't been back since.
I'm dead. He capping y'all. I don't be doing that.
AJ said, I hope you didn't think it was safe over here. You thought it was sweet, didn't you, Ninja?
Yeah, straight up.
Damn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I came at Mark so hard, y'all. Yo, no, I
I
was
believe it.
yelling.
Mm-mm-mm.
It's okay. I'm always getting yelled at. I understand.
And Kev, is you trying to find the topic? Should we like come back when you get it together?
I'm
What you
just
doing?
Nah,
looking
he
at
done
random
changed the
ones.
topic a couple times.
He done showed all his topics for 2024, huh, Nelly? Now we
Oh no,
prepared.
these are old, girl.
2023.
He done did
Sure,
these.
Oh, these are
He
all the
did
old
he's
these
ones?
already.
old.
Okay.
Yeah, he ain't doing
That's
no new ones.
she would know. She would have been here if she been on. You know what I'm saying?
Sir, you know damn
Now,
well
Petty
I
was
be
on some
popping in
other
and
stuff
out.
last
I know
year.
I'm talking junk, but yeah, these old though. Super old.
And I like to say that I like the changes that I've seen. I've seen the growth in a lot of my mutuals that's up here. I just want to say I have been paying attention, and I'm glad you guys have been taking notes from me, and I'm glad
If
y'all are
you
moving
don't
safe out here.
shut the hell up.
Wow.
I'm
I
dead.
couldn't tell if he was uplifting or promoting. Couldn't
I'm
tell.
still petty. I'm gonna always be petty in the comments.
That part.
Wait,
Otis has grown more than any of us. I'm just
Otis,
trying to be
we
like
got
him
an
when I grow up.
indictment today. We gotta go to court. Gotta put your church suit on.
Wait,
Wait,
what? Y'all
wait,
got
what?
court?
Wait,
What?
what happened?
We got an indictment today.
From who?
Oh, not the Spotify login. Ooh, I don't screenshotted it. I got his Spotify, y'all.
But
Oh
stop
yeah, I
looking
got.
at it. I don't even know how that even got in my phone.
Ayo, no, ayo, hands. You know my good suit. I left it
Hey
at
yo,
the
that's a
house,
good
hands.
topic right there. Hey, go back, Kev.
Oh wait,
Go back, yeah.
I
Odie,
like that.
you
Yo,
gotta give me one of your pages because
That's a good one, yeah.
indictment going on live at 6 o'clock.
who?
Who are these random
Who
people
the
walking
hell?
around in your background?
Oh,
There you go.
Oh, she's in the center. That's why. Okay, never mind.
Send
I'm
a
stupid.
text. I'm gonna send it back to you.
okay, okay. Hold on.
Oh, I'm gonna follow y'all. Dang, when that come up?
Why is I
Text
thought that
on.
said 3 times. I was like, why is
Otis
3
slow
times?
Like it
hands.
wasn't here when we did this
He
topic.
really is slow. Beyond
I
slow.
knew exactly what you was talking about.
Yeah, it's the 22nd, y'all.
It
Yeah, I feel
is the
like this is a good topic.
22nd.
This what we need to be talking about, kids.
Yes,
Mm.
sir. I like this.
Toxic, just
This is the
toxic.
reason why I ain't married right now.
Wow. Okay.
What?
Yo, Mark makes me
I
sick.
got a
Yo,
toxic comp.
okay,
I got a
okay.
toxic
First
topic.
off,
A
first off,
toxic topic should be: is Charles married or is Charles not married?
first off, I
Dang.
get it now.
Charles has 3
Oh,
wives.
you
No, man,
got
I
it?
get it now. Hey,
You
yo,
I'm
talk
listen.
about
fucking
I'm
dead.
slow.
First off, hands.
Oh,
First off, hands. You see how many people I've been like fighting for my life with? I mean, on live. I, I can't remember. I can't remember that. I had to fight for my life yesterday in T's live.
He broke down. He cried.
I'm
We went
dead.
through a lot of
That's
Everybody
not.
seen
emotions
I'm
that.
sorry. I don't
yesterday.
mean
Can
to be
y'all not
laughing,
take
sir.
naps?
We went through a
I
lot
had
of
to fight for
emotions.
my life, yo.
He was
and he's like,
somebody was
and
somebody was trying to
Tasha,
TP him.
Oh, see, I
you
seen you
know
fight with
nothing
that
new?
dude early this morning, about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Wait, who?
You the
I don't know,
owl.
Oh yeah,
some
that
dude
shit
named
was good.
April.
Oh yeah, yeah. Damn, it was 3 in the morning.
Yeah, because I went up and
It
got up and used the
was.
bathroom.
Damn,
I missed
dog.
it. I
I
was
was
asleep.
Yeah, I got an old man bladder. I had to get up.
I'm gonna
What the
answer your
hell?
questions. Are you able to
What?
be with your significant? Yeah, because I got my good days and my bad days. The what's the longest you have
Kev,
went?
yo, topic. Hold up, y'all. This gonna bug me. Kev, yo, topic crooked.
Yeah, I
God.
think he zoomed it in. What's
To
the
the
I just
longest?
zoomed it
That mess
in.
is crooked.
to the
Please
right,
fix it.
not slide, not
That's as
slide,
straight as I can
not
get it
dip,
right
It's
there.
still
baby, dip.
crooked, but
What's the longest you have went without it as an
we just
adult?
gonna have to make that work.
And how do you feel? The longest I went was 2 years.
2 days.
2 years.
Dang.
Um,
Why you lying?
I'm serious. I'm dead
Why
serious.
you always
But I don't want to get
lying?
my other account.
I don't understand why you would do
I,
that box like that. Like, why would you take that away from the world for 2 years? Like, that's so
First of all,
disrespectful.
because okay, so I was pregnant, and then
What that mean?
I didn't, yeah. So about to be 2 years.
Pregnant people could get it too.
I know, I know.
Hey,
I
I
had a
heard
lot of men trying
they
to
got
get it.
that they got that Soak City.
Yo, for real, dog. Oh my god.
Um,
Boy.
yes, I do feel like the misuse of sex because a lot of people make soul ties with people, and that can cause a lot of issues.
Hey yo,
Mm.
her answers were boring. Is it only me?
Because I'm going straight to the point. Lust, I have lusted. I have lusted
on the
over.
call.
I have lusted over a
Hey, did you
person.
answer the first one?
Yeah, I did.
Are you able to be with your ex significant other without
That's
Y'all
STD?
because
just
y'all
y'all
talked
just
so.
keep talking over
Y'all
her.
just talked over me and wasn't listening.
Yeah, you better
Oh,
defend
I'm
yourself.
sorry. Repeat it again.
You should have listened the first time, Mark.
I can't listen and talk at the same time. Duh.
So then stop talking.
Oh,
Ooh, genius.
Ooh, stop listening.
Not y'all guess.
I can't stand y'all.
Yes, I think I can for the simple
So you
fact that it
said yes.
is. Yes, I did say yes because I've done it.
Mm.
And the only reason I've done it is because, like everybody can see, I have a health condition and I don't have, it's not always 100% every day. So sometimes I'm just not in the mood. And when it gets like that, it could go weeks and days, you know. So I feel like if a person loves me enough or is genuine about a relationship, they should be understanding.
No, not weeks. Cause yo, Mops, listen. Sometimes the only thing you gotta do is just
So can
turn
he have
over.
some on the side then?
Let me tell you something. My mouth still work, okay?
Nah, you right.
Sometimes.
You
That
right.
Hey man,
part.
You right.
You better
So
tell him
look at
again,
God.
hands. Tell him
so wait, here's the
again.
question. Hold on, hands. So you say your mouth still works. So even when you have those bad days, your mouth is still active?
Yeah, sometimes it just depends on how bad my day is.
Alright,
Like
cool.
my
Yeah. Alright, cool. Bet. I'm coming to
Or
the
her
church.
hands is. That's why I named it.
Blazing, welcome to the room. Blazing, you are never welcome in my panel again.
hey yo.
Hey, yo.
Got me hit with an indictment.
Nah, big
I think I
facts.
got a
Now we
courthouse
all
next month.
we all going to court,
Right,
bro.
right.
Yo, 6 o'clock, y'all.
Kev,
6
you got a
o'clock.
line full of felons.
Hmm.
A line full of TikTok felons.
Listen, I didn't even care. I didn't even care that, you know what I'm saying, what happened had happened, bro. I'm gonna go in support of, you know what I'm saying, the fam. And I know Mark probably gonna be a character witness, so I'm gonna be there for that.
Yeah, we all gotta be there with our church outfits on.
This is unfortunate
Hey,
because
Hmm.
hey, well, he told me that I got to stand in front of him and say what I said in front of him and in front of the court. So he told me the only way I'm gonna land in the
Got
room
him.
with him is if I apologize for not being a real man.
Mark,
So
you already know, you know what I'm saying? And then you know they're gonna try to use the fact that you didn't stand up for Otis and you didn't stick up for them donuts. You just let that man box. You know his attorneys are gonna use all of that against you, right? Like you know that. Are you ready? Are
yeah,
you prepared?
you are not a real man. You're
Yeah,
not
you
a
need, you
real
know what I'm
man.
saying? Just be prepared because he'll be like, your fat friend was eating donuts on live and you didn't like just be
Well,
ready.
shit, what happened to hands, bro?
Got him. Unfortunately my
Oh,
tablet doesn't
yeah.
work right, so it's
Hey,
delayed when
yo.
it does it. But
Hey, yo,
it's
Mirror.
funny.
Good shit, Mirror. Oh, damn, what
It's
happened to her?
hilarious actually when you think about it.
Back in the comments.
Hey, yo, wait, hold on. Is Hands a mod in here?
You know,
No, but I
y'all
am.
funny.
That was petty.
Hey, yo,
Petty
it's
as
about to get
hell.
ugly, bro.
He about to drop me. Don't worry, I'm ready. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Petty
Wait,
as
hey, yo,
hell.
She just
Kev.
stuck. She did.
Hey, Kev, what the fuck? You make Petty a mod, but not me?
Petty been a mod. Actually,
hmm
she modded after you.
That's crazy, dog.
Your mod
First,
came to me. You know, we were good people. Like, she said,
I
"That's
Oh yeah,
crazy."
Cam told me he don't told me I'm too
Hey, yo, no, hey, yo, Hands,
What the?
where's the, now, where's the
I'm
courthouse
trying
gonna
to
be
get my
at?
life together.
You said what?
Where's the courthouse? Which courthouse are we going to?
I think it's in Alabama.
Okay.
no, I can't go to Alabama, bro. I ain't doing. Somebody just Facetime me because I can't go.
Alabama.
And no, matter of fact, you know what? We might be on Zoom. So yeah,
Going weeks without sex.
Yeah.
6 o'clock, y'all. 6 o'clock.
I was about to say
Yeah,
I
the
got warrants
virtual.
in
Six
Alabama. I ain't
o'clock
trying to go to
Zoom,
Alabama.
everybody.
6 o'clock. It's time for Greg Street to ride.
Why? Why
Yo,
is
shut
it?
up.
Beauty. Why? Matter of
What do you
fact,
mean,
did she
why
got enough
is it?
followers on? Yeah, I gotta see this. I be trying to see. It's the reason why I got this question like this.
Oh,
Why is it so sad? I feel like people say it themselves. Why is it so sad?
I mean it's not
Hey, but you know what?
sad, but why would you? Like if you
Spiritual
into
play
that person, how the hell you going, you know what I'm saying, months without sex? That's just
from
crazy.
intimacy, separating
Is that
the.
ain't no more parts to relationship?
There's definitely more parts. I mean, don't get it twisted. You can be curled up and that mean a lot to you and that's satisfying itch and all that. But
Hmm.
damn it, like I don't know about you. I can't. Damn it. I see my husband come walk through a
Hey,
certain way. I'm on him. Like I can't help it. Like you sexy as hell to me. Come here. I
And,
like you.
Hmm.
I'm not
That's
gonna hold you, Kev. Um,
ain't nothing like that. Put in a tip. Ah, Phil.
I
Ayo,
don't
you
think
know
Kev.
it's.
I'm
You
not
know.
gonna hold you, Kev. Um,
Yo,
there's not enough drama in here for your boy, man. I'm not gonna hold, dog.
Hey yo.
I'm not gonna hold.
We trying to
we
get it
can't
there,
turn
but
up
hands
Kev
keep
stuff.
interrupting.
I need
What I,
something.
you said I'm. You know what, mother?
Well, what? Oh, she about to fight a nurse.
She about to fight a nurse.
She about to
That's
fight.
not.
She about to
That's
fight
not
one of
what's
the nurses.
happening. Don't say
All
they
right, y'all.
gonna
I gotta
clip
get back
that
to
and
work. I'll be
swear.
down in the comments.
All right, Mark.
Marquise,
Let
For
me
you
know
ain't
sure.
got
whenever.
no
All right,
job. You
sounds
like
good.
Let me
Sounds
know when the
good.
smoke come. Hands, I'll see you
Ain't no
later.
smoke. Ain't no smoke.
Hey yo, who's this beauty girl? What's good, girl?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay, but how you?
I'm doing good.
That's lovely.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if I'm in a relationship, I don't want to go weeks without having sex. I mean, we already have a period, so it's really like 3 weeks, you know? Unless you run red lights.
Wait, what the fuck? We don't
what?
run
What
red
didn't she
lights
say
over
that?
here.
Oh, I mean, she was valid. That was valid.
No red
What
lights.
what didn't you understand?
All green. Oh no, I understood it. It was just I just saw blood when you said that. So
Oh, did you? Yeah. I don't know. I think usually it's something wrong if you're not intimate with your partner.
damn, what the fuck? Hey yo, this shit about to be crazy.
What are y'all doing? Damn.
They doing their daily
Just
fight.
running on the track star. Hey yo, but why you kick hands out? Oh yeah, because hands was in your spot. Nah, you right.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this
It's
shit
gonna
never
go
gonna
on for a
end.
minute till Petty get tired. This is gonna go on for a minute till Petty
Nah,
get
it
tired. So I'll
is.
try to get
It
dropped
is.
again. We go.
She said, "Shut your mouth." I ain't trying to hear.
What the fuck, bro?
He said he running red lights.
Why you messing with my mic?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we don't run red lights. We run green. No, we run green lights, not red lights.
Running red
What's up,
lights is
Petty?
nasty.
Now, running red lights is
He
crazy.
came here.
I wasn't supposed to hear that.
That's wild. I don't want
Now,
no
Petty.
parts of that.
Now, Petty. Now, Petty. You done went from the bottom to red lights. Now, come on now.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm gonna
Right?
just stop. I'm gonna just not say nothing.
Hey, you know what though? I'm actually glad that I couldn't get on earlier because I probably would have had this account locked up messing around with Charles.
Boy,
Because he had me out in the
It's all
comments
good.
going
I
like
got it.
going
So
ham.
I have a question.
Y'all was all
I
going
have a
ham for him in the
question.
comments.
Do
What's
you
up,
feel
Ham?
like you're addicted to sex if you can't go without it?
Don't be muting me.
Oh yeah, if you can't go without it,
Yes.
then you're definitely addicted.
Yeah,
That's
you're
wild.
definitely
if
addicted.
you can't function without a
The
year,
fuck?
Function? If you can't function without sex? It was who
yes,
said that? That's a real thing?
that's dude said that, or dude said it. And I talked to actually it was this topic.
A dude
Yeah,
was like, "Bro, I can't be in a relationship if I'm not having sex." I'm like, "Wait, huh?" Bro's like,
Mm.
I can't go. I can't if I'm not having sex, and I'm gonna feel like she don't love me at all. I'm like, bro, that does not mean that. Bro. How do you
To
get
that
that from?
Like not having sex at
Man,
all or like not
I'm not
having
trying to go
sex
back to that conversation.
wow.
Me and Kev talked to that dude all. It seemed like we talked to that dude all night. And
Bro,
then
I'm
somebody
not
boy.
came
even.
in
Yeah, I
and
had
then
to
my
let him
man came in
slide.
and yeah, and then my man came in and kind of just threw away, kind of almost messed up everything we had worked on. It's just like, man, I don't even care no more. I don't care
I'm
what you
glad
do.
you
Live
said
your life.
addicted. Somebody said they addicted today. Hey man, wow.
Listen,
If
I
you don't
felt her
want
on
to have
that by
sex
me and
with
my
your
I made
man.
a
partner,
topic about that. You should be an
mm,
addiction, not an addiction. I think that, but well, that's a
You
whole
take
nother topic
everything
though.
so
I know
damn
I do.
that's
But
But ain't
wait,
nothing wrong
disgusting.
with that.
so
I
I
I
think
have
that,
the
that
another
reason why I
that's
said it
good
because I
though.
want people to look within themselves and stuff.
right.
That's all.
So my question is, when you get sick, or God forbid something happens, is that what you're thinking about during that time?
Hey,
Exactly.
cure,
I tell you,
cure,
I wasn't.
Bonobo
I've
can
been
cure
sick.
anything.
I
Bonobo
know.
Mm.
can cure
But that's why
anything.
I said, can it be an addiction to the point where you can't even heal your body first? to get better to do that act.
I don't know.
You better
Some
open.
people do that.
I'm facing. Let's say
But wait,
I don't know.
is
March
sex
should
an
be 3 years for
addiction?
me.
Is sex an addiction if it's with your partner?
It can be.
It can be, yeah,
depends
it
on
can be.
depends on what you're doing while you sexting.
If you ain't got no other hobby.
You don't got nothing
I'm
else
dead.
better to do.
What you
No,
Right.
no,
what you doing
no,
with your Otis? What you doing with the other hand while you sexting?
no, no. But here's the thing, though. But here's the thing, though.
I'ma
Right,
mute up. I'ma get in
right,
trouble again.
right. It's healthy, right? It like y'all do other stuff, whatever, but y'all just like freaking. You know what I'm saying? Like, is it an addiction?
It
Then
can be. It can
how,
be.
bro?
You do it.
Truthful though, that's what it's actually for. Is to strengthen the bond and the connection between you and your mate. That's why you ain't supposed to be doing it with everybody.
To strengthen your
Exactly.
bond. I think you should have a bond before all that.
Okay.
That's why I said to strengthen your bond. It's just to help to strengthen the connection and keep the connection. Because if you can't do it, then like you said, you need other things to be able to have that
I
bond.
think it.
I was talking to
I
my
think it depends.
I'm
I
not
think.
gonna
yeah, but
lie.
like
I
I
this,
find
think.
that mirror. I find that to be kind of toxic if you think about it, right? Because if you can't physically sit down with that person and have a conversation to fix that bond, right? And you lead to sex. That means sex is the only thing keeping y'all together and not nothing else.
Ayo,
Mm-hmm.
Rage.
That's toxic.
Ayo, Rage. Have you ever had
everybody
sex before,
just,
Rage?
I'm feeling like Charles right now. Y'all just climbing over what I see. Did everybody miss what I
Oh,
said?
oh my
I
god.
said it's supposed to be something to use to help to strengthen the bond. It's not to keep the bond or to make the bond. It's just an addition.
Yes.
So all the other things that we have, just like when I talk about parenting, I don't just say go straight to whooping them. That's that you done used all the tools on the belt to the point that the only thing left is the belt. So
Okay.
Mhm.
that's the same thing. This is just another tool to help connect and strengthen a relationship.
So
That's
can
why,
somebody
because if it
strengthen
didn't,
your peace?
I think that's all on you. Your peace is internal. Your joy is
Yeah.
internal.
Yeah.
Your
Ayo,
happiness
Kev.
is internal.
Ayo, Kev. Can I backtrack
Go.
real quick, bro?
Yeah.
So Beauty, are you still there?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So can you tell me more about these
Well,
bloody sessions? I mean, these red light sessions,
About what?
huh?
Oh my God. Hold on. I had a delayed
Wait,
reaction. You talking about running red lights?
Right, 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 right. How often do you engage in running red lights?
I don't run red lights.
Okay, okay. But if he wanted to run a
is
red
that a
light,
taboo thing? I'm
if he
confused.
wanted to run a red light, you would be okay with that.
No, I wouldn't be okay with that.
just use a towel.
Oh
And
my
that's how you know
God.
it's an addiction.
That part.
No, I
Used
think
to, if
that
need be.
it's important to also take breaks. Like, if we're having sex maybe 3 or 4 times out the week for 3 weeks while I'm not in the red, then I do need that time to, do what my body is supposed to do and release, especially the first 4 days. Like, you don't want to be getting down like that.
Wait, what? Wait, hold. I look, bro.
Mm.
Wait, I didn't know. Wait, hold on. Does y'all things last 3 weeks? What the fuck?
Oh my,
It lasts
right.
a week.
They last
For a
anywhere
healthy
from three
woman,
to.
the cycle is about, I would say, 4 to 7 days.
Hey, Kev,
Yeah.
don't let that dude mirror check come from me, man. Don't let him come from me. I know he gonna come in the room,
I think I think it's your fault.
and he
Your
got
fault
help
my
from
boy
Petty.
Mirror is locked out. I remember I had a problem with you. I thought about that, man. That's probably why my boy Mirror is in. It had to been you, man. We've been talking about making sure you ain't coming at him any type of way. Nah, he
Hey,
banana.
I am
hey,
so confused right now. What the hell just happened?
me and Kev be having problems with our backups.
Look, I just need
So
to.
We be
even
fighting with
I
them in
just
the
need to say this.
comments.
so even before
I
that,
just want to.
let's go back even more because I'm still
I
confused.
just want to say one thing. I just want to say one thing real quick. Mirror, I need sometimes AJ just needs a little bit of forewarning because the first time I saw you and your backup fighting on here, I was high as hell and hella confused. Just saying.
People be so funny, dog.
Just saying. I need a little forewarning. Y'all gonna be doing
Can't.
some shit. It's funny, but
I
you're
was
gonna see
when
more.
it started. I was high when it started. At least one of us. I think one of
What's
us.
up?
The other one was smoking.
Like I was legit like, do I kick this person? Do I not? Wait, no,
Oh,
it
but
says
you ain't
mirror.
seen.
Wait, but mirror in the
You ain't
box.
seen.
Wait, what's going on?
You ain't seen Kev down there having fights with Kev.
Yep.
No, I don't pay attention to Big Head Kev because Kev be doing too much.
Oh yeah, laugh. They be down there arguing with each other. I be cracking up. It be funny in the
Mm-hmm.
mud. They be going at it too.
Boy. Exactly. I ain't gonna even lie, dog. That dude be
Kev fighting with his alter ego. I get it.
with his ashy fingers and stuff. That'd be wild in the mud.
With his ashiness. I got you.
So you be trying to handle some lotion and you be refusing it, huh?
We be frozen like a mud, bro.
Kev, why your block list so long? You keeping all of these people blocked?
Dang, you
Because
nosy,
I'm a
man.
mod. I'm super. Yo, I see. I just wanted to see if you had I wanted to see if you had came across this girl, and I ended up looking, and sure enough, she your second person, and it was blocked by AJ on the 13th. I was like, damn,
Dude,
she
would
done
they
made.
even tell you the person? I ain't know that.
Yeah, she made her rounds. That girl
Wait, how
Tansy.
y'all seeing that? Yeah, that bitch
Oh,
is
Tansy. Oh, I
crazy.
remember her. Yeah, we got tired of
Yeah.
her.
I wanted to see
Petty.
if she
Hey,
made
yo,
it.
Petty,
What,
check your
what
phone.
happened?
Check your
Check my
phone.
phone.
Wait, how y'all checking all that? Because I've never been able to see none of that. Unless
Nah,
Kev
me
just be in
neither.
the
I want to
matrix or
know.
something. Yeah,
Yeah,
what the
you can
hell?
go to look at the block list through the if you a mod.
You got me
I am a
pushing all
mod
kind
before
of
I do it.
buttons trying to figure out how to get over there.
You got me want to figure it out.
Oh, go
Yo,
to
I
the
still
arrow.
working
If
on
you
it
go
as
to
we
the
speak. Oh yeah, for
arrow
sure, for sure.
and then
Hey,
go
right now that's
to
who right here in the box in the bottom right corner. Yeah, that's the. But he shoot, he can get in the box for now, but he just ain't that. He just can't go to live yet. But yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate you, brother, man. We already see it going.
y'all
yeah.
go to the arrow and hit moderator settings, and you can see it.
I can see everything.
Wait, the arrow.
There is no error.
Yeah, the share,
on
the
You
this.
talking
share.
about
Oh,
the share
moderator
arrow?
Oh,
settings.
ain't that a
Oh, I
arrow?
could. Sorry,
Rain,
y'all.
what
I'm
does your
Oh
um.
share button look
wow, I ain't
like?
never knew that was there.
Wait, what? Say that again.
Learning something
What
new
does your
today.
share button look like? That
A
doesn't look
curved
like an
Okay,
arrow.
y'all
arrow.
looking a little too deep, man. Y'all looking too much investment mods. Get up on my business. Get up on my
say,
business.
say this was not part of the live today.
I had to do that before in Ghost Room and stuff. I was looking at it like, dang, you blocked them people.
Dang, I don't block nobody. I see.
God
Okay, so
damn.
now I know
I
where to
just
go
wanted to
look
know
when
if
we be talking
she.
about certain people.
I just wanted to know if she had made it over here yet.
Dang, this
That's
person
all.
was
Cause
blocked on here.
Damn, it be
she has
telling
been
you who blocked him
everywhere.
too.
Yeah, I think
Damn, I
AJ
be
got
blocking
tired of her
hella
that one
people.
day. Yeah, it's a wrap.
How
Yeah,
many
cause
Wait,
she,
people
girl,
AJ
I
done
actually
she
blocked?
like
was
her. That's the
coming
one
at.
that actually Mary got her mad because she kept
That's
Which
what
every
I'm
one?
saying, dog. Like,
every time she
but
got
that's what I'm
mad at her, she
saying,
would throw like
bro.
cat paws on her face.
So,
I was like, well, I'm gonna keep letting her
no,
Oh,
but
pace.
she still follow
yeah,
me.
that was.
She still follow me. She that's the one I was talking about. Went to my page. She wouldn't let it
Yeah,
go. She went to my
Tansy.
page,
Yeah,
watched
So
some of my
yeah,
videos, and then commented about the live on my videos and tried to use my videos to counteract I was just like, Lord, oh Lord.
wow.
So there, D and them had a live going. Liam.
yeah, I saw it
And
in D's live too.
yeah, and I saw that. I was like, I ain't going in there. I turned around and went the other way. I
That
ain't
Yeah,
even
she
girl
watch
making
it.
her
crazy.
rounds. I
Yeah,
was
she
having
still.
fun. So she was sitting here paying me just to scratch me from dropping her every time. Like every time I dropped her, she'd be scratching the screen with them paws. I think them paws cost
That was,
about 300 coins.
Yeah, I
but
don't
like
know
it
what
was
I was
interesting
doing
because she
for it, but
came at,
she was coming for me. She would not let up.
bro. She was coming for like she was really coming for you,
Had
Mirror, but she was
like
coming for everybody. She
a
I
started
think
with
she
delusional
liked me.
T-Rex.
I
Have
think
y'all
she
ever
liked
Bro,
me.
had
y'all came
a
in so
trans
fast. What
talk,
is
y'all?
happening here?
Nah,
Like,
I'm asking a
no, but I was just
question.
saying, like, I was
nah.
saying,
We had a
like,
surprise this
she
morning
came
though.
at
Oh, it was a
she
T
came at
Rex.
everybody.
A T Rex tried to get
Wait, hold
y'all?
on. What was
No, it
what
wasn't
was
a
the question?
no, it was a flip.
Nah, I
It was
said,
a
have
it was
y'all
a it
ever
was a
had
it was a flipper.
have y'all ever had a T
It was
Rex try to get y'all? Like you really
nah
thought she was a woman, but
Wait, what?
when you
no
went to them
no no
pics,
no
Hmm?
no 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 no
what?
Wait, hold on. You
no.
said a
I
T
can't hear
Rex?
nothing. Like, so who's washing
Who the
dishes?
fuck is grilling something, bro? Mute your mic.
Like alone.
I'm
The hell's
confused.
wrong with y'all?
Oh, Gigi, Remy,
Y'all got, I mean, y'all got no etiquette on
Bro.
this bitch. Anyways, hands. What were you saying?
No, I said, have y'all ever had a T Rex, as in a T Rans, ever try to talk to y'all or like, play like she's a woman and then you find out she's not
I
on
have
this?
one. I have one. And see, I'm not even gonna go into it too much because I know how sensitive TikTok is.
Don't get booked.
Oh, that's
It
what
was
you mean by that. You are okay.
this was
Yeah.
like this was
I was
like two
confused.
this was like 2 or 3 years ago. Um, this was yo, who's damn. This was like 2 or 3 years ago. This was my last day of doing Uber because I was tired of it. And I picked up this person. It was late at night. I picked them up, helped them with the bag. And I mean, they in the car and we just talking. And I mean, I'm giving conversation like I always do. And then so they talking about yeah, they masseuse and they do this. And I'm like, oh word, I'm a photographer, da da da. So they're like, yo, I want to take pictures of like for my business. I'm like, I bet, boom, cool, all right, straight. So we exchanged like Instagrams and shit. And then so later on, uh, so like
I didn't even want to laugh.
I think like a day later, like I go on Instagram because they had messaged me, and then so we messaged back and forth, but I still couldn't put my finger on it, and I didn't really care because it was business, right? So I didn't really care, but still, as men, we look, and I couldn't put my finger on it. But anyways, yeah, so we talking business, whatever, whatever, right? So I give this individual my number so to contact me better, quicker, and then so we talking whatever whoop de whoop. Long story short, it's a Sunday. I'm chilling in the crib on my couch watching TV. Um, so they text my phone like, "Yo, what's up? What are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing, just watch TV." They start talking business, and then they start being like, "Well, I'm at the crib now. I'm not really doing nothing." Da da da. I'm like, "Okay, cool. That's what's up." They were like, "So, did you want a massage?" And I was like, "Nah, you know what? Like, I'm good. Like, I'm straight for real, for real. I don't want no massage." They were like, "Okay, cool. Well, look, there's nobody over here at my house right now. Da da da. If you wanted, you could come through, and we could do whoop de whoop de whoop." And I was like, "Wait." Wait a minute. Hold up. I was like, I was
See,
like, I was like, "Sir, hold up, bro. Um, never once did I disrespect you in any manner, and you think you could come and be like this? Nah, I'm good. I am good on that." So they felt disrespected. They cursed me out. I don't know why, and yeah, it turned out like that. But yeah, I don't play that shit. But yeah, that's what I mean. I live in Atlanta, so I mean, you gotta watch out for that shit.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
Boy.
Story ain't even as close to as good as his. Mine's actually well, I got two stories. The one story actually is exciting. This one happened when I was uh shoot, I was 20 something and had wasn't even married yet. So my boy used to like to mess with
Damn, that was like 35 years ago, bro.
go to hell. my boy my boy liked to mess with prostitutes. So when they would the strippers would get off from the club, they'd go out and start slanging in the streets. At least that's what they did up in Flint. So we thinking this finna happen down in the D. So we down there and we driving down the street and you see one sitting on the crate, got two dudes working them, and I'm just like, wow, like just out in the open like that, like wow. And we riding around, and I say I have a radar. I got a P radar, And I say I had to, when I was younger, I had to turn it down, because it be picking up, young girls and stuff. I'm like, oh, it's too sensitive.
Wait, what?
Well, you got a radar. You said you felt
A
when you
radar
get
for what?
check it out. When you get around a woman, it's like you can see her, but it's like it's a feeling or a vibe you get, and it's like I'm out here and there's no vibe, but I can see it, but there's no vibe, and I'm just like something is not right. I
No,
can't
it's like a
the
homie thing.
connection.
It's like a homie thing.
Right. It's like something wasn't like I'm not feeling feminine energy. It's
Like, hey,
like
yo,
I'm
why
not
I feel like you my homie? Like, what's up?
right. But I'm looking at all these things. Man, one pulled down his top and walked down Woodward, man, had the prettiest set you ever seen. But I'm
Yo,
like,
that's
I can't,
crazy.
but I'm not
That's
getting
wild.
turned on. My eyes are like, yeah, it's there. But he like, ain't nothing out here. He like, I don't know what you looking at.
How they look.
Dude, this dude walked
How
by
they
me
look, bro.
and said, these all men, right? I said, I knew something wasn't right. I knew something wasn't right. So that by
Just
the
bought them
end,
last
my boy
week.
come back from the story and he come back. He was talking about he was going to go get some. He went and got a fat one and come back with that. I got to be careful because I'm going to get booted again. He went and got a round one and came back with them. Came back talking about that was a man. These are men. And I just looked at him like, that's why I don't mess with. That's why I don't pay for stuff and mess with prostitutes. But the other one that I had wasn't as exciting. I was on the dating site.
Okay, pick up.
Yeah, I was on a dating site and just flipping through, and somebody sent me a like, and they looked it good. You went to, like you said, you go through the pictures, and right in their bio they tell you. I was like, well, what the hell you liking me for?
Yeah, they do.
Block.
Why you always lying? Why you always
I'm not
lying?
lying, aren't you?
Man, it's sad for us men out here. We be trying to tell y'all women we got it. Y'all think y'all ain't got it tough out here. We do. 'Cause we got to watch out for everything.
Boy, we got it
was
super
you
bad.
was you? Let me see your original birth certificate, not the one you
Right,
got
right,
adjusted.
right,
Let me see if you got kids.
right.
That's the only
Where
time I
your
look for kids.
Nah,
where your
Do you
drunk
got
uncle at?
kids?
Where
no,
your drunk
no.
uncle at? Cause I know
No,
he
but
gonna
you
tell it
asked to
all.
see the baby
Hey,
pictures,
I had to
bro.
come
Where
up
that
to
better auntie?
No, you asked to
come
see
up
the
to
baby
address
pictures, bro.
who is that?
Go ahead,
Rage?
MGD. What's good, bro?
Slow motion, man. I had to come up to address that rage. So a lot of people love to holler that this whole LB, whatever they call this shit. You know, they like to down and say Atlanta is the capital. Let me explain something to y'all.
Be careful. That's booty. Tread
Boy,
lightly.
hey boy, you know I got backup pay for backup pay. They can't get rid of me. I can make one
Right, he the
right
one that's getting your page going right.
now. I ain't worried
Much
about
love,
no
brother.
fuck.
Much
So
love. Teach. Let me be quiet and
dig
learn.
this. A lot of these people came to Atlanta and came out the closet because in Atlanta we don't give a damn. Like, we not studying you. If that what you like, that what you like. But you know what I'm saying? You know who to try with, who not to try with. I'm a native. I was born here. I ain't fly here. So a
Where?
lot of people, they ain't accepted in their hometown, so they
Where you
come
from,
here.
cuz? Where
What
you
Oh,
part of
I'm
from?
in
Atlanta you
Atlanta.
from?
I'm in Atlanta. Oh, I was born and raised in Reynolds-Town. Born home, Thomasville. Then we migrated out to Decatur, but you know what I'm saying? I went to Atlanta schools. I'm a graded baby. But anywho, a lot of these
Okay,
folk
great
came
debate.
out the Freaknik. A lot of these folk came out the Freaknik. Freaknik what got these folks here. And a lot of folks done been here 10, 20 years, so they feel like they from the city. And what happened is a lot of these outskirts people come to the city and they link up with these folks that ain't from here, and they think that's how the city roll. Nah, man. So although it's a lot of that shit go on, get what? They keep that shit on their side, and the city do what they do.
They don't
And
keep it on their side. Stop
I
it,
was
bro.
just down.
oh
Just
man,
stay
I
out
was
of
just
little
down there,
five
bro.
points.
oh man.
I
So
was just
where,
Just stay
down
out of
there.
little
I
five
love
points.
Atlanta.
hold up,
I
where you
love
stay at?
Atlanta.
Where you stay at? Cause I can tell by how you talking, you ain't no real native. Because if you
Oh
know,
no,
you
I
know.
never said I'm a native of Atlanta. I said I live. I never said I'm a native.
So where you live at?
Yo, what the fuck? I literally just said where I live at.
What I'm saying, Midtown?
Wait, wait, you said where I
What?
live in Atlanta?
No, I'm saying where about in Atlanta? Because here's the thing: when you say Atlanta, boss man, what are you talking about? West End Atlanta, West Side Atlanta, Buckhead Atlanta, Midtown Atlanta. Like I'm truly from this city, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like
People will say, "Oh, I stay in Atlanta, and you stay in Marietta. That ain't Atlanta, boss."
No, I
That's,
know. No, I know that's not bro. Listen,
I
I'm
ain't
not
trying to.
from
I ain't
here.
asking you for your physical address, boss. I'm
No,
just
no,
trying
no.
to
I
see
know. No, I get
where
that.
you at, because
No,
I could
I
tell
get
you if
that.
you tell me the city where you at in Atlanta, I could tell you based off your geographical region, you gonna see more or less of what you talking about.
Listen,
Hey,
listen. I've
MGD.
been. Hold
I,
on.
I
Zone
like Atlanta.
Now,
six.
hold on, behind. Listen, bro. I've been out here for what 18 years now, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I lived in different areas of. I'm not gonna say Atlanta, of Georgia. You know what I'm saying? And I lived in a few areas in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? A lot of areas, some areas that I go to, it's not prevalent at all. Other areas that I go to, bro, it's out there, bro.
Bro, they got a whole in Midtown. They got the whole crosswalk that painted. That's what I'm
Yeah, I
telling you.
know.
Certain areas
Yeah,
you go to, they gonna promote it. But when you
yeah, I
talking about
know.
like the hood, you talking about hood spots. You talking about places that tourists don't really visit like that. It
Nah,
ain't going down like that, bro.
I'm
Cause
not.
get what? We
No,
don't
bro,
discriminate.
bro,
Even
I
they pockets
know,
will get ran.
bro, I
That's
know.
what I'm
And
telling you.
I'm not saying I see it there. I'm not saying that.
I just don't like when my city get misrepresented by other people. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, now, listen. Your city can't get misrepresented if it's true. I mean,
Hey,
they out here.
love Atlanta
Ball man, I get that what you're
down
saying.
there.
They're out here, but did you not hear why they came
Bruh,
out
hold
here?
up. Hold on.
They're here because
What are
it's
we talking
comfortable.
about?
We whoever started this conversation about T-Rexes, and then they started a whole tale of T-Rexes. So you know what I'm saying? And somebody said something about Atlanta, so I just had to come in on talking
Right.
about Atlanta.
I said something about Atlanta.
They
That was
are
me just
deep
said
in
something.
Atlanta. I'm just saying.
So again, did y'all not hear me? You want to know why they're deep in
Weird.
Atlanta?
We
Because
Bro,
we know we
bro,
get
we
it.
they're
heard what you
comfortably
said.
they're
We just don't
comfortable to.
care.
I mean, so why are you talking about they deep in Atlanta? Like from the sound of your
No,
voice, it
no,
sounds
no,
like you
no,
might
no,
join
no.
it.
Listen, we heard it. We just don't care, bro. Like, we just don't care about the explanation.
It ain't about the explanation, cause from like I ain't being funny, but from the sound of your voice, sound like you party with them.
Hey, listen, if that's how you feel,
I
that's how
want to
you
say.
feel.
What?
Say is I appreciate the assistance. I'm back up in the live. I
No,
thank
hold
y'all.
on. Now,
So
man,
while
hold
I'm
on,
back up
behind.
in here,
Hold
I
on,
ain't been able to
bro.
run no commercial.
Behind.
Hold up. Let me
Oh,
run this commercial right quick.
nah,
Let me
Hold
run
you
this.
don't
on.
let that
And
ride,
Nah, hold
Mirror.
on.
You don't
no,
let that
no, no,
ride.
Behind.
You
no.
don't
We
let
tap
that
it. You gotta
ride.
Hold
tap that
on.
screen. You
Hold
better
on.
tap
I
that
get
screen.
it, but hold on 1 second.
Tap the
Listen.
screen.
Listen. I think you're
Listen,
mistaking
Linda.
me.
Listen.
I think you're mistaking me for these other people on this app that get triggered by certain shit that people say about them on this app. I don't care about none of that, sir. I don't care.
Oh, I
You know
wasn't
what I'm saying?
saying it to
And I'm
trigger you.
just saying that
I
us,
wasn't saying it to trigger you.
honestly, we don't care about whatever explanation where you
So then, why
live
you
in
talking
Atlanta,
about it? If you
how
don't
many
care about it,
years you
why are you
been out
talking about
here,
how prevalent
whether
it
you were
is in
here
the city?
during Freak Week, whatever. We don't care about none of that. We
So
don't
guess what,
care.
boss man? So we didn't care about your transsexual story.
No, no,
I mean, like,
no. Oh
but
no, but guess
I
what?
get it. Get
No,
what
but
you
guess
got.
what? They did, and you came up here. You came up here because of something I said. Hey, yo, Petty, you can't make this up, bro. You literally came up here because I mentioned Atlanta, so you cared, sir. Come on, stop it, brother.
I didn't care about your story. I just like you. You know
Stop
what?
it, brother.
You know what? You
You
enjoy
here
your
because of
bulldog
me.
adventure. Enjoy your bulldog
You
and all
here
them
because of
adventures,
me.
boss.
You here because of me.
I'm not here because of you. I'm here
You
because
here because of
you
me.
stage for Mirror. You
You're
see that?
my
Guess what?
son.
Nobody came to see
You
you, Otis.
sassy, boss. Hey, you a sassy man.
Yeah, ain't nobody come see you, Otis.
Everybody came here to see me.
You
I
giving
wish you'd
out
have let me get
sassy
that.
energy, boss.
You came here to see me,
Yeah.
sir.
You right. I did come to see you. You giving out sassy energy. I love
Right.
sassy folks.
Hey,
Yep.
listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. But you telling on, hey yo, you probably the one that be frequenting those spicy. I mean, you be going to Bulldogs.
See,
What's that
hey,
little
you were
place?
doing good.
Now,
You
what's
were
that
doing
little
good
place
till you tried to go.
downtown? It's
You were
called
doing good till
Bulldogs
you
or
tried
something
to
like
do.
that. Yeah,
Boss man,
that's
put
what
some
you be
bass in your
doing.
voice. How about
You
That's
that?
know
what
what's
you be
funny?
doing.
You know what's funny? I done watched both of y'all trigger so many other people, and it's hilarious watching y'all try to trigger each other, and y'all can't trigger each other, but y'all steady going at it. It's
Yo,
hilarious
this is
because I done watched y'all
amazing.
get other people in room. I done watched y'all work the room, and I'll be rolling,
Right.
and,
But
and
see,
it's just funny watching y'all go at it, and y'all both try to get each
Hey
other and
yo,
can't find the
hey yo,
mark.
I,
behind.
because that's what y'all
It's
do.
not gonna work,
I'm a
bro. Like
sociopath,
Because
and I
it
know it.
ain't gonna work on either one of y'all. That's what's making it funny.
See, I'm a so.
Hey,
Hey,
I done watched y'all both rock with Charles.
I can admit mine. I'm a borderline sociopath, and I'm comfortable with it.
oh, I'm just an asshole.
See, I'm a hemorrhoid. I irritate assholes.
Okay.
Why you want?
Well,
What the freak?
well, I'll let you know. I'll let you know once I get irritated.
I got a call. Hold on, boss.
Yeah,
Let me transfer this
What
call.
the-
that's one of his T Rexes calling
that
me.
sounded.
That's one of his
I
T
am
Rexes calling me.
uncomfortable. No joke.
Well, right, that's just, what
I thought
the
it. I was
What can
for
we
a
do
minute,
to
but
make
now I'm cool.
What can we do to make you comfortable
Hey
again?
yo,
Okay,
y'all see
I'm
how
here
what's
to
her
make
name
you
started this
comfortable.
and left?
Don't pay
Of course, I was about to say.
anyway.
How can I
boy
make you
went
comfortable
from
again?
sex to that.
Anyway, meanwhile, back at the ranch.
So
Like,
what did you have for lunch today? The lady that's uncomfortable. What did you eat today?
She just being petty.
Oh,
I
what did
know it.
I eat? What did I eat
Yeah,
today?
yeah. What you ate?
Nut. Definitely.
Whoa, what?
Hey,
huh?
so you got your daily dose of protein.
Gotcha.
Ayo, did she just say what?
That's what I ate. I'm not gonna lie. I
Okay,
ate
Hey,
that
he wants you to
early this
repeat it.
morning.
Hey, cause that's
that's
what's on
crazy,
his
bro.
mind.
Ayo, Petty. Ayo,
Now I'm trying
Petty.
to save your life.
Ayo, Petty, you're wild.
Some of y'all a little too
Now,
honest.
now when
Y'all
I
could have
How's
just
that
when
the
I
lied
only
and said
thing
you
you
when
ate
had
they
it.
today?
look,
No
and
wonder
then you
she
say
acting
stuff
nuts
like
today.
this,
You
that's
acting
wild.
They say
nutty.
you are what you eat.
He asked. I told him.
That's
I'm
I mean
sorry.
that's
Yeah,
why you so
that's
strong,
crazy.
Petty.
Let
That's
me
just
take it
fucking
off this
wild
topic
right
now.
now.
After that one,
That's why
No,
you
no,
I
so
need
no,
to
no.
say
strong,
no
Keep
Free
to
the
more.
the
Petty.
topic.
kids. Free the
Hold up. I
kids.
wanna
Free the
hold up.
kids.
Keep. Can I talk
I
to talk?
mean,
God damn it!
shit. I woke up
Shit.
first,
I said
and
keep the topic,
there
but
we go.
that's wild. What?
I'm changing the topic. I'm
Yeah.
good now.
We
That's
all
wild,
adults
bruh.
here.
I
Enough
I'm
mean,
not
nuts
hey,
gonna
y'all,
today.
oh y'all men
listen.
tripping. Y'all ain't had y'all kids ate before. What's
Got
wrong with
talking
y'all?
about the T Rex. I
This is
went to that.
wild.
Look at
That's
the comments,
nuts after
Kev.
nuts
Y'all
Look at
gonna
after
have to
Rage.
nuts.
Look at the
y'all
Hey,
gonna have to
comments.
cut y'all pearls to the
what TD
meat.
Jake said in that thing? Have you ever been
I don't know what
swallowed
this
up?
live is anymore.
Swallowed.
She
Y'all
swallowed
Swallowed.
it.
funny.
Have you ever been swallowed?
Speaking of swallowed up.
I'm gonna do it
Oh
again
boy.
too. The fact.
I'm a
On that
survivor.
note,
I'm
Uh,
gonna wake up.
Listen,
I'ma go harder.
MGD for this.
there's
I got
nothing wrong with drinking from the fountain. That's all I'm gonna say.
well, anyway, I guess while Kev trying to get the topic, what I'm gonna need y'all to do is I'm gonna need you to tap the screen share out the live.
I'm not tapping nothing.
Please, if
I'm
you
not
are in the
tapping nothing.
boxes, please tap the screen share out the live.
You
If
can't
not,
make
put
mhm.
me.
Oh,
hashtag FYP in the comments. I need everybody to stay respectful in the live at all times. And stay
hey yo,
respectful and
Kev.
understand that I'm a flight attendant and have no problem sending anybody where they need to go.
Hey
You
Ooh.
yo,
don't
Kev.
you can't
Mhm.
do that. I mean
How
you ain't
you
gotta be here, you ain't gotta go home.
how you
Oh.
let
Just
me
saying.
pass
I
as a
know I'm
starter
still
next
You still
talking
time?
got
right
your
now. And
nut sodas.
I know I'm still talking. I know I'm still talking right now.
Oh, let me go
This is
ahead, AJ.
crazy.
Go ahead,
This
AJ.
is crazy.
I was ignoring you on purpose. Go ahead, AJ. My bad.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna need y'all to stay respectful. If not, I will send you wherever you need to go.
You ain't sending me nowhere.
No, I'm just playing. AJ, I had to get you in
Now
there.
let's continue. Oh, it's like that? Okay. Okay, we gonna
You
play
had to
those
get it
games?
too. You had to
You
get it
opened up
too.
no. See, sister, you don't opened up a can of worms.
Hey, Kev.
You opened up the can of
Man,
worms.
TikTok just at my head, man. So I tried to post the video.
I done got her. Now she on everybody here. Oh, I got scared. I thought I got muted for a minute too.
You the host.
I ain't paying no attention. I'm just sitting up here tapping the screen. But tenderize, I'm gonna get you, Patty. One of these days. One of these days. Pow! Right in the kisser. Y'all too young to remember
Damn.
that. Y'all too young to remember that. I'm telling my age for real. That was from what, the Honeymooners. But
Hey,
Yo, are
bro,
you
are you
in?
frying something, bro?
Like, what? Are you in the water? Like, what is
Like, what the
going
hell?
on?
Mira, that
Boy, we
means
in
you
the
get a
shower with
discount
him.
at Kroger's on Wednesday, huh?
I'm a
The what?
what?
I asked Mira, did he get a discount at Kroger on Wednesday?
Oh.
Nah, mute that.
He went for AJ.
God damn it.
He
Hey,
went for.
I know one subject not to mention.
Damn, what the hell? What the hell happened to everybody?
Mods fighting.
Never go with AJ. So you know she tried to use that as an excuse to get you, AJ. She's trying to say I got you. I knew I was getting ready to get dropped. Look, she dropping everybody.
Oh my.
Yo, I didn't. I thought it was AJ. I was like, damn it, she got me first. But then when you said, I was like, fuck,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, AJ, my man.
What happened to?
Uh-huh.
You
Damn,
Who
know.
had
Otis.
that
You just
But
keep
guy?
digging
anyway,
that hole
Petty.
deeper and deeper. It's all right.
Oh,
Actually, I
that
owe
I'ma
you
get
more
you.
than one.
You ain't going
oh
nowhere.
Petty that just
You ain't
did
going
that.
nowhere.
Where
But I'ma get
the
you.
heck Otis go?
I like to say
For you
something.
that time.
I like to say something, but I just
Hey, that wasn't me.
I claim mine. I want you to know I'm the one that got you.
I'm gonna tell you right now, it's okay. Cause y'all gonna do all this. Understand I'm taking notes, cause I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. You ain't gonna know when, and you ain't gonna know where. It's just gonna happen.
Oh, see, me and Petty got a beef because she. No, I ain't gonna give her no ideas. Never mind.
all right,
Got a
hey,
beef.
y'all wait till I learn how to reverse followers. I'm gonna start taking people followers away.
Reverse followers.
Yeah, I know how to add them right now. I just don't know how to remove them. But as soon as I learn how to
Yep,
remove
we just
them,
gotta learn how to
oh, I'm gonna
remove them.
take
Yeah.
all kind of minds
say,
away.
you, say you ain't gonna be able to even say you ain't even gonna be able to go back live.
Yeah.
That's funny.
He gonna take
Like,
your lives.
He gonna make sure that you act right around him. He like, I know to take some of your followers away.
Oh, what? What? Oh, go back into
Where
jail.
Petty go? Petty corner?
Go back into jail.
Go back to jail, right?
Go directly to jail. Do not collect $200.
And get
Where
swallowed.
the Otis? The Otis
But yeah,
leave?
appreciate
Yeah,
you,
he
brother.
left.
Appreciate you.
oh yeah, no problem, man. That light work. That's the hey, that part of the reason I can't send no messages on well now somebody reported me. I'm the king of being reported.
I think that's what happened. I'm almost positive. I can't find her name or remember what her name was, but she came in the live, and when she came up, she was like, she went to go say what she was gonna say, and she's like, y'all probably ain't gonna like what I'm gonna say. I'm known for getting lives shut down wherever I'm at, and such. And I came right back at her like, well, that ain't how we rocking here. I was like, you ain't gonna get this one shut down. Go on and say what you gotta say and go on about your way. So she said
Hey,
what
y'all
she had
get
to say. Huh?
about to refresh.
Okay.
Hey, do your thing, dog.
Yeah. But she said what she said and then basically went on about her way and then she went to argue.